The unpretentious Chu Yang attends a reunion of his university classmates. By an unexpected turn of fate, he becomes bound to the ultimate bragging realization system. Whenever someone boasts in his presence, the system transforms that boast into reality for Chu Yang. The affluent second-generation heir, Wang Yu, proclaims, "My father just bought me a Koenigsegg 1-to-1. I happen to need a full-time driver. The remuneration is generous, so you might consider it." The system declares, detected Wang Yu's boast, generously grants the host a Koenigsegg 1:1 valued at 120 million. Class leader Zhou Jiang. Class bell. Chu Yang interjects. "Everyone, please hush. Must you always boast?" Chapter 1. Class reunion. Silence, all of you. Cease the boasting. In a magical city, at the Junue Grand Hotel, room 888. Standing at the entrance of the private room, Chu Yang furrows his brow slightly. This evening marks the gathering of his university classmates. He initially had no intention of attending, but the thought of possibly leaving the magical city to return home in a few days compelled him. Chu Yang ultimately agreed to meet his classmates one last time. It has been 3 years since their graduation. Despite once being a perennial scholarship recipient, Chu Yang has yet to secure a commendable job. Disheartened, he resigned last week, preparing to return to his hometown for career development. It is not that Chu Yang lacks capability. Rather, in the professional realm, one cannot thrive without a touch of boasting. Coincidentally, Chu Yang has indeed never been one to boast. He had no desire to attend a reunion. After all, having participated in a few previously, he understands that these gatherings often revolve around dining, drinking, and boasting. Although anyone can boast, Chu Yang truly struggles with it. "Sigh!" Chu Yang exclaims, pushing open the door to the room, only to find all his classmates already assembled, awaiting his arrival. "Chu Yang, why are you so late? We've been waiting for you." Arriving so tardily, you must self-impose 3 drinks as punishment. "Wait, staff. Now that everyone is here, let us commence the meal." "My apologies. I took the bus, and there was a bit of traffic." Chu Yang's voice is soft, yet sincere. "Chu Yang, I heard you recently resigned again. What do you think happened to the academic prodigy of our class? How did you end up in such a predicament?" "Chu Yang, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but entering the workforce is vastly different from academia. Humility and diligence are far more reliable than arrogance. Indeed, speaking of groundedness, look at me. Within merely 3 years, I have ascended from a humble clerk to a general manager, and my salary has quintupled." Just as he settled down, Chu Yang listened to his classmates exchanging banter, unable to suppress a wry smile. "Ding, congratulations to the host for binding the most powerful boasting realization system. Ding, whenever the system detects someone boasting in front of the host, a special gift package of boasting realization will be bestowed upon the host." Chu Yang was momentarily stunned, the expression on his face shifting subtly. "What's going on? Could it be that I'm hallucinating?" he murmured to himself. Just as the dishes were served, Chu Yang, sitting beside Chu Yang, exclaimed with palpable excitement, "Wow, the price of Bitcoin has surged again today. It's reached 50,000 gold coins each." "Oh, Chu Yang, are you trading cryptocurrencies?" someone inquired, picking up on his comment. "Absolutely. A month ago, when Bitcoin was priced at 30,000 gold coins, I bought in at the bottom, and now I've made quite a profit." As he spoke, Chu Yang's face was flushed, brimming with enthusiasm. "How much did you buy?" "Bitcoin? I've seen the news, and indeed, it has skyrocketed." "Trading cryptocurrencies? I've heard it's just a game of hot potato, a scam." The classmates were all intrigued by cryptocurrency trading, each chiming in with their thoughts. "I didn't invest much, only 10 coins, which cost me 300,000 gold coins, around 2 million RMB. Chu Yang grinned widely. Upon hearing that he had spent over 2 million, the others in the private room praised him profusely. However, sitting beside Chu Yang, Chu Yang furrowed his brow even deeper. Detected that Chu Yang is boasting to the host. The system generously gifts the host 10,000 bitcoins, valued at 5 billion gold coins. Ding! The bitcoins have been credited to the host's Huobi account. The host may choose to trade or withdraw. "What the heck? Is this for real?" Chu Yang exclaimed in excitement. Hearing this, Chu Yang felt a twinge of anxiety and loudly asserted, "Of course it's true." Chu Yang turned his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he glanced at Chu Yang, and promptly opened his Huobi account. He had just registered a week ago, but he could hardly afford rent, let alone have spare cash for cryptocurrency trading. Yet, he did indeed possess a hobby account. Upon opening the app, when he saw his total assets amounting to BTC 10,335 million Chinese yuan, Chu Yang was utterly bewildered. 10,000 bitcoins, approximately 3.35 billion renminbi. Is this real? Chu Yang was exhilarated, yet he refrained from displaying his joy, as he was still a class reunion. Listening to others boast, and then reaping the benefits of their embellishments? Goodness! Chu Yang pinched himself hard on the thigh, as he felt as though he were in a dream. While Chu Yang remained silent, the class monitor, Zhou Jiang, took notice of him. Chu Yang, your abilities are commendable, but you lack patience in your endeavors. Look at me. I started working at Huijin International right after graduation, and within 3 years, I have risen to the position of marketing director. Just the other day, I purchased a flat worth over 20 million at Tangshan. How about this? If you can promise to focus, I'll speak with the HR manager and arrange a job for you. Zhou Jiang ostensibly sought to assist Chu Yang, yet he was, in fact, using him to showcase his own success. The key point is, isn't this just boasting? Chu Yang remained silent, yet he was already aware that Zhou Jiang was bragging to him. Detected that Zhou Jiang is boasting to the host. The system generously gifts the host 80% of Huijin International shares, along with a property at Tangshan. What the heck? Chu Yang became noticeably agitated. Huijin International Group is a top 500 enterprise in the country, valued at over 200 billion. 80% of the shares would be worth over 160 billion. And a property at Tangshan? Tangshan is the most luxurious residential area in the Magic City, with an average price of 350,000 per square meter. Any unit would cost several million or even over 100 million. How could Chu Yang, who was just moments ago financially bereft, not be thrilled? Chu Yang blurted out a what the heck, which caused the previously raucous room to fall silent. All eyes turned to Chu Yang. As for Zhou Jiang, the one who had been boasting, he turned red, fearing that Chu Yang would expose him on the spot. Why is everyone looking at me? I just remembered something important that I haven't done yet, Chu Yang said, feeling a bit awkward and managing a slight smile. Upon hearing this, the private room buzzed back to life. At this moment, the affluent heir of the class, Wang Yu, glanced at Chu Yang and chuckled. Chu Yang, my father recently purchased a Koenigsegg for me, and I am currently in need of a dedicated chauffeur. How about you drive for me? The remuneration is negotiable. As soon as Wang Yu spoke, an immediate silence enveloped the room, with all eyes turning toward Chu Yang. In contrast, Chu Yang could only manage a wry smile and shake his head, for he was acutely aware that Wang Yu was merely boasting. Detecting Wang Yu's bluster, a special gift of a Koenigsegg 1-1 valued at 120 million was bestowed upon the host. Chu Yang remained silent, yet he couldn't help but express his bemusement with a bitter smile and a shake of his head. Observing Chu Yang's reaction, Wang Yu let out a cold chuckle. Chu Yang, if it weren't for the fact that you are my classmate, how could such a fortunate opportunity ever fall into your lap? The weight of his words cast a peculiar tension over the atmosphere in the private room. Chu Yang furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to slam his hand on the table and retort. Could you all just be quiet? Does boasting really cost you anything? However, after a moment's reflection, he merely sighed with a rueful smile. I recently returned to my hometown, and I appreciate everyone's good intentions. Chapter 2 Boss, why didn't you notify me when you came over? Chu Yang remarked, causing the atmosphere in the private room to become lively once more. Enough of that. By the way, I'll be picking up the tab today. My uncle is the manager at the Junhua Hotel and can give me a 50% discount. Heh. As he spoke, Wang Chao, who was sitting to Chu Yang's left, grinned excitedly. Detected that Wang Chao is bragging, granting the host 100 shares in Junhua International Hotel. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Chu Yang managed to regain his composure. 100% ownership. Does that mean Junhua International Hotel now belongs to me? Junhua International Hotel is a renowned 5-star establishment in the bustling metropolis, valued at approximately 3 billion. In the past, this would have sent Chu Yang into a frenzy of excitement. However, now he remained remarkably composed. After all, 3 billion doesn't seem like an insurmountable amount. The thought that one could receive compensatory rewards simply for listening to someone boast was utterly delightful to him. As the drinks flowed, long-lost classmates engaged in animated conversation. Being adults, they freely exchanged various cheeky anecdotes. Song Junjun, the belle of Chu Yang's class, was notoriously known as a female sea king. Let me tell you, my new boyfriend is exceptionally capable, once a night, every night. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted around the table. Meanwhile, on Chu Yang's end, detected that Song Junjun is boasting, granting the host the ability of an indomitable golden gun. Chu Yang couldn't help but chuckle, nearly bursting with laughter. He then glanced at Song Junjun, a knowing smile creeping onto his face. It was one thing to share such tales, but to embellish them was an entirely different matter. Noticing Chu Yang's chuckle, Song Junjun cast him a disdainful look. Chu Yang, don't tell me you still don't have a girlfriend? Would you like me to introduce you to a beautiful girl? She teased with a smirk. Haha, thanks, but no thanks. I'm currently in a one-man eats. The whole family is not hungry phase. I can't afford a girlfriend, Chu Yang replied. Song Junjun murmured softly. Well, I suppose my friends wouldn't be interested in you anyway. Although her voice was barely above a whisper, Chu Yang heard her clearly. However, he, being magnanimous, chose not to engage in any petty disputes. Throughout the meal, classmates indulged in self-aggrandizing tales, and Chu Yang listened intently, finding it quite enriching. He began to see the merit in boasting. How about we head to the Red Romance Club for karaoke after this? My cousin is a small owner there. I'll have him arrange something for us. Yang Rui, typically the quietest in class, had learned to boast after facing the world. Detected that Yang Rui is bragging, granting the host 100 shares in the Red Romance Club. Chu Yang didn't mind their incessant boasting. After all, what harm could it do to him? Sounds great. Just the right opportunity to unwind. With a little liquid courage, I might just belt out a few tunes. Haha, back in the day, I was the karaoke king of our class. By the way, a couple of years ago, I made it to the top 10 in the Shanghai editions of The Voice of China. Who knows, if I hadn't withdrawn, I might have been the champion that year. Zheng Yun chimed in, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Detected that Zheng Yun is boasting, granting the host master-level singing skills. Impressive, Chu Yang murmured. Impressed by the system's notification, Zheng Yun, mistaking Chu Yang's admiration as praise for his own prowess, grew even more exuberant. Isn't it? Just wait until you see my skills. After indulging in a hearty feast, Wang Chao called over the waiter to settle the bill. Hello, your table's total is 2,400 yuan. Would you prefer to pay in cash or by card? The waiter inquired politely. My uncle is Wang Limin. He gave me this voucher, which is supposed to provide a 50% discount, Wang Chao said, producing a coupon with a nonchalant demeanor. The waiter, bewildered by the mention of Wang Limin, realized that, given the size of Junhua International Hotel, she couldn't possibly recognize every executive. She glanced at the coupon and slightly bowed. I'm sorry, sir, but this voucher is only valid for small rooms accommodating 3 to 5 people. Your room is a large one, so it cannot be applied. Wang Chao's face instantly turned crimson. What? It's not usable? No way, he muttered, suddenly feeling a twinge of insecurity. Chao, your uncle is the manager here, right? Just call him and have him come down to sort this out, urged his classmates. Yeah, a 50% discount is a significant amount. It's just a matter of a phone call. You don't want to waste money. Hearing this, Wang Chao hesitated. After all, his uncle was merely a junior supervisor at Junhua International Hotel, not the manager, and he had been exaggerating. If he called his uncle down, it would not only fail to resolve the discount issue, but it would also expose his earlier boast. The waiter stood awkwardly, slightly frowning, pondering who Wang Limin could be, as she had never heard of him. Chu Yang, aware of Wang Chao's embellishment, sighed and said, Let me handle this. With that, he produced a black gold card from his waist and handed it to the waiter. Everyone instinctively turned to look at Chu Yang, silence enveloping the room. However, as soon as the waiter caught sight of the black gold card in Chu Yang's hand, her demeanor shifted dramatically, and she bowed respectfully, accepting the card with both hands. Sir, please hold on a moment, she said before swiftly departing the room with the card. Wang Chao wiped the sweat from his brow, visibly relieved, and cast a grateful glance at Chu Yang. Moments later, the waiter returned, accompanied by a well-dressed foreign gentleman, who greeted Chu Yang with an ingratiating smile. Boss, why didn't you let me know you were dining here? Why would I notify you when I'm just having a gathering with classmates? Now, go back to work. Chu Yang replied nonchalantly, dismissing Henry in just a few words. However, the entire room was left in a state of bewilderment, staring at Chu Yang. Did that foreign gentleman just call him boss? Am I imagining things due to too much to drink? Could it be that Chu Yang is the owner of Junhua International Hotel? No way. Many murmured quietly among themselves, their voices hushed. Yet Chu Yang heard them loud and clear. Chapter 3. Rest assured, I'll take care of it. Wow. Chu Yang, why did that foreign manager call you boss? Are you really the owner of Junhua International Hotel? Chen Gang, seated beside Chu Yang, inquired with an ingratiating smile. Junhua International Hotel is one of the top 5-star hotels in the metropolis, valued at no less than several billion. If Chu Yang is indeed the proprietor of the Junhua International Hotel, he must undoubtedly be a billionaire. Upon hearing Chen Gang's inquiry, all eyes converged upon Chu Yang. He possesses a modest stake, a minor owner. Chu Yang refrained from disclosing that he is currently the sole controlling shareholder of the Junhua International Hotel, lest he frighten his classmates. Oh, upon hearing Chu Yang's words, many individuals secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, they had all been subtly mocking him. If he were truly the Grand Master of the Junhua International Hotel, that would make him a genuine billionaire. However, being a minor stakeholder in the Junhua International Hotel, that still sounds quite impressive. I say, Brother Chu, it turns out you are the hidden mogul of our class. You mentioned being a shareholder in the Junhua International Hotel. Why would you even need to seek employment elsewhere? Someone directly approached him, addressing him as Brother Chu instead. Brother Chu is incredible. Didn't I tell you all that Chu Yang possesses the potential of a wealthy individual? Brother Chu, I am merely months away from my wedding. Could you possibly assist me in arranging something at the Junhua International Hotel? The warmth of human relationships is a knowledge known only to oneself. Just moments ago, those who had spoken with veiled sarcasm were now surrounding him, singing his praises. The corners of Chu Yang's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a knowing smile. Wang Yu, the affluent second-generation scion, appeared somewhat displeased. The spotlight had initially been on him, with everyone revolving around him. Now, it seemed that everyone had gravitated towards Chu Yang. After a hearty meal, someone turned to Yang Rui and inquired, Brother Rui, has your cousin made arrangements? We have a gathering of over a dozen people. We need to secure a large private room. Yang Rui, known for his earnestness during university, had been molded by society over the past 3 years. Having indulged in a couple of drinks, he was now boasting without a filter. Indeed, Brother Rui, your cousin is the proprietor of the Hong Langman Club. Arranging a large private room for our group should be a simple task, shouldn't it? Upon hearing this, Yang Rui's complexion flushed, and perspiration beaded on his forehead, reflecting his nervousness. That can be arranged, but let me first call my cousin to confirm. As he spoke, Yang Rui pretended to pull out his phone and made a call. Hello, cousin, do you have a private room available tonight? We're having a class reunion and we'll be heading over shortly for some fun. Yes, over a dozen people. We need a larger room. Yang Rui spoke loudly, seemingly intent on ensuring that everyone could hear. What? All the rooms are fully booked for tonight. Brother, can you possibly think of something? I've already made some grand claims. All right then, I understand. After more than 10 seconds, Yang Rui, with a look of disappointment, relayed the news to the group, and nearly everyone understood the situation. Hanging up, Yang Rui sheepishly apologized. I'm really sorry. My cousin just informed me that all the private rooms are booked for tonight. There's no way around it. Perhaps next time? Next time? So that means today is not an option? Upon hearing Yang Rui's words, all the classmates exhibited expressions of disappointment. Noticing their silence, Yang Rui felt a sense of relief. His cousin did indeed work at the Hong Langman Club, but he was not the small proprietor he had claimed to be. His cousin was merely a minor supervisor in the logistics department, wielding no real influence. He had not genuinely called his cousin. He had merely pretended to do so. Chu Yang was well aware of Yang Rui's embellishments, yet he chose not to expose his falsehoods. Allow me to handle this, Chu Yang offered, dialing the general manager of the Hong Langman Club, Wang Ji. In a moment, my classmates and I will be coming over to sing. Could you arrange for a larger private room? The 888 room, is it? Very well, I understand. After ending the call, Chu Yang's lips curled upward slightly. Although all rooms at the Hong Langman Club had been booked, a diamond VIP room remained available for their use. Chu Yang's statement spared Yang Rui any embarrassment and even validated his earlier claims. Yang Rui cast a grateful glance towards Chu Yang. Wow, Brother Chu is amazing. The diamond VIP room at the Hong Langman Club? I heard from my boss that the minimum spending starts at 100,000. Brother Chu, whom did you call? How is this possible? A minimum spending of 100,000? We certainly cannot afford that. Fear not, I will take care of it. Chu Yang, in high spirits, took charge decisively. Brother Chu is incredible. I always said that he possesses the qualities of someone destined for greatness. Brother Chu, are you in need of a subordinate? I wish to associate with you. One by one, the classmates gathered around Chu Yang, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles. After exiting the Junhua International Hotel, Wang Yu wore a perpetually sullen expression. After all, he had always been the center of attention, but now all the limelight had shifted to Chu Yang. He must be exaggerating. I am eager to see how he plans to conclude this situation. Wang Yu mused, his spirits lifting abruptly as he spotted a sleek black supercar parked outside the hotel. Wow, look at that supercar. It's phenomenal. Is that a Koenigsegg 11? Is it for real? How much is that car? Why is everyone so excited? The boys in the class were all thrilled. After all, who among them does not adore supercars? The girls, however, seemed less enthused. Upon hearing a girl speak, a boy chimed in excitedly. It's a Koenigsegg 1-1. A top-tier supercar worth over 12 million. Wow. Didn't Yu just say his father bought him a Koenigsegg? Yu, could this car possibly belong to you? Hearing this, all eyes turned to Wang Yu. Earlier at the dinner table, Wang Yu had indeed mentioned that his father had just bought him a Koenigsegg. Wang Yu was quite flummoxed. He had merely been boasting, teasing Chu Yang in the process. A Koenigsegg, being a top-tier supercar, starts at several million. Moreover, a Koenigsegg 1-1, valued at over 12 million, is an extraordinary vehicle. Even if his family had considerable wealth, with assets in the hundreds of millions, it was still implausible for his father to spend such an exorbitant amount on a car. Furthermore, even if his father were willing, there was no conceivable way to acquire a Koenigsegg 1-1, of which only 6 exist globally. After all, possessing such a car requires not only wealth, but also significant influence. Ah, that car isn't mine. I just reserved my own Koenigsegg, and I haven't even picked it up yet. Wang Yu felt quite embarrassed, but understood that if he did not clarify, he might end up humiliated later on. Chapter 4. This is hidden too deeply. Wang Yu was feeling quite awkward at this moment. However, he was also curious as to whom the Koenigsegg 1-1 truly belonged. After all, such a vehicle is not something just anyone can acquire. Recovering from his daze, Wang Yu approached Chu Yang to alleviate his own embarrassment. Chu Yang, didn't you take the bus here? Why don't you ride with me in my car? We can go together. Oh, no need for that. I just called to have my car brought over. Chu Yang replied with a chuckle. Your car? Where is it? It wouldn't be that Wuling Hongwang, would it? Wang Yu teased, pointing at the Wuling Hongwang not far away, still convinced that Chu Yang was merely posturing. But in the next moment, he was utterly stunned. For Chu Yang pointed to a Koenigsegg 1-1, one of only 6 in the world, valued at an astounding 120 million yuan, saying, that one. I just picked it up a few days ago. Pretty impressive, right? His words detonated in the minds of those present like a thunderclap, especially for Wang Yu, who was rendered speechless. Claiming to have purchased a Koenigsegg seemed like an outrageous boast. After all, even a standard Koenigsegg costs around 10 million. But here stood a 1-1, a hypercar of the highest caliber, a mere 6 existing globally. Such a vehicle could not simply be acquired, even by someone as affluent as Chu Yang. Was he really just bragging? Standing beside Chu Yang, Wang Yu couldn't help but reassess him. Yet, boasting at such a moment seemed rather inappropriate. Wang Yu furrowed his brow and swallowed hard. In truth, he had already come to realize that Chu Yang was certainly not exaggerating. He simply refused to accept this reality. As they spoke, Chu Yang pressed a button on his key fob, and the headlights of the Koenigsegg blinked twice, instantly shattering Wang Yu's assumptions. When Chu Yang effortlessly opened the car door and stood beside the 1-1, everyone involuntarily swallowed hard. It turned out that the most remarkable person in their class was indeed Chu Yang. How deeply hidden this was. My goodness. This Koenigsegg 1-1 truly belongs to Chu Yang? Yu, is the hypercar your dad bought you also this model? Someone asked Wang Yu. The muscles in his face twitched as he heard this. My dad got me a standard version. It pales in comparison to Chu Yang's. Wang Yu's face flushed crimson. He had no Koenigsegg at all. It was merely a fabrication. However, watching Chu Yang sit silently in the driver's seat of the 1-1, Wang Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly. The truth was, Chu Yang wasn't bragging. He genuinely possessed such wealth. The girls in the class were all eager. Who wouldn't want to experience riding in such a top-tier supercar? Song Junjun, confident and direct, walked towards the passenger seat, ready to open the door when Chu Yang waved to Dai Shanshan, who had remained quiet during their meal. Dai Shanshan, why don't you sit in the passenger seat? Dai Shanshan was one of the few girls in class who shunned boastfulness and competition. She had been relatively unnoticed during their meal. However, Chu Yang held a different perspective. During their university years, he had accidentally discovered that Dai Shanshan was the daughter of the Dai Group, with a fortune of at least several hundred billion. Of course, he was the only one in the class who knew this secret. Song Junjun was taken aback. Her hand was on the car door when Chu Yang's shout turned her face a deep shade of red. Used to being treated like a goddess everywhere, she had assumed no boy would ever reject her. Yet now, Chu Yang not only dismissed her, but didn't even regard her at all. Dai Shanshan, who had often gone unnoticed and appeared quite unremarkable, was actually stunning in her own right, overshadowing Song Junjun in terms of looks. Dai Shanshan was genuinely curious about Chu Yang's true identity. After all, having spent 4 years in university, she had seen the profiles of all her classmates, including Chu Yang's. Now she was certain that the information she had reviewed was fabricated. Dai Shanshan approached the Koenigsegg 1-1, ignoring the stunned Song Junjun, and opened the passenger door, taking her seat. Chu Yang stepped on the gas, bringing the car alongside his classmates. See you at the Hong Romance Club later. After speaking, Chu Yang drove off with Dai Shanshan. Inside the car, Dai Shanshan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, tilting her head to scrutinize Chu Yang. Noticing her gaze, he smiled slightly. Quite the secretive one, aren't you, Chu Yang? Dai Shanshan remarked with intrigue. And you aren't any different, are you, Dai classmate? Chu Yang chuckled. The Koenigsegg 1, with only 6 in existence and a price tag of around 120 million, was a vehicle that money alone could not easily procure. Dai Shanshan smiled softly as she studied Chu Yang's profile. So, which prominent family do you belong to, Chu Yang? If I say I'm just an ordinary person, would you believe it? Chu Yang was well aware of his own background. Moreover, he felt no need to boast about having a powerful family behind him. But Dai Shanshan was skeptical. Even if you've earned a lot over 3 years, money alone doesn't grant access to this car. There are many wealthy individuals in Huagua. Yet no one has ever bought a Koenigsegg 1. It's not about affording it. It's about availability. You know my true identity, don't you? The Dai Group, Chu Yang stated succinctly, leaving the rest unsaid, and Dai Shanshan understood perfectly. Indeed, on the road, the Koenigsegg 1 was exceptionally eye-catching. After all, it was a supercar worth over 100 million, something many men could only dream of. Wow, that supercar ahead looks so cool, a woman exclaimed. Honey, slow down. If we crash this car, even selling me wouldn't cover the damages. Is it really that dramatic? Our Benz G-Class is worth 2 million. We can afford a supercar. The driving woman chuckled. This is a Koenigsegg 1, worth over 100 million. We could buy 5 or 6 of our G-Class with that. What? Upon hearing her husband's words, the woman slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a screeching halt. Bang! A loud crash echoed as a Volkswagen Passat collided with the rear of their Benz G-Class. Chapter 5. Never have I encountered such an arrogant individual driving the Koenigsegg 1. Chu Yang and Dai Shanshan arrived at the Hong Romance Club. Soon after, Wang Yu and the others began to arrive one by one. Chu Yang parked the car and waited with Dai Shanshan at the entrance for their classmates to gather. Today, Yu Hong was in a good mood, having brought a group of wealthy second-generation friends to enjoy the amenities of the Hong Romance Club. His gaze immediately fell upon Dai Shanshan, who, despite her understated demeanor, exuded an undeniable aura that could not be concealed. As the sole heir of the Yu Group in the magical metropolis, Yu Hong has always possessed lofty standards. The number of beauties who capture his attention is exceedingly limited. Beauty, he introduced himself. I am Yu Hong. Did you come here with your classmates? Coincidentally, I am here with my brothers as well. We have a supreme VIP suite at the club. Why not join us for some fun? Soon, I shall take you for a spin in my Rolls-Royce. Yu Hong approached Dai Shanshan directly, his self-absorbed monologue causing the expressions of everyone present to shift dramatically. The Yu Group, having risen to prominence through the automotive industry, stands as the leading automotive company in the magical city. Groups like the Yu Group, ranked among the top 20 enterprises in the metropolitan area, render even the likes of Wang Yu, a second-generation wealthy heir worth over 100 million, unable to utter a word in Yu Hong's presence. No, thank you. Dai Shanshan's expression changed, and she stepped back, her demeanor frosty. Yu Hong's entourage began to jeer. What did I just witness? Brother Hong has been rejected. Brother Hong, the master of charm, has met his match. This is truly enlightening. This is the first time I've seen young Master Hong turned down. Ha ha ha. Only a few among the wealthy heirs, comparable in status to Yu Hong, dared to jest at his expense. Yu Hong felt a sting of humiliation from Dai Shanshan's rejection. Compelled by his followers, he awkwardly insisted, I, Yu Hong, am no stranger to the world of romance. This is hardly a setback. Allow me to introduce myself again. I am Yu Hong, the eldest son of the Yu Group. Should you choose to be with me, any car you desire can be yours. System detected Yu Hong boasting, granting the host 100 shares of Fengyu Car Dealership and awarding the protagonist with top-tier charm value. Top-tier charm and Fengyu Car Dealership? If the Yu Group is the foremost automotive giant in the magical city, then Fengyu Car Dealership is the premier automotive leader nationwide, valued at no less than 50 billion. Chu Yang never anticipated such a substantial reward from the system. Wang Yu and the others exchanged glances upon hearing Yu Hong's words. While Yu Hong arrived in a Rolls-Royce, Chu Yang drove a Koenigsegg 1, a luxury car that wealth alone cannot procure. Suddenly, Wang Yu and the others fell silent. They collectively sensed that the singular heir of the Yu Group appeared far less formidable than their own classmate. Any car you can get for me? Dai Shanshan glanced at Yu Hong in surprise before shifting her gaze to Chu Yang. Chu Yang's charm value had reached its peak. One glance at him could captivate anyone with his unique allure. Dai Shanshan stole another look at Chu Yang and felt her heart flutter unexpectedly. Instinctively, she rejected Yu Hong. I want a Koenigsegg 1. Can you procure that for me? A Koenigsegg 1? The wealthy heirs erupted in disbelief. Is a Koenigsegg 1 something one can simply purchase? You must be jesting with Brother Hong. Brother Hong, I say this woman deserves a lesson. The wealthy heirs chimed in, venting their outrage on Yu Hong's behalf, unaware that Yu Hong's expression had soured to an unprecedented degree. Although the Yu Group already boasted a valuation in the billions, a Koenigsegg one is not merely attainable through wealth. As the leading automotive firm in the magical city, Yu Hong was utterly humiliated by a woman's demand for a Koenigsegg one. This indignation ignited a fierce anger within him. No one has ever dared to slap Yu Hong in the face with a car demand. Dai Shanshan was the first, and she would certainly be the last. You are courting trouble. Brothers, teach them a lesson. Yu Hong commanded, and the wealthy heirs surged forward in a tumultuous frenzy. Wang Yu, sensing the palpable tension, wished to mediate, but was at a loss for how to proceed. Chu Yang lazily took a couple of steps forward, positioning himself before Yu Hong. I advise you to refrain from touching my classmate. Chu Yang's intervention caused many female classmates to gaze at him with starry eyes. For reasons unknown, this version of Chu Yang appeared exceptionally handsome. The female classmates displayed infatuated expressions, while Yu Hong, observing Chu Yang's ethereal aura, felt as though he had been reduced to mere background scenery. He gritted his teeth and glared at Chu Yang. What if I do touch your classmate? Do you dare to confront me? The significance of Yu Hong and the Yu Group was well understood by all present. Wang Yu and the others were acutely aware of the consequences of defying Yu Hong. No one dared to act recklessly, except for Chu Yang. He smirked slightly. If you dare to act, I shall retaliate. Upon hearing this, Yu Hong couldn't help but sneer. Oh, I have never encountered someone so audacious in my life. Let us see if you truly dare. Yu Hong, enraged, threw a punch. Chapter 6. I apologize to him. Does he even deserve it? Yu Hong made his move. But Chu Yang was swifter. A punch landed squarely on Yu Hong's face, leaving him dazed. Yu Hong staggered back. Incredulity etched on his face as he touched his cheek. Where did this fool come from, daring to strike? Not only Yu Hong, but even his entourage of wealthy heirs were left astounded. This individual genuinely dared to take action? Wang Yu and the others were left dumbfounded, exclaiming that they were doomed. They had merely intended to attend a class reunion, but now it seemed their lives might be at stake. Chu Yang, how could you be so impulsive? Hurry and apologize to young Master Hong. Wang Yu exclaimed, eager to salvage the situation. His company barely reached a valuation of 10 billion. He was in no position to contend with someone of Yu Hong's caliber. Should Yu Hong seek retribution, it would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Wang Yu felt as though Chu Yang had led him to ruin. After taking a punch, Yu Hong initially seethed with humiliation, but upon hearing Wang Yu suggest an apology, his fury diminished slightly. He cast a smug glance at Chu Yang, his eyes brimming with superiority. Do you see? This is how one should treat me, Yu Hong. Learn from your classmate. Kneel and bow 3 times, saying, Young Master Hong, I was wrong. Today, I might let this slide. Let it slide? Not a chance. Yu Hong thought, harboring an intense hatred for Chu Yang. No one has ever dared to strike him. Yu Hong. Wang Yu's expression darkened, yet he dared not contradict Chu Yang. He forced a smile. Chu Yang, why not apologize to young Master Hong? Apologize? You mean kneel and beg for forgiveness? Chu Yang shot Wang Yu a glare and remained silent. Meanwhile, the classmates observed his worldly demeanor with discomfort. Kneeling in apology was tantamount to trampling on one's dignity. Under Wang Yu's persuasion, the situation seemed to pivot, hinging entirely on Chu Yang's decision. Would he kneel and beg for forgiveness or await Yu Hong's wrath? All eyes were on Chu Yang. Dai Shanshan felt a pang of guilt, just as she was about to intervene when Chu Yang coolly remarked, What if I choose not to apologize? As soon as Chu Yang's words fell, a collective gasp echoed throughout the room. Chu Yang declared he would not apologize. Yu Hong's face, upon hearing a casually delivered remark from Chu Yang, appeared as though it had endured a multitude of slaps, swollen and bruised. If you refuse to apologize, so be it. I shall summon my brother Sang Biao's subordinates at once. After striking me, Yu Hong, you still wish to retain your dignity? Let me enlighten you. In the face of absolute power, dignity is utterly meaningless. Yu Hong exclaimed furiously. His followers, aware of the gravity of the situation, could only strive to diminish their presence. Wang Yu, after listening to Yu Hong's words, was drenched in cold sweat. Chu Yang, you should just apologize to young Master Hong. Sang Biao is a significant figure in Modu. He is not someone you can afford to provoke. Sang Biao, akin to a godfather in the underworld of Modu, wielded immense influence, traversing both the legal and illegal realms. Anyone who dared to oppose him met a grim fate. Detected Yu Hong boasting, granting the host Sang Biao, the godfather of Modu, as a subordinate. Chu Yang, entirely disinterested in Wang Yu's warning, recognized Yu Hong's bluster. Even if Sang Biao truly arrived, he would have no choice but to address him as brother. Let him come. I am eager to witness the demeanor of the godfather of the underworld. Chu Yang declared nonchalantly. Yu Hong, upon hearing Chu Yang's words, clenched his teeth in anger. Just wait. I will have someone come over right now. Seeing that Chu Yang was impervious to both threats and persuasion, Yu Hong gritted his teeth and placed a call to Lu Feng, a subordinate of Sang Biao. In the eyes of many, the Yu group was indeed a colossal entity, but to Sang Biao, it was insignificant. With Yu Hong's current influence, he was only worthy of being on familiar terms with Lu Feng. Brother Feng, I am at the Honglaman Club. Bring a dozen men over. I've been attacked, and I need backup. Upon hearing that Yu Hong had been wronged, Lu Feng readily agreed to come to his aid. It was not for any other reason, but because Yu Hong was known for his generosity, and his adversaries were typically not noteworthy characters. Given Sang Biao's reputation, even if they were to strike someone, they would not dare to cause trouble. In the shade of a large tree, it was indeed a good place to rest. Lu Feng was adept at navigating such matters and reaped considerable benefits. Chu Yang, just apologize. Yes, Chu Yang, just kneel and bow your head. Consider it a tribute to the ancestors. The Yu group is not something we commoners can afford to provoke. You should really apologize, Chu Yang. Upon hearing Yu Hong call for backup, the classmates were all filled with fear. Even Dai Shanshan wavered internally, contemplating whether to involve her family to quell the impending conflict. Apologize? He thinks he is worthy? What? Just because he is calling for help? I can do the same. Chu Yang scoffed coldly, pulling out his phone to dial Sang Biao's number. Yu Hong's subordinates were left dumbfounded. They had never encountered such audacity. Who in Modu would dare to dismiss the godfather Sang Biao? Chapter 7. To be honest, nobody believes, yet boasting is readily believed. Today, Sang Biao happened to be at the Honglanman Club, engaged in business negotiations. Just as the discussion reached a crucial juncture, his private phone unexpectedly rang. Brother, should I put your call on silent? One of Sang Biao's subordinates hesitated, glancing at the screen which displayed the title brother, and cautiously inquired. Upon seeing the number on the phone, Sang Biao's expression changed dramatically, and he immediately answered the call. Brother, what brings you to call me today? Sang Biao rose from his seat, his excitement palpable. This startled the business executives he was negotiating with. Be brother? Sang Biao has an elder brother? Have they just heard something monumental? Are they going to be silenced? Several billionaires trembled in fear, completely oblivious to the fact that Sang Biao had dismissed them entirely. Chu Yang held the phone, glancing at Yu Hong beside him. It's nothing serious, just someone claiming to be your subordinate, Yu Hong. I wanted to inquire if you know him, as he is currently attempting to block me at the Honglaman Club with your people. Sang Biao, upon hearing Chu Yang's words, was furious. Which rascal dares to act in my name against my brother? If it weren't for my brother's low profile, how could these people be so audacious? And who does Yu Hong think he is to be my subordinate? Sang Biao seethed internally. The billionaires negotiating with him had caught wind of the conversation. One of them, trembling, exclaimed, Brother Biao, the Yu Hong your brother mentioned is likely the young master of the Yu group. The Yu group? Sang Biao knew of it, and was infuriated. How dare a car dealer attempt to block my brother? Who do they think they are? Tell the head of the Yu group that he has crossed a line by targeting someone he shouldn't have. He should pack up and leave Modu. Sang Biao's words effectively uprooted the Yu group from Modu. The executives exchanged glances, immediately nodding in agreement. With the situation escalating, Sang Biao had no mind left for business negotiations. He hastily exited the private room, and the billionaires, intrigued, decided to follow. They had heard that Sang Biao's brother was being confronted by Sang Biao's men outside the Honglaman Club. Unavoidably, they were all curious about this brother of Sang Biao. Who could he be to warrant such a title? Yu Hong, witnessing Chu Yang in the call, was momentarily stunned. From Chu Yang's tone, the person on the other end was Sang Biao? No, that is absolutely impossible. He must be trying to intimidate me. Yu Hong forced himself to remain calm, sneering derisively. You think you know Sang Biao? I was drinking with him at Global International when you were still playing in the mud. Dare to act pretentious before me? When my people arrive, I will have you crawling out on your knees. Detected Yu Hong boasting, granting the host 100 shares in Global International. Still boasting? Chu Yang raised an eyebrow. This young master Yu truly had a bold tongue. He doubted not that given enough time, young master Yu could weave an even more extravagant tale. I share the same sentiment with you. When I was driving a Koenigsegg 1-1, you were still playing in the mud. Chu Yang had no intention of involving Sang Biao personally. Despite knowing Yu Hong was lying, he would not easily allow himself to be provoked. A Koenigsegg 1-1. Ha ha, you're killing me. With your attire worth less than 1,000, you dare claim to own a Koenigsegg 1-1? Have you been drinking horse urine? Your brain soaked in water? Upon hearing Chu Yang's words, Yu Hong burst into laughter, and his subordinates joined in, reveling in the amusement. The Koenigsegg 1-1 is priceless, unattainable even with wealth. Do you understand what the Koenigsegg 1-1 signifies? It represents power, you know? Something that cannot be bought with money. You wish for a Koenigsegg 1-1. Young Master Hong cannot afford it. And who do you think you are? The rich second-generation heirs understood perfectly what the Koenigsegg 1-1 represented. If Chu Yang truly possessed a Koenigsegg 1-1, they would steer clear of him in the future. In stark contrast, Dai Shanshan and the other classmates, having heard Chu Yang's words, wore expressions of suppressed exasperation, struggling to contain their thoughts. Wang Yu fervently wished to convey, Hong Xiao, do not be deceived by his appearance. Chu Yang truly possesses a Koenigsegg 1. Aside from Wang Yu, the gazes of the others had completely shifted towards Hong and his companions, as they realized that owning a Koenigsegg 1 appeared to be quite an extraordinary accomplishment. Most importantly, Chu Yang genuinely had a Koenigsegg 1. With a sigh of resignation, Chu Yang pressed his forehead in disbelief, reflecting on the absurdity of the world. Why is it that honesty goes unacknowledged while boasting garners belief? Just then, 5 vans converged at the entrance of the Red Romance Club. Lu Feng opened the door, and a dozen subordinates emerged from the vans, armed and ready. Lu Feng's piercing gaze swept over everyone as he demanded, "Who struck my brother? Step forward." Chapter 8. You want me to get my brother to leave? Lu Feng anticipated that the person who had assaulted Yu Hong would now be trembling in fear. He fixed his accusatory gaze upon Wang Yu. Was it you who harmed my brother? Wang Yu, suddenly singled out, was taken aback. He hurriedly shook his head, exclaiming, No, it wasn't me. It was him. He did it. In this moment, Wang Yu had effectively thrown Chu Yang under the bus. Chu Yang shot a glance at Wang Yu, who realized his actions were rather unscrupulous. Apologetically, Wang Yu remarked, Chu Yang, you cannot blame me. With my meager assets, I am hardly a match for the Yu Corporation. Don't you know Sang Biao? Just have him come over. Wang Yu's words left Lu Feng somewhat astonished. He wavered internally. What if Chu Yang truly knew Sang Biao? After all, he was the elder brother of Lu Feng's superior. Yu Hong discerned Lu Feng's hesitation and interjected, Brother Feng, do not heed his words. This little brat is clad in garments worth no more than 1,000. He just claimed to own a Koenigsegg 1. Do you see any Koenigsegg's around here? As the sole heir of the Yu Corporation, Yu Hong was as well versed in luxury vehicles as he was in the art of seduction. His assertions rendered Lu Feng speechless. Wang Yu opened his mouth to protest, but upon recalling the formidable force behind Yu Hong, he sealed his lips. Even if Chu Yang did possess a Koenigsegg 1, what if he truly had connections with Sang Biao, who could intervene on his behalf? Nevertheless, Lu Feng remained convinced that Chu Yang was merely boasting. With a swift motion of his right hand, he commanded his men to smash the nearby BMW. That car is mine. Wang Yu watched in dismay as his BMW was reduced to a heap of scrap, feeling heartache along with the fear of provoking Lu Feng. He dreaded that he might soon meet the same fate as his beloved car, as Lu Feng prepared to unleash his subordinates upon them. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Sang Biao, who had just been ejected from the upper floors. Stop! Sang Biao's roar, laced with menace, sent shockwaves through the crowd. With a single command, many were left trembling, collapsing to the ground. Even Lu Feng shuddered at the sound. Turning around, he stuttered, Biao Gu, what brings you here? Lu Feng had never anticipated that Sang Biao would also be at the Red Romance Club. Why am I here? Were you planning to lay a hand on my elder brother if I didn't show up? Do you even have the right? Sang Biao approached Lu Feng, delivering a powerful kick that sent him rolling several meters away, a testament to Sang Biao's fury. Sang Biao's elder brother? Is he truly Sang Biao's elder brother? The rich heirs behind Yu Hong were utterly shocked by Sang Biao's words. Lu Feng and his subordinates were left in a state of disbelief. Even the wealthy executives who accompanied Sang Biao were rendered speechless by the unfolding drama. Chu Yang's classmates gaped in astonishment. Chu Yang had not been lying. He was indeed Sang Biao's elder brother. Elder brother, I had no involvement in this. It was Yu Hong. Lu Feng, who had encountered Sang Biao before, recalled their encounters vividly. Despite the pain he endured, he betrayed Yu Hong, his expression now filled with malice. Sang Biao was renowned for his loyalty. He had nearly attacked Sang Biao's elder brother, and even if he had failed, Sang Biao would not easily relent. Lu Feng realized his demise was imminent, and thus he resolved not to allow Yu Hong to escape unscathed. Yu Hong was taken aback to find himself standing opposite Sang Biao for their first encounter. Lu Feng's words nearly caused Yu Hong's heart to leap into his throat. He glared at Yu Hong, his eyes brimming with derision. I heard my elder brother say you are my subordinate, and you summoned Lu Feng to confront my elder brother? Sang Biao merely sought to ascertain the facts, exuding an aura that instilled an inexplicable dread. Yu Hong yearned to defend himself, but found himself at a loss for words. Dai Shanshan, who had been covertly making a phone call, lowered her hand in surprise. She had not anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. Witnessing Sang Biao ready to defend Chu Yang, Dai Shanshan promptly recounted Yu Hong's actions, detailing how he not only summoned Lu Feng, but also demanded Chu Yang kneel and apologize, insisting he crawl out of the Red Romance Club. Dai Shanshan's words ignited a furious blaze within Sang Biao. How could his elder brother be cornered to such an extent by a mere nobody? with a darkened expression. He approached Yu Hong. Overwhelmed by Sang Biao's imposing presence, Yu Hong's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees before Dai Shanshan, bowing his head in repentance. "I was wrong, sister-in-law, I was wrong. Please spare me. I should not have intoxicated myself and disrespected my elder brother's wife. It was my folly, I deserve punishment. I plead for your mercy, sister-in-law. Please intercede with Chu Yang on my behalf." Yu Hong proved to be quite the crafty individual. After regaining his composure, he adeptly bowed to Dai Shanshan, showcasing a glimmer of intelligence. However, Chu Yang had no intention of allowing Sang Biao to spare Yu Hong. "Xiao Biao, you handle the subsequent matters." Chapter 9. Be more confident, remove the seams. Sang Biao glanced at Dai Shanshan beside him, a look of understanding dawning upon his face. He responded, "Understood, elder brother. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not intrude upon you and sister-in-law. Do bring her over to my villa for a visit sometime." Dai Shanshan felt her face flush under Sang Biao's gaze, realizing he had misconstrued the situation. Yet, there was no way to clarify. In that instant, Dai Shanshan's anger towards Yu Hong's absurdity surged. Sang Biao, with matters regarding Yu Hong and Lu Feng to resolve, chose not to linger at the Red Romance Club. Once Sang Biao departed, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated instantly. The gazes of Chu Yang's classmates shifted to him, now filled with awe and astonishment. No one had foreseen that Chu Yang was indeed Sang Biao's elder brother, the underground godfather, no less. "Why are you all staring at me? Aren't you supposed to be off singing and having fun?" Chu Yang was well aware of the reason behind his classmates' astonishment. He feigned ignorance of their shock, while Song Junjun and the others could only pretend to be joyfully heading into the Red Romance Club. As Wang Ji emerged from the Red Romance Club, he fortuitously witnessed Sang Biao confronting Yu Hong. For Wang Ji, minor conflicts at the Red Romance Club were par for the course. Had he not overheard several billionaires mentioning Chu Yang's name, he would have had no inclination to stop. "Mr. Chun, may I inquire about the name of the individual you mentioned?" Director Chun referred to Wang Ji, instilling a sense of reverence within him. Despite Wang Ji merely holding the title of general manager at the Hong Layman Club, the influence and stature he possesses behind the scenes cannot be underestimated. Chu Yang, the elder brother of Biao Gu, appears youthful in his 20s, possessing a certain handsomeness and a distinctly unique aura. Upon hearing the description from Mr. Chun, Wang Ji immediately grasped the situation. The person Mr. Chun spoke of was indeed the same individual as his employer. Wang Ji's presence instantly drew the attention of numerous onlookers. Song Junjun, observing the commanding presence of Wang Ji, hurriedly inquired of Wang Yu beside her, "Young Master Yu, who is this person? He seems rather extraordinary." Following the direction of Song Junjun's gaze, Wang Yu's expression shifted dramatically. "That figure is Wang Ji, the general manager of the Hong Layman Club. Despite his seemingly modest title, even Lu Feng would show him respect. I, too, cannot afford to offend him." As Wang Yu informed Song Junjun and the others, he subtly cast a glance at Chu Yang. Following the revelation of Chu Yang's connection with Biao Gu, the classmates instinctively harbored a sense of trepidation towards him. "Understood, young Master Yu. It appears Manager Wang is indeed approaching our direction. Be confident. Remove the word appears. He is genuinely coming our way. What should we do? We just encountered Biao Gu, and now Wang Ji is here. My experience today feels akin to a roller coaster ride." While the classmates continued their murmurs, Wang Ji approached. Upon encountering the main figure, no one dared to utter another word, fearing to draw Wang Ji's attention and face a fate as dire as Lu Feng's. Wang Ji, upon spotting Chu Yang, immediately recognized him as the leader of the infamous Biao Gu that Mr. Chun had mentioned. "Boss." Wang Ji's words rendered Song Junjun and the others momentarily speechless. Chu Yang is the owner of the Hong Layman Club? Almost instinctively, everyone turned their gaze towards Yang Rui. "Isn't your cousin a minor boss? Why are you unaware that Chu Yang is the proprietor of the Hong Layman Club?" Yang Rui shook his head, indicating his ignorance. His cousin was merely a junior supervisor in the logistics department of the Hong Layman Club. He had never been privy to the upper echelons, let alone any changes in management. Dai Shanshan's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity as she regarded Chu Yang. The longer she interacted with him, the more enigmatic he seemed. He was not only the elder brother of Biao Gu, but also the owner of both Junhua International and the Hong Layman Club, possessing a top-tier hypercar. The Koenigsegg 1 that money could scarcely buy. Such a remarkable individual could hardly be deemed inconsequential. "Is my private room prepared for the gathering with my classmates?" Wang Ji, observing Chu Yang's amicable demeanor, felt a sense of relief wash over him. "It has been arranged. The VIP Supreme Suite 888 will henceforth be your exclusive room. Not to be open to the public. Please rest assured, boss." As Wang Ji concluded his statement, several gasps filled the air. That was the VIP Supreme Suite. The minimum expenditure began at a staggering 100,000, and it wouldn't be accessible to the public. How impressive. Very well, lead the way, Chu Yang nodded, preparing to depart when he noticed several middle-aged men approaching, their expressions respectful and business cards in hand. Each exuded an air of confidence and authority, indicative of successful businessmen. Boss, this is Mr. Chun, Mr. Zhao, Mr. Han, and Mr. Li. These gentlemen are all billionaires. Originally, they were gathered by Biao Guo, but due to your presence, it seems their discussions did not come to fruition. Wang Ji, discerning their intentions, spoke with a voice barely above a whisper. Yet Song Junjun and the others heard him clearly. They could hardly fathom witnessing billionaires queuing to connect with their old classmate. Chapter 10. There is always someone boasting before me. Mr. Chu, it is a pleasure to meet you. My surname is Chun, and I run a clothing store. Mr. Chen respectfully presented his business card to Chu Yang, which bore the title, President of Wanfeng Group. Chen Pei. The Wanfeng Group, having risen to prominence through the clothing industry, now boasts stores throughout the nation and even abroad. How could such a prestigious enterprise be reduced to mere clothing sales, in Chen Pei's words? Song Junjun and the others exchanged glances, then looked at Chu Yang, who merely glanced at Wang Ji, prompting Wang Ji to accept Mr. Chun's business card. The other three executives, displaying keen insight, promptly handed over their cards without the need for self-introduction. When did billion-dollar executives become so undervalued? Were they no longer worthy of introducing themselves to Chu Yang? Oh, by the way, Mr. Chu, here is a small token of my appreciation. Please do not refuse. Chen Pei stated, producing 2 black gold Supreme VIP cards from Wanfeng Group. Fewer than 20 of these prestigious cards were issued nationwide. In a bid to curry favor with Chu Yang, Chen Pei generously offered 2 at once. Very well, Chu Yang acknowledged. Wang Ji accepted the Supreme VIP cards and remarked with a smile, Mr. Chen possesses not only exceptional business acumen, but is also quite renowned in the wine industry. I've heard that Mr. Chun has a friend who operates a nationwide chain of wineries, with 80% of the country's wine originating from there. Is that true? Wang Ji's words caused Chen Pei to freeze. He had no such friend operating a nationwide winery. That was merely a fabrication concocted by his wife to impress her affluent friends. Why yes, indeed, there is such a friend. Coincidentally, I have a bottle of Romanicani gifted by a friend. It's a small token of goodwill. I hope Mr. Chu will accept it. Detected that Chen Pei is boasting to the host, granting a nationwide chain of wineries, Prajna. Prajna is the true nationwide chain of wineries, with 90% of the country's wine sourced from there. Although Prajna's market value stands at around $1 billion, its status within the wine industry is undeniably that of a leading enterprise. Since it is a token of Mr. Chen's goodwill, I shall accept it. I happen to have a winery as well, with several fine bottles of wine. I shall have someone deliver them to Mr. Chen later. Chu Yang, aware that Chen Pei was fabricating, chose not to expose him. Based on Chen Pei's current demeanor, he was clearly a perceptive businessman, exhibiting a commendable sense of propriety. Thus, it seemed more prudent to go along with the charade and extend a personal favor. As Mr. Chen watched Chu Yang depart, a tumult of emotions surged within him. He was uncertain whether Chu Yang was aware of the veracity of his words, yet he felt compelled to uphold the facade he had created. After bidding farewell to the other 3 executives, Mr. Chen immediately called his wife at their villa. You need to have someone bring the Romanicani we just acquired to the Hong Langman Club immediately. Upon hearing her husband's request, Mrs. Chen erupted in indignation. What did you say, Chun? I've gone to great lengths to acquire the Romanicani. And you want me to send it out before I even show it off to my friends? I refuse to comply. Refusal is not an option. I've just made an acquaintance with Biao Ji's elder brother. Do you know who Biao Guo is? Had you not boasted about having a friend with a winery, I would not have to part with the Romanicani. Hurry and have it delivered, or I will divorce you. Mr. Chun was equally furious, nearly exploding with rage. If not for his wife's vanity, would he have had to resort to using the Romanicani to cover her lie? Before long, the prestigious Romanicani was delivered into the hands of Mr. Chun. Under the suggestion of Wang Ji, Mr. Chun brought the Romanicani to the exclusive 888 VIP room. Inside the opulent suite, a dozen classmates sat within the spacious confines, their demeanor subdued, aware that Mr. Chun would be joining them. Thus none dared to let loose, creating a somewhat somber atmosphere. Mr. Chu, this is Romanicani. Please, do sample its flavor, Mr. Chen offered, pouring wine for Chu Yang personally, as he awakened the vintage. The billionaire's subservient mannerisms, akin to that of an eager subordinate, evoked an inexplicable thrill among the onlookers. Song Junjun watched Mr. Chen's every move, her gaze fixated. She harbored intentions of charming the aloof Chu Yang, yet he seemed entirely disinterested in her advances. The taste is quite satisfactory. I've arranged for the wine to be delivered to your villa. You should receive a call shortly. For future gatherings, it would be more delightful to visit my wine estate. Mr. Chen remarked, neither fully endorsing nor dismissing the suggestion. Just then, his phone rang. Seeing the name flashing on the screen, his heart raced. Could it be that the wine sent by Mr. Chu has arrived? Go ahead and answer, Chu Yang said calmly, prompting Mr. Chen to pick up the call. My dear, a dozen bottles of rare red wine just arrived from the Banruo vineyard. They are a gift from their owner. Mr. Chen's wife exclaimed. Good heavens, Banruo vineyard. That is the true holy land of red wine, producing 90% of the nation's finest. Her exclamation reverberated throughout the room, catching everyone's attention. What? Banruo vineyard is also under Mr. Chu's ownership? Chapter 11. The magnates are truly magnificent. Goodness. Banruo is the epicenter of red wine production in the country. Chu Yang, you are truly impressive. Mr. Chu, could we possibly indulge in a bottle of Lafite during this gathering? Boss Chu, we beseech you for a bottle of Lafite. The classmates were left in awe by Mr. Chen's wife's revelations, astonished that Banruo was also a part of Chu Yang's empire. What wealth must he possess? It was then that Mr. Chen realized Chu Yang was indeed one of their classmates, and they were in the midst of a reunion. Seizing the moment, Mr. Chen proposed, Mr. Chu, I happen to have a quaint villa in the eastern outskirts of the city, perfectly suited for a gathering. Would you consider taking them there for a small get-together? His suggestion brightened the eyes of Song Junjun and the others. The eastern outskirts were adjacent to the elite residential area, with the least expensive villas starting at over 30 million. Given Mr. Chen's current fortune, his villa must be worth at least 50 million, if not more. Imagining the scenes within the villa, Song Junjun and the others became increasingly eager. Chu Yang, I've never been to a villa. Would you agree to this? Indeed. It matters not whether we sing. Merely seeing the villa would suffice, they chimed in. I, too, wish to witness the grandeur of the villas in the eastern outskirts. Chu Yang, you simply must agree. As Dai Shanshan and Wang Yu noticed their classmates' enthusiasm, they also turned their gaze toward Chu Yang. At this moment, Chu Yang, who was no longer in need of money, and certainly not for a few tens of millions, contemplated whether he would accept Mr. Chen's generous invitation. I appreciate Mr. Chen's kindness, but as for a gathering at the villa, I must decline. My friendships are not predicated upon such opulence. Chu Yang politely refused. Upon hearing this, Mr. Chen felt a wave of relief and gratitude. He could now proudly assert, I, Chen Pei, am acquainted with the owner of Banruo. He is my friend. Such a proclamation would undoubtedly elevate Mr. Chen's social standing. Expressing his gratitude, Mr. Chen exited the room. After his departure, the room erupted in lamentations. They had yet to see the villa. Why had Chu Yang turned down the offer? Dai Shanshan, observing her classmates' dismay, couldn't help but smile at their pretentiousness in front of Mr. Chen. Suddenly, Song Junjun had an idea. She turned to Zhou Jiang, don't you own a spacious flat worth over 20 million in Tangchini Pin? Why not take us there today? Indeed. Following her lead, Wang Chao and the others had an epiphany. While they couldn't see the villa Mr. Chen had offered, surely Zhou Jiang's flat would be accessible. Zhou Jiang, however, felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had no such 20 million flat in Tangchini Pin. He was merely boasting to impress his classmates at the reunion. Who would have thought that his exaggerations would come back to haunt him at this moment? My flat hasn't been handed over yet. I can't show it at this time, Zhou Jiang replied, dashing the hopes of Wang Chao and the others. Song Junjun remained undeterred, turning to Wang Yu. Wang Xiao, your family is incredibly wealthy. You must have a villa, right? Please, take us to see it. Wang Yu's family was worth billions, undoubtedly owning several villas. But he could never bring his classmates to his family's home. After all, accommodating over a dozen people would be chaotic. I have some distinguished guests at home, so it's inconvenient to host visitors. Wang Yu deflected, redirecting the conversation toward Chu Yang. His words ignited a flicker of hope among Wang Chao and the others. Yes, Chu Yang is now a major player. Could he possibly have a property in Tangchini Pin? Chu Yang raised an eyebrow, turning his gaze toward Wang Yu. The glimmer of schadenfreude in Wang Yu's eyes was unmistakable, laced with a hint of provocation. Are you not impressive, Chu Yang? Do you possess a property in Tangchini Pin? I do have a property there, though it is not particularly large, suitable for visits, but not for overnight stays. However, since the hour is late, I shall arrange for my classmates to stay at the Junhua International Hotel, with all expenses charged to my account. His declaration left many gasping in disbelief. Chu Yang truly owned a property in Tangchini Pin, and he was offering them accommodation at Junhua International Hotel that evening? As soon as Chu Yang finished speaking, the room erupted in cheers. Chu Yang is extraordinary, a true magnate. Boss, are you in need of employees? Might I be a suitable candidate? Wang Chao, step aside. Boss Chu, consider me. Wang Yu, who had anticipated a spectacle, was momentarily taken aback. He had never imagined that Chu Yang would indeed possess a property in Tangchini Pin. After a brief pause, Wang Yu regained his composure, donning a smug grin. So what if you have a property in Tangchini Pin? Isn't it small? It's impressive that you, the owner of Banruo, managed to acquire it while I could not. Now that it's only a little past 8. How about you take us to see your Tang Chun E Pin property after 9? Chapter 12. The God of Song, Chu Yang. Very well. I shall take you for a visit later, Chu Yang replied, having discerned Wang Yu's ulterior motives, yet he chose not to dwell on it. After all, he intended to check on his property in Tang Chun E Pin, whether sooner or later mattered little. Unbeknownst to Wang Yu, Chu Yang was already plotting his next move. Eager to see how things would unfold, Wang Yu's words landed on Zhou Zhang's face like a barrage of resounding slaps. One can only imagine. If even a privileged heir like Wang Yu cannot acquire a property, how far can Zhou Zhang, a director in the International Market Department of Huijin, truly boast? This fellow is undoubtedly engaging in empty bravado. However, in comparison to Zhou Zhang's bluster, the prospect of spending the night at the Grand Hyatt International Hotel is considerably more exhilarating. After all, the Grand Hyatt is a renowned 5-star establishment in the magical city. The entire group is set to check in tonight. Merely contemplating this fills one with delight. Song Junjun eagerly seized the microphone, transforming into the evening's vocal star. I've sung the evening breeze that you once sang. Do we not count as embracing? Yet, like waking from a dream, my hands are empty, and so is my heart. Song Junjun's voice, bright and melodious, resonated comfortingly throughout the room. The ambience and lighting of the private room gradually intensified under her influence. Upon the conclusion of the song, Song Junjun, microphone in hand, turned to Chu Yang and said, "Thanks to our classmate Chu Yang for providing us with such a perfect day for our reunion. Next, let us invite our classmate Chu Yang to sing a song for everyone. Let's give him a warm welcome." Yes. Chu Yang, hurry up and sing. A billionaire classmate. Not only is he here with us, but he also has to sing for us. Even if my hands were to be rendered useless, I must applaud him. Go for it, Chu Yang. Why not just sing the hero's song? What about the hero's song? Sing Tian Mimi. The classmates below began to cheer. And Song Junjun wasted no time in thrusting the microphone toward Chu Yang. Dai Shanshan, sitting nearby, stifled a laugh, intrigued by the unfolding scene yet refraining from intervening. Reluctantly, Chu Yang accepted the microphone and approached the song selection stage, choosing to perform People Like Me. People like me, so exceptional, should have shone brightly throughout life. Yet, over 20 years have passed, and I still drift amidst the crowd. People like me, so intelligent, should have long bid farewell to innocence. Why then? Have I exchanged a fleeting romance for a body marred with scars? People like me, so lost. People like me, in search. People like me, so unremarkable. How many have you encountered? Chu Yang's masterful rendition transported everyone into a vivid tableau. A youth who had spent over 2 decades aimlessly wandering, grappling with the myriad flavors of life, sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy, ultimately vanishing into the sea of humanity, becoming merely a grain of sand. Had it not been for the emergence of the system, Chu Yang's future existence would scarcely differ from that of People Like Me. His song encapsulated not just a melody, but a reflection of his past life. As the final note faded, all present were left in stunned silence, struggling to regain their composure. That was simply exquisite. Truly, the most beautiful song I've ever heard. Zheng Yun exclaimed, fervently clapping his hands. This song resonated with the essence of his own life. Hearing the applause, Chu Yang smiled and remarked, I fear I have embarrassed myself. Wang Yu, rendered speechless by Chu Yang's performance, was nonetheless unwilling to let him bask in the limelight. Unable to contain himself, he scoffed. Indeed, you have embarrassed yourself, Chu Yang. If you have the capability, try singing without the original track. His words prompted puzzled glances among the crowd. What was going on? Was Chu Yang relying on the original track to sing? Surely not. Could it be that he was intentionally using the original to mask his lack of talent? Chu Yang cast a glance at Wang Yu, his eyes indifferent, as if observing a mere jester. Wang Yu, irritated by his gaze, retorted, What are you looking at? Sing. Dai Shanshan, unable to tolerate Wang Yu's attitude towards Chu Yang, interjected, Wang Yu, why are you unjustly accusing Chu Yang of using the original track? If he is not, what do you plan to do? Exactly. If Chu Yang is not using the original track, will he not be wronged? Dai Shanshan's assertion struck a chord, and the classmates, having benefited from Chu Yang in various ways, naturally rallied to his defense. Wang Yu had never been so publicly challenged before. As he prepared to unleash his privileged rage, Chu Yang, wishing to prevent the reunion from ending in discord, interjected, Since my performance was not up to par, I shall sing a cappella for everyone. Chu Yang's words were persuasive, as he sought to maintain the peace. The classmates begrudgingly returned to their seats. With Chu Yang's unaccompanied singing, all anger dissipated. They watched in awe as he sang, their emotions gradually entwined with the melody. Within his voice lay the clarity and nonchalance born from life's trials. The ebb and flow of his song evoked memories of their own journeys through the years. As the final note lingered, the room fell into a profound silence. Each person enveloped in the music, unable to break free. No one had anticipated that without the accompaniment, Chu Yang's performance would be even more enchanting. Chapter 13. The billionaire tycoon rendered powerless by a single slap. That was incredible. This is the most beautiful song I have ever heard. From this day forth, Chu Yang, you are my idol. Chu Yang, sing another. The room erupted into a tide of applause and cheers, as if they were at a concert. With everyone wishing they had light sticks to wave, Wang Yu's face turned ashen as he watched this unfold. He had not anticipated that Chu Yang's a cappella rendition would be even more captivating. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door to room 888 swung open. A middle-aged man, dressed in a suit and exuding an imposing presence, entered, followed closely by a bruised youth. Upon closer inspection, Chu Yang recognized the young man. Mr. Yu, is it quite appropriate for you to bring Yu Hongqiang into my room? Chu Yang maintained his composure as he dialed Wang Zhi's number, with Yu Qian personally arriving. It was clear that trouble was afoot. Wang Yu was familiar with Yu Qian and knew he was a formidable figure. Among the business elite, Yu Qian was known for his prowess both in intellect and physicality. Gazing at the fierce Yu Qian, Wang Yu couldn't help but fantasize about the scene of Chu Yang kneeling in apology. Then Yu Qian took action. He pulled Yu Hongqiang before Chu Yang, forcing him to the ground. Mr. Chu, Yu Hongqiang is young and naive. He has offended you, and I apologize. I implore you to show mercy and spare the Yu group. Witnessing this scene, everyone was utterly dumbfounded by Yu Qian's actions. Surely, they were not mistaken. The president of the leading automotive company in the magical city was actually forcing his own son to kneel and beg forgiveness from Chu Yang. Chu Yang squinted at Yu Qian, truly a testament to the president of a leading automotive enterprise. With a mere comment about youth and ignorance, he absolved Yu Hongqiang of his misdeeds against Dai Shanshan. Had it not been for Dai Shanshan, Chu Yang might well have found himself in the same humiliating position. Mr. Yu, the person Yu Hongqiang has wronged is Sang Biao. Seeking me will be of no avail. Chu Yang raised his hands, deftly redirecting the matter onto Sang Biao. Yu Qian was well aware that he ought to seek Sang Biao for reconciliation. However, he dared not. Knowing Sang Biao's temperament, he feared he might end up floating in international waters by dawn. Mr. Chu, are you not the elder brother of Biao Ge? As long as you are willing, the Yu group can be at your disposal. Yu Qian was acutely aware that Chu Yang would not relinquish his hold so easily. In fact, he was prepared to surrender the Yu group if necessary. As long as he could protect Yu Hong, Yu Qian was willing to pay any price. Upon hearing Yu Qian's words, Wang Yu and the others collectively gasped in astonishment. This was the Yu group, after all, a conglomerate worth billions. To think that they would hand over such an empire to Chu Yang simply because they had offended Sang Biao. No, it was not that Yu Qian was willing to let go. Rather, he had no choice. For if Chu Yang chose to remain silent, the Yu group would cease to exist under Sang Biao's oppression by the Moro. A conglomerate worth billions could vanish in an instant. Contingent solely upon a word from Chu Yang, the classmates found themselves momentarily disoriented, pondering when it was that they had fallen out of the same league as Chu Yang. Was the Yu group truly formidable? Could I not have Sang Biao dismantle one Yu group and construct another? A faint smirk graced Chu Yang's lips, his eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. In times past, he might have reveled in the prospect of acquiring a billion-dollar empire. However, the current Chu Yang was not in need of wealth, nor would he demean himself for monetary gain. Yu Qian was left speechless by Chu Yang's retort. Indeed, it was true that a mere word from Sang Biao could outweigh Yu Qian's lifetime of efforts. Such was the formidable nature of the underground godfather, Sang Biao. Seeing that begging for mercy was futile, a glint of malice flickered in Yu Qian's eyes. He abruptly rose from the ground and charged towards Chu Yang, fists raised. If he could seize Chu Yang, all his troubles would be resolved. With this frenzied thought propelling him, Yu Qian rushed towards Chu Yang. His expression twisted in a snarl as he declared, "You little brat, when I, Yu Qian, was a force to be reckoned with, you were still playing in the mud." Chu Yang had not anticipated Yu Qian's sudden aggression. As Yu Qian's fist loomed near, he realized his oversight. Chu Yang dodged. Dai Shanshan, who had some understanding of Yu Qian, cried out urgently, but it was too late. Yu Qian's speed was simply too formidable. Chu Yang could not evade the impending blow. Just then, the system's alert tone chimed once more. Detected Yu Qian boasting against the host, bestowing the host with the realm of a grandmaster in martial arts. In an instant, a wealth of martial knowledge and strength surged into Chu Yang's mind, his physical prowess undergoing a transformative leap. When Chu Yang next regarded Yu Qian, he perceived myriad vulnerabilities. With a swift motion, Chu Yang extended his hand and struck Yu Qian across the face. In the next moment, Yu Qian was sent flying, crashing against the wall before collapsing onto the ground, unconscious. What in the world? Yu Qian, struck down by a single slap from Chu Yang? In the blink of an eye, Yu Qian had been sent sprawling. No one had expected that the ordinarily gentle Chu Yang possessed such formidable strength. Chapter 14. The entire building belongs to Mr. Chu. By the time Wang Ji and the security team arrived, Yu Qian and his son were already sprawled on the ground. "Boss, I have failed in my duties. Please punish me," Wang Ji said as he ordered the removal of Yu Qian and his son, intending to deliver them to Sang Biao. Wang Ji held considerable stature in the outer world. Even the wealthy second-generation Wang Yu addressed him respectfully as Manager Wang. Such an impressive figure, and yet he came to acknowledge his errors before Chu Yang. This left many onlookers feeling inexplicably satisfied and somewhat envious. When would they be able to reach such heights as Chu Yang? Chu Yang's brow furrowed slightly. "Since you have admitted to this, I shall deduct 3 months' salary as a lesson. However, it is indeed a problem that someone intruded upon the Supreme VIP suite. Please handle that appropriately." As he spoke, Chu Yang glanced at the time and added, "By the way, arrange several cars for me. My classmates wish to see my residence at Tangchini Pin." "Understood, boss." The classmates were suddenly jolted back to reality. Yes, they still had the Tangchini Pin residence to visit. As Chu Yang's words settled, the atmosphere once again vibrated with excitement. That evening, at 9:30 p.m., several luxury vehicles, including a Koenigsegg 1, came to a halt in front of the Tangchini Pin entrance. The person in charge of transferring Chu Yang's property was Yin Feng, the sales manager of Tangchini Pin. "Mr. Chu, please come this way." Upon meeting Chu Yang, Yin Feng was taken aback by his youthful appearance and distinct aura. Properties at Tangchini Pin were scarce, and clients like Chu Yang, who purchased entire buildings, were exceedingly rare. Currently, Chu Yang had been designated a super VIP client at Tangchini Pin. This was evident in Yin Feng's exceedingly respectful demeanor towards him, showcasing the significance Tangchini Pin placed on Chu Yang. Wang Yu was unaware of the magnitude of Chu Yang's acquisition. He simply wanted to witness firsthand what kind of property Chu Yang had purchased. However, Yin Feng's attitude increasingly struck Wang Yu as peculiar. Wasn't Chu Yang merely buying a single residence? What warranted such deference from the sales manager? Could it be that this so-called sales manager was merely hired by Chu Yang to elevate his status? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. Given that properties at Tangchini Pin were priceless, how could they possibly treat Chu Yang with such reverence simply for buying a single unit? The thought of having seen through Chu Yang's scheme filled Wang Yu with delight. When he saw Chu Yang's residence, he would undoubtedly mock him mercilessly. Soon, Yin Feng led Chu Yang and his companions to the A building of Tangchini Pin. The towering, resplendent 44-story structure was breathtaking. No wonder so many sought-after properties at Tangchini Pin. The exterior alone was impressive, and the interior decor must surely be exquisite. "Mr. Chu, we have arrived. This is your residence," Yin Feng introduced with utmost reverence. Wang Yu gazed at the entire building, incredulous. He hadn't even seen the door to a unit. Yet Yin Feng was already proclaiming it as Chu Yang's property. What nonsense. He might as well declare that the whole building belonged to Chu Yang. "Manager Yin, please clarify. With so many units in Building A, which one is Chu Yang's?" Wang Yu's sudden inquiry caught Yin Feng off guard. Were not those accompanying Mr. Chu his friends? How could they be unaware that Mr. Chu had purchased an entire building? Yin Feng instinctively glanced at Chu Yang, who wore a faint smile, appearing entirely unconcerned. Fully aware of the dynamic between the two. "Sir, I may not have been clear earlier. What I meant to convey is that the entire A building belongs to Mr. Chu." Yin Feng's words struck like an invisible hand, tightening around Wang Yu's throat. "What? The entire building belongs to Chu Yang?" His classmates, including Song Junjun, gasped in shock upon hearing Yin Feng's declaration. Properties at Tangchini Pin were worth a fortune, at 35,000 per square meter. The total for an entire building must amount to billions. This couldn't possibly be true. My old classmate has actually purchased an entire building in the prestigious Thompson Riviera? Wake up, don't be dazed, it's true. Chu Yang has genuinely acquired a whole building at Thompson Riviera. Wait, didn't Chu Yang claim that his apartment was not large? Thompson Riviera is merely around 100 square meters, which is indeed modest. However, Chu Yang never mentioned that his residence lacked height. Gazing at the imposing Building A of Thompson Riviera before them, Chu Yang's classmates were utterly astounded. They had never witnessed the prowess of Sang Biao firsthand, nor did they comprehend the greatness of Wang Ji. Yet, they were left in awe by the undeniable wealth of Chu Yang, which they beheld with their own eyes. An entire building at Thompson Riviera. It was simply beyond comprehension. Overwhelmingly extravagant. No way. I haven't even managed to buy a unit at Thompson Riviera. How could he possibly acquire an entire building? You must be in cahoots. Wang Yu exclaimed incredulously. Chapter 15. Not selling. I'm not short on cash. Yin Feng, feeling somewhat irked by Wang Yu's incessant skepticism, retorted, "Sir, even if you doubt our Thompson Riviera, you must believe in the property deed. Please hold on. I will fetch Mr. Chu's property deed right away." Feng opened his car's trunk before the astonished onlookers and extracted a large box. He laid a cloth on the ground and began to produce one property deed after another from the box. The stack of dozens of property deeds rose to half a person's height, akin to an invisible hand striking Wang Yu's face from both sides. Upon opening the topmost deed, Wang Yu's eyes widened as he saw Chu Yang's name prominently inscribed. Flipping through another deed, the unmistakable imprint of Chu Yang's name and the official seal silently affirmed the truth. A torrent of disbelief surged within Wang Yu. Is Chu Yang out of his mind? Who buys a building at Thompson Riviera, of all places? Dai Shanshan glanced at the scattered property deeds, her eyes reflecting astonishment. Even with her esteemed background, she had seldom encountered a billionaire like Chu Yang, who would spend billions to purchase an entire building. Many classmates, witnessing the scattered deeds, could not help but gasp in disbelief. This is utterly reckless. The property deeds are right here. Can they be faked? Wang Yu, what are you trying to prove? Exactly. Wang Yu, what is your angle? Zhou Jiang led the charge, prompting several classmates to join in rebuking Wang Yu. As he faced their accusations, Wang Yu's complexion darkened, turning ashen. Simultaneously, Chu Yang was urged by his classmates. Chu Yang, when can we tour the apartments? Yeah, I've never seen an apartment at Thompson Riviera. Indeed. We all believe that the apartments at Thompson Riviera are yours. Please take us to see them. Chu Yang signaled to Feng to open the doors, allowing his classmates to step inside and behold the exquisite interior decor of Thompson Riviera. Each room was designed with elegance and sophistication, radiating a dazzling allure. As the sales manager, Feng was well-versed in the villa designs of Thompson Riviera, and his vivid descriptions combined with the stunning on-site presentation made his classmates yearn to earn money to purchase a unit for themselves. Selling for $350,000 per square meter. The apartments at Thompson Riviera were an incredible investment. Many classmates became so captivated by Feng's presentation that they forgot to take photos. It was only when they noticed Song Junjun snapping pictures that they came to their senses and began capturing their own. Song Junjun, who relished sharing selfies and daily highlights, was eager to showcase this opportunity to tour Thompson Riviera. Before long, Chu Yang's classmates flooded their social media feeds, boasting about their affluent classmate and how their horizons had been broadened. As their posts were shared, liked, and commented on, within a mere 30 minutes, they garnered a staggering 1,000 shares. The news spread rapidly, revealing that Building A of Thompson Riviera had been acquired by a young tycoon. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was 10 o'clock. The classmates felt an insatiable desire to continue exploring the apartments at Thompson Riviera. Most importantly, they were invigorated by an unprecedented thrill. Following their posts about the apartment tour, long-lost friends, relatives, and even potential business clients reached out, eager to discuss contracts. All thanks to Chu Yang's ownership of Thompson Riviera. I've arranged for Wang Ji to pick you up. You'll stay at the Junhua International Hotel tonight and return tomorrow, Chu Yang decided, intending to find a random room at Thompson Riviera to spend the night. Chu Yang, I have a friend interested in buying your apartment. Are you selling your unit at Thompson Riviera? As the gathering began to disperse, Song Junjun posed the question on everyone's mind. Since they had posted about Thompson Riviera, numerous individuals expressed a desire to purchase a unit from Chu Yang, with some even offering double the price for just one apartment. Everyone was eager to learn how Chu Yang would respond regarding the sale of the property. Not selling. I'm not short on cash, Chu Yang replied without hesitation. His declaration of not needing the money ignited a fervor among the male classmates present. Impressive. Purchasing an entire building at Thompson Riviera, and just for fun. In the world of the wealthy, their understanding fell short. They were envious, wishing they could casually refuse an offer of 100 million. But Chu Yang had the privilege to decline. Zhou Jiang glanced at Wang Yu beside him and remarked, Wang Xiao, given what Manager Yin has said, I believe you could also acquire a unit at Thompson Riviera. You've seen the layout. It's just over 100 square meters, and 2 million is not steep for you, is it? Chapter 16. I would love to meet such a big shot. Wang Yu, suddenly called out by Zhou Jiang, was left bewildered. What? Buy an apartment at Thompson Riviera? I've seen the layout, and it is indeed quite appealing. But it's incredibly expensive. Even for a unit of just over 100 square meters, it starts at least at 30 million. He had the funds. But wouldn't it be more enticing to invest in a villa worth several million? Not for now. I just purchased a villa at Dongjiao Yuan and currently lack liquid assets, Wang Yu replied awkwardly. Chu Yang then heard the system's notification sound, raising an intrigued eyebrow. He looked at Wang Yu with keen interest, detected that Wang Yu is boasting about his wealth, rewarded with a villa at Dongjiao Yuan, number 9. Dongjiao Yuan No. 9. That was the most luxurious villa in the metropolis, spanning over 1,000 square meters and valued at 10 billion. Wang Yu's words immediately captured the attention and astonishment of many classmates. A villa at Dongjiao Yuan is at least worth over 100 million. Not just over 100 million. The villas at Dongjiao Yuan are incomparable to President Qin's quaint little villa. What? They can't be compared? Which building is the most expensive then? The ninth villa, valued at a staggering 1 billion, remains unsold to this day. Alas, Wang Yu is quite the remarkable figure. If only I could have the opportunity to visit the villas at Dongjiao No. 1 courtyard. Under the enlightening discourse of Song Junjun, everyone grasped the exceptional allure of Dongjiao No. 1 courtyard. Of course, when compared to the villas at Dongjiao No. 1, the price of several tens of millions for a suite at Tangshan pales in significance. Yet, in reality, a comparison between these two is rather futile. After all, their purposes and price points differ greatly, which is entirely reasonable. Things are looking up. Wang Yu once again became the focal point of his classmates' attention, providing him with a sense of psychological balance. Such humility. Just moments ago, Chu Yang claimed his residence was modest. Yet, it turns out to be an entire building at Tangshan. Wang Yu, which building did you purchase? When might you graciously take us for a tour? Upon hearing Wang Yu's modesty, Song Junjun became anxious. She utterly disbelieved Wang Yu's assertion of modesty. Moreover, she sought to leverage her connection with Wang Yu to glimpse the villas at Dongjiao No. 1 courtyard. She also hoped to encounter suitable affluent individuals in the wealthy district of Dongjiao No. 1 for potential romantic prospects. Not only Song Junjun, but many classmates also found Wang Yu's claims of modesty hard to believe. Indeed, you wealthy individuals are far too humble. I, too, wish to partake in a visit. I want to take photos. I long to savor Western cuisine within a villa. Wang Yu felt a pang of distress at his classmates' enthusiastic remarks. He merely intended to be vague and boastful, yet found himself subjected to detailed inquiries. After some contemplation, Wang Yu could only defer. Once the house is handed over, I will find the time to invite you all for a gathering. Listening to Wang Yu's evasive responses, Chu Yang could no longer contain his laughter. Chu Yang, what are you laughing at? Wang Chao inquired curiously. Wang Yu felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, fearing that Chu Yang would expose his pretense. Nothing. It's getting late. Everyone should rest early. Before long, the staff from Junhua International Hotel arranged for a dozen luxury cars, each worth millions, to provide transportation. Wow, Junhua International is extraordinarily extravagant, exclaimed one. I've never ridden in such expensive vehicles in my life. Old Chen, quick, help me take a picture. I need to send it to my beloved. Her husband has been exceptionally impressive today. Excitedly, Wang Chao and the others boarded the luxury vehicles and arrived at Junhua International Hotel, where they were treated to the highest standards of hospitality. Only upon being ushered into the VIP room did they fully let loose and enjoy themselves. As a 5-star establishment, the least expensive VIP room at Junhua International starts at 100,000. In other words, Chu Yang must have spent at least several million today to ensure his classmates had a delightful experience. Thus, apart from Chu Yang, Dai Shanshan, and Wang Yu, everyone else began frantically posting updates on social media. After the gathering, my affluent classmate arranged for me to stay at Junhua International Hotel. What a splendid day it has been. I toured Tangshan until my legs felt like they would give way, and thankfully, I indulged in a pedal bath at Junhua International Hotel. What a challenge. The class reunion was dizzying with all the properties at Tangshan. Finally arriving at the hotel, I was invited to swim and exercise. My location, Junhua International Hotel. I have finally arrived at Junhua International Hotel. I must sip some red wine to calm my nerves. The variety of layouts at Tangshan is overwhelming. Exploring dozens of floors has left me utterly exhausted. Arriving in a $1 million luxury car at Junhua Hotel, I couldn't resist capturing a stunning photo to commemorate the occasion. That night, the social media feeds of over a dozen classmates were inundated with posts about Tangshan and Junhua International Hotel. Everyone was eager to inquire about the affluent individual their classmates had mentioned. I would love to meet him. Chapter 17. The arrogant challenger Chu Yang slept soundly until 10 the following morning. After freshening up, he decided to take his Koenigsegg 11 for a leisurely drive while picking up breakfast, holding a cup of soy milk and 2 fried dough sticks. He was about to return to his car when he was captivated by the conversation of 2 individuals. Hurry over. A martial arts expert from Korea has set up a challenge ring and is facing off against a skilled fighter from our city. How exhilarating. Chu Yang quickly made his way over to witness the spectacle. Not far ahead, a large arena was alive with the sight of 2 men engaged in a fierce duel. Surrounded by a throng of onlookers, the arena bore a banner that read, Korean Jin Chonghwan Martial Arts Arena, challenging all masters. Jin Chonghwan, with his short black hair and single eyelids, possessed a medium stature and an air of superiority that marred his otherwise handsome features. His well-toned muscles drew enthusiastic cheers from several infatuated spectators. Opposing Jin Chonghwan was a robust, middle-aged man with a square face, his body adorned with bruises from previous encounters. For reasons unknown, despite being at a disadvantage, he refused to concede. Is this the best you have in Magic City? Just rubbish like you dare to challenge me? Jin Chonghwan landed a heavy punch to the man's face, causing him to spit blood. With another swing, he struck the man in the abdomen. Aren't you supposed to be tough? Fight back, you scum. The middle-aged man seemed dazed and collapsed onto the arena floor. Uncle Lin, please wake up. Perhaps you should concede. Two young individuals shouted anxiously from the sidelines. Hearing their pleas, Jin Chonghwan smirked and grabbed the middle-aged man's hair, bringing him to eye level. So, do you concede? If you do, I'll let you down. The middle-aged man glared at Jin Chonghwan, managing a derisive smile. In Magic City, we do not have cowards. Concede? Never. Uncle Lin, you bastard. The contrasting voices of the middle-aged man and the spectators rang out simultaneously. As the middle-aged man succumbed to Jin Chonghwan's relentless assault and lost consciousness, Jin Chonghwan flung him from the arena. With a thud, the sound of flesh hitting the ground made many instinctively take a step back. This Korean challenger truly fought fiercely. Ah, Jin Chonghwan, you are so handsome. Jin Chonghwan, I love you. Amidst the crowd, several enamored women swooned over Jin Chonghwan, their infatuation drawing scornful glances from others. Listening to the adulation, Jin Chonghwan flashed a self-satisfied grin. Who else dares to challenge me? Jin Chonghwan. Chu Yang, observing the scene unfold below, furrowed his brow at the absurdity of it all. Jin Chonghwan's arrogance was simply intolerable. Yet, as the victorious fighter began to taunt, is everyone in Magic City just a bunch of useless fools? Not a single one can stand against me. Chu Yang's furrowed brow relaxed. He stepped onto the arena, his agile form, unique aura, and lean physique instantly captivating the attention of several female spectators. Oh my, that boy is incredibly handsome. I, too, find him incredibly handsome, resembling a nobleman. Upon closer inspection, however, that Jin Chonghwan is nothing of note. After comparison, I realize that Jin Chonghwan is rather mediocre. Chu Yang is exceptionally handsome, with an outstanding aura. He does not appear to be someone who frequents the gym, which raises concerns about whether he might become the next middle-aged man. That individual on stage is rather unimpressive. Just look at him. He is as thin as a twig. Can he truly contend with my Jin Chonghwan Appa? Indeed, he looks like an intellectual. How could he withstand even a few punches from Jin Chonghwan Appa? Handsome guy, why don't you step down? Our Jin Chonghwan Appa might spare your life. Below the stage, fans of Jin Chonghwan and supporters of Chu Yang have begun to clash, with some even suggesting that Chu Yang should concede. For the sake of my fans, I advise you to retreat. My Jin Chonghwan does not engage with weaklings, and you cannot even compare to the prowess of the individual who just faced him. I can easily triumph over Brandon, a master of martial arts. It would be best for you to leave quietly. On stage, Jin Chonghwan is basking in the praise from his fans, exuding an air of pride as he speaks, adopting a grandiose demeanor. Detected that Jin Chonghwan is boasting. The host is awarded 100% shares in Brandon, the most renowned security company in Korea, valued at over 30 billion. Brandon boasts numerous skilled individuals beneath the master level, any one of whom could easily bring Jin Chonghwan to his knees. Let us commence. You aren't even worthy of wasting a minute of my time. Chapter 18. A single slap resolves the issue. Jin Chonghwan has never encountered someone so audacious. Within 3 moves, I shall surely bring you down. Jin Chonghwan raised his middle finger at Chu Yang, and his domineering words incited a chorus of screams from the audience. Ah, how handsome. Appa Chonghwan, defeat him swiftly. Handsome my foot. Hurry and take down that pretentious Korean. In my Magic City, anyone can handle you. Handsome go. Below the ring. Jin Chonghwan's devoted admirers have begun arguing with Chu Yang's newly acquired fans. In the next moment, Chu Yang extended his left hand and swiftly broke Jin Chonghwan's raised finger. Ah! The intense pain forced a cry of agony from Jin Chonghwan. Immediately after, Chu Yang's right fist struck Jin Chonghwan across the face. With a resounding smack, Jin Chonghwan fell limp to the ground like a sandbag, unconscious. No way, is this really over? The handsome guy resolved Jin Chonghwan in less than a minute. Jin Chonghwan, is this all you are worth? This is hilarious. You claimed 3 minutes, but you didn't even deserve a minute. Ah, how handsome. I long to know the name of this handsome man. I wish to admire both his looks and his strength. Jin Chonghwan was knocked out in less than 3 seconds. Remember just 3 seconds ago when he confidently declared he would defeat Chu Yang? 3 seconds later, he lay on the ground, having been struck down by Chu Yang. The imagery is simply exhilarating. With such limited skill, he dares challenge the experts of my Magic City? He should go practice for several more decades before returning. Chu Yang brushed off the dust from his clothes. His nonchalant remark was akin to casually overpowering a Korean. Jin Chonghwan's companions stared at him on the ground, utterly dumbfounded. Who is this man? He incapacitated Jin Chonghuan with a single slap? And it took only 3 seconds. No, perhaps even less than a second. When did Magic City produce such an extraordinary figure? Appa Chonghuan, wake up. Hey, you up there, that was a sneak attack. Indeed, how could my Appa Chonghuan, so formidable, be knocked out by a mere slap? I feel so sorry for him. Jin Chonghuan's admirers could not contain their fury, directing their anger towards Chu Yang. Chu Yang's fans, not to be outdone, retorted, that Appa of yours, who barely lasted 10 seconds, doesn't he deserve to waste even a minute of our idol's time? It's only due to our idol's mercy that he didn't finish you off in a second. I genuinely pity my idol's hand, with such a thick face. One wonders if he felt any pain. The concern for my idol is real. Upon hearing this, Jin Chonghuan's admirers nearly erupted into a physical altercation with Chu Yang's fans. Chu Yang raised an eyebrow slightly, glancing at the crowd, and calmly stated, whoever wishes to fight, step up. We have a ring available. Let us not let it go to waste. With that, Chu Yang's words immediately halted the brewing chaos. It was absurd. Could they contend with someone who had so effortlessly incapacitated Jin Chonghuan? Sir, your sneak attack was quite excessive. We hadn't even called for the start when you struck. This is a disgrace to the martial ethics of Magic City. Jin Chonghuan's companion, Jin Cheng, rushed onto the stage with his entourage, immediately placing the blame on Chu Yang. The ethics of martial arts dictate that the strong prevail. The fact that Jin Chonghuan could not defeat me is undeniable. If you are dissatisfied, send someone else to challenge me. This time, I will allow them 5 more seconds. If your person can touch my clothing within 15 seconds, I shall concede. Chu Yang placed his hands behind his back, exuding an air of arrogance, as if to say, if you can touch my clothing, I shall concede. What does it mean to allow someone 5 more seconds? Jin Cheng's companions were nearly incensed enough to charge forward. They had never encountered such an audacious individual. Jin Cheng, you should go up and fight him. Immediately, Jin Chonghuan's companions designated their strongest fighter, Jin Cheng, to take the stage. Jin Cheng also wished to establish his dominance over Chu Yang. Approaching the ring, he provocatively challenged Chu Yang. My subordinates never engage with nameless opponents. State your name. I am Chu Yang. No need for formalities. Let's get on with it. It will only take a few seconds. Chu Yang's dismissive attitude enraged Jin Cheng. After offering a brief bow, Jin Cheng launched a punch at Chu Yang. Chu Yang faced Jin Cheng's attacks, as though strolling through a garden. A hook missed. A kick failed, and a tackle was dodged. After 3 attempts, Jin Cheng had not even brushed the hem of Chu Yang's clothing. Chu God, 15 seconds is up. Someone below the stage shouted that time was up. Suddenly, Chu Yang's movements sharpened. He swiftly extended his hand, slapping Jin Cheng across the face. In an instant, Jin Cheng's body soared into the air, spinning before crashing to the ground. Thud! As Jin Cheng landed, the arena fell into silence. This time, everyone witnessed Chu Yang's actions. From start to finish, he truly used only a single slap. Chapter 19. A single slap defeats a host of opponents. No way. In this society, my Chu God is ruthless and speaks little. One slap resolves all issues. I, Chu God, will teach you a lesson with a single slap. I feel for Chu God, having wasted an additional 15 seconds. Chu God is incredible. He has taken down yet another pretentious fool. Had it not been for my recording of the video, I would not have imagined Jin Cheng would lose so decisively. The supporters of Chu Yang erupted into thunderous applause below the stage. With video evidence in hand, Chu Yang's fans proudly began to taunt Jin Cheng's companions. Now, let us see how they will wriggle out of this one. As Jin Chao gazed at Jin Cheng, who lay sprawled on the ground once more after being struck down, he was utterly flabbergasted. No one had anticipated that Chu Yang would possess such formidable prowess. After all, Jin Cheng was their strongest man. You have lost, Chu Yang stated nonchalantly, his demeanor suggesting that he regarded this contest with complete indifference. Indeed, a battle resolved with a mere slap hardly qualifies as a true contest, does it? We have not lost. There is a saying that one must win 2 out of 3 rounds. Jin Cheng may have been defeated, but they had only lost 1 round. Jin Chao was acutely aware that he could not resort to trickery. However, if he did not reclaim a point, it would be as if their arena had been utterly demolished by Chu Yang. Upon Jin Chao's declaration, a cacophony of laughter erupted from the crowd. Do you Koreans have no shame? Does Jin Chonghuan's slap not count? It was a sight to behold, while others sought to cheat for profit. The Koreans were shamelessly begging Chu Yang for slaps. Would Chu Yang acquiesce to their request? Who could say? Perhaps he too was perplexed, for in all his years of martial training, he had never encountered anyone begging to be slapped. The spectators below nearly caused Jin Chao to spew blood with their remarks. What did they mean by begging for slaps? It was Chu Yang's sole combat strategy. They wished for him to employ a different approach. But would Chu Yang heed their pleas? Listening to Jin Chao's words, a flicker of complexity passed through Chu Yang's eyes. Why not come at me all together? After all, receiving slaps is a laborious task. If you come to your senses, perhaps you won't present your faces for me to strike. As soon as he spoke, the audience erupted in laughter. Wow, I thought Chu Yang was an aloof emperor, but it turns out he is a sharp-tongued one. Laughter ensued. It was a novel experience to hear someone articulate the act of slapping so refreshingly. Indeed, receiving slaps was a strenuous affair, and the Koreans were lining up to offer their faces for Chu Yang to strike. Jin Chao's face turned green with indignation. He was no fool to deliberately present his face for slapping. Jin Song, let us go together. Jin Chao rallied with 10 others to ascend the stage. The audience below prepared their cameras and phones, eager to capture the glorious moments of Chu Yang in battle. With the fighters assembled, the time had come to commence. Chu Yang surveyed Jin Chao and the others, and as his words fell, the group charged at him without hesitation. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and, with a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap. Bang! Jin Chao was sent sprawling on the ground, frothing at the mouth, utterly unconscious. Crack! Another resounding slap sent Jin Song tumbling, his eyes rolling back, convulsing in a state of shock. Smack! 3 more figures fell to the ground, their eyes glazed, bodies twitching, and frothing at the mouth, presenting a most pitiful sight. Thud, 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 thud. With each of Chu Yang's movements, more figures collapsed upon the stage. In less than 10 seconds, the vast arena was strewn with the bodies of the fallen. On the stage, Chu Yang's attire billowed gracefully, his composure exuding an air of superiority that invigorated many onlookers. This was the true demeanor and grace of a master from Magic City. Are there any Koreans left who have not yet received a slap? If your arena remains intact, then my efforts would have been in vain. Chu Yang furrowed his brows, his discontent provoking laughter from the fans below. Chu Yang had triumphed over the Koreans. Yet his primary concern was this. Goodness, it seems Chu Yang aims to make me laugh myself to death and inherit all my debts. I feel compelled to kneel and pay my respects. Chu Yang is indeed exceptional, having won yet still reminding others to dismantle the arena. The Koreans must be on the verge of vomiting blood. The chubby young man responsible for managing the arena was terrified as he looked upon the sprawled figures. Then back at the displeased Chu Yang, he feared being summoned to the stage and receiving a slap himself. Chu Yang, once those on the stage are sent to the hospital, I will immediately have the arena dismantled, he stammered, his demeanor comically obsequious. Chu Yang glanced at him, his expression conveying a complex sentiment. Make sure to inform your peers that next time they shouldn't wander around Magic City without reason. We may not have much here, but plenty of folks are capable of delivering slaps. With that, Chu Yang opened the door to his Koenigsegg 1 and departed, leaving the crowd in awe. Chapter 20. What are my special talents? I have special talents. Wow, Chu Yang is incredible. Not only is he a master in combat, but his car looks extraordinarily flashy. Chu Yang, with a slap for every Korean, cannot possibly be an ordinary person. Indeed, a figure like Chu Yang deserves to drive luxury cars and reside in villas while confronting the Koreans. After Chu Yang's departure, some individuals chose to remain and monitor the progress of the arena's dismantling. Meanwhile, videos of his confrontation with the Koreans were being wildly circulated online, garnering numerous comments. Within a mere half hour, the footage of Chu Yang's battle had surged to the top 10 trending topics. Wow! The image of the Koreans begging Chu Yang for slaps is incredibly enticing. I nearly spat out my meal watching the chubby young man tremble as he explained himself to Chu Yang. Did anyone else notice that Chu Yang was driving a Koenigsegg 1? The Koenigsegg 1? It sounds impressive, yet I have never heard of it before. It is understandable that those upstairs are unaware. The Koenigsegg 1 is priced at an astronomical 120 million, and without significant connections, one could never afford it. Wow, wow, wow. Could it be that Chu Yang is a super wealthy individual? With the revelation of the Koenigsegg 1 and the Koreans, Chu Yang had become an internet sensation. Meanwhile, the oblivious Chu Yang was unaware of his newfound fame. After confronting the Koreans, he stumbled upon a post from his high school classmate, Su Nuo, who was seeking investors. After a detailed discussion, Chu Yang learned that Su Nuo was now a manager at a company called Xingtian Investment. Speaking of investments, Chu Yang recalled his Bitcoin holdings valued at 3 billion and requested the address of Xingtian Investment, intending to invest some of his idle funds. Though Su Nuo had not kept in frequent contact with Chu Yang, he was aware that Chu Yang's recent years had not been particularly favorable. Upon hearing that Chu Yang wished to invest, Su Nuo expressed his gratitude, while also preparing for the fact that he had limited capital. Feeling parched, Chu Yang stopped to buy a bottle of water on his way back. On the return journey, he happened upon a live street interview. Hello, handsome. I'm the host. Chi. May I interview you? Chi, a streamer with 1 million followers, boasted an exceptional appearance. her figure and voice embodying the idealized image many young men dream of. Rarely would a young man decline a request from such a beautiful girl, and the young man being interviewed was no exception. Seeing that he agreed, Chi selected a relatively simple question from the barrage of comments. Handsome. What abilities do you possess? I am 20. The sudden display of pride and ostentation from the young man astonished countless netizens. Wow, impressive. Brother, you are quite flamboyant, exclaimed one. I'm utterly bewildered. Are you driving again? Chi interjected. I'm live streaming, you know. Her comment sent the audience into fits of laughter, urging her to retort and inform him that she possesses it. In an instant, the barrage of comments from Chi-Chi's fans flooded the screen. Detected that Song Jun is boasting. System rewards the achievement of bragging. Chu Yang never anticipated that while casually watching a street interview, he would find himself at the center of attention. Why did Song Jun choose to boast about this particular topic? Chu Yang felt a slight awkwardness as he sensed a change in his demeanor. Just as he was about to leave, his striking looks and charisma caught Chi-Chi's attention. She pursued him, saying, Handsome, I'm the streamer Chi-Chi. May I ask you a few questions for my live street interview? Chu Yang was taken aback by her approach, but gladly agreed, of course. Then, may I ask what special talents you possess? Chi-Chi inquired with eager anticipation, curious about the skills of such a handsome individual. To her surprise, Chu Yang responded, just like the gentleman before me. 20. The repetition of the same question and dialogue left the viewers in stitches. Wow, Chi-Chi, with such an attractive guy being so forward, you should stop being shy and seize your happiness, echoed the comments. Indeed, Chi-Chi, with looks like that, not many can compete. Wishing you a long and joyful life ahead. When his mother asked why he bowed his head, he sighed softly. I'm only in my teens. I don't deserve to be with a beautiful streamer. The comments exploded in the chat, urging Chi-Chi to step up and assert herself. Chi-Chi hadn't expected Chu Yang, despite his good looks, to respond similarly to Song Jun. Frustrated, she stomped her foot but lost her balance, tumbling towards Chu Yang. Oh my! Chi-Chi, unable to contain her excitement, threw herself into his arms. As the viewers teased, Chu Yang embraced her. Chi-Chi struggled to rise, but the sensation in her hands made her freeze. Blushing, she stood up straight only to lose her balance again, landing back in Chu Yang's embrace. This second clumsy maneuver nearly made the viewers laugh themselves into oblivion. Chi-Chi seems quite eager to marry. In a moment of playful banter, Chu Yang remarked, are you this eager to throw yourself at me? He was no saint, having been tackled twice by Chi-Chi, prompting him to tease her. I didn't mean to. I just twisted my foot and now can't muster any strength, Chi-Chi explained, her pitiful tone evoking both sympathy and amusement. After all, she had indeed thrown herself at Chu Yang 2 times and twisted her ankle in the process. All right, so you didn't mean to tackle me, Chu Yang replied, exasperated. His sincerity only incited the viewers to shower him with praise in the comments. Chi-Chi, if fate has brought you together, you shouldn't resist. You two are quite the pair. Little Chi-Chi, having reviewed the situation, I must say, I don't believe you didn't mean to. I suspect it was intentional, another viewer chimed in. While Chi-Chi continued to protest, Chu Yang showed no inclination to hear her out. This is hilarious. From now on, you will be known as the girl who can throw herself at handsome men. The laughter in Chi-Chi's live stream echoed as they witnessed her encounter with someone of Chu Yang's stature. Indeed, I did twist it. Wait here. I'll fetch some medicine and have someone come to help you, Chu Yang said, inspecting her foot with a focused expression, eliciting more laughter from her fans. Chi-Chi, I have concluded my examination. The handsome guy is indeed seriously checking your foot. Wow. So in the eyes of a serious man, my exquisite beauty is truly worthless. Chi-Chi quipped, her frustration mounting as she directed the camera towards Chu Yang by the door of his Koenigsegg 1. Wait, I thought he looked familiar. He is the god of cooking. The revelation sent shockwaves through the chat. The god of cooking drove the Koenigsegg 1 before he left? The 1? That SA car worth over 120 million. The god of cooking is using it as a daily driver? Chi-Chi exclaimed, bewildered by the unexpected revelations. What on earth are you all talking about? She queried, only to be inundated with explanations. The consensus was clear. Chu Yang was a formidable force, having taken down numerous opponents, leaving a lasting impression on the fighting arena. After learning about Chu Yang's illustrious past, Chi-Chi struggled to reconcile the culinary genius with the man before her. Was this truly the same individual? As news of the god of cooking's appearance in Chi-Chi's livestream spread, more people flocked to her channel. Within 3 minutes, the online viewer count skyrocketed from 1 million to several million, continuing to rise. Why are you staring at me? Hand me your foot. I'll apply the ointment, Chu Yang said earnestly, oblivious to the fact that his every move was being scrutinized by millions. All right, I've arranged for a car to pick you up. With your foot like that, it wouldn't be prudent for you to go back alone. I have other matters to attend to. So I want to be able to escort you. Chu Yang stated after applying the ointment, his bluntness inciting laughter once more. I can now confirm that the god of cooking is single by choice. Chi-Chi, stripped of her dignity as a popular streamer, felt a wave of embarrassment. I'm not even as good as you, she lamented. The admirers were in disbelief, lamenting that Chu Yang was oblivious to Chi-Chi's stunning beauty. Please stop your infatuation. Had he not been so straightforward, our goddess Chi-Chi might have been swept away. As for Chi-Chi, she was truly taken aback by Chu Yang's audacity. She maintained a strong sense of confidence in her appearance, yet Chu Yang's unexpected demeanor left her speechless. He not only failed to offer her a ride, but bluntly stated he had other commitments. Even if you can't take me back, you could at least concoct a plausible excuse. While the viewers continued to speculate about Chu Yang's single status, Wang Ji arrived at the location Chu Yang had sent, ready to assist. Boss, shall I take this young lady home? The figure of Wang Ji appeared beside Chu Yang, and the viewers in the Chi-Chi livestream room were all presented with the true visage of Wang Ji. Oh my, Wang Ji. This individual is the general manager of the Red Romance Club. What? The general manager of the Red Romance Club is referred to as Chu God by the boss. Chapter 22. Guess how much I intend to invest? Wang Ji, your timing is impeccable. This young lady was just interviewing me when she twisted her ankle. Please take someone to check on her and ensure she returns home safely. The viewers in the live stream, familiar with the context, erupted in laughter at Chu Yang's words. Chu God, for heaven's sake, be a decent person. Why not personally escort Chi-Chi home while also charming her? Isn't that delightful? Ha ha ha, the person upstairs is right. Chu God even has people monitoring the situation with the Korean competitors. Sending off a female streamer is child's play. This is too funny. I just came from the ring and they are still dismantling it. The crowd there is ferocious. 66. In society, we have Chu God, stern yet few words. Let us get to know his single prowess. No, I merely wish to understand Chu God's specialties. The audience wholeheartedly absorbed the delight provided by Chu Yang. In stark contrast, the injured Chi-Chi found no such joy. In the VIP ward of the Central Hospital of Magic City, Chi-Chi lay on the hospital bed, receiving the highest standard of treatment ever afforded to someone unwell, yet her spirits were low. Is it my lack of beauty, or am I unworthy? All I wish is to return home. With a sense of despondency, Chi-Chi opened her livestream. Ever since the trending topic regarding Chu God's specialties, her viewer count skyrocketed to over 5 million, and it continued to rise. She turned the camera towards the interior of the ward, the bandaged ankle contrasting sharply with the room's decor. What is this? A hospital? Ha ha ha, it's hilarious that, in the end, the streamer was sent to the hospital. What fault does the streamer bear? She merely wished to understand Chu God's specialties. Chi-Chi was not at fault. Her error lay in questioning Chu God about his specialties. 23333. Chi-Chi, am I the fool here? The laughter in Chi-Chi's livestream persisted. Even more amusing was the dialogue between the loud nurse and Wang Ji, marking the onset of Chi-Chi's descent into despair. Nurse, how long until the patient can be discharged? Based on the CT results, it will take at least a month. All right, I will pay for an additional 2 months. The viewers in Chi-Chi's livestream nearly burst into laughter at Wang Ji's response. Why do Chu God and his subordinates never adhere to the conventional playbook? Meanwhile, Chu Yang had arrived at the Shengtian Investment Group, where Su Nuo worked. Su Nuo was an old classmate of Chu Yang and also the school belle and top student during their high school years. With her exceptional looks and capabilities, she was the object of many unspoken affections, yet few dared to confess. It was no surprise that she ascended to the position of manager in just a few short years. Su Nuo, I am here to invest. I shall offer you 500,000. How about we share a meal together? No need for that, young Master Tang. My old classmate will soon arrive to invest. Chu Yang stood outside the office, listening to the conversation and realizing that Su Nuo had certainly smoothed out many of her rough edges after years of navigating the professional world. At least she was no longer as outrightly dismissive as before. Your old classmate can barely muster a few thousand, yet your investment project requires at least 500,000. What can a few thousand accomplish? Su Nuo, I simply wish to treat you to a meal. Can you not accompany me just once? Tang Shiran, the young master of Feiyu Group, was displeased with Chu Yang's presence, as it gave Su Nuo an excuse to decline his investment offer. Su Nuo, caught off guard by Tang Shiran's probing, did not know how to respond. Just then, Chu Yang's knock on the door effectively rescued her from the awkward situation. Su Nuo, it's me, Chu Yang. Chu Yang's deep voice resonated, inciting Tang Shiran's ire as he stormed over to open the door. Upon opening it, Tang Shiran was stunned to see the tall, handsome, and charismatic Chu Yang standing before him. This man is Su Nuo's classmate. I thought Chu Yang was a poor loser. Such charisma surely belied that notion. Chu Yang, come in quickly. Su Nuo cheerfully beckoned him. Upon seeing Chu Yang after several years, she was taken aback by his striking appearance. Chu Yang, you've become increasingly handsome over the years. Su Nua joked while instructing someone to prepare tea and snacks. Chu Yang, pleased to see his old classmate in good spirits, responded with a smile. You two have become more beautiful. Back in school, I often thought how fortunate I was to have such a lovely classmate. I still feel quite lucky now. Su Nua chuckled, and soon their conversation drifted to amusing anecdotes from high school. Meanwhile, Tang Shiran, feeling ignored, slammed the table and declared, So you are Su Nua's classmate Chu Yang? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tang Shiran, the young master of Feiyu Group. I must ask, how much do you plan to invest in Su Nua? Su Nua was taken aback by Tang Shiran's forwardness and felt embarrassed, knowing that Chu Yang was not in a position to invest much. Young Master Tang, whatever Chu Yang chooses to invest is a testament to his recognition of me. Please do not interrupt my conversation with my old classmate. Tang Shiran scoffed at Chu Yang's financial standing. What can a poor loser like him invest? Chu Yang furrowed his brow at Tang Shiran's incessant chatter. He raised 5 fingers and turned to Su Nua. Guess how much I intend to invest? Chapter 23. Caught off guard, I unexpectedly became the CEO of Shengtian Investment Company. Su Nua's heart raced upon hearing Chu Yang's words. 50,000. Chu Yang chuckled and shook his head. You might want to guess again. Tang Shiran was nearly in stitches, having encountered many boastful individuals, but never one as brazen as this. 5,000 is already a stretch for someone of your class. You want her to guess 50,000? Why not just say you plan to invest 500,000? Tang Shiran had never seen someone so pretentious, unable to afford even 5,000 worth of clothing. He was claiming he would invest 50,000 to woo a girl. Was this not a joke? Chu Yang, unimpressed by Tang Shiran's bluster, frowned and informed Su Nua. 500,000 is too little. It does not meet my expectations. Please guess again. Upon hearing this, Tang Shiran nearly exploded. He had encountered pretentiousness before, but never with such effortless ease. Who do you think you're fooling? A poor loser like you with 500,000. That's too little? 500,000 is too little. Are you implying you want to say 5 million? Shengtian Investment's current value is only 5 million. If you had 5 million, I would be the CEO of Shengtian Investment. Tang Shiran was furious. Anyone can boast. I, Tang Shiran, can blow them away. Detected that Tang Shiran is mocking the host's boasting, granting the host 100 shares of Shengtian Investment. Chu Yang, caught off guard, unexpectedly became the president of Shengtian Group. He glanced at Su Nua and decided to conceal his identity. Su Nua was a person who clearly distinguished between public and private matters. If she were aware of her identity, she would undoubtedly address him as boss with utmost seriousness. After all, investing in one's own company, 50 million was far too meager. Why not invest 500 million instead? With this determination, Chu Yang urged Su Nua. Go on, take another guess. Su Nua's eyes widened in astonishment. 500 million? Tang Shiran could no longer contain himself. He simply could not believe that Chu Yang could possess such a sum. Oh, so you're claiming you want to invest 500 million, are you? Tang Shiran, brimming with pent-up frustration, yet hesitant to act in front of Su Nua, called over Su Nua's assistant. Shaoan, go fetch an investment contract. Your manager's classmate wishes to sign a 500 million contract. Shaoan, taken aback by Tang Shiran's words, stood frozen. What investment project could possibly require 500 million? Up until now, Shengtian Investment had never engaged in investments exceeding 50 million. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. Tang Shiran barked at Shaoan, who, unable to withstand his pressure, promptly exited to comply. Her flustered demeanor piqued the curiosity of several colleagues, who casually inquired. What is going on? Why are you rushing out? My manager's old classmate is investing 500 million, and I'm off to find the contract, Shaoan replied. Her voice trembling from the intimidation she felt from Tang Shiran. Her colleagues, upon hearing this, also trembled. 500 million? That's an astronomical amount. Before long, the news had spread throughout Shengtian Investment that Su Nua's classmate was indeed investing 500 million, even reaching the ears of the upper management. In Su Nua's office, after Shaoan delivered the contract, it was swiftly snatched by Tang Shiran, who slammed it on the desk and taunted. Aren't you fond of showing off? Here, sign your name. This is the contract for the 500 million you wanted. Su Nua was taken aback by Tang Shiran's unexpected appearance that had transformed the initial few thousand into a staggering 500 million. Chu Yang hailed from humble beginnings. Let alone 500 million, even 5,000 would be a considerable sum for him. Tang, this is an investment contract, not a coercive agreement. Why on earth should I sign? Su Nua retorted, visibly displeased, only to witness Chu Yang picking up a pen to sign. Chu Yang, don't act rashly. This is a 500 million contract. Where on earth do you have that kind of money? Su Nua exclaimed, her annoyance towards Tang Shiran intensifying. Relax. It's merely 500 million. I'll transfer it to you shortly. Chu Yang reassured her, perceiving this modest investment as entirely worthwhile. Tang Xinran, witnessing Chu Yang's continued bravado, could not help but scoff. Are you joking? 500 million ISNT, just 500. My BMW costs over 2 million. Do you even comprehend what 500 million signifies? Chu Yang dismissed Tang Xinran's remarks nonchalantly. It's just 500 million. Equivalent to the price of 4 Koenigsegg 1s. Koenigsegg 1? Tang Xinran burst into laughter. That vehicle costs 12 million. You think you're worthy of it? Don't be ridiculous. Just as Tang Xinran finished his mocking retort, the door to Su Nua's office swung open. Su Nua stared in bewilderment at the security chief of Shengtian, whom she seldom encountered. Captain Su, what brings you here? Captain Su glanced at Tang Xinran before fixing his gaze on Chu Yang. Sir, could you please move your Koenigsegg 1 from the front? Koenigsegg 1? Captain Su. You must be mistaken. He's just a pauper. How could he possibly own a Koenigsegg 1? Tang Xinran shouted incredulously, pointing at Chu Yang. Someone like him, dressed in clothes worth only a few thousand, could never afford a Koenigsegg 1. That's a top-tier supercar, available only at exorbitant prices. Moreover, Tang Xinran's father had long advised him to tread carefully around those he could not afford to offend, as he might find himself begging for forgiveness on his knees. The mere thought of having to plead for his rival's mercy, while witnessing his love interest cozying up to that same rival, filled him with unbearable anguish. Mr. Tang, I can assure you that Mr. Chu drives a Koenigsegg 1. Mr. Chu, your vehicle is blocking the road outside. Could you please take care of that? Captain Su's words landed like 2 resounding slaps on Tang Xinran's face. Just moments ago, he had claimed that someone like Chu Yang was unworthy of such a car, and now Captain Su was requesting him to move it. Was this not a slap in the face? Tang Xinran was not the only one to hear Captain Su's declaration. Employees nearby in Su Nua's office caught wind of it too. Did I hear that correctly? Su Nua's classmate drives a Koenigsegg 1? A 12 million supercar. Yet he's dressed in bargain bin attire? Are the wealthy of today really this playful? Wait a moment, if I recall correctly. Didn't he mention wanting to invest 500 million in us at Shengtian? You're absolutely right. Just 3 minutes ago, I wouldn't have believed it. But now I do. The employees of Shengtian Investment exploded into chatter, confirming that Chu Yang's vehicle was indeed a Koenigsegg 1. Chu Yang suddenly remembered that his car was still parked outside. Captain Su, I apologize. I didn't realize I would take this long. Could you please move it for me? As he spoke, Chu Yang casually tossed the key with the Koenigsegg logo to Captain Su. The employees of Shengtian, witnessing this act, felt their hearts race. That key was worth 12 million. Tang Xinran and Su Nua were equally transfixed on the key in Captain Su's hand, adorned with the unmistakable Koenigsegg logo. This meant that not only did Chu Yang drive an over $1 million luxury car, but he had indeed invested 500 million in Shengtian. Su Nua watched as Captain Su departed, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Chu Yang, how can you be so wealthy? Meanwhile, the financial director of Shengtian Investment, Zhang Chun, hurried to Su Nua's office upon receiving news of the 500 million investment. He had heard the rumors circulating about Su Nua's classmate, but had been skeptical. After all, Shengtian Investment was valued at only 50 million. How could Chu Yang invest 500 million? Yet skepticism aside, Zhang Chun could not help but monitor the company's account activities. It was only when he saw an actual increase of 500 million in the account that he finally believed this was all real. Manager Su, just now, the company received an investment of 500 million. Zhang Chun's announcement left the employees of Shengtian in shock. No way. Su Nua's old classmate actually poured in 500 million. Incredible. Incredible. I've never encountered such a bold client who invests 500 million outright. I wish I could be showered with cash by Manager Su's classmate. Su Nua was now utterly convinced that Chu Yang had indeed invested 500 million. She turned to him, astonished. Chu Yang, did you not say you had some spare cash for investment? Is your spare cash really 500 million? The other employees, upon hearing this, collectively gasped. We cannot comprehend the world of the wealthy. 500 million is mere pocket change to them. Wait, why does the name Chu Yang sound so familiar? Zhang Chun was perplexed, but suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he recalled where he had heard that name before. Just 3 minutes ago, his friend and superior had called to inform him that the company had a new owner. The owner's surname was Chu, with the full name of Chu Yang. Zhang Chun quickly realized the depth of the new boss's strategy, pretending to be a customer while investing in his own company. If he did not perform well, he might lose both his position and his livelihood. Initially, he intended to invest 50 million, but upon glancing at his account and noticing some surplus funds, he thought perhaps investing 500 million would also be acceptable. Chu Yang was unaware that Zhang Chun had already discerned his identity. He fabricated a somewhat tenuous excuse in an attempt to persuade Su Nuo to acquiesce. The employees of Shengtian, upon hearing his words, felt as if they were suffocating under the extravagant confidence of a wealthy magnate. What did he mean by initially planning to invest 50 million, only to discover he had additional funds and could throw in 500 million? Was there spare change, a staggering 450 million? Chu, please act like a mere mortal. By the way, do you have any other investment projects in need of funding? Chu Yang recalled that he had over $1 billion left unspent. Investing seemed a prudent direction, especially since Shengtian Investment was his own company. Pouring in more funds was of little consequence. Finally, one of the employees could no longer contain their joy and fainted. This was indeed a true tycoon. Investing 500 million and still inquiring about other potential projects? At that moment, the employees of Shengtian wished to implore Chu Yang, Tycoon. If you are genuinely interested in investing, consider me. Chapter 25. This is truly astounding. No, there isn't. Su Nuo hastily waved her hand, falsely claiming that she had no other investment needs at present. The risks associated with investing were already immense. A single misstep could lead to complete financial ruin. The 500 million Chu Yang was investing had already exceeded the original expectations by tenfold. She dared not encourage him to invest further. If there are any investment opportunities in the future, please contact me. Chu Yang did not linger on this matter, while Zhang Chun, displaying perceptiveness, took the opportunity to excuse himself. The door to Su Nuo's office closed once more. Tang Xinran appeared calm on the surface, but internally he was in a state of turmoil. He had never anticipated that Chu Yang, aside from being handsome, would also possess such wealth. Driving a Koenigsegg 1. He must have at least 500 million in liquid assets, and this was merely spare money. Tang Xinran realized he had offended a formidable figure. If this situation were to be brushed off lightly, it was possible that Chu Yang's next move could target their Feiyu group. With that thought, Tang Xinran gritted his teeth and suddenly knelt on the ground. Mr. Chu, I admit I have a fondness for Su Nuo, but I have never acted against her will. Everything that transpired today is my fault, Tang Xinran. As long as you refrain from taking action against Feiyu group, I am at your mercy. Tang Xinran was the young master of Feiyu group, always exuding arrogance. Su Nuo had never imagined that one day, Tang Xinran would kneel before someone, especially before his old classmate. Was Chu Yang's background more formidable than that of Feiyu group? Su Nuo, what do you think? Chu Yang, in fact, did not regard Tang Xinran with much concern. Su Nuo's opinion mattered far more to him. Tang Xinran felt an involuntary surge of anxiety as he noted Chu Yang turning to seek Su Nuo's perspective. He too was eager to learn what impression Su Nuo held of him. Su Nuo regarded Tang Xinran with a complex gaze. He was not a bad person. Aside from his penchant for throwing money around, he lacked the usual predatory tendencies of affluent young masters. Reflecting on Tang Xinran's previous disdainful attitude toward Chu Yang, Su Nuo pondered and simply remarked, "Young Master Tang is not a bad person." Upon hearing this, Tang Xinran's previously tumultuous heart finally settled. In that case, young Master Tang, you shall accompany me. Chu Yang resolved to grant Tang Xinran an opportunity for redemption, albeit solely as his subordinate. Thank you, Mr. Chu, and thank you, Su Nuo. Tang Xinran had prepared himself for potential humiliation at the hands of Chu Yang even before kneeling. However, unexpectedly, Su Nuo's words had transformed his predicament. Su Nuo, I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Chu Yang glanced at the time, and, addressing Su Nuo, they both exited in succession. Mr. Chu, where shall we go next? Tang Xinran trailed behind Chu Yang, making a concerted effort to embrace his role as a subordinate. Observing Tang Xinran's earnestness, Chu Yang took an interest. From now on, you may call me Yang Gu. It is getting late. Let us first have a meal. By the way, you can drive, right? Upon hearing this, Tang Xinran, confident in his driving skills, immediately patted his chest and assured, Yang Gu, when it comes to driving, I'm a seasoned pro. In the circle of wealthy youths, I dare claim to be the best at racing. No one would dare to claim second place. Detected that Tang Xinran is boasting about his driving skills, granting him supreme driving abilities. Chu Yang recognized that while Tang Xinran might be competent behind the wheel, his claims of racing prowess were likely exaggerated. Very well, you shall drive. Find a place to dine, and later we will head to Dongjiao. One to collect the villa. Tang Xinran nearly dropped his jaw at Chu Yang's words. Wait, the villa at Dongjiao number 1? Each villa there starts at a minimum of 100 million, especially villa number 9, worth 10 billion. All right, let us dine at a Michelin 3-star restaurant. They have a new chef who cooks quite well. When it came to indulgence and entertainment, Tang Xinran was undoubtedly a qualified guide. Chu Yang nodded, and together they arrived outside the gates of Shengtian Investment, where the Koenigsegg 1 awaited not far off. Standing nearby, having waited for some time, was Zhang Chun. Hello, boss. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Zhang Chun, the financial director. Here is my business card. Zhang Chun was a clever individual. By choosing to wait for them here, he demonstrated his ability to navigate situations with tact. Chu Yang was pleased with Zhang Chun's demeanor, accepting the business card and quietly stating, I prefer not to have my identity disclosed. You understand what to do, correct? Tang Xinran, overhearing their exchange, was once again taken aback by Chu Yang's prowess. While Shengtian Investment was not a colossal enterprise, its future prospects were promising. Notably, Tang Xinran's father, Tang Zhong, had previously contemplated acquiring Shengtian Investment but had been unable to finalize the deal due to the influential figure behind it. Now, in less than half a day since Chu Yang's arrival, the ownership of Shengtian Investment had changed hands. This was truly extraordinary. Rest assured, aside from me, no one in the company will know your identity. Chapter 26. Thought to be a little pup, but unexpectedly a little wolf. Zhang Chun replied affirmatively and took his leave, while Tang Xinran personally sought out Captain Su for the keys. Outside the bustling gates of Shengtian Investment, the dapper yet unassuming Chu Yang stood out remarkably. Su Ruoyan, Su Nua's niece, was currently in her senior year of high school. She had consistently performed well academically, with her sole passion being celebrity fandom, particularly for her favorite star, Zhou Luanjie. Today, she and her close friend, Jin Yu, sought Su Nua's assistance in providing them shelter for the night. In 3 days, Zhou Luanjie would hold a concert in the magical city, and she wished to attend with Jin Yu. However, the venue for the concert was quite distant from both of their homes, prompting the two to decide to stay at Su Nua's house. Jin Yu, can you truly procure tickets for Zhou Luanjie's concert? Su Ruoyun had inquired countless times along the way. Jin Yu sighed in exasperation, and once again solemnly reiterated to her dear friend, Ruoyun, haven't I already told you? I am acquainted with the illustrious agent Qi Wenhua from the entertainment industry, and she can certainly secure us 2 tickets for Zhou Luanjie's concert. Detected that Jin Yu is boasting, thus bestowing upon the host the Huanqing Entertainment Company, and rewarding the host with Zhou Luanjie as a fan, along with a permanent black gold card for Zhou Luanjie, valid for an unlimited number of people. Huanqing Entertainment currently boasts a valuation of around 20 billion, a renowned company teeming with star-studded talent and numerous esteemed agents. Chu Yang never anticipated that while waiting for his friends, he would also encounter the entertainment company. Then let us seek out my Aunt Nua to help us with cover, and we shall attend the concert 3 days hence. Upon receiving her friend's definitive answer, Su Ruoyun was elated as she approached the gates of Shengtian Investment. At that moment, both Su Ruoyun and Jin Yu noticed Chu Yang. Wow, what a handsome young man. Jin Yu, being the bolder of the two, drew Chu Yang's attention with her praise. Their eyes met, and Jin Yu even flashed him a smile. This young lady, aside from her tendency to exaggerate, was quite charming. Chu Yang reciprocated her smile, eliciting a delighted squeal from Jin Yu. Su Ruoyun rolled her eyes in exasperation. Jin Yu was delightful in many aspects, but her infatuation with handsome boys was excessive. Any attractive male was considered a young man in her eyes. Even as she was being pulled away, Jin Yu kept glancing back. Ruoyun, that young man has such a great aura, and his physique is remarkable. That smile. I am utterly taken. He is definitely a cute little puppy. As Jin Yu spoke, she suddenly fell silent. Su Ruoyun curiously glanced back, her eyes widening in astonishment. That was a Koenigsegg 1, valued at a staggering 120 million, a pinnacle of luxury cars that money alone could not buy. That young man drove away in that Koenigsegg 1. Jin Yu watched in shock as the car disappeared from view. The Koenigsegg 1 paired with that young man looked incredibly striking. Jin Yu, quickly wipe that drool away, or you might miss meeting my aunt later. Su Ruoyun cast a disdainful glance at Jin Yu before turning back and pulling her into Shengtian Investment. Jin Yu, wiping her mouth clean, stumbled slightly as Su Ruoyun tugged her along, but bore no ill will. Ruoyun, who do you think that young man is, to afford a Koenigsegg 1? Su Ruoyun, already anticipating her question, replied, that handsome gentleman was waiting at the entrance of Shengtian, which means he is likely here for investment purposes. We can simply ask inside. Upon hearing Su Ruoyun's explanation, Jin Yu's eyes sparkled, and with a mischievous grin, she said, let us hurry and find your aunt. Chu Yang's appearance indeed stirred quite a commotion. As he departed, the atmosphere at Shengtian Investment gradually settled. Just as Su Ruoyun and Jin Yu entered, a staff member's exclamation drew their attention. Mr. Chu is simply incredible. He knocked out a dozen South Koreans with just a single slap. How impressive. Knocked them out. My goodness. How formidable. I must see this. Laughter erupted as they marveled at the spectacle. Wow. He took on a dozen and left them frothing at the mouth. I am genuinely impressed. Ha ha ha. The South Koreans were compelled to dismantle their own arena by Mr. Chu. It's both hilarious and tragic. Su Ruoyun and Jin Yu exchanged glances. instinctively searching online for the keywords South Koreans and Chu God. In the top 10 trending searches, Chu God occupied 4 slots. The South Koreans were compelled to dismantle their arena by Chu God. Chu God, I can knock out a South Korean with a single slap. Chu God's vehicle, Koenigsegg 1. Chu God, specialty. Su Ruoyun clicked on the second search entry. A video depicting Chu Yang's one-sided assault on the South Koreans appeared on the screen. The footage, edited to just over a minute, showcased Chu Yang standing majestically in the ring, knocking out Jin Chong Huan with a single slap, followed by another slap that took down Jin Chong. With a flurry of slaps, he incapacitated a dozen South Koreans, leaving them convulsing and frothing at the mouth. Incredible. Jin Yu, who had initially been starry-eyed, found herself swallowing hard after watching the video. The adorable little puppy she had envisioned turned out to be a fierce little wolf. A dozen individuals, all incapacitated by a single slap. How astonishing. Chapter 27. Chu God, forever a deity. Su Ruoyun scrolled through numerous videos concerning the South Koreans and discovered that those who had been taught a lesson by Chu Yang were recently becoming quite brazen. They would deliberately set up arenas in bustling areas of Magic City, under the guise of sparring, to bully the martial arts masters of Magic City. Chu Yang had risen to the occasion, taking down all the South Koreans with his overwhelming prowess. Even after stepping down, he commanded the South Koreans to dismantle their arena. Many who were keenly observing the dismantling had shared footage online, seemingly mundane, yet providing viewers with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Connecting the comments and the Koenigsegg one that Chu Yang had previously driven, Su Ruoyun was nearly certain that Chu Yang was indeed the Chu God spoken of by netizens. With the entire situation laid bare, Su Ruoyun felt a profound admiration for Chu Yang, whom she had only briefly encountered. At that moment, Jin Yu curiously clicked on the 4th search entry, Chu God's specialty. What could this be, Chu God's specialty? Jin Yu clicked on the page, revealing an interview dialogue with Chu Yang conducted by the host Chi Chi. Handsome guy, I'm the host Chi Chi. Today, we have a street interview activity. May I ask you a few questions? Of course. So, handsome guy, what are your specialties? Well, my specialty is 20 centimeters. Upon hearing this exchange, Su Ruoyun's face instantly darkened. Such risque remarks. Jin Yu's phone volume was low, yet several nearby, upon hearing Chu Yang's voice, gathered to witness the spectacle. After watching the video, they were all left astounded by Chu Yang. Is this really the same person we know? The one who battled the South Koreans? Despite the staff's shock, some couldn't help but chuckle. Wow, Chu God has 2 faces. Ha ha, this billionaire investor, who poured $5 billion into a project, has such an adorable side. It's hilarious. I can only imagine how manager Su would react upon seeing an old classmate speak so earnestly yet absurdly. Chu God v587, from this day forth. I am a fan of Chu God. The staff at Xingtian had all encountered Chu Yang. Everyone expressed genuine admiration for his ability to win over Tang Xinran and invest $5 billion. As the video of Chu God battling the South Koreans circulated, Chu Yang's image gradually ascended to heroic proportions in their minds. Until Jin Yu played this video, revealing the billionaire's other side, exposing a more whimsical persona. Glancing at the barrage of comments beneath the video, many were left in stitches. I concede defeat. I have knowledge of the heavens and the earth. Yet I never realized that specialty could be interpreted this way. Following Chu God into battle against the South Koreans, in an instant, my idol's persona crumbled before my very eyes. I recommend that you take a look at the video where Lord Chu compels the Koreans to dismantle their platform. I assure you, it will profoundly reshape your perception of him. Familiarize yourself with the Koenigsegg 1-1, and your admiration will reach new heights. I often donate to young ladies clad in scant attire by the roadside. They are invariably eager to ascertain my talents. It is astonishing how such a simple inquiry about my abilities can be articulated with such elegance and refinement, broadening my horizons. Su Ruoyun can scarcely bear to watch any longer, fearing that further observation will shatter her admiration for Chu Yang even more. Xiaoyan, you two are following Mr. Chu? She inquires. Despite his seemingly frivolous demeanor, Mr. Chu is, in fact, a billionaire. Assistant Xiaoyan notices that Su Ruoyun has also seen the interview with Chu Yang and Chi Chi. Although Su Ruoyun is aware that Chu Yang has visited Xingtian Investment, she lacks specific details. Sisterin, what was Mr. Chu's purpose in coming to Xingtian Investment? She asks. Unable to contain her admiration for Su Ruoyun, Xiaoyan praises, Mr. Chu is manager Su's high school classmate. Today he not only invested $500 million in the company, but also took the young master of Feiyu Group under his wing. It is unlikely one could find anyone as formidable as Mr. Chu in the entire Magic City. With Xiaoyan's elaboration, Su Ruoyun gains a deeper understanding of Chu Yang. Aside from his earlier light-hearted remarks about talents, he is indeed wealthy, handsome, and capable. Most importantly, he is an old classmate of her sister. Were it not for this connection, Su Nuo would not have so effortlessly secured a 500 million investment. Thanks to this investment, Su Nuo's position in the company is now solid as a rock, and many in the company address her as Sister Nuo. These transformations are all a result of Chu Yang's influence. When Su Ruiyun and Jin Yu arrive at Su Nuo's office, they overhear the phrase, "My talent is 20 centimeters." Upon noticing her niece and friend, Su Nuo immediately shuts off the video with a stern expression. After regaining her composure, she asks Su Ruiyun, "What brings you here today?" "Annie, I want to attend Zhou Luinji's concert with Jin Yu in 3 days, but as you know, my parents will surely disallow it. So, we were hoping to stay at your place for a day," Su Ruiyun explains. Su Nuo is not surprised. Su Ruiyun and Jin Yu are both avid fans, albeit rational ones, and attending a concert has always been their dream. With Zhou Luinji's concert finally in Magic City, they certainly would not let this opportunity slip away. In Chapter 28, we witness the power of a male idol. Su Ruiyun and Jin Yu arrive at a Michelin 3-star restaurant renowned in Magic City. Given their family backgrounds, dining at such an establishment poses no issue for them. As they are led to their seats by a waiter and place their orders, they resort to idly browsing their phones. Suddenly, Jin Yu looks up and spots a man dressed in a khaki trench coat, sunglasses, a mask, and a fisherman's hat. He is sharply defined, tall and slender, with an elegant demeanor and a sky-blue bracelet on his right wrist that leaves a lasting impression. "Do you see that man in the khaki trench coat? Doesn't he resemble our idol?" Jin Yu exclaims. Su Ruiyun follows Jin Yu's gaze and is equally astonished. "He truly is our idol. What brings him here?" Su Ruiyun gazes in disbelief. Recalling that Zhou Luinjia is on the verge of commencing his concert tour, how could he possibly have time to visit a Michelin 3-star restaurant? "Let us follow him," Jin Yu declares, pulling Su Ruiyun along behind Zhou Luinjia. She has just received word from home that they were unable to secure tickets to his concert. Although Jin Yu is loyal, she also values her pride. If Su Ruiyun were to discover that she does not know Qi Wenhua at all, her boast would crumble into nothingness. However, the situation has changed. She has fortuitously encountered Zhou Luinjia at a Michelin 3-star restaurant. With a little coaxing, surely she could obtain tickets. The two girls arrive at the VIP room of the Michelin 3-star restaurant, exchanging astonished glances. The minimum expenditure in such a room is at least 100,000. Who could possibly occupy this space? Not only are their identities extraordinary, but Zhou Luinjia himself has come to meet them. Outside the VIP room, Zhou Luinjia experiences a wave of apprehension. He has been preparing an original martial arts-themed song, but inspiration eluded him until he stumbled upon a video. Upon witnessing Chu Yang's confrontation with the Koreans, he was struck by brilliance, and inspiration flowed forth like a fountain. In less than 10 minutes, he had penned his new song. Fueled by the energy of Chu Yang's video, he subsequently composed 2 more songs, both of which filled him with immense satisfaction. Such is the power of an idol. Just through a video, he could provide him with an endless source of inspiration and motivation. What if he could meet him in person? The thought only intensified Zhou Luinjia's longing to meet his idol. He instructed his manager to investigate the latest developments regarding the Koenigsegg 1-1 featured in the video, leading to his appearance before the Michelin 3-star restaurant's VIP room. "Come in." Zhou Luinjia knocked on the door, and a familiar voice responded from within. Su Ruiyun and Jin Yu exchanged curious glances as the door swung open, revealing the faces of Chu Yang and Tang Xinran. "Isn't he that little wolf dog?" Jin Yu nearly uttered the nickname aloud, momentarily forgetting Chu Yang's name. Su Ruiyun swiftly covered Jin Yu's mouth. Zhou Luinjia, brimming with excitement, greeted Chu Yang. "Hello, Lord Chu. I'm your fan. My name is Zhou Luinjia." The customary self-introduction of fans unfolded before them in a delightful manner. Su Ruiyun, Jin Yu, and Tang Xinran were all taken aback by Zhou Luinjia's opening line. "Zhou Luinjia, I know you. I also know you have a concert in 3 days," Chu Yang remarked. Recognizing the eager young fan before him, Zhou Luinjia was astonished that Chu Yang was aware of his concert. His excitement palpable, he nodded and asked, "Lord Chu, will you be attending my concert? I still have tickets." As he spoke, Zhou Luinjia produced a stack of tickets and handed them to Tang Xinran. Su Ruiyun and Jin Yu could hardly contain themselves, nearly rushing forward to snatch the tickets. The disparity between idol and fan was stark. They had desperately tried to procure tickets, yet Zhou Luinjia effortlessly presented a whole stack to his idol. "I have some time in 3 days. I will come to see your concert," Chu Yang assured him. Zhou Luinjia nodded enthusiastically. "Great. I will prepare diligently." With that, Zhou Luinjia left in high spirits. Tang Xinran glanced at the table full of dishes, swallowing back an invitation he had intended to extend. Closing the door, Tang Xinran looked at Chu Yang in astonishment. "Brother Yang, when did you become Zhou Luinjia's idol?" Chu Yang shrugged, unsure of how the system had orchestrated Zhou Luinjia's fandom. Ultimately, the quality of the system's output is undeniable, rendering such details inconsequential. Upon returning to the table, Su Rayun and Jin Yu shared a silent toast with their glasses of red wine, seeking to calm their astonishment. Su Rayun's aunt's old classmate is not only affluent and attractive, but also skilled in combat, and moreover, is an idol to their idol, Zhou Luanjia. The information is overwhelming. They must indulge in some sustenance to digest it. Jin Yu, savoring exquisite Michelin cuisine, resolved to tail Chu Yang in pursuit of tickets. Naturally, this endeavor was one she would never disclose to Su Rayun. Chapter 29. The billion-dollar luxury Villa Rayun. I have matters to attend to later. You may head back first. After dining, Jin Yu conjured an excuse to part ways with Su Rayun. After their meal, Chu Yang and Tang Xinran drove to Dongjiao No. 1 Villa. Dongjiao No. 1 is the most renowned affluent residential area in the magical metropolis, where the majority of homeowners are either extraordinarily wealthy or of noble birth. Consequently, the security measures at Dongjiao No. 1 are exceedingly stringent. When the Koenigsegg 11 arrived at the entrance of Dongjiao No. 1, they found no guard present at the security booth. Tang Xinran, puzzled, was about to unbuckle his seatbelt when Chu Yang had already done so and exited the vehicle. Not long after Chu Yang stepped out, a young man dressed in a security uniform emerged from a side door of the booth. Xiaocong, having just left the security booth, was immediately captivated by the Koenigsegg 11 parked outside. As he prepared to engage the owner in conversation, he spotted the handsome Chu Yang standing not far from the booth, dressed in what appeared to be inexpensive attire. Dongjiao No. 1 is a premier wealthy area. Daily, many impoverished souls attempt to infiltrate in hopes of encountering a fortune. Particularly for someone as handsome as Chu Yang, many aspire to find a wealthy benefactor. You, yes you, get lost, and take a good look at yourself. Do you think anyone can just stroll into Dongjiao No. 1? Xiaocong's words immediately changed Tang Xinran's expression. He hastily unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped out of the car. Upon hearing the car door open, Xiaocong rushed over to Tang Xinran, saying, Sir, why have you come out? Which villa do you wish to visit? Allow me to register your entry. Comparing Xiaocong's attitude towards him and himself, Chu Yang couldn't help but touch his nose, realizing his attire seemed somewhat lacking. Tang Xinran, incensed by Xiaocong's abrupt demeanor, retorted sarcastically, the security here at Dongjiao No. 1 is quite impressive. My brother Yang spends over 100 million on a villa, and we still have to concern ourselves with your approval? Fetch your manager. Xiaocong was taken aback by Tang Xinran's outburst. He had treated Tang Xinran quite well. How had it escalated to involving the manager? Immediately, Tang Xinran, in Xiaocong's shocked gaze, strode towards Chu Yang. Brother Yang, allow me to handle this matter. Please return to the car and rest. Yes, do it quickly. I am eager to see the villa, Chu Yang replied, nodding as he turned back to the Koenigsegg 11. Witnessing this scene, Xiaocong felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Nowadays, the nouveau riche are so adept at playing the game, arriving in vehicles worth tens of millions while clad in attire worth barely 1,000. Is this not absurd? Chilled by the realization of his impending doom, Xiaocong understood he was finished. As soon as Chu Yang entered the car, Tang Xinran promptly sought the contact number for the manager in charge of Dongjiao No. 1. Knowing that if the manager learned of his actions, his job would be at risk, Xiaocong could only plead with Tang Xinran, Sir, please, I was wrong. I beg you not to call the manager. If he finds out, I will surely lose my job. As Tang Xinran dialed the manager's number, he could not help but chuckle coldly. Losing your job is due to your narrow-mindedness in offending my brother Yang. If it were up to me, I would ensure you could never find work in this city again. At this point, Xiaocong no longer dared to implore Tang Xinran for mercy. The manager responsible for Dongjiao No. 1, surnamed Han, was a rather plump man. As he rushed over, drenched in sweat, he mentally berated the security personnel for the day's failures. How could a mere security guard offend the heir of Feiyu Group? Upon arriving at the entrance, he was astounded by the sight of the Koenigsegg 11, his heart racing. Anyone who could afford a Koenigsegg 11 would command respect, and he knew that if he failed to resolve this issue, he would likely follow Xiaocong's fate. In a fleeting moment of thought, he approached Tang Xinran. Bowing and smiling, young Master Tang, my surname is Han. Please call me Manager Han. I will promptly rectify this grievous oversight. Without hesitation, Manager Han turned to Xiaocong and roared, Xiaocong, you are fired. Get out of here now. Manager, please, I beg you for another chance. Xiaocong attempted to grasp Manager Han's hefty arm, only to be kicked to the ground. I give you opportunities, but who gives me opportunities? Now leave. After dealing with Xiaocong, Manager Han turned back to Tang Xinran with a simpering smile. Young Master Tang, the matter is resolved. Where would you like to go? I will escort you. Tang Xinran, unsure of which villa Chu Yang had purchased, glanced at him and said, Villa number 9. What? Villa number 9? Both Tang Xinran and Manager Han were taken aback by Chu Yang's declaration. Under Manager Han's guidance, the Koenigsegg 11 arrived at the entrance of Villa number 9. which spanned over 600 square meters, exuding grandeur and sophistication, with exquisite landscaping and water features. At first sight, Tang Xinran was left in awe. Is this truly a top-tier villa worth 10 billion? Incredible. Chapter 30. The top-tier rich kids bragging. Jin Yu had stealthily followed the Koenigsegg 11 into the estate. After the incident with Xiao Tsong, the newly assigned security guard did not impede her, allowing her to blend in seamlessly. She trailed the Koenigsegg 11 to Villa Number 9. Mr. Chu, this is Villa Number 9. Please enjoy your visit. Manager Han, recognizing the moment, discreetly excused himself. The design of Villa No. 9 is characterized by a minimalist yet elegant aesthetic, featuring landscaped gardens and charming water pavilions. Those who scrutinize closely would uncover a lavishness within its elegance, leaving one utterly amazed. Truly, it is deserving of its billion-dollar valuation. As Tang Xinran marveled, he followed Chu Yang into the grand hall of Villa Number 9. Chu Yang appeared quite satisfied with the villa's design. This villa is rather nice. Let us sit down. As Tang Xinran settled onto the sofa, he couldn't help but reflect on the disparity. Brother Yang's casual appraisal of Villa Number 9 seemed almost indifferent. The commotion created by the Koenigsegg 11 soon captured the attention of Qin Mu, the owner of Villa Number 8. Qin Mu, a top-tier rich kid, had a penchant for gaming and collecting luxury cars. Has Villa Number 9 been purchased? He pulled back the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows and peered next door. No way, a Koenigsegg 11. Is this for real? Determined to get a closer look at the Koenigsegg 11, Qin Mu resolved to pay a visit to his new neighbors under the guise of introducing himself. Bringing along 2 bottles of rare red wine worth $1 million, he proceeded to Villa Number 9. Jin Yu, concealed in a corner of Villa Number 9, was contemplating whether to reveal herself when she spotted Qin Mu exiting from Villa Number 8. Isn't that the top-tier rich second-generation, Qin Mu? He actually lives next to Chu Yang. Jin Yu exclaimed, her mouth agape and her eyes wide with astonishment. Qin Mu, oblivious to Jin Yu's presence, hurried to ascertain whether the car parked in front of Villa Number 9 was indeed a Koenigsegg 11. After lifting 2 bottles of red wine and glancing at the vehicle, he was unequivocally certain that it was the coveted Koenigsegg 11. The realization that the only Koenigsegg 11 in the bustling metropolis belonged to his neighbor momentarily stunned Qin Mu, prompting him to casually ring the doorbell of Villa Number 9. Tang Xinran had met Qin Mu once, though only he was aware of their acquaintance. Hello. I am the owner of the adjacent villa. My name is Qin Mu. I would like to pay a visit to my new neighbor. Could you kindly notify them? Qin Mu politely handed the 2 bottles of red wine to Tang Xinran. The preferential treatment left Tang Xinran feeling inexplicably thrilled. Previously, he would have never had the opportunity to converse with someone of Qin Mu's stature, but now that dynamic had shifted. Please wait a moment, young Master Qin. I will inform Brother Yang, Tang Xinran replied, returning to Villa Number 9. Shortly thereafter, he re-emerged to invite Qin Mu inside. Seizing the opportunity as the two entered, Jin Yu stealthily slipped into Villa Number 9. She gazed around in wonder at the surroundings, only to realize something was amiss. Qin Mu resides in Villa Number 8. Isn't his neighbor either Villa Number 9 or Villa Number 7? Chu Yang must be extraordinarily wealthy. Jin Yu gulped, but upon considering her idol, Zhou Luanjie, she resolved to continue tailing Chu Yang. As Qin Mu followed Tang Xinran into the villa, he found himself face-to-face with Chu Yang, who exuded an impressive presence and an otherworldly charm that immediately captured attention. Greetings, new neighbor. I am Qin Mu, the owner of Villa Number 8. He said as he entered, extending a cordial greeting. Young Master Qin, it is an honor to finally meet you. I am Chu Yang, the owner of Villa Number 9. And this is my friend, Tang Xinran. Chu Yang introduced himself and Tang Xinran with a warm demeanor, easing Qin Mu's initial nervousness. Their exchanged glances confirmed that the new neighbor was indeed someone with whom one could get along. Chu Yang, I just spotted a Koenigsegg 11 parked outside. Is that your vehicle? Qin Mu inquired eagerly about the car. Indeed, that is my car. I acquired it not long ago, Chu Yang replied casually. Yet the implications of his words left Qin Mu astounded. Where does such a top-tier second-generation heir come from? That Koenigsegg 11 looks brand new. It must have been purchased less than a month ago. He just spent over 120 million and then another billion? Tang Xinran was equally taken aback by Chu Yang's lavishness. Understanding that Chu Yang had recently moved in, Qin Mu began to enlighten him about the advantages of having a dedicated team of servants. As their conversation flowed, Qin Mu couldn't help but boast a little. Back when I was at Tianhai, I had a dedicated team of servants. With that team, I hardly had to worry about anything. But since I now reside in Villa Number 8 full-time, I no longer utilize that team. Upon hearing this, Chu Yang recognized that Qin Mu was merely bragging. Detected that Qin Mu is boasting, granting him 100 shares of Tianhai Housekeeping Company. Since you speak so highly of it, I shall arrange for that as well. Chapter 31. Why are you tailing me, you little girl? Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback by Chu Yang's words. The Tianhai housekeeping company is renowned for catering to elite clientele and is quite famous within the wealthy circles. To have a formal team of servants, one typically has to wait at least a month. Chu Yang. Qin Mu was about to discuss matters further when he noticed Chu Yang making a phone call. Manager Chong, please arrange for 30 servants. Chefs specializing in the 8 major cuisines, 20 elite security personnel, and a high-level PhD. How about someone with an economics degree from MIT? Great, it's currently 2 p.m. Please ensure they arrive at East Suburb Number 1, Villa Number 9, by 3 p.m. After hanging up, Chu Yang recalled that Qin Mu had seemed about to say something. He turned to Qin Mu and asked, Young Master Qin, what were you going to say? Qin Mu swallowed his words and instead queried, Chu Yang. Was that call to Manager Chong from Tianhai Housekeeping Company? He had met Manager Chong a few times. While Chong treated wealthy youths with respect, he would not overstep his authority due to their status. Manager Chong would simply tell you, I'm sorry, I can't do that. This phrase had left a strong impression on Qin Mu. Yes, the servants will be arriving shortly, Chu Yang replied, eliciting considerable envy from Qin Mu. He had wanted to book Tianhai servants for Villa Number 8, but Manager Chong had postponed his request due to limited resources. To this day, Qin Mu had yet to utilize Tianhai's services. Suddenly, a cry of pain from a young girl outside the villa captured the attention of the 3 men. Tang Xinran immediately rushed out to bring Jin Yu inside. Hey, be gentle, that hurts. Jin Yu protested as she was ushered into the villa by Tang Xinran. Her reluctance evident, but ultimately compliant. Chu Yang was somewhat surprised by Jin Yu's arrival. Tang Xinran, let her go. Upon hearing this, Tang Xinran released Jin Yu, who unapologetically plopped down on the sofa and greeted Qin Mu. Qin Mu was taken aback by the girl's boldness. He glanced at Chu Yang, who appeared equally exasperated. Rubbing his temples, he asked Jin Yu, Little beauty, did you follow me all the way from Shengtian Investment for what purpose? Chu Yang sensed that the girl meant no harm. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made a noise to get Tang Xinran's attention. Jin Yu smiled sheepishly at Chu Yang and confessed. Actually, I just want tickets to Zhou Luanji's concert. You must have heard me talking with my best friend about getting tickets, but now I still don't have them. With all your concert tickets, could you sell me a few? Tang Xinran was bewildered by Jin Yu's fervor. This child is quite the fan. She actually followed someone all the way from Shengtian Investment to East Suburb Number 1 for concert tickets? Qin Mu found her antics amusing. Her determination was palpable. How did you know I had concert tickets? Chu Yang asked, genuinely surprised. Jin Yu scratched her head in embarrassment. I saw you when I was with Zhou Luanjia at a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Tang Xinran was speechless. This child was truly dedicated to her fandom. By the way, big brother, I know Su Nua. She's my best friend's aunt. Considering your connection with your old classmate, could you please help me out? You've already invested 5 billion in Xingtian, so you want to miss a few concert tickets, right? Please, I beg you. Jin Yu hastily brought up Su Nua, hoping to sway Chu Yang's decision. The girl's reasoning was surprisingly coherent. To prove her point, she pulled out several recent photos with Su Nua and Su Ruiyun from her phone. The dates on the photos indicated their closeness in the last month or two. Meanwhile, Qin Mu, listening to the girl's words, looked at Chu Yang with renewed astonishment. He believed that Chu Yang's acquisition of the Koenigsegg 1-1 and Villa No. 9 was already quite impressive, yet it appears that this is not his ultimate limit. What sort of project has Shengtian Investment engaged in that compelled Chu Yang to invest a staggering 500 million? Moreover, what kind of remuneration does Shengtian Investment offer? As he has never even heard of it. Chu Yang cast a glance at Tang Xinran, who retrieved a stack of concert tickets from his pocket, leaving Jin Yu utterly mesmerized. Just as Tang Xinran was about to hand a few tickets to Jin Yu, Chu Yang calmly interjected, give them all to her. I possess a permanent black gold card for Zhou Luanji's concert, rendering these tickets unnecessary. Jin Yu accepted the stack of concert tickets, her petite face brimming with astonishment. What? Chu Yang has a permanent black gold card? That's simply astonishing. Qin Mu had some knowledge of Zhou Luan, particularly regarding the Huaxing Entertainment where Zhou Luanjia was affiliated. He knew several high-ranking officials who possessed the coveted permanent black gold cards, which are exceedingly rare and reserved exclusively for internal personnel. What connection does Chu Yang have with Huaxing Entertainment to be granted a permanent black gold card? Young Master Chu, I have heard that the permanent black gold card is only distributed internally within Huaxing Entertainment. Is that true? Chapter 32, The Genius Butler by Yu Wei. Qin Mu feigned ignorance and inquired curiously. However, conversely, Chu Yang was not particularly well versed in the distribution mechanisms of the permanent black gold card. A faint smile graced his lips as he shook his head, saying, I'm not entirely sure, but if you desire one, I can have my subordinates send you a card later. Qin Mu's heart fluttered. Young Master Chu, Huaxing Entertainment. Chu Yang nodded, indeed. Huaxing Entertainment is now my enterprise. Upon hearing this, Jin Yu nearly fainted on the spot. What? Huaxing Entertainment is Chu Yang's enterprise, holding the Zhou Luanjie concert tickets. She suddenly found them less appealing. Qin Mu also began to reassess Chu Yang's financial prowess. Tang Xinran was thoroughly impressed. Thinking to himself that Yang Gu truly deserves his title, even Huaxing Entertainment belongs to him. That is an entertainment company valued at 400 billion. For the moment, I don't need it. I'm not a fan, Qin Mu chuckled, refraining from further comment. He realized that his new neighbor was indeed quite formidable. By the way, young lady, how did you arrive? Chu Yang recalled the matter of the young girl's arrival as he saw Jin Yu getting back on her feet. Jin Yu suddenly remembered that she had yet to introduce herself. Mr. Chu, my name is Jin Yu, and I came by taxi. Came by taxi? Chu Yang felt a bit exasperated with Jin Yu. The young girl has certainly gone to great lengths for those concert tickets. Then why not stay here for a while? Later, when my servants arrive, I'll take them along to purchase a few vehicles, Chu Yang suggested, and Jin Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. Mr. Chu has servants? How impressive. With still over half an hour until the servants' arrival, Chu Yang instructed Tang Xinran to bring the car in first. Qin Mu, intrigued by the Koenigsegg 11, followed suit. Jin Yu, brimming with curiosity about Villa Number 9, took out her phone and began clicking pictures enthusiastically. Facing the vast and empty villa, Chu Yang felt that having servants was indeed a good thing, as it added some life to the place. However, he had underestimated the efficiency of Tianhai housekeeping. Around 2:40 p.m., all the servants from Tianhai housekeeping arrived in unison. Dozens of well-uniformed staff filed in, creating a spectacular scene. The one coordinating everything was a sharp, capable woman dressed in business attire, standing at an imposing height with a beauty score of over 8. Hello, Mr. Chu. I am your personal butler, Bai Yue, a graduate of MIT, specializing in economics. Qin Mu had just returned from the underground garage when he overheard Bai Yue introducing herself to Chu Yang. Bai Yue was the star personal butler of Tianhai housekeeping, and countless wealthy individuals in the Magic City sought her services. He himself had attempted to book her, but manager Chang had informed him that her appointments were filled until the following year. Now, the person who had booked her for next year was serving as Chu Yang's personal butler. Qin Mu was convinced there was some insider information at play. Well, Butler Bai, allow me to introduce you. This is Tang Xinran. You may contact him for any matters. This is Qin Mu, the owner of Villa Number 8 and my neighbor. And this is Jin Yu. After introducing the three, Chu Yang facilitated their acquaintance. Bai Yue began to officially take charge of the management of Villa Number 9. Seeing Bai Yue busy herself, Chu Yang sent Tang Xinran to find a car dealership to view vehicles. Not long after, a Koenigsegg 11 and a Ferrari from Villa No. 9 and Villa Number 8 respectively sped toward the city. Approximately 30 minutes later, Tang Xinran parked the car at Fenyu Car Dealership. Chu Yang gazed at the dealership, momentarily taken aback. Isn't this dealership part of my enterprise? Yang Gu, this Fenyu dealership is the top automotive enterprise in the country. But it has long been overshadowed by the Yu Group, the automotive leader in the Magic City, so its reputation here is not very high. However, yesterday, the young master of the Yu Group offended a certain bigwig, and in a single night, his entire group was dismantled. Tang Xinran was quite astute regarding the affairs of the circle. Chu Yang had initially thought that Sang Biao would need 2 or 3 days to address the Yu Group. But it appeared that Sang Biao's efficiency was commendable. Yu Hong did not offend any bigwig. He merely offended me. Now, let us proceed to view the vehicles. As soon as Chu Yang finished speaking, Tang Xinran was so shocked that he could barely find his voice. It turned out that the colossal Yu Group had been dismantled simply because they had offended Chu Yang. What level of a bigwig is he? As they approached the Fenyu dealership, it was evident that the staff had been well trained. Every customer entering was greeted by a dedicated representative, ensuring that no one was belittled based on their identity or attire. This welcoming atmosphere provided a degree of comfort. Young Master Chu, do you have a specific vehicle in mind? Qin Mu was not lacking in ordinary luxury cars. He merely desired a top-tier luxury vehicle like the Koenigsegg 11. There are indeed a few I have my eye on. Could you assist me in evaluating them? Chu Yang replied as he and Qin Mu ventured into the luxury car section. Qin Mu, being a top-tier rich second generation, possessed an understanding of luxury cars that rivaled Chu Yang's exceptional driving skills. As they discussed cars, their shared interest deepened their bond. At that moment, a tall, slender man in a tailored suit hurriedly approached Chu Yang, his expression somewhat anxious. Boss, why didn't you notify me in advance of your arrival? My name is Zhang Chao, and I am currently the general manager of Fenyu Car Dealership. Chapter 33. All right, boss, I'll arrange that immediately. Despite Zhang Chao being merely the general manager of Fenyu Car Dealership, he was a notable figure within the wealthy elite circles. Qin Mu was astonished to see someone as proud as Zhang Chao bowing to Chu Yang, especially when he referred to him as boss. This revelation left Qin Mu utterly stunned. Boss, could it be that Fenyu Car Dealership is also under Chu Yang's ownership? Qin Mu glanced at Chu Yang, who nodded affirmatively. Yes, Zhang Xiao, you have managed Fengyu car dealership well. Keep up the good work. Zhang Xiao, with a humble demeanor, remarked, Boss, you flatter me. I merely fulfilled my responsibilities. Have you come to inspect Fengyu auto dealership today? Chu Yang waved his hand dismissively. I am merely here to select a few vehicles. My newly purchased villa lacks suitable transportation, making travel rather inconvenient. Certainly, I shall introduce you to our offerings, Zhang Xiao responded, preparing to present the options when Chu Yang raised his hand to halt him. No need for introductions. Young Master Qin has already discussed this with me. I would like one Mercedes-Benz G-Class, one Land Rover, and a Ferrari, with the price ideally kept between 2 to 4 million. Nothing extravagant. A touch of subtlety would be preferable. Only then did Zhang Xiao notice that accompanying Chu Yang was none other than the affluent heir, Qin Mu. Understood, boss. I will make the necessary arrangements immediately. After a brief moment of astonishment, Zhang Xiao quickly acquiesced to prepare the vehicles. The term preparation was somewhat of a misnomer, as it merely involved Zhang Xiao engaging in verbal exchanges and following procedures. After all, Chu Yang was the ultimate authority at the dealership. It would be laughable if he had to wait for his own vehicle. Approximately 3 minutes later, the paperwork for Chu Yang was nearly complete. Zhang Xiao approached with promotional materials, intending to let Chu Yang select the model and color. Chu Yang, focused on practicality for his travels, was indifferent to the specifications. Tang Xinran, come here and assist Zhang Xiao with the arrangements. Chu Yang called for Tang Xinran. Zhang Xiao was taken aback by the extent of Chu Yang's connections. Just the presence of the elite heir Qin Mu was impressive enough, and now he was joined by another affluent heir, Tang Xinran. What astonished Zhang Xiao further was the revelation that Tang Xinran seemed to be an associate of Chu Yang. His superior appeared to possess significant clout. Of course, Brother Yang, Tang Xinran said, accepting the promotional materials with a respectful demeanor, starkly different from the audacious persona Zhang Xiao had previously encountered. After confirming the model, Zhang Xiao inquired about the delivery address. Just write down Villa 9 at Dongjiao number 1. If I am unavailable to sign for it, you may call this number. Tang Xinran pulled out his phone, adding Bai Youwei's number to the message. It was no wonder Bai Youwei's appointments were busier than anyone else's. Her meticulous handling of affairs could only be described as impeccable. Even as they were merely purchasing vehicles, she had proactively provided her phone number for any unforeseen requirements. Such as the hallmark of a top-tier personal butler. What? Dongjiao number 1, Villa 9? Zhang Xiao involuntarily shuddered as he was about to write down the address. Not only was the new boss well-connected, but his residence was also extraordinary. With a heart full of excitement, Zhang Xiao diligently completed the necessary procedures. Once everything was finalized, he reported to Chu Yang, Boss, the vehicles you selected will arrive promptly before 6 o'clock this afternoon. Zhang Xiao's announcement left Tang Xinran and Jin Yu momentarily dumbfounded. Had they not come to Fengyu Auto Dealership to purchase cars? How had Chu Yang suddenly transformed into the owner of Fengyu Auto Dealership? All right, understood. You may contact my personal butler or Tang Xinran for assistance. I shall take a brief visit to the restroom, Chu Yang stated, motioning for a male sales associate to guide him. Upon Chu Yang's departure, Zhang Xiao hurriedly presented 3 Supreme VIP cards from Fengyu Auto Dealership with the utmost respect to Tang Xinran, Qin Mu, and Jin Yu. These Supreme VIP cards granted exclusive priority in purchasing luxury vehicles, with fewer than 100 issued nationwide. Holding such a card meant that even powerful individuals would have to wait their turn. With a net worth exceeding 100 million, Qin Mu had no shortage of luxury cars. However, Tang Xinran and Jin Yu exhibited considerable excitement upon receiving the Supreme VIP cards. Firstly, both had limited allowances controlled by their families, restricting their purchasing power. Secondly, the Supreme VIP card carried a certain prestige. After all, not everyone qualified for such an honor. Fengyu Auto Dealership may not have many things, but we do have an extensive selection of vehicles. This is just a small token of my appreciation, so please do not find it lacking, Zhang Xiao humbly remarked, to which Tang Xinran and Jin Yu quickly waved their hands in protest. Such a Supreme VIP card was far from something they could disdain. Then I thank you, Manager Zhang, they replied in unison, feigning calmness. However, their slightly excited tones betrayed their true feelings. When Chu Yang arrived, he had already taken note of the Supreme VIP cards in Tang Xinran and Jin Yu's hands. It was evident that Zhang Xiao was adept at his role. Zhang Xiao, please arrange for someone to take Jin Yu back, Chu Yang instructed, summoning Jin Yu. Engrossed in admiration of the luxury cars, she was curious about Chu Yang's request, only to hear him say, "You will be taken back." What? We are leaving already? I haven't seen enough. Jin Yu did not anticipate her swift departure, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. However, she quickly reassured herself that she would see Chu Yang again at Zhou Lunji's concert in a few days, so there was no need to rush. After all, she had firmly resolved to cling to the young master. If you haven't seen enough, you can always come back next time. Did you not say you have the VIP card John Chow provided you? Is there any reason to worry about time? Chu Yang mused, suspecting that Jean Yu's interest in luxury cars was merely a cover for ulterior motives. Sure enough, Jean Yu gazed at him with a pitiful yet hopeful expression, saying, "Brother Yang, you are so handsome. Surely you wouldn't refuse a cute girl asking for your phone number?" Chu Yang felt a headache coming on from this young lady's antics. "Tang Xinran, give her your phone number." Despite his reluctance, Tang Xinran complied and exchanged numbers with Jean Yu. Once the contact details were shared, the young lady skipped away with the driver Zhang Chao had arranged. Shortly thereafter, Chu Yang and his companions departed Fengyu Auto Dealership and returned to his Villa 9. "Welcome home, young master." Upon their return, the vibrant and respectful voices of the servants invigorated Chu Yang and Qin Mu. The servants promptly began to offer towels for hand drying and refreshments. Such small gestures provided a refreshing sense of comfort to those returning home. After being attended to by the servants, Qin Mu's admiration for Chu Yang soared to new heights. This was the remarkable efficiency of Tianhai household services. This was why the genius butler by Yue was highly sought after by numerous wealthy individuals. "Chu Xiao, do you have any activities planned for today? Shall we go out and have some fun?" Qin Mu inquired, sipping the tea the servants had provided. After experiencing the attentive service and today's events, he increasingly perceived his new neighbor as a concealed powerhouse. It was not solely due to Chu Yang owning a Koenigsegg 1. It was the aura of mystery he exuded. Initially, Qin Mu had assumed that Chu Yang's enterprises were limited to Huanqing Entertainment, only for him to discover that Fengyu Auto Dealership was also part of his holdings. What other impressive ventures might Chu Yang possess? It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I was preparing to head to Huijin International shortly. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yang resolved to visit Huijin International. What prompted this sudden desire to go to Huijin International? Qin Mu could not help but recall the previous circumstances, swallowing hard. "Qin Xiao, it wouldn't be the case that Huijin International is also your enterprise, would it?" Chu Yang was momentarily taken aback by Qin Mu's inquiry. "How do you know that is my business?" Qin Mu was utterly flabbergasted. Indeed, Huijin International was truly Chu Yang's enterprise. Huijin International Group ranked among the top 500 enterprises in the country, boasting a market value exceeding 200 billion. This was indeed Chu Yang's venture? And no, it's nothing. I was just casually asking, haha. Qin Mu chuckled, feeling parched. He never anticipated that his casual inquiry would unveil such a remarkable revelation. "By the way, what are your plans for later? Are you heading back to rest, or would you like to join me at Huijin International for a bit of fun?" Chu Yang casually inquired. "Returning to rest seems rather dull. I think I shall accompany you to Huijin International for some amusement." Qin Mu, contemplating how to spend time out with Chu Yang, agreed without a second thought. Just then, the beautiful personal steward, by Yue, approached respectfully, addressing Chu Yang, "Young master. Fengyu Car Dealership has delivered 3 vehicles, which are now parked in the underground garage. Do you require transportation today?" Chu Yang nodded and replied, "I will frequently utilize the Mercedes-Benz G-Class and the Koenigsegg 1. You may freely allocate the Range Rover and Ferrari. Additionally, please arrange for a driver. I need the Mercedes-Benz G-Class for my outing at 5 o'clock." Listening to Chu Yang's words, Qin Mu felt a surge of envy. What caliber of celestial boss is this? Chu Yang had purchased only 3 vehicles. He personally drove the Mercedes-Benz G-Class while entrusting the others to Bai Yue for her discretion. Meanwhile, his own luxury cars were all coerced from his father. Sigh, the disparity between individuals is indeed striking. Understood. Bai Yue responded, swiftly operating her phone. After a brief moment, she quietly informed, "Young master, a driver has been arranged for you, and you may depart at your convenience." Qin Mu, glancing at Bai Yue and then reflecting on his own family as steward, felt his envy for Chu Yang intensify. He yearned for a personal steward and a team of servants from Tianhai Household Management. "All right, then we shall set off at 5. Qin Xiao, do you plan to rest during this hour?" Chu Yang turned to Qin Mu, remembering his impending visit to Huijin International. Excitement surged within Qin Mu as he contemplated boasting to his wealthy friends. He smiled and said, "I plan to return and rest for a bit. Then come back before 5. "Very well, let us reconvene here at 5. Chapter 35, The Very Self-Satisfied Jinyu. After confirming their meeting at 5, Qin Mu returned to his villa. He opened WeChat and shared a photo of the Koenigsegg 1 he had captured earlier in the day in the group for the wealthy young elites of the metropolis. The Koenigsegg 1 is truly impressive. Immediately, the group of about 20 members erupted in excitement. "Whoa, the Koenigsegg 1. Qin Xiao, where did you acquire it? Whose car is this? Qin Xiao, are you done with gaming and now indulging in cars?" The chat in the wealthy young elites group surged to 99 messages. Qin Mu, peeking at the screen, laughed heartily on his bed. However, To his surprise, it wasn't long before someone began to expose Chu Yang's information in the group. I know whose car this is. The owner is named Chu Yang. Aged 23, Chen Mu stared at the messages in the group, momentarily stunned. He tagged the information prince. Chen Xiao? How do you know this car belongs to Chu Yang? The information prince, Chen Wei, sent a shrugging emoji. Not just me. Anyone who follows today as trending topics knows about Chu Yang. Here, take a look for yourselves. After that, the information prince shared a link in the group. Chen Mu glanced at the title, God Chu Battles the Koreans, slapping them into submission. Curiously, he clicked on the title and watched as Chu Yang, like a warrior, effortlessly subdued a Korean with a mere slap. This brief video was undeniably captivating. Wow, this video is so exhilarating. 6,666. Driving the Koenigsegg 1 and knocking out a Korean with bare hands. Impressive. However, Chen Mu realized that he hadn't even stepped outside. How did he manage to capture the Koenigsegg 1? Upon closer inspection, he noticed that not only was it a close-up shot, but Chu Yang himself appeared in the photo. As the affluent young elites began to notice these details, they bombarded Chen Mu with questions. Chen Mu, do you know God Chu? After watching the video, Chen Mu's understanding of his new neighbor deepened. His new neighbor was not only wealthy and mysterious, but also exceptionally formidable. Returning to the WeChat interface, he felt a surge of pride. God Chu is now my neighbor, and we've arranged to explore Huijin International together this afternoon. Chen Mu sent the message, only to be met with a flurry of question marks from the wealthy young elites downstairs. Everyone usually went out to bars or places like Gaofuer for entertainment. Why was he going to Huijin International with Chu Yang? Oh, I forgot to mention. Huijin International is owned by Chu Xiao, and he currently resides in Villa Number 9, right next to me. Chen Mu's words left the wealthy young elites of the metropolis utterly astonished. Where did this top-tier second-generation rich kid come from? Not only did he possess a Koenigsegg 1, but he also resided in the billion-dollar Dongjiao Yuan Villa Number 9. Even Huijin International had a valuation exceeding 200 billion. How had they never heard of such a figure in the metropolis? The information prince, Chen Wei, began to doubt the accuracy of the information he had gathered. Are the materials I have in hand false? Why do they differ so drastically from my investigation? Chu Yang's meteoric rise certainly caught the attention of the wealthy young elites, many of whom began contemplating how to forge a connection with him. Chen Xiao. Since Chu Xiao is so impressive, why not bring them into our circle for a gathering later? A young elite suggested. His proposal quickly garnered support from the majority. At that moment, Wang Song also chimed in. Chen Mu, arrange a time for a gathering with Chu Xiao. I would like to meet him as well. Wang Song was the most formidable second-generation wealthy individual aside from Chen Mu. He shared a good rapport with Chen Mu and wielded significant influence within the affluent circles. Wow. Even Wang Xiao is interested. The allure of the Koenigsegg 1 is undeniable. There was no denying that the supercar club currently lacked a Koenigsegg 1. Presently, Chu Yang's vehicle was the only one of its kind in the entire metropolis. If possible, he too would want to acquire one for himself. Chen Mu anticipated Wang Song's involvement. Realizing he had perhaps overstated his claims, he carefully chose his words. If Chu Xiao has time in a few days, we can gather then. With Chen Mu's statement, the excitement in the young elite group gradually subsided. Unbeknownst to Chu Yang, who was still resting, he had attracted the attention of the top-tier wealthy second-generation individuals of the metropolis due to Chen Mu's boasting. Meanwhile, Jin Yu had successfully returned home. She picked up her phone and sent a stack of tickets for Zhou Luanjia's concert to Su Riyun, immediately receiving a response filled with astonishment from her. Jin Yu, are all these tickets for Zhou Luanjia's concert? Jin Yu replied with a smug expression, of course. Didn't I tell you I know a top-notch agent? Right now, I'm just eagerly anticipating the concert to commence. With so many tickets in hand, I hardly know how to make use of them. Perhaps I could keep one as a memento, use another, and then boast about the rest on my social media. After a moment of silence, Su Riyun suggested something rather audacious. Jin Yu, taken aback yet thrilled, exclaimed, Sister Riyun, you are truly impressive. I approve. Before long, Jin Yu posted on her social media, I can't wait for Luanjia's concert, accompanied by a photo of the stack of tickets alongside a VIP card from Fengyu Car Dealership. Chapter 36. How did Chu Yang become so formidable all of a sudden? My goodness. A whole stack of tickets for Zhou Luanjia's concert. Jin Yu was basking in the attention. I've never seen anyone flaunt tickets in such a manner. Jin Yu, please sell me one. Oh, I too wish to attend the concert. Jin Yu spent the entire morning boasting about the concert tickets, truly relishing the moment. Many of her less amicable classmates approached her, shamelessly hoping to purchase tickets. Despite her pride, Jin Yu had no intention of selling. She simply wanted to tantalize those who coveted tickets, yet could not procure them. This made her think of Chu Yang, prompting her to click on a video of him battling the Koreans, indulging herself in the delight. Meanwhile, the protagonist of the video, Chu Yang, along with Qin Mu, arrived at Huijin International in a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. It was a weekday, and by around 5 o'clock, the headquarters of Huijin International was not overly crowded. Zhou Jiang hurriedly descended from the upper floors, intending to fetch coffee for the marketing director. Despite boasting about being the marketing director during a school reunion, in reality, Zhou Jiang was merely a lowly employee in the department. To make matters worse, he was deliberately targeted by the marketing director, enduring a dreadful daily existence. If it weren't for the handsome salary at Huijin International, Zhou Jiang would have contemplated resigning. Chu Yang, what brings you here? Zhou Jiang was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Chu Yang. I'm just here to have a look. If you have other matters to attend to, please go ahead. Chu Yang replied, preparing to enter. Zhou Jiang hastily blocked Chu Yang's path, remembering his earlier boast about being the marketing director. If Chu Yang were to inquire about it and discover the truth, he would be utterly humiliated. Hey, Chu Yang. Didn't you just acquire a Tang Chenyi pin during the recent reunion? Why are you at Huijin International's headquarters? Zhou Jiang inquired while pulling Chu Yang back. As for Qin Mu, he remained indifferent. Zhou Jiang assumed that Chu Yang and Qin Mu had merely coincidentally arrived at Huijin International together. Since they were unfamiliar with each other, even if Qin Mu was a rich heir, he was beyond Zhou Jiang's reach, making it more practical to dissuade a classmate. Seeing Zhou Jiang in formal attire and appearing to have a good rapport with Chu Yang, Qin Mu chose not to interrupt their conversation. However, this decision led him to overhear a shocking revelation. Chu Yang actually owned a Tang Chenyi pin. How extravagant! Even more amusing was the fact that Zhou Jiang, a classmate of Chu Yang, was entirely unaware that his peer was a key figure at Huijin International. Just the thought of Chu Yang's identity as the chairman being revealed before Zhou Jiang was entertaining to Qin Mu. I'm just here to take a look. You can go ahead with your tasks. Chu Yang smiled, subtly freeing himself from Zhou Jiang's grasp. Zhou Jiang was so intent on dissuading Chu Yang from entering Huijin International that he hardly noticed these subtle movements. Oh, what is so interesting about Huijin International? It's just a trading company. The time is still early. How about I treat you to coffee? Zhou Jiang continued, attempting to pull Chu Yang along. Qin Mu could no longer contain his laughter. He had never witnessed an employee trying to prevent their own boss from entering the premises. Qin, young Master Qin. Zhou Jiang, drawn in by Qin Mu's laughter, finally noticed that Qin Mu had not left. With a smile, Qin Mu addressed Chu Yang, young Master Chu, it's getting late. Let us hurry inside. At this, Zhou Jiang's hand instinctively released Chu Yang. He never imagined that Qin Mu and Chu Yang were acquainted, and that this affluent heir would refer to Chu Yang as young Master Chu. In just a day or two, how had Chu Yang become so impressive? Having shed Zhou Jiang's obstruction, Chu Yang entered the interior of Huijin International smoothly. The receptionist had received notification an hour prior that the big boss was coming for an inspection and had been eagerly awaiting the moment. Upon seeing Qin Mu and Chu Yang arrive, she was taken aback. The protagonist of the viral video featuring Chu Yang battling the Koreans was, astonishingly, the big boss of Huijin International. No wonder Chu Yang could afford a Koenigsegg 1. Just as she notified the executive president of Huijin International. Chu Yang walked in with Qin Mu. She promptly stood up and bowed. Welcome, boss, to the company for your inspection. Zhou Jiang, who was about to speak, was utterly stunned by the receptionist's words. He can't be mistaken, can he? The receptionist just called Chu Yang boss. Huijin International is worth over 200 billion. Chu Yang bought it and became the owner? Zhou Jiang's heart raced in disbelief. How had Chu Yang suddenly become so formidable? Chapter 37. The bluffs have become reality. Well, let us head up and take a look. Chu Yang nodded. He glanced at Zhou Jiang. And Qin Mu couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, Zhou Jiang was completely oblivious to the fact that young Master Chu was the owner of Huijin International. When Lu, the executive president, noticed Chu Yang's gaze shift toward Zhou Jiang, he felt a sudden pang of concern. The incident regarding Zhou Jiang's claim of being the marketing director had caused quite a stir in the office, and even Lu had heard whispers about it. Now, it seemed that Zhou Jiang and Chu Yang shared a close relationship. Chu Yang, you're really the boss of Huijin International? Zhou Jiang asked incredulously, seeking confirmation. The way he addressed Chu Yang and his demeanor further convinced Lu that there was indeed a connection between Chu Yang and Zhou Jiang. I just acquired it not long ago. Today, I'm here for an inspection. If you have no other business, why not join me? Chu Yang, despite not having a particularly favorable impression of Zhou Jiang, decided to extend a modicum of courtesy due to their shared alma mater, with Chu Yang personally inviting him. Lu would also take into account Zhou Jiang's attitude. Zhou Jiang, having navigated the complexities of the workplace for quite some time, was acutely aware that Chu Yang's words were merely a facade to bolster his own image. He felt a surge of gratitude mingled with remorse for having undermined Chu Yang's dignity at the recent class reunion in a moment of vainglory. Fortunately, Chu Yang, in his magnanimity, chose to overlook the slight. Otherwise, Zhou Jiang would have found himself in an untenable position today. Well, it seems I have nothing pressing on my agenda. Zhou Jiang mused, smiling as he accompanied Chu Yang, standing alongside General Manager Liu and Qin Mu, as they entered the exclusive elevator. The news of the Big Boss's inspection had already spread throughout Huijin International, inciting curiosity regarding his appearance and identity. When Chu Yang arrived with Qin Mu and General Manager Liu, many were taken aback by his striking features. Wow, the head of a trillion-dollar conglomerate looks this good? Oh, he is so handsome. I want to be a sycophant for the big boss. Step aside, let me bask in his glory. You love-struck fools, open your eyes. The big boss is accompanied by none other than the elite scion, young Master Qin. Young Master Qin. I've only seen him in the news. This is my first time encountering him in person. Does anyone else find the big boss vaguely familiar? Is it just me? The captivating presence of both Chu Yang and Qin Mu drew the attention of numerous female employees, while Zhou Jiang became the center of intrigue among his male counterparts. What is Zhou Jiang doing there? Does he really know the big boss? No way. If he were acquainted with Chu Yang, how could he possibly be targeted by the marketing director? True, but let us ensure we don't cross him. Zhou Jiang is likely to ascend the ranks after today. The whispers circulated. Zhou Jiang had no animosity towards his colleagues, but it seemed the marketing director was nearing his end. As the stir surrounding Chu Yang's presence continued, he, alongside Liu and Qin Mu, commenced an inspection of Huijin International. Shortly thereafter, having absorbed the necessary information, Chu Yang departed with Qin Mu, while Zhou Jiang remained by his side, occasionally providing detailed insights into matters within his purview. General Manager Liu, through their conversation, discovered that Zhou Jiang and Chu Yang were, in fact, former classmates. In light of these developments, upon returning to his office, Liu hastily drafted a dismissal letter for Director Zhao, simultaneously preparing Zhou Jiang's appointment notice. Given his familiarity with Director Zhao, Liu decided to delay notifying Zhou Jiang about the meeting to spare Zhao's feelings. Director Zhao, our humble Huijin International cannot accommodate your towering presence. Here is your letter of dismissal. I have arranged for the HR department to provide you with double pay, so you may leave without concern. Upon entering the office, Director Zhao was met with Liu's abrupt dismissal letter, leaving him bewildered. Wait, Liu, what is going on? Why am I suddenly being ousted? If I'm not the marketing director, who will take my place? Though Director Zhao was somewhat petty, his professional capabilities were undeniable. Henceforth, Zhou Jiang would assume the role of marketing director. As Liu spoke, Zhou Jiang entered the room, his face alight with a triumphant smile. Casting a provocative glance at Director Zhao, Director Zhao was acutely aware that Zhou Jiang had gained the favor of the big boss. However, he anticipated that Zhou Jiang would so brazenly usurp his position so swiftly. Director Zhao, I must thank you for your antagonism. Were it not for you, my old classmate would not have come to Huijin International for a visit, nor would he have conducted this inspection. I feel a bit guilty for taking your position. But my old classmate is quite the honorable person. He cannot abide seeing his peers treated unjustly. Though Zhou Jiang appeared to be recounting a tale, he was, in fact, reveling in his own triumph. Oh, Director Zhao, aren't you impressive? Why not find an old classmate of your own? I, Zhou Jiang, with an exceptionally loyal old classmate, have ascended in a heartbeat. What can you possibly do about it? Both Liu and Director Zhao recognized Zhou Jiang's ostentation, yet what could Director Zhao do? He lacked a classmate as formidable as Chu Yang. Zhou Jiang, relish your victory. Even if you've displaced me, I possess the means to ensure you cannot remain comfortably in that position. Aware that Liu could no longer be relied upon, Director Zhao snatched the dismissal letter, threateningly declared his departure, and exited. As Zhou Jiang watched Director Zhao leave, he turned to Liu, saying, General Manager Liu, with Zhou Jiang now in this position, I am certain I will perform far better than Director Zhao did. Thank you for this opportunity. With that, Zhou Jiang accepted his appointment letter, solidifying his newfound status. All of this was merely a consequence of Chu Yang's casual intervention. Chapter 38. Move 2 cases of exquisite red wine over. Young Master Chu, what activities do we have planned next? Qin Mu inquired, glancing back at the increasingly distant Huijin International. Chu Yang checked the time. It was only 6 in the evening. There are no events tonight, and as it's nearly dinner time, would you care to join me for a meal? Chu Yang's suggestion sparked Qin Mu's appetite. That sounds delightful. I happen to be quite hungry. Qin Mu had not forgotten that Chu Yang had arranged for a team of chefs from Tianhai Housekeeping to prepare a feast featuring the 8 great cuisines. While Qin Mu had dined at many restaurants in the city, the cuisine crafted by Tianhai's chefs was a rare indulgence, not easily accessible to everyone. After returning to the villa together, it was already 6:30. Ever since Qin Mu had boasted about Chu Yang to the elite scions of the city, his bragging had spiraled out of control. Prior to dinner, Qin Mu had snapped a few photos and shared them in the group chat of the city's affluent youths. The dishes prepared by the Tianhai chefs are simply delectable, Qin Mu remarked, igniting a flurry of excitement in the chat. Wow, young Master Qin, you seem to be on a roll lately. Showcasing something new every day? Whether you call it showcasing or not is irrelevant. What I want to know is, at which villa is this happening? Need you even ask? It's young Master Chu's villa. Just look at that interior. No wonder it's valued at $1 billion. Young Master Qin, ask young Master Chu if he is free tonight. We've booked a private room at the Honglinman Club. Let us all go and have some fun. The city's elite, under Qin Mu's influence, could hardly contain their eagerness to meet Chu Yang. I'll ask him, Qin Mu replied cheerfully, turning to Chu Yang. Young Master Chu, do you have any plans for tonight? If not, shall we head to the Honglinman Club? My friend has secured a private room for us to enjoy. Chu Yang was taken aback by Qin Mu's suggestion to visit one of his own establishments. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Which room is your friend in? Qin Mu paused in surprise. Give me a moment. I'll find out. After inquiring about the room number, he turned back to Chu Yang. It's the Supreme VIP room 666. Realizing the implications of Chu Yang's question, Qin Mu suddenly felt a jolt of realization. He watched as Chu Yang picked up his phone and made a call. Wangji, it's me. I have a friend in the Supreme VIP room 666. Please arrange for them to be accommodated in my room 888. Yes, as soon as possible. Oh, and send over 2 cases of fine red wine from the Banruo Manor to liven things up. After hanging up, Chu Yang's words left Qin Mu astounded. The Honglinman Club carried a prestigious reputation, and with General Manager Wang Ji's affiliation, it elevated him to a status on par with the city's top-tier elite. At this moment, Chu Yang made a phone call, directly requesting Wang Ji to relocate the private room to the esteemed 888 suite. Would Wang Ji acquiesce? Suddenly, Qin Mu pondered a possibility. He swallowed hard and inquired, Chu Xiao, could it be that the Honglinman Club is also part of your empire? Chu Yang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is mine, and I have only just acquired it a few days ago. Qin Mu found it hard to believe even a single word from Chu Yang. He had known Chu Yang for less than 2 days, and the number of claims regarding recent acquisitions was already staggering. The Koenigsegg 11, Villa Number 9, Huijin International. Ring Entertainment, Fenyu Car Rental. Now, he was being told that the Honglinman Club was also a recent addition to his portfolio. Who would believe such tales? Certainly not him. Wait a moment. Had Chu Yang just mentioned the Banruo Manor? Qin Mu turned to Chu Yang and tentatively asked, Chu Xiao, is the Banruo Manor also part of your holdings? Chu Yang casually acknowledged with a sound and continued his meal. Qin Mu was utterly flabbergasted. He had merely posed a casual inquiry, yet it turned out that the Banruo Manor truly belonged to Chu Xiao. At that moment, Qin Mu found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, in the Supreme VIP 666 room, Wang Ji received the call and was equally bewildered. He had just heard from the front desk that Wang Song and around 20 affluent second-generation heirs had arrived, requesting him to manage the situation. Just as he had arranged for them to settle in the Supreme 666 room, Chu Yang called to inform him to transfer them to the Supreme 888 suite. Was the boss joking? For others, he could easily facilitate such a change. The key issue was that Wang Song and his entourage were not short on money. Any one of them could easily toss around several hundred million. How could he possibly ask them to switch rooms? Furthermore, Wang Ji had not heard of any acquaintance between Chu Yang and Wang Song. At the same time, the information prince, Chen Wei, was lounging with his legs crossed, engrossed in a game. He noticed Qin Mu's message in the Magic City Young Masters group. Brothers, cooperate with Manager Wang to head to the Supreme 888 suite. Chu Xiao has prepared 2 boxes of Banruo Manor's reserve wine for us to enjoy later. Reserve wine from Banruo Manor? Chen Wei, who had little interest in women but a strong affinity for fine wines, especially aged ones, was thrilled. Wines from a prestigious estate like Banruo Manor typically commanded a price in the millions, and some were priceless. To change a room and enjoy 2 boxes of reserve wine, that was simply delightful. Wang Xiao, Chu Xiao has arranged the Supreme 888 suite for us and prepared 2 boxes of Banruo Manor's reserve wine. Shall we head over? Chapter 39. Who really is the second-generation heir? Chen Wei's words prompted a unified response from the group of affluent heirs, who began checking their phones. Even Wang Ji, who had weathered numerous storms, had never encountered such a scenario before. Wang Song also took note of Qin Mu's message in the group. The Supreme 666 suite had always been a favored venue for their elite circle, regarded as one of the finest in the Honglinman Club. The Supreme 888 suite, however, was a name they had never heard of, clearly an exclusive internal room within the club. How could Chu Yang even have access to such a suite? Wang Ji quickly gathered his wits and responded, yes, Chu Xiao has indeed arranged the Supreme 888 suite. I kindly asked the young masters to follow me. He then hurriedly called to have the Supreme 888 suite checked again. Wang Song cast a contemplative glance at Wang Ji. As he rose, he discreetly sent Qin Mu a private WeChat message. What is the relationship between the Hong Layman Club and Chu Xiao? On the other end, Qin Mu did not reply, as he was preparing to accompany Chu Yang to the Hong Layman Club. In the Supreme VIP 888 suite, Wang Song lounged on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, while Chun Wei and the 20-odd wealthy heirs were similarly preoccupied, emanating an air of ennui. When Qin Mu and Chu Yang arrived at the 888 suite, this was the scene that greeted them. I recently invested in a tech company specializing in new energy batteries, and I just received news of a significant breakthrough, charging in 1 minute for an entire day's use. The system detected Meng Xiao by bragging, and thus rewards the host with new energy battery technology. New energy battery technology is an advanced renewable energy development technique. Once put to the test, it can achieve a mere 10-second charge for an entire day's standby. Chu Yang had not anticipated that a group of billionaires would indulge in boasting during their leisure time. What an enlightening experience. Just as Meng Xiaobai finished his boast, he noticed the surrounding chatter had ceased. Following everyone's gaze, he was instantly taken aback. When had Chu Xiao arrived? How had they all failed to notice? Chu Yang's entrance prompted the young elite to rise in welcome. The Supreme 888 suite exuded opulence and grandeur, with its interior decor valued at no less than several tens of millions. The wealthy heirs could immediately discern that this was a room reserved for insiders. Apart from Wang Song and Qin Mu, only Chu Yang possessed the stature to warrant such a reception. Chu Xiao has arrived. Welcome. The affluent heirs greeted warmly, showcasing their camaraderie. Chu Yang reciprocated with a smile and exchanged pleasantries, with Qin Mu facilitating the introductions. After everyone had acquainted themselves, Wang Song proactively stood up and introduced himself. Chu Xiao. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Wang Song. At Wang Song's introduction, a hushed silence fell over the wealthy heirs. Chu Yang extended his hand to shake Wang Song's, courteously replying, Wang Xiao, it is a pleasure to meet you. Wang Song's personal handshake with Chu Yang served as an indirect acknowledgement of Chu Yang's status within the elite circle of wealthy heirs. Henceforth, Chu Yang, alongside Qin Mu, would be the only one able to converse with Wang Song on equal footing. Under Qin Mu's deft guidance, the atmosphere in the Supreme 666 suite became lively once more. After a while, Chu Yang excused himself under the pretense of visiting the restroom. As soon as he departed, Qin Mu found himself surrounded by inquisitive young elites. Qin Xiao, who exactly is Chu Xiao? Isn't he currently residing in a villa worth 10 billion? And what about Huijin International? Did he recently acquire the Koenigsegg 11? The affluent heirs bombarded Qin Mu with a barrage of questions. Listening to their inquiries, Qin Mu decided it was time to enlighten them on just how remarkable his new neighbor truly was. I am not entirely sure who Chu Xiao is, but he is quite personable and, indeed, exceedingly wealthy. Qin Mu racked his brain to formulate a descriptor that accurately reflected Chu Yang's situation. The wealthy heirs were left astonished by his choice of words. What did it mean to be both personable and exceedingly wealthy? Let me put it this way. Aside from acquiring the Koenigsegg 11, Villa No. 9, and Huijin International recently, the Hong Layman Club we are in is his, Banruo Manor is also his. And even the top-tier Fengyu car rental in the country belongs to him, all acquired in recent times. Moreover, he possesses a luxurious residence in Thompson Riviera and has invested a staggering 5 billion into Xingtian investments. Even the team employed at Chu Xiao's villa is sourced from Tianhai housekeeping, with the private butler being the prodigious Bai Yue, whom you previously attempted to book but were unable to secure. Qin Mu divulged every piece of information he had acquired. The assembly of affluent young elites was left in awe at Chu Yang's ostentatious wealth. This was astonishing. Huijin International boasts a market value exceeding 200 billion, not to mention the Red Romantic Clubhouse, the Prajna Manor, and a villa in Thompson Riviera. Even the household staff is sourced from Tianhai housekeeping, the wealthy youths. Upon comparing Qin Mu's revelations, unanimously concluded that the phrase extremely wealthy aptly encapsulated Chu Yang's status. This was utterly absurd. They had believed themselves to be affluent enough, only to discover that Chu Yang surpassed them in wealth. Who, then, truly embodies the essence of a rich second generation? Chapter 40. Just how many assets does Chu Yang possess? Chen Xiao, did you not investigate Chu Xiao? How does your information so starkly contradict what has been uncovered? A group of affluent heirs, upon realizing Chu Yang had yet to return, sought to uncover his true identity following their revelations regarding his financial prowess. Chen Wei, the individual named, rolled his eyes, his previously composed demeanor swiftly darkening. How the hell am I supposed to know? Chu Xiao is exceedingly enigmatic. The information I obtained only matched his name, age, and gender. Nothing else aligned with the individual known as Chu Xiao. A flicker of unperceived melancholy shadowed Chen Wei's gaze. He had enlisted the aid of his family's top hackers to conduct an exhaustive overnight investigation into Chu Yang's background, yet the endeavor yielded only solitude. The mere mention of this debacle left Chen Wei far from pleased. The wealthy heirs finally grasped that the information prince had stumbled upon a significant obstacle in the form of Chu Yang, hence his darkened countenance. It was precisely Chen Wei's candid admission that sparked the imaginations of the affluent heirs regarding Chu Yang's identity. Qin Mu and Wang Song sidled closer, exchanging glances laden with speculation. Wang Xiao, do you think Chu Xiao might be connected to some influential background? There is a considerable possibility. Otherwise, Chen Wei wouldn't have been unable to uncover his identity. Had it not been for Chen Wei, I might not have considered this angle. No wonder he suddenly amassed such wealth. It appears he hails from an illustrious lineage. I hadn't initially considered this either. Let us observe how this unfolds. Qin Mu and Wang Song whispered amongst themselves while the other heirs formulated their own conjectures. As the doors to the Supreme 888 private room swung open, conversations abruptly ceased. All eyes turning to Chu Yang as he entered. Why the silence? Were they not here to revel? Not a single note sung? Chu Yang regarded the assembly with curiosity, and they swiftly snapped back to reality, some selecting songs while others seized the microphones, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie. With the intentional warmth from everyone and a few glasses of red wine, Chu Yang seamlessly integrated into this elite circle of wealthy heirs. Wang Song, particularly fond of beautiful women, naturally gravitated the conversation towards them. Speaking of women, Wang Song couldn't help but reminisce about two goddess-like beauties he had encountered a few days prior. With a drink in hand, he couldn't resist boasting. Chu Xiao, let me tell you, I recently met two women of divine beauty. Their figures are nothing short of fiery, and they wore silver outfits that exuded both coolness and flair. Detected that Wang Song is boasting. The system generously grants the host two beautiful silver guardians. Silver guardians? Chu Yang paused, bewildered. However, after reviewing the information on the silver guardians, his grip on the wine glass nearly faltered. According to the combat power metrics of this world, an ordinary special forces soldier might possess a power level around 30 to 50 points, while a martial arts king would hover around 100. In contrast, Chu Yang, a master of his craft, boasted a power level nearing 200. Yet, the Silver Guardians, products of a cosmic technology company, possessed a staggering power level of 5,000 points. In this realm, such prowess was unparalleled. Even someone of Chu Yang's martial arts mastery would falter against a Silver Guardian in a mere instant. If given the chance, he truly wished to meet one. Containing his excitement, Chu Yang smiled and sipped his drink. Wang Song wholeheartedly agreed, expressing his own desire to encounter those two exquisite women once more. The soirée, fueled by the affluent heir's deliberate efforts, maintained an exuberant atmosphere until 10 o'clock that evening, when the gathering finally dispersed. After exchanging jovial banter, Chu Yang, Wang Song, and Qin Mu exited the Supreme 888 private room and entered the lobby. There, they were met by Jin Chonghuan, the man who had previously encountered Chu Yang in the arena and had been rendered unconscious by a single slap. Mr. Park, this is the man who dismantled my arena. I implore you to take action and incapacitate him. Jin Chonghuan's eyes burned with animosity upon spotting Chu Yang. More disgracefully, he found himself replaying the humiliating memory of being struck into unconsciousness by Chu Yang. He genuinely feared another slap might be forthcoming. As he shouted, he gestured toward Park Xingxian, a martial arts expert from Brandon. While he may not match Chu Yang, a master of martial arts, in skill, he was nonetheless considered a formidable fighter within the ranks of Brandon. Park Xingxian scrutinized Chu Yang with a grave expression. Wang Song and Qin Mu recognized Jin Chonghuan as the individual who had been subdued by Chu Yang's slap, and they noted that he had summoned what appeared to be a formidable ally. This left them slightly apprehensive for Chu Yang's safety. Hello, boss. Park Xingxian. After assessing Chu Yang and confirming his identity as the esteemed leader, respectfully bowed at a 90-degree angle in a gesture of deference. Jin Chonghuan was left utterly dumbfounded by this scene. How could the expert he had summoned turn out to be a subordinate of Chu Yang? Wang Song and Qin Mu were equally astonished by this turn of events. Why was Park suddenly addressing Chu Yang as boss? What had transpired? Had he not been summoned by Jin Chonghuan to confront Chu Yang? Not only Wang Song and Qin Mu, but even Wang Ji, who had called for security, found himself bewildered. What was Jin Chonghuan thinking, summoning the boss's subordinate to confront the boss? You are from Brandon? Chu Yang surveyed Park Xingxian with surprise. Park Xingxian respectfully affirmed, yes, I am Park Xingxian from Brandon. It was Jin Chonghuan who paid handsomely to have me confront you. But I was unaware of the details beforehand. I ask for your forgiveness and the opportunity to atone for my mistake. Chapter 41. Chu Xiao, must you be so ostentatious? In a display of loyalty, Park Xingxian seized Jin Chonghuan and without hesitation, struck him across the face. This was a one-sided, merciless assault, and the sounds of Jin Chonghuan's anguished cries were hauntingly pitiful. Yet, Park Xingxian showed no signs of relenting. Wang Song and Qin Mu were actively recalling information about Brandon. Wang Xiao, Brandon is a highly renowned security company in Korea, valued at approximately 500 billion. The top 50 individuals in Brandon are martial arts experts, with some even comparable to special forces. Chun Wei had not left with the affluent heirs. His sudden appearance provided clarity to Wang Song and Qin Mu's confusion. Chun Wei's family hails from the realm of network technology, and the title of Prince of Intelligence is truly well-deserved. However, the individuals associated with Brandon have always been notoriously exclusive. It was unexpected to discover that not only was Chu Yang the proprietor of Brandon, but he was also held in such high esteem by Brandon's people. Truly impressive. As Chun Wei spoke, his eyes were filled with astonishment as he gazed at Chu Yang. Wang Song and Qin Mu exchanged glances, equally astonished. They had initially believed that Chu Yang's enterprises within the country were formidable, but they had not anticipated his ventures abroad. Chu Yang, however, remained oblivious to Wang Song and Qin Mu's reactions. He was instead observing Park Hyung-sun's skills, nodding in satisfaction. Park Hyung-sun, cease your efforts. I have discerned your sincerity. Your martial arts are commendable. Please inform Master Wu of Brandon to assign 20 security personnel to report to Villa Number 9 at Dongjiaono. 1. He instructed. Park Hyung-sun was taken aback by the unexpected opportunity to redeem himself. Excitedly, he replied, Boss, I will contact Master Wu immediately. Listening to their exchange, Chun Wei's expression grew even more serious. Master Wu is the executive president of Brandon, full name Wu Xing. He is exceedingly exclusive. I am genuinely curious how young Master Chu managed to secure Brandon from him. Wang Song and Qin Mu regarded the visibly excited Park Hyung-sun, their eyes filled with complex emotions. Who could have imagined that a simple gathering would reveal yet another of Chu Yang's enterprises? The more one interacted with Chu Yang, the more he seemed enshrouded in mystery. Just when one believed they had a complete understanding of him, a new venture would emerge, catching them off guard. I too am curious how he accomplished this, Qin Mu mused, not only wanting to know how Chu Yang acquired Brandon, but also how he procured a property at Tangshan Ipin, a building no less. Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Mu. He turned to Wang Song and proposed, shall we place a wager? Wang Song, intrigued by the sudden proposition, responded, interesting. What do you have in mind? Pointing at Chu Yang, Qin Mu declared, I will ask young Master Chu when he acquired Brandon. If he claims it was recently, you shall gift me your newly acquired Ferrari. If I lose, I will invest 1 billion in your latest project. Recently, Wang Song had been pushed out by his father to run a company. While he was not financially troubled, who would refuse an excess of wealth? Agreed. Wang Song readily accepted. Chun Wei, intrigued by the unfolding wager, chimed in with a smile. Young Master Qin, I shall join as well. I wager a limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom, betting that he did not acquire it recently. If I lose, you may have my Ferrari. Qin Mu was surprised to see Chun Wei, who typically only showed interest in information, engage in the wager. Nevertheless, with the prospect of new vehicles, why not? He composed himself and approached Chu Yang. Young Master Chu, you are truly remarkable. Even Brandon from Goryeo is under your domain. When did you obtain Brandon? Chu Yang replied with a calm smile. I acquired it recently. Wang Song and Chun Wei were momentarily taken aback. How could Qin Mu have anticipated such a response? Qin Mu beamed triumphantly at Wang Song and Chun Wei. After experiencing the likes of Koenigsegg 1, Villa Number 9, Huanqing Entertainment, Fenyu Car Dealership, and a building at Tangshan Ipin, he had long discarded conventional reasoning when dealing with Chu Yang. The extent of Chu Yang's grandeur could not be encapsulated by mere enterprises. What was one Goryeo's Brandon in the grand scheme? Even if Chu Yang suddenly became the wealthiest individual in Modu tomorrow, it would not surprise him in the slightest. Haha. Thank you, young Master Chu. I will have the limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom that Chun Wei owes me delivered to your villa shortly, Qin Mu declared, leaving Chu Yang astonished by the unexpected gift. Chun Wei losing a vehicle to Qin Mu had little relevance to him. Allow me to clarify, Qin Mu explained quickly, detailing the wager he had made with Wang Song, while simultaneously praising Chu Yang. To be honest, if you claimed Tianhai housekeeping was yours, I would not even bat an eye. Chu Yang was taken aback by this statement. He nodded nonchalantly. Tianhai housekeeping is indeed mine. Qin Mu felt as though he had been choked. Young Master Chu, must you be so extravagant? Chapter 42. The Elite Hacker Alliance also falls under his domain. Upon hearing Chu Yang's admission that Tianhai housekeeping was also his, Wang Song's eyes widened in shock. What? Tianhai housekeeping is also under Chu Yang's ownership. That is impossible. If there were any changes in the domestic equity of Tianhai housekeeping, we at Jiyun would undoubtedly have received word. Chun Wei quickly countered. Jiyun is our family's enterprise, and the most exceptional hacker, Chen Tao, ranks among the top 100 global technical experts. If Jiyun could not uncover any movements regarding Tianhai housekeeping, it would suggest that only someone more skilled than Chun Tao could have obstructed such inquiries. Yet, if Tianhai were not Chu Yang's venture, would Mr. Chang have dispatched by Yue to investigate? Wang Song did not deny Jiyun's leading position domestically, but Mr. Chang's actions did align with Chu Yang's assertions. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Wei remarked, Chun Tao is the pinnacle of our family's expertise. If Jiyun failed to detect any changes in Tianhai housekeeping's equity, it could only be due to the intervention of the Red Sky Alliance. Chun Wei's boast was audacious. The Red Sky Alliance ranked as the foremost hacker alliance globally, with approximately 30 members listed among the top 100 hackers worldwide. However, even outside the Red Sky Alliance, there were no fewer than 50 hackers, capable of easily defeating Chun Tao, despite their relatively lower caliber. Detected Chun Wei boasting to the host. The system bestows the host with the world's leading hacker alliance, the Red Sky Alliance. Chu Yang remained unaware of the exchange between Chun Wei and Wang Song. Upon hearing the system notification, he was momentarily surprised. What kind of boast could Chun Wei make to invoke the world's leading hacker alliance? Qin Mu, still fixated on the Ferrari in Wang Song's possession, called Chu Yang over, eager to have Wang Song and Chun Wei fulfill their promises. As Chu Yang approached Wang Song, Jin Chonghuan, who had been feigning unconsciousness on the ground, glanced over with his bruised eyes, feeling fortunate. Once he escaped, he vowed to find someone even more formidable to deal with Chu Yang. Brandon had been his misstep, but such a situation would not repeat itself. As Jin Chonghuan mentally steeled himself for revenge, he quietly maneuvered his battered body like a worm, crawling toward the entrance of the hall. Almost there, he was filled with joy as he neared the door. However, his smile froze the next moment. He looked up to see a pair of black leather shoes and the smirking face of Wang Ji before him. Mr. Jin, you didn't think the security at our Red Romance Club was merely for show, did you? Jin Chonghuan glared at Wang Ji, his heart filled with curses. Had Park Hyung-sun not beaten him so severely, he would not have been unable to contend even with the security of Red Romance. Ah, Mr. Wang, you are a respectable businessman. Surely you wouldn't dare to lay a hand on a mere Korean like myself. If anything were to happen to me, I fear your Red Romance Club would find it rather difficult to explain, Jin Chonghuan managed to articulate, striving to make his words sufficiently clear. He aimed to convey to Wang Ji that he, too, had individuals backing him. Wang Ji discerned the threat embedded within Jin Chonghuan's words and chuckled. Of course. Our Red Romance Club is a legitimate establishment. Someone, assist Mr. Jin to his feet and treat him well. Jin Chonghuan was respectfully aided by 2 security guards, and despite his battered appearance, a sense of smugness crept onto his face. His companions had cautioned him against provoking General Manager Wang of the Red Romance Club, yet it seemed he was merely a coward. As Jin Chonghuan was escorted to the car, the meticulous attention lavished upon him made him feel utterly at ease. Wang Ji stood before the vehicle, smiling at the driver. Make sure you take good care of him. Should he manage to escape before reaching Sang Biao's territory, you will be responsible for soothing Sang Biao's wrath before returning to me. What? Sang Biao? Jin Chonghuan was left dumbfounded. The only man in the Magic City known as Sang Biao was none other than the underground godfather of the region. No, it couldn't possibly be that Sang Biao. Could it? Jin Chonghuan felt an involuntary tremor coursing through his legs. Wang Ji, noticing Jin Chonghuan's fear, gently added, Mr. Jin, I forgot to mention that our boss, whom you know as Chu Yang, is Sang Biao's elder brother. I have already informed Sang Biao, and he will personally handle this matter. Rest assured, we will fulfill our obligations. The individuals inside the car, upon hearing the notorious name of Sang Biao, were equally tense. Not to mention the terrified Jin Chonghuan who was about to be delivered to him. How could Chu Yang possibly be Sang Biao's brother? Jin Chonghuan felt as though he were on the brink of death. His companions had previously advised him on 2 crucial matters. First, to avoid provoking the underground godfather Sang Biao. Second, not to offend Manager Wang of the Red Romance Club. Jin Chonghuan never anticipated that he would not only offend both, but would also be delivered to Sang Biao by Wang Ji. At that moment, Jin Chonghuan realized that Wang Ji was not a coward, but rather a ruthless individual who would not hesitate to crush his adversaries. Observing the 2 burly security guards flanking Wang Ji, despair washed over him. It was all over. It was utterly hopeless. Chapter 43. Taking steps to arrange his technology company. Wang Ji watched the car depart, promptly tidied his attire, and strode into the Red Romance Club. Jin Chonghuan, filled with trepidation, arrived at the hall of Sang Biao's villa. Sang Biao sat upon the sofa, exuding an aura of menace. I hear you've spent a fortune to go after my brother? You dare to openly challenge him in the Magic City? Sang Biao's fierce gaze bore down on Jin Chonghuan, who, petrified, collapsed to his knees. Jin Chonghuan, emboldened by his foreign status, had dared to challenge various masters in the Magic City. But had he known that the handsome and somewhat wealthy Chu Yang was Sang Biao's brother, he would never have dared to cross him. "Brother Biao, this is all a misunderstanding," Jin Chonghuan pleaded, trembling on the ground. Sang Biao's lips curled into a cold smile as his subordinates, perceptive to the situation, dragged the battered Jin Chonghuan away for another beating. "You went so far as to send people after my brother, and you still dare to claim it's a misunderstanding? Do you take me for a fool?" Once again, Jin Chonghuan found himself on the receiving end of a brutal beating, nearly losing his life in the process. When he was dragged back into the hall, the imposing visage of Sang Biao illuminated a moment of clarity. He realized that his previous offense had stemmed from the arena challenge against Chu Yang. What if the arena were to be dismantled? With newfound determination to survive, Jin Chonghuan exclaimed, "Brother Biao, I was wrong. It was my superiors who forced me to hold the challenge. I never intended to offend Mr. Chu. I know where they typically hold their matches," and with clarity of thought, Jin Chonghuan divulged everything about Jin Song and the others. Sang Biao, taken aback by Jin Chonghuan's willingness to cooperate, reflected on his words. "You are right. If it weren't for that wretched arena, my brother wouldn't have to personally deal with you scoundrels. Brothers, I want to see all arenas dismantled by nightfall. As for those responsible, you can handle them as you see fit." With a wave of his hand, Sang Biao signaled for them to take Jin Chonghuan away. Jin Chonghuan was left stunned. This was not at all how he had envisioned things to unfold. "Brother Biao, please spare me." His pitiful pleas echoed outside, only to be swiftly silenced. At East Suburb No. 1, within Villa No. 9, Chu Yang returned from the Red Romance Club, summoned the Silver Stream Guards. After refreshing himself, Chu Yang lay upon his European-style bed and summoned the Silver Stream Guards from the system. As soon as he uttered the command, two stunning women clad in silver attire materialized in the room. "Silver Stream Guards, Ji Hua and Zhu Yu at your service. Do you possess the ability to become invisible?" Chu Yang inquired with delight, observing their silver garments. Ji Hua and Zhu Yu replied respectfully, "Indeed, master. For your absolute safety. The Silver Stream Guards are to provide personal protection while remaining hidden by your side. Whenever you require us, we shall appear at your beck and call." Chu Yang felt an overwhelming joy. The ability to become invisible was extraordinarily powerful. As for the title of master, let's set that aside. You may call me young master. For now, there is nothing urgent. You may take your leave. Having grown accustomed to their address, Chu Yang requested a change. "Understood, young master," Ji Hua and Zhu Yu responded, then concealed themselves before him. Not long after their departure, Chu Yang's phone rang again. It was a secure number from abroad, connecting it to the newly acquired Qitian alliance. He answered, "Boss, it's Yuan Liang. A company named Jiyun has been persistently trying to probe into your affairs. While they seem harmless, their persistence is concerning. Would you like me to have the Qitian alliance take action?" Yuan Liang was the leader of the Qitian alliance, known by his code name within the group. His real name was Liang Yuan, a globally recognized hacker ranked third in the world. Keep a close watch on Jiyun. If anything amiss arises, feel free to teach them a small lesson. Chu Yang was aware that Jiyun belonged to the Chunwei family, and after a brief exchange, he ended the call. Reclining back onto the bed, Chu Yang felt a profound sense of satisfaction. His outing had proven exceptionally fruitful. Not only had he secured the Silver Stream Guards as a trump card, but he had also established a covert connection with the world's foremost hacker alliance. Oh, and speaking of gains, Chu Yang nearly forgot. There is also the wealthy second-generation Meng Xiaobai, who boasted about a new energy technology he offered. I should have Bai Yue look into that. Yue, I implore you to embark on the establishment of a new energy company, primarily focusing on the development of innovative energy technologies. Please ensure that this matter is resolved within 3 days. Having given his instructions to Bai Yue, Chu Yang gradually succumbed to the embrace of slumber. Unbeknownst to him, as he drifted into dreams, the city of magic had quietly been set ablaze with astonishment. Chapter 44. Chu Shun trends again. At the break of dawn the following day, news of Chu Shun and the Koreans once again ascended to the heights of trending topics. The Korean Taekwondo dojo was vandalized. Which deity could have wrought such havoc? The ever-curious netizens clamored for answers. The aftermath of the Korean dojo's destruction revealed that the entire Korean cohort had been hospitalized. Who could be the culprit? Heartbroken fans lamented their shattered feelings, as their beloved Appa transformed into a pig's head, in the wake of Chu Shun's decisive blow to the Koreans. One could not help but wonder if this was a form of retribution. Chen Wei, upon reading the inside scoop, found himself perplexed. How could an entire faction of Koreans have been sent to the hospital overnight, their faces swollen beyond recognition? Such animosity must have been born from a profound grudge. Young master, we've identified the perpetrator. Chen Tao, who had toiled for 2 days and nights, appeared before Chen Wei, his eyes resembling those of a panda. Who is it? Chen Wei inquired with curiosity. The underground overlord of Magic City, Sang Biao, is the one responsible. For reasons unknown, last night, all Korean Taekwondo dojos in Magic City were vandalized, and the involved individuals were swiftly transported to hospitals. The reasoning behind this remains a mystery. Yet the Koreans are now pleading with doctors to facilitate their return home for treatment, presumably out of fear. As Chun Tao concluded, Chun Wei furrowed his brow. Are you certain it was Sang Biao? Had Chun Wei been unaware of Jin Chonghuan's troubles with Chu Yang, he might have, like others, assumed the Koreans had provoked Sang Biao. However, given the events of the previous night, Chun Wei's skepticism prevailed. If the Koreans were indeed targeted by Sang Biao, it could only be attributed to Chu Yang. Has there been any new information regarding Chu Yang? Chun Wei remained preoccupied with acquiring accurate details about him. On this note, Chun Tao's composed demeanor cracked slightly. The Cheetian Alliance has just issued a warning, instructing us to cease any inquiries into Chu Yang's affairs, or we shall face the consequences. The Cheetian Alliance is shrouded in mystery and seldom reveals itself to hackers. Yet today, it was none other than the alliance's leader, Yuan Liang, who took the initiative. Such attention from a major alliance towards Chu Yang is indeed noteworthy. Constrained by the threat posed by the Cheetian Alliance, Chun Tao was compelled to halt his investigation into Chu Yang. Are you implying that the Cheetian Alliance is also shielding Chu Yang? The implications of this young master's connections are simply staggering. Chun Wei was taken aback by this revelation. Yuan Liang and Sang Biao are both prominent figures, both domestically and internationally. How could such influential individuals rally behind a single individual? Chun Wei's bewilderment would remain unanswered. Meanwhile, upon receiving this information, Qin Mu promptly proceeded to the villa to gauge Chu Yang's reaction. He sought to ascertain whether Sang Biao's actions bore any relation to Chu Yang. Young master, you've once again made it to the trending topics, Qin Mu announced upon arriving at Chu Yang's villa, where he found Chu Yang comfortably seated on the sofa. Sipping hot tea, Chu Yang paused, his hand holding the cup momentarily suspended. He had not frequented crowded places recently. How had he once more found his name in the trending topics? Yu Wei, Chu Yang called, and Bai Yu Wei immediately presented him with a nearly $10,000 iPad. The screen displayed today's trending rankings. What had the Koreans done to provoke such a response? Leading them to demand medical treatment back home? Chu Yang was taken aback, prompting Qin Mu to mirror his confusion. This has nothing to do with young master? Just as Chu Yang pondered this, his phone suddenly chimed. Glancing at the caller ID, he was astonished to see Sang Biao. Qin Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. The Sang Biao in your contacts cannot possibly be the notorious underground overlord of Magic City, can it? Chu Yang answered the call. From the other end, Sang Biao's voice resonated. Brother, I hope I'm not disturbing your rest? As Qin Mu listened to the familiar voice emanating from the phone, an overwhelming shock coursed through him, akin to 1,000 thoughts colliding. The individual on the line was indeed Sang Biao, the underground overlord of Magic City. Yet, why this cautious demeanor? And what did brother signify? Qin Mu felt as though he had stumbled upon something monumental. The underground overlord had a brother, and that brother was Chu Yang. It was evident that Chu Yang hailed from an esteemed lineage, as even Sang Biao regarded him as a subordinate. No, that was not the crux of the matter. The real concern was how to safely return after having overheard such sensitive information. I'm not disturbed at all, little Biao. Why are you calling so early? Chu Yang remained oblivious to Qin Mu's astonished expression. His casual address nearly caused Qin Mu to topple over. This was the underground overlord of Magic City. Was it appropriate to refer to him as little Biao? Upon hearing Chu Yang's inquiry, Sang Biao realized his brother had yet to catch wind of the news. He exhaled, feeling a sense of relief, as if it were only natural. How could those Koreans possibly disturb his brother? Brother, those foolish Koreans have crossed me, and I took the liberty of dealing with them in advance. You wouldn't hold it against me, would you? Sang Biao carefully framed his words, deciding to take the blame for Wang Zhi's actions, which Jin Chonghuan had attempted to shift onto him. Not at all. They are merely inconsequential figures. If they've been dealt with, then so be it. Indeed, they are just a bunch of lackeys. I shall have them return to Korea at once. Not long after Chu Yang and Sang Biao's call ended, news of the Koreans' expulsion from Magic City spread like wildfire. Chapter 45, Cousin Su Wenjing. The socialite group in which Qin Mu resided was in an uproar. No one had anticipated Sang Biao would take action overnight, especially against seemingly insignificant Koreans. As they gazed upon the Koreans who were rendered unrecognizable, a collective thought emerged: Chu Yang. The video of Chu Yang knocking out a Korean with a single slap still lingered in trending discussions. Young master, do you have any engagements today? Qin Mu casually glanced at the group chat, attempting to shift the conversation. Unaware of Qin Mu's intentions, Chu Yang was about to shake his head when the phone he had just hung up on rang again. To his surprise, the caller was Su Wenjing. Su Wenjing was Chu Yang's cousin. Although they both resided in Magic City, Their communication had been infrequent, especially since she had just graduated from university and had little time to reach out. "Hello, Wenjing." Seeing Chu Yang answer the call, Qin Mu let out a sigh of relief. However, he soon reconsidered. Chu Yang's relationship with Sang Biao was not as trivial as it seemed. After all, he hailed from that world. What did Sang Biao truly represent? "Cousin, do you have the time to come to Daping Community? I need your assistance with something." Su Wenjing was a self-reliant and strong-willed girl, rarely seeking Chu Yang's help. Clearly, she must have found herself in a predicament to turn to him now. "All right, I'll be there shortly." Chu Yang hung up the phone and immediately instructed Bai Yue to arrange for a driver. He hastily rose and said to Qin Mu, "Young Master Qin, I have matters to attend to today and cannot spare any time. We shall connect again when I am free. Yue, please share my WeChat with young Master Qin." With that, Chu Yang rushed off. It suddenly dawned on Qin Mu that despite their long acquaintance, he had yet to obtain Chu Yang's WeChat. This was the WeChat of the notorious Sang Biao. Ecstatic, Qin Mu sought out Bai Yue to request the WeChat information. While he refrained from inquiring about Chu Yang's whereabouts, he resolved that regardless of the speculation in the outside world, who could definitively link Sang Biao's expulsion of the Koreans to Chu Yang. Meanwhile, the driver pulled up in a Mercedes-Benz G-Class at the foot of the Daping Community. Renowned for its affordable rent in the eastern district of the bustling metropolis, the community attracted numerous tenants. In contrast, wealthy individuals were scarce, and the sudden arrival of a Mercedes-Benz G-Class instantly drew the attention of onlookers among the residents. "Who does this car belong to? It looks to be worth several million," exclaimed one. "At the very least, it must be over $1 million. Did you see the front? It's a Mercedes," scoffed another. "You too must be inexperienced. This is a Mercedes G-Class, worth over $2 million. Chu Yang, still seated in the car, overheard the admiration of the elder residents. Remembering Su Wenjing's plea for assistance, he instructed the driver to wait inside while he exited and made his way to room 2032, where Su Wenjing and her friend Chen Fei resided. Upon seeing a handsome young man in his 20s, the elderly residents immediately began to engage him. "Young man, whom are you looking for?" one inquired. "All the tenants here know each other. I'm known as the Daping Informant." "How old are you? Do you have a girlfriend?" "My granddaughter is 18. Ma, you should be ashamed. Your daughter already has a boyfriend, and you're trying to introduce her to this young man. Listen to me, young man. My granddaughter is 20 and an outstanding student." Chu Yang found himself besieged by a throng of older residents attempting to set him up with potential girlfriends. Finally managing to escape their clutches, he hastened towards Su Wenjing's residence. Fortunately, the layout of Daping Community was straightforward, and before long, he arrived near Building 2030. As he approached room 2032, he heard a loud matron chastising the two young ladies there. "What is wrong with today's young girls? You leave your trash outside, and it reeks. In this sweltering summer, the smell is unbearable. I have a pregnant daughter-in-law at home. Can you compensate me for this?" Su Wenjing had been troubled by the garbage for several days. Already feeling uneasy and fearful, the arrival of the matron seeking a confrontation only added to her distress. "Auntie, this is not our trash. It belongs to someone else." Su Wenjing attempted to explain, but the matron, upon hearing her, accused the young lady of deceit. "How dare you lie when I merely offer a few words of advice? You should learn from my distant nephew, who just got accepted into MIT and will be employed by one of the Fortune 500 companies upon graduation." Chu Yang realized that his cousin was being unfairly targeted. "Madam, if you continue to speak this way, my cousin's trash will remain outside longer. If you are concerned about your daughter-in-law, perhaps you should check on her first?" Dressed in a white casual outfit and exuding an air of distinction, Chu Yang caught the matron's attention, who had originally come to address the garbage issue. "Fine. Since you are her cousin, ask them to tidy up quickly. I shall go check on my daughter-in-law now." The youth of today. Chapter 46. Recently, I've made a bit of money. Seeing Chu Yang come to her defense, Su Wenjing felt a wave of relief and invited him into her home. As Chu Yang settled onto the sofa, he surveyed the rental apartment. The 2-bedroom, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom setup had a minimalist design, arranged neatly and exuding warmth. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a girl wearing a spaghetti strap dress, possessing a youthful face and a curvaceous figure, stepped out. She stared at Chu Yang for a moment, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Are you Wenjing's cousin?" "I'm Chen Fei, her roommate." Chen Fei, feeling quite at ease, approached Chu Yang, her movements occasionally revealing glimpses of her figure. "Hello, I'm Chu Yang." Chu Yang was somewhat taken aback by her exuberance. Chen Fei was familiar with Chu Yang. As part of the younger generation, she had kept up with trending topics. And Chu Yang's viral video featuring his encounters with the Koreans had garnered immense attention online. Moreover, she was eager to learn about Chu Yang's talents. "Chen Fei, could you please be a bit more reserved? This is my cousin." Su Wenjing felt exasperated by Chen Fei's boldness. Had it not been for Chu Yang's recent fame, she would not have sought his assistance. "TSK, If it weren't for your cousin, I wouldn't even be interested. Handsome Chu Yang, I want to know about your skills. When are you free? Chen Fei blew a playful kiss toward Chu Yang, only to be silenced by Su Wenjing covering her mouth. Su Wenjing was practically mortified by this blatant declaration of interest. Chu Yang, taken aback by such directness, smiled and replied, I have time available recently. If you are free, I believe we could discuss it. Su Wenjing was astonished. Was this really the same cousin she had known? Chen Fei, you've corrupted my cousin, she exclaimed, exasperated. Chen Fei, unable to contain her amusement at Su Wenjing's reaction, chuckled. All right, I'm just teasing. Let's focus on the matter at hand today. Next time, I'll learn more about your cousin's talents, okay? Su Wenjing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet she was at a loss for how to respond. Shifting her focus back to the pressing issue, a shadow of concern crossed her face as she pulled out her phone to show a video. The footage revealed a figure clad in a white tank top and flip-flops, obscured in shadow, discarding trash at the entrance of room 2032 before quickly departing. The timestamp indicated it was 3 in the morning. This man has been leaving garbage at our door for days. At first, we didn't pay it any mind. But after several occurrences, we decided to install a camera to capture the evidence. Cousin, could you help us identify him? Su Wenjing had confidence in Chu Yang's combat abilities. Chu Yang scrutinized the video for a moment before shaking his head. There are too many people here. It's a mixed crowd, making it difficult to pinpoint him. While he appears to be a tenant, even if we apprehend him today, he might harbor resentment and retaliate. I cannot guarantee your safety. Chu Yang was not incapable of catching the man. Rather, he understood that even if he did, the perpetrator would likely be released after a brief detention. What he might do afterward was unpredictable, not to mention that Su Wenjing and Chen Fei are both stunning beauties of campus flower status, having lived here for a while. It is inevitable that some might harbor ulterior motives. So, cousin, what shall we do now? Su Wenjing, not one to be easily fooled, quickly grasped Chu Yang's concerns. Chen Fei also understood the reasoning behind Chu Yang's words. After all, this man made a habit of showing up at precisely 3 in the morning, and even simply discarding trash sent shivers down everyone's spine. What if that individual were to force his way in? What should they do then? How about this? I have a property in Tangshan Yiping. You both can stay there temporarily. Once your financial situation stabilizes, relocating will not be a problem. After some contemplation, Chu Yang resolved to arrange for Su Wenjing and Chen Fei to reside in Tangshan Yiping. Chen Fei's beautiful eyes also widened in astonishment. She had always thought that Chu Yang's claims of owning a Koenigsegg 11 were mere exaggerations online. After all, Su Wenjing had repeatedly told her that her cousin was not financially well off, and that the Koenigsegg 11 was likely a fabrication. Yet what about now? He was presenting them with a property worth 350,000 per square meter in Tangshan Yiping, and she was supposed to believe he was financially constrained? If this was not wealth, then were they to assume they were reduced to living in a sewer? Chen Fei turned her gaze towards Su Wenjing, her eyes brimming with confusion. Was it not said that your cousin was not well off? Was the Koenigsegg 11 also just an illusion? Su Wenjing's eyes mirrored her astonishment. Cousin, where did you acquire such wealth to purchase Tangshan Yiping? Chu Yang chuckled, scratching his nose, and replied, I've been fortunate recently. I invested a bit in Bitcoin and made some gains. Upon hearing that her cousin had profited from Bitcoin investments, Su Wenjing felt an immediate sense of relief. She joyfully remarked, your luck is truly incredible, cousin. That Tangshan Yiping we're talking about. I heard it costs 350,000 per square meter. Chen Fei shot a disdainful glance at her friend. Was she really so easily convinced by her cousin? For her part, Chen Fei remained skeptical. If the widely circulated claims about the Koenigsegg 11 were indeed true, then Su Wenjing's cousin must possess assets in the billions. Billions of assets. Was that merely a modest profit? Chapter 47. Seeking to understand Chu Yang's expertise. Since your cousin has said as much, let us tidy up and prepare to move, Chen Fei suggested. Unfazed by the prospect of residing in Tangshan Yiping, their essay saying, the early bird catches the worm. Chu Yang, the bright moon, was one she intended to capture. Chen Fei had already devised a plan. Once she delved deeper into Chu Yang's specialties, she would ensure he understood what it meant to achieve a decisive victory over 100 billion elite troops. Seeing her friend so resolute, Su Wenjing began to pack her belongings as well. She thought nothing of sharing a room with Chen Fei. After all, with 3 of them, it was hardly an inconvenience. Unbeknownst to Chu Yang, both girls believed they would be sharing the same apartment with him. One could not help but admire how captivating young women could be when they were earnest, particularly Chen Fei, who, despite her petite stature, radiated a dazzling brightness. Su Wenjing, on the other hand, exuded the elegance of a tall, sophisticated beauty. The sight of her long, fair legs swaying gracefully was indeed a visual delight. An hour later, the 2 young ladies, glistening with perspiration, collapsed onto the sofa, clearly exhausted. Cousin, we are all packed. When do we depart? Su Wenjing inquired, wiping the sweat from her brow. Just a moment. I've called a moving company, and they should arrive soon to take care of everything, Chu Yang informed them, having arranged for the movers before they even began. After all, with his current financial situation, any matter that could be resolved with money was hardly a concern. What? You've already called a moving company? Chen Fei was taken aback by Chu Yang's foresight. Chu Yang nodded, and he watched as both Su Wenjing and Chen Fei jumped up in a flurry. What are you two doing? He asked, puzzled by their sudden activity. We need to grab a few more things, they replied in unison. Chu Yang had not anticipated that the presence of the moving company would only intensify their desire to gather more belongings, so he did not intervene. He had not forgotten about that lecherous man who had been discarding trash in the middle of the night. How dare he scare his cousin? It was time for some retribution. Stepping out of his room, Chu Yang dialed a number to Sang Biao. Upon receiving his older brother's call, Sang Biao answered promptly, addressing him with utmost respect. Big brother, Xiao Biao, I need you to bring some men to wait at apartment 2032 in Daping Community tonight, Chu Yang instructed. Sang Biao's heart raced with excitement at the thought of his brother issuing such a command. Whoever warranted such attention must surely be an expert. Clearly, someone had angered his brother. Understood, big brother. I will ensure it is handled. After affirming his brother's request, the call ended. He rallied 50 skilled men and, brimming with enthusiasm, addressed his comrades. Brothers, my elder brother has a task for us tonight. We are to wait at Daping Community to deal with a potential expert. Bring your weapons. Don't worry, Brother Biao. We'll make sure he won't be able to recognize his own mother. They assured him, their spirits soaring. Brother Biao, I'll fetch a baseball bat. Sang Biao and his followers were electrified by the assignment, while Chu Yang remained blissfully unaware of the misunderstanding. Just after he hung up, the moving company arrived, swiftly loading numerous bags and boxes into their vehicle for transport to Tangchenipin. All right, we can depart now. Chen Fei clapped her hands, the motion causing her soft curves to sway enticingly. Chu Yang averted his gaze and descended the stairs with the two ladies. Downstairs, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class was being admired by a throng of elderly onlookers, and numerous young people had gathered to take photos with the luxurious vehicle, creating quite a lively scene. Hey, cousin, where are you going? Su Wenjing called out as she noticed Chu Yang striding toward the Mercedes. Getting in the car. That vehicle belongs to me. Chu Yang replied casually, approaching the G-Class. Excuse me, please step aside. I need to get in, he called out, attempting to navigate through the crowd of curious onlookers. Hey, young man, why are you pushing? It's not your car. There's nothing to see inside. Just stay here and watch, an elderly woman remarked, shaking her head at the audacity of the younger generation. Oh well, why bother with the younger ones? But who does this car belong to? It's been parked here for over an hour. Chu Yang found himself temporarily obstructed by the crowd, who were now questioning him with curiosity. While he would have preferred to have the car moved, he also needed to get inside. Excuse me, uncles and aunts, please let me through. This is my cousin's car. Su Wenjing chimed in, stifling a laugh as she noticed Chu Yang's predicament. Her voice carried weight among the crowd, and as soon as she spoke, a path opened up for them. Seeing Chu Yang, the driver of the G-Class immediately exited the vehicle, moving to the passenger side to open the door for him. The respect displayed left the elderly onlookers utterly astonished. Oh my, it truly is that young man's car. Does he have a girlfriend? I have a daughter. An elderly lady noticed Chu Yang's striking appearance, instantly captivated by his extraordinary charm. As she was speaking, the driver decisively shut the door of the passenger seat, effectively shielding them from prying eyes. Su Wenjing and Chen Fei were equally astonished that Chu Yang had achieved such prowess, now even driving a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Observing the change in the expressions of the older gentlemen and ladies, the two women felt an ominous foreboding. They swiftly rushed to the back seat of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class and promptly closed the door. Xiaozhong, drive to Tangchenipin. Chu Yang instructed after the two women entered the vehicle, and the Mercedes-Benz G-Class roared to life. The older generation watched the luxurious vehicle depart from Daping Community, filled with regret for not seizing the opportunity to secure Chu Yang as a golden son-in-law. In Chapter 48, as Chun Fei mentioned the tower defense game, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class arrived at Building A of Tangchenipin. In addition to their vehicle, a moving truck awaited at the same location. Given the minimal amount of items and the generous payment, the movers had no objections to waiting for a couple of hours. Su Wenjing and Chen Fei gazed at Building A, their eyes brimming with anticipation for their new residence. Do you prefer higher or lower floors? Chu Yang inquired, having no intention of revealing that this entire building belonged to him. He merely sought to gauge Su Wenjing's preference for the floor height to make arrangements for their accommodation. A higher floor would offer a better view and, with an elevator, should pose no significant issue for daily commutes. Chen Fei responded first. Chu Yang turned to Su Wenjing, who eagerly nodded in agreement, and decided to arrange their rooms on the 42nd floor. He he escorted Su Wenjing and Chen Fei to their new abode. The spacious apartment of over 130 square meters featured 2 bedrooms, a living room, kitchen, bathroom, and study, all meticulously designed to exude a sense of simplicity, elegance, and luxury. "Cousin, I'd like to share a room with Chen Fei," Su Wenjing whispered. Chen Fei gently patted Su Wenjing's shoulder, offering her support. After all, she was to become Su Wenjing's sister-in-law, and for now, it seemed reasonable to share the same room. "Why would you both choose to share a room when there are 2 available?" Chu Yang asked, slightly bewildered. Su Wenjing was equally perplexed. With only 2 bedrooms, did that mean one of them would have to sleep with him? Instinctively, Su Wenjing glanced at Chen Fei, whose enthusiastic demeanor suggested a readiness for sacrifice that was hard to ignore. "But that is my cousin. Already being courted by Chen Fei feels a bit off," she thought. "Oh, all right. Wenjing, you take one room, and I'll take the other with your cousin. I also want to chat with him about the tower defense game," Chen Fei declared boldly, her excitement palpable. Realization dawned on Chu Yang. It appeared that Su Wenjing and Chen Fei had assumed he intended to share their living space. However, what exactly was this tower defense game Chen Fei mentioned? "Are you interested in playing tower defense games lately?" he queried. Having dabbled in various tower defense games during his university days, he considered himself competent, though not an expert. "Yes, I'd like to discuss how I can use my silver tongue to conquer your millions of troops," Chen Fei winked at Chu Yang. Su Wenjing quickly covered Chen Fei's mouth, exclaiming, "This little rascal, always flirting with my cousin, fills her mind with nonsense." Chu Yang was taken aback. It was his first encounter with someone so adept at flirtation. Cousin, why don't you both head inside?" he suggested. Noticing Chen Fei's brightened expression as she struggled against Su Wenjing's grip, was Chu Yang feeling a spark? Did she have a chance to win him over? The handsome and wealthy man was undeniably appealing. Just the sight of his well-defined physique made Chen Fei's heart race. It's getting late. I'll call the movers in. You 2 tidy up your rooms. I won't be sleeping here anymore, so you can each have your own room. I'll head downstairs first." Chu Yang excused himself, slipping away from the 42nd floor. Finally releasing her grip, Su Wenjing admonished Chen Fei, "You can be playful with me. But why do you keep flirting with my cousin? Look at what you've done. You scared him away. Can't you show some restraint?" Chen Fei rolled her eyes dismissively. "Your cousin was clearly interested. If it weren't for you, I would have already charmed him. Do you know how many admirers he has online? If I don't make a move soon, who knows when a rival might appear?" Su Wenjing found herself at a loss for words, realizing the truth in Chen Fei's quirky logic. If Chu Yang were to create a public account, he would likely attract millions of admirers instantly, making Chen Fei's efforts seem trivial. "Hey, we're here to move things in. Where should we put them?" The movers arrived barely 3 minutes after the girls had settled in, bringing in numerous boxes that would take at least an hour to unpack. "In about an hour, it'll be time for dinner. Shall we head to a Michelin 3-star restaurant? By the way, do you have time in a few days to catch Zhou Luanjia's concert?" Chu Yang suggested casually, glancing at the pile of items and recalling the concert. "What? We can dine at a Michelin 3-star restaurant? And go to Zhou Luanjia's concert in a few days?" Chen Fei was taken aback, astonished by the luxurious treatment they were receiving upon moving in. Noticing the sparkle in her eyes, Chu Yang smiled slightly. "Yes, let us go. Hurry up and tidy up. Once you're done, we'll head to the restaurant." In Chapter 49, as Su Wenjing and Chen Fei finished their preparations, they were escorted by Chu Yang to dine at the Michelin 3-star restaurant. It was their first experience at such a high-end establishment, and their eyes were wide with curiosity. Their striking looks also drew the attention of many patrons, with several recognizing Chu Yang as the protagonist from the recent online fervor regarding his exploits against the Korean sticks. "Good evening, sir. May I take your order?" the waiter inquired, leading the trio to their table and promptly presenting the menu. Understanding that the prices might shock the freshly graduated Su Wenjing, Chu Yang waved his hand dismissively. "No need for the menu. Just bring us 3 servings of your most expensive dishes." The waiter paused, taken aback, realizing that the most expensive set was priced at 888 each, totaling nearly 30,000 for 3. "Very well, sir," the waiter replied before retreating. Su Wenjing, curious, quietly asked, "Cousin, how much is the most expensive dish here?" Chu Yang chuckled at her inquiry. "Oh, it'll only be a couple of thousand for the 3 of us. Not too expensive. Just wait for the delicious food." "All right," Su Wenjing nodded, reassured by his words. As they waited for their meal, Chen Fei was sharing whispers with Su Wenjing when a young man in designer attire approached, hand in hand with a charming young woman. Su Wenjing and Chen Fei, "It truly is you two. A meal at this Michelin 3-star restaurant costs no less than 1,000 yuan. How on earth did you manage to dine here?" Song Lana, entwined with the young heir of Zhongqing Group, Yuan, had just begun dating him. Her seemingly innocuous remark barely concealed her implication towards Chen Fei and Su Wenjing, questioning whether they could afford such lavish dining. suggesting they were now mingling with the affluent. Chen Fei, known for her fiery temperament, bristled at Song Lana's snide comments. Song Lana, are you the ocean's keeper? Why is it acceptable for you to dine with young master, while it's not for us to enjoy a meal with our cousin Wenjing? Though Chen Fei often flirted, she was fiercely protective when it came to matters like this. Yi Yuan, upon catching sight of the youthful and strikingly beautiful Chen Fei, was instantly smitten. He had expected Song Lana to merely greet a colleague, but was taken aback by the allure of her companion. Glancing at the elegantly poised Su Wenjing, he suddenly felt that the newly acquired Song Lana paled in comparison to the two captivating women before him. Greetings, ladies. I am Yi Yuan, the HR director at Zhongqing. Here is my business card. In all my time at Zhongqing, I've never encountered such exquisite beauty, let alone two at once. It is indeed an honor. As he presented his business card, his gaze lingered ardently on Su Wenjing and her companion, his heart racing with anticipation. With his extensive experience in courting women, he was convinced that these two were genuine young ladies. Securing the affections of either would undoubtedly be a tremendous gain. Su Wenjing recognized Yi Yuan and tugged at Chen Fei, urging her to refrain from antagonizing him. They had finally found a commendable company, and offending Yi Yuan could jeopardize their employment. Chen Fei understood her friend's unspoken warning. She shot a venomous glance at Song Lana and sulkily took a seat. The undulating waves of her emotion visibly captivated Yi Yuan. Hello, Yi Xiao. Our dishes are about to arrive. Please feel free to join us at the table with Song Lana, Su Wenjing diplomatically suggested, hoping to maintain peace. Upon hearing her voice, Yi Yuan felt a rush of affection. No need for that. Dining alongside two beauties is my privilege. As he spoke, he beckoned to the waiter. Please bring over 2 additional chairs and 2 servings of the same dishes. Charge it to my account. A regular patron of this Michelin 3-star establishment, he was accustomed to such indulgences. The waiter promptly facilitated the request, placing 2 chairs at Chu Yang's table. Song Lana felt a pang of dissatisfaction but reluctantly sat beside Su Wenjing. Observing Yi Yuan, whose gaze seemed glued to Su Wenjing and Chen Fei, only fueled her frustration further. By the way, Song Lana, what are the names of these 2 beauties? Do they have an affinity for jewelry? My brother Tang, who is close friends with the affluent Chu Xiao, is hosting an auction later today. Would you like to join us for some fun? Yi Yuan, seated next to Su Wenjing, let slip increasingly flippant remarks that raised Chu Yang's eyebrows in concern. To his surprise, he learned that Yi Yuan was a brother of Tang Xinran and had even mentioned his own name. Outside the Michelin 3-star restaurant, Tang Xinran had just received a call from his subordinate, Yi Yuan, eager to flaunt his new acquaintance. Suddenly, he paused, noticing a Mercedes-Benz G-Class parked nearby, his face lighting up with joy. Brother Yang was also dining at the Michelin 3-star restaurant. Recently, due to his connection with Chu Yang, he had been riding a wave of success. Not only had the Qin and Tang families established a collaborative relationship, but even previously inaccessible elite heirs would occasionally engage him in conversation. Consequently, Tang Xinran's father had generously doubled his allowance. However, after Bai Yue moved to Villa No. 9, Tang Xinran's influence there waned, leading to his return to the Tang family. Seizing the opportunity to curry favor with Chu Yang, Tang Xinran felt a surge of irritation. I'll skip dinner for now. Here's a tip for you. Enjoy. He hastily tucked money into the woman's cleavage and swiftly entered the Michelin 3-star restaurant. Soon enough, Tang Xinran spotted the frowning Chu Yang and his subordinate, Yi Yuan. What the hell? He rushed over to Chu Yang's table, where Yi Yuan was still desperately trying to ingratiate himself with Su Wenjing, only to feel a sharp slap land on his forehead. Enraged, Yi Yuan exclaimed, "Who dares strike Yi Yuan? My brother Tang Xinran is with Chu." As he turned, he found Tang Xinran glaring at him. "Tang Xiao, you're here? These are 2 beauties I just met. Aren't they splendid? You know Chu Xiao best. Do you think he would fancy this type?" Yi Yuan pointed at Su Wenjing and Chen Fei, his blatant attempt to curry favor only infuriating Tang Xinran further. "Have you lost your senses? Can't you see Brother Yang's displeasure?" In a fit of anger, Tang Xinran delivered another sharp slap to Yi Yuan's face, leaving a distinct mark. Yi Yuan stood dumbfounded, realizing that this striking man was indeed Chu Yang, the illustrious Chu Xiao. Chapter 50. Quickly apologized to Chu Xiao. Yi Yuan, observing Chu Yang's understated attire, felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Who would have imagined that a top-tier heir like Chu Yang would dine so modestly at a Michelin 3-star restaurant? To make matters worse, it was his newly acquired girlfriend Song Lana who had encouraged this outing. Chu Xiao. Yi Yuan gazed at the impassive expression on Chu Yang's face, dread coursing through him. Tang Xinran, equally frustrated with his subordinate, lamented the lost opportunity to impress Chu Yang. Realizing his brother was the cause of the turmoil, he slapped Yi Yuan once more. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to Chu Xiao." Tang Xinran's sudden arrival and reprimand drew the attention of several patrons in the Michelin three-star restaurant. Am I seeing things? Did Tang Xiao just address Chu Xin as Brother Yang? You heard right. We're dining at a Michelin three-star restaurant alongside a top-tier heir. No one could have anticipated that Chu Yang, the illustrious young master, would dine so low-key with two women at a Michelin establishment, especially in the main hall. Many were also aware that the Chu Xiao referenced by Tang Xinran was the same individual who had taught a lesson to the arrogant Korean gangster. With the memory of the Korean's downfall under the hands of the fierce spy, the whispers suggesting a deep connection between Sang Biao and Chu Yang began to seem less far-fetched. Chase, it is I who am blinded by foolishness, seeking to please you with a few beautiful women. However, this folly is not mine alone. My visit today is entirely due to that woman, Song Lana. Yuan knelt on the ground, apologizing profusely to Chu Yang, his mind swirling with the recent rumors surrounding him. Should his father discover that he had offended Chu Yang, he would likely be met with a fierce reprimand and would have to personally go to beg for forgiveness, rather than wait for his father's arrival. He deemed it wiser to prostrate himself first. Losing face was trivial compared to losing one's life. As he spoke, Yuan dragged Song Lana down beside him, forcing her to kneel as well. This is all your fault. Hastened to apologize to Chase. Song Lana, caught off guard by Yuan's actions, was utterly bewildered. She could never have imagined that Su Wenjing, who had overshadowed her at work, was somehow connected to the recently ascendant and enigmatic Chase. Chase, I was wrong. I beg for your forgiveness. Song Lana eventually regained her composure, tears streaming down her face as she feigned vulnerability in her apology. In her heart, she thought, if I could win over Chu Yang, who even makes Yuan kneel, my future would undoubtedly be bright. Yuan, witnessing her display, felt a surge of anger rising within him. He was already furious that Song Lana had caused him to offend Chu Yang, and now this woman had the audacity to flirt with him in front of his very eyes. With a resounding slap, Yuan struck Song Lana. You shameless hussy. Seducing me is one thing, but now you wish to lure Chase as well? Do you take me for a mere stepping stone? Taken aback by the sudden blow, Song Lana stumbled backward, the sound of shattering items echoing around her. This time, she was genuinely injured, unable to utter a word due to the pain. Yuan quickly regained his composure and knelt again before Chu Yang. Chase, this is all Song Lana's fault. She misled me from the start. I implore you to grant me a chance to make amends. His rapid succession of actions was impressive, explaining why Tang Xinran was willing to accept him as a subordinate. Chu Yang crossed his arms, regarding the kneeling Yuan with newfound interest. Pray tell, how do you intend to atone? Yuan was momentarily stumped. He racked his brain for a solution and conjured two proposals. I shall return to the company, immediately dismiss Song Lana, and promote these two lovely ladies to higher positions. Additionally, I can offer you Zhongqing. After all, it will soon be mine, and I can dispose of it as I see fit. System detected, Yuan boasting, bestowing him with Zhongqing Industrial Company, Limited 100. Chu Yang found the system's evaluation puzzling. Given the current circumstances, it indeed appeared that Zhongqing would fall into Yuan's hands. Why, then, did the system deem Yuan's claims as mere bluster? Ding. Detected that Yuan's strength currently ranks as the second heir, while the first heir is not in the country. Curious, Chu Yang investigated further, and the system responded with this information. Yuan's situation suggested that his father had long harbored an illegitimate child, kept abroad or elsewhere for various reasons, waiting for the opportune moment to have the first heir inherit Zhongqing. Unfortunately for Yuan's father, fate had dealt a hand that rendered his plans obsolete, allowing Yuan to inadvertently seize the long-planned Zhongqing for himself. Tang Xinran, I leave the subsequent matters to your discretion. Chu Yang paused momentarily before his words prompted Tang Xinran to realize that his little brother had been spared. With a beaming smile, he replied, absolutely, Brother Yang. As he spoke, Tang Xinran approached Song Lana. This woman, seemingly innocuous, possessed a wicked heart that required careful handling. Did you incite my little brother to suggest that my brother Yang needed women? With my brother Yang's looks, physique, and wealth, does he truly require my little brother to provide women? Tang Xinran had always refrained from striking women, but today he could no longer contain himself. If Chu Yang truly lost his temper, even he, as a Yuan's superior, would face repercussions. This slap was absolutely necessary. With a resounding smack, Tang Xinran struck Song Lana, knocking out her front teeth. Chu Yang had intended to privately convey to Tang Xinran that he did not require anyone to provide him with women. However, Tang Xinran understood that Yuan had been foolishly led astray by Song Lana. Should everyone start sending beautiful women his way, what hope would there be for his 18-year-old cousin? Manager, throw this woman out and charge all the expenses to my account. After venting his frustration, Tang Xinran spoke to the Michelin-starred restaurant staff, who promptly ejected Song Lana. Within 3 minutes, the Michelin-starred establishment returned to tranquility. Even the tables, now missing limbs, were swiftly restored. What had once been a pleasant atmosphere in the Michelin-starred restaurant turned eerily quiet after the incident. Patrons were wary of provoking Chu Yang, fearing a fate similar to that of Song Lana. Chapter 51. Tang Xinran. I merely wish to be a competent lackey. Once again, the Michelin-starred restaurant settled into calm. The servers respectfully presented the dishes before retreating. Su Wenjing and Chen Fei sat in their seats, faces filled with disbelief. Had they just experienced a hallucination? The heir of Zhongqing, Yi Yuan, had knelt before Chu Yang to apologize. The handsome man who struck Song Lana was Yi Yuan's elder brother, who even called Chu Yang Brother Yang. Was Chu Yang not simply a minor player who had earned a little money? To be referred to as bro by a wealthy second-generation heir was quite remarkable. Cousin, just now was I dreaming? Su Wenjing inquired incredulously. Her innocent, dazed statement caused several patrons to choke on their food. Soon after, the usually quiet Michelin-starred restaurant was filled with a chorus of coughs. Who was this cousin? To believe she was merely dreaming. What would happen if she inadvertently struck a chord with them? After regaining her composure, Chen Fei connected the dots based on what Tang Xinran and Yi Yuan had said, concluding that Chu Yang was indeed the recently emerged, most enigmatic top second-generation heir in the capital. Otherwise, she could not fathom why someone who had merely invested in Bitcoin for a bit of profit would earn the respect of Tang Xinran and even be addressed as bro. As Chu Yang's mind raced, he settled on a plausible explanation. No, you were not dreaming. I've made a bit of money recently, and by associating with Tang Xiao and others, I've become acquainted with those wealthy youths. Having grown up in the same village as Su Wenjing, she was well aware of his humble beginnings. If he suddenly claimed to have amassed a fortune in the billions or even hundreds of billions, the young girl might struggle to comprehend. Chu Yang resolved to gradually let Su Wenjing accept his newfound wealth. However, the patrons of the Michelin-starred restaurant were less forgiving. The sounds of crashing plates and clattering cutlery echoed throughout the establishment, signaling the patrons' panic. Who was unaware that Chu Yang's assets were substantial. Having poured 5 billion into investments alone, he resided in the most extravagant villa at Dongjiao No. 1, drove luxury cars that others could only dream of, and owned enterprises valued at over 200 billion. Did he consider this merely making a bit of money? What, then, did they amount to? Chen Fei realized that Chu Yang was likely hesitant to reveal the full extent of his wealth, fearing Su Wenjing's reaction. In truth, Chu Yang's wealth has reached a level that even Tang Xiao respectfully addresses him as brother. Wenjing, this incident is indeed fortuitous. Your cousin is able to associate with someone of Tang Xiao's stature and even call him brother. How impressive is that? Chen Fei remarked, though her eyes betrayed an unmistakable envy. Chu Yang's fortune now amounts to hundreds of millions, if not billions, yet he continues to be considerate of Su Wenjing's feelings. How is it that she cannot encounter such a remarkable cousin? Fei Yi, you are absolutely right. Cousin, now that you've finally earned some money, be cautious not to offend anyone like Yi Xiao did. Su Wenjing nodded, pouring another cup of water for Chu Yang. The tone of the elder's admonition could incite a fatal impulse in any customer who overheard. What do you mean by not offending others like Yi Xiao? In all of Modu, who would dare provoke Chu Xiao? Those Korean provocateurs who dared to challenge him were dismantled, their dojo destroyed. And they would not even dare to seek medical treatment domestically. With a figure like him, others should be grateful just to avoid crossing him. All right, my dear cousin is right. Let us eat. The food is getting cold. Enjoy, and if it's not enough, just ask for more. Chu Yang replied affirmatively. Had the customers not realized they were in a Michelin-starred restaurant, they might have thought they were dining casually at a roadside eatery with Chu Yang. Su Wenjing quietly savored her meal, causing Chen Fei to temper her enthusiasm. Although she still aspired to become Su Wenjing's sister-in-law, at present, it seemed her modest beauty fell short of the mark. How might she elevate herself to be worthy of the newly acclaimed top-tier wealthy heir, Chu Xiao? As Su Wenjing and Chen Fei grappled with their delectable dishes, Song Na found herself in a rather dismal predicament. Yi Yuan, being the young master of Zhongqing, naturally carried a certain arrogance. His interest in Song Na stemmed merely from her perceived kindness and fragility. However, when an incident arose, this woman dared to brazenly flirt with Chu Xiao in public. Few would dare to publicly humiliate him. Yet Song Na was the first to audaciously don the green hat. Yi Xiao, please stop. I was wrong, Song Na pleaded, her face marred with bruises and tear stains. Yi Yuan, hearing her words, could not suppress a cold laugh. Whether I spare you or not is not up to me, but rather my elder brother, Tang Xiao. You've concocted a scheme against me, and we will settle the score later. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Tang Xianran, who was busy examining information on Song Na's phone. He sought to uncover whether this woman had done anything detrimental to Su Wenjing. Initially, Tang Xian approached this investigation with a sense of casual curiosity, yet unexpectedly stumbled upon a plethora of distasteful revelations. The two women you were plotting against today are indeed Su Wenjing and Chen Fei, correct? Tang Xian retrieved photos from Song Lan Na's phone, revealing numerous images of Su Wenjing and Chen Fei. Shockingly, this woman had even bribed individuals in Su Wenjing's neighborhood to dispose of trash at 3 in the morning. Imagine the fear these two young women must have felt in such a situation. No, this isn't mine. Those things aren't mine. Song Lan Na was taken aback by how drastically the situation had escalated. She attempted to lunge forward to reclaim her phone, but was swiftly kicked to the ground by Yi Yuan. In addition to this, you've spread rumors about Su Wenjing and Chen Fei, claiming their private lives are improper. Song Lan Na, is it? Quite impressive. A goddess in public and a green tea in private, Tang Xian remarked, his frustration transforming into amusement. He had nearly been ensnared by such a manipulative woman. Yi Yuan, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger and disbelief. How could he have once considered such a person a goddess? Tang Xiao, please allow me to handle this matter. I will ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution. As Yi Yuan spoke, he seized Song Lan Na's phone and instructed someone to escort her away. Tang Xian watched with satisfaction as Yi Yuan led Song Lan Na out, then turned back to the Michelin-starred restaurant. Recently, Bai Yue had been accompanying Chu Xiao, leaving him little opportunity to play the role of an adequate sycophant. However, as a steward, Bai Yue inevitably overlooked certain aspects, which was where he could truly contribute. Upon returning to the Michelin-starred restaurant, he found Qin Mu engaging in conversation with Chu Yang. He was momentarily frozen in surprise. What was happening? Before his sycophantic skills could come into play, another wealthy heir had appeared? What is Qin Xiao doing here unexpectedly? Chapter 52. Is cousin really just a little wealthier? Tang Xian, you've arrived just in time. I was about to invite Chu Xiao to a racing event. You are responsible for escorting these two lovely ladies back. Qin Mu had learned of Chu Yang's presence at the Michelin-starred restaurant from his subordinates. Eager to cultivate a relationship with Chu Yang, Qin Mu was diligently inviting him to various activities. There is a large racing entertainment event among the elite wealthy class, and since Qin Mu is Chu Yang's neighbor, he was the one tasked with extending the invitation. Today, Qin Mu was particularly eager to showcase his connections. He had finally added Chu Yang on WeChat and had been boasting in the Modu wealthy group about getting Chu Yang involved. Just moments ago, others had even urged Qin Mu to pull Chu Yang into the Modu wealthy group. Tang Xian, caught off guard by Qin Xiao's summons, was bewildered. What racing? Is there an event today? Chu Yang had no particular interest in racing. Possessing exceptional driving skills, competing against others felt akin to child's play, easily achieving a crushing victory. Moreover, the day was growing late, and he was concerned for the safety of the two young women returning home. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't be going. Tang Xian, you can accompany Qin Xiao and enjoy yourselves, Chu Yang said, glancing at Su Wenjing and shaking his head to decline Qin Mu's invitation. Qin Mu was anxious, having boasted to Chun Wei and others that he would definitely bring Chu Yang along. If he failed to do so, his newly acquired hot spring hotel would be forfeited. Just as he was about to press Chu Yang further, he heard Chen Fei, her eyes sparkling, inquire, Qin Xiao, can we ladies attend the racing event? Qin Mu, unaware of the relationship between Chen Fei and Chu Yang, felt he had no choice but to take a chance. Of course, ladies can attend the viewing, but it would be best if Chu Xiao participated personally, he replied, attempting to appease her interest. Chen Fei was indeed intrigued by racing. She relished thrilling experiences. Yet due to life circumstances, she had never witnessed a real race. She understood that Su Wenjing's consent was crucial for this endeavor. Wenjing, would you be able to accompany me? Su Wenjing, quietly enjoying her meal and acting as a competent observer, did not anticipate that she would become the subject of the very intrigue she was observing. She looked at Chu Yang, her innocent eyes filled with inquiry. Cousin, should I go or not? Chu Yang chuckled at her expression. If Wenjing wishes to attend, then your cousin will take you both. It dawned on Qin Mu that Su Wenjing and Chu Yang were indeed cousins. Clearly, he needed to foster a closer relationship with them. Then let's go? Su Wenjing glanced at her eager friend Chen Fei, and the longing in her eyes compelled Su Wenjing to acquiesce to her best friend's request. Upon hearing this, Chen Fei immediately embraced Su Wenjing with exuberance, her laughter radiating joy. You two should have a little something to satiate your appetites. We shall depart shortly. If you find yourselves hungry later this evening, simply call Tang Xinran, and he will arrange for a chef to deliver your dinner, Chu Yang instructed, prompting the two young women to hasten their meal. The patrons of the Michelin-starred restaurant transformed into eager spectators, unable to contain their excitement. It had long been rumored that elite scions engaged in racing activities, and now the tales had come to fruition. Chu Xiao truly lived up to the reputation of being the most enigmatic new affluent heir, having rejected Qin Xiao without hesitation. Indeed, who could match the prowess of Chu Xiao? If one had the capability, they might as well establish a foothold in Huijin International too. Recently, Huijin International's momentum had surged, attributed to a new marketing director known for his decisiveness, Zhou Jiang. The property prices in East Suburb 1 had skyrocketed, with whispers that acquiring a villa had become nearly impossible. As the newly minted, most mysterious top-tier heir, every movement of Chu Yang held the potential to dictate the next trend in the metropolis. Thus, unbeknownst to Chu Yang, anything remotely connected to him inevitably became a topic of fervent interest within the elite circles of the city. Su Wenjing remained blissfully unaware of her cousin's elevated status, her thoughts consumed by the delectable cuisine before her. Chen Fei, in her eagerness to witness the race, devoured her meal at a considerably quicker pace. After approximately 10 minutes, the two young ladies, accompanied by Chu Yang, boarded a Mercedes-Benz G-Class en route to the racing venue at Shunning Bend. This track was exclusively reserved for the elite science, meticulously prepared beforehand to ensure safety and optimal conditions. Unlike racing events with specific objectives, the competitions, organized by Wang Song and his associates, primarily focused on entertainment. The races at Shunning Bend were held annually to foster camaraderie and amusement among the wealthy youth. Naturally, despite their recreational intent, some commercial interests were woven into the fabric of the events. For instance, if Zhang had eyes on Li's assets but wished to acquire them privately for some reason, a wager could be placed through the race, with the victor claiming the corresponding prize while the loser would adhere to their commitment. However, the stakes and terms must be mutually agreed upon and acknowledged by witnesses to ensure validity before the race could commence. Chu Xiao greetings. Qin Xiao greetings. The air buzzed with excitement as Chu Yang and Su Wenjing arrived at Shunning Bend, where numerous affluent heirs eagerly greeted them. Su Wenjing had intended to observe the spectacle, but the fervent welcomes from the elite left her somewhat bewildered. Was her cousin merely mingling with the wealthy due to a modest financial gain? Why did these affluent youths regard him with such respect? Chen Fei, accompanying her, was equally astonished. Chu Yang certainly deserved the title of the most enigmatic top-tier heir in the metropolis. The respect shown towards him by the elite was unmistakable. Is that a limited edition Ferrari? And a Lamborghini Gallardo? Oh my, so many high-end supercars. Chen Fei exclaimed, her attention momentarily diverted by the stunning vehicles. Noticing Su Wenjing's puzzled expression, Su Wenjing, though innocent in nature, was far from naive. She recognized the unique treatment Chu Yang received, the reverence akin to addressing a figure of great significance. Cousin, has he truly only made a small fortune? Unbeknownst to Chu Yang, today's racing event had sown seeds of doubt in Su Wenjing's mind. Had he known this, perhaps he would have refrained from participating, thus preventing his affluent identity from being prematurely unveiled. Qin Xiao, whom do you intend to challenge today? Qin Mu, having accompanied Chu Yang, was already engaged in discussions regarding small stakes lost in bets. Even before the official commencement of the races, inquiries regarding Qin Mu's future plans began to surface. Qin Mu had two primary motives for inviting Chu Yang today. Firstly, to strengthen their relationship and communication. Secondly, to win a luxurious residence in Thompson Riviera from him. Aside from Qin Mu, no one was aware that Chu Yang owned a property there. Qin Mu had eagerly awaited this day's race, hoping to secure the coveted dwelling. Of course, it's Chu Xiao. Who doesn't know that he reigns supreme among the affluent in the metropolis? One exclaimed, "Oh, don't just say Qin Xiao. Even I wish to compete with Chu Xiao, but alas, my stakes are insufficient." Meng Xiao, do be quiet. With your assets in the hundreds of billions, you consider them inadequate? Oh, Meng Xiao is truly modest. Your humility is inspiring. Meng Xiao, I'm rather weak. Choose me. Zhang Xiao, your driving skills rank among the top 10 in this circle. How can you claim to be weak? Given my circumstances, where do I stand? A group of elite heirs engaged in light-hearted banter, casually tossing around figures in the hundreds of billions, leaving Su Wenjing feeling increasingly anxious. Wasn't he their gambling a tad excessive? She suddenly felt her agreement to accompany Chen Fei was rash. Cousin, perhaps we should return? Su Wenjing tugged at Chu Yang's sleeve, her heart wavering. Unbeknownst to her, her indecisive demeanor had already drawn the attention of several onlookers. After all, they had eagerly awaited this opportunity, a wager with Chu Yang, regardless of the outcome, promised unexpected rewards. This was the very reason they had collectively urged Qin Mu to find a way to entice Chu Yang into racing. Chu Xiao, the rules have been explained. Who will you wager against? You can choose me. I merely desire the Honglang Romantic Club. I'm not as greedy. I seek shares in Xingtian Investment. Ah, I too wish for shares. How about a little something from Huijin International? Chu Yang was taken aback by Su Wenjing's sudden request to leave. Upon reflection, he quickly grasped her intentions. Gently ruffling her soft black hair, he smiled and replied, Wenjing, why leave? The young masters are here to bestow gifts. Let us not turn down such generosity. Su Wenjing felt her cousin's blind confidence was rather misplaced. Gifts from the young masters? Racing inherently involves both winning and losing. How can he be so certain of victory? Chu Xiao is correct. We indeed come bearing gifts. This is merely entertainment. Rest assured, Su Mei, there is no danger. Yes, Su Mei, if you're uneasy, you can stay close to Chu Xiao and support him. By the way, who will challenge Chu Xiao first? Today he is driving a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Who will be the first to offer him a different vehicle? The young masters, buoyed by Chu Yang's unwavering confidence, began to rally behind his words. Upon closer inspection, one could discern traces of arrogance and disdain flickering in the eyes of several affluent heirs. Though Chu Yang was a newly minted top-tier heir, his prowess in racing was not yet established. In the realm of racing, they remained the true champions among the elite. There is no need to change vehicles. I have already arranged for my brother's Koenigsegg one to be delivered, and it should arrive in approximately 3 minutes. If the race is to commence shortly, might it be possible for my brother to familiarize himself with the terrain beforehand? Although Tang Xinran may often appear somewhat unreliable, his judgment and execution when it comes to action are undeniably formidable. Even though Chu Yang did not explicitly request a racing car, he nonetheless prepared the Koenigsegg one and suggested the need to acclimate to the environment. This request, made by the newcomer Chu Yang, is not unreasonable. In fact, it is quite a standard request that no one would contest. Chu Yang was quite pleased with Tang Xinran's arrangements. Considering that the Koenigsegg one would require a bit of time to arrive, he simply instructed the driver to take him for a leisurely drive around Shunning Bend, treating it as a means of familiarizing himself with the track. Is it possible? This is rather impressive of Chu Xiao. Having the driver take him around is an audacious display of confidence. Strangely, I feel as though Chu Xiao is looking down upon us. The assembly of elite young gentlemen was thoroughly astonished by Chu Yang's audacious maneuver. It is customary for many racers to personally navigate the track prior to a race, allowing them to better gauge the terrain and execute overtaking maneuvers at critical moments. Yet, Chu Yang chose not to do so. Instead, he had the driver take him for a spin. There are generally two scenarios for such behavior. Either Chu Yang possesses exceptional driving skills and feels no need to practice, or he is utterly inexperienced and lacks fundamental knowledge of racing rules. Wang Song and Chun Wei were not participating in this race, as he was engaged in analyzing the reasons behind Chu Yang's actions with Chun Wei. Chen Xiao, do you think Chu Xiao is genuinely overconfident? Or does he truly have the capability to win this race? Chun Wei pondered Wang Song's casual inquiry. Carefully considering the information before responding with caution, I believe Chu Xiao is not one to act without purpose. In fact, I think he may very well become the champion of this event. Despite the fact that Jiyun was thwarted by the Qitian alliance in further investigating Chu Yang's background, Chun Wei remained relentless in gathering all available information about him. With each piece of information he obtained, he grew increasingly astounded. For what seemed like casual actions from Chu Yang were, in reality, quite deliberate and well-considered, each resulting in significant success. Chun Wei could not help but speculate whether Chu Yang possessed some sort of trump card to turn the tide. You seem quite confident in him. Shall we place a wager to test it? Wang Song jested, inquiring of Chun Wei. If young Master Wang is interested, I have no objections, Chun Wei readily agreed. Wang Song, seizing the moment, promptly sent the latest wager details to Chun Wei via his mobile device. The wager involved a parcel of land in the western suburbs, approximately 500 square meters in size, currently valued at around 50 million. Rumors about urban planning in the western suburbs of Magic City had recently proliferated, causing land in that area to become exceedingly valuable. However, no official notifications had been received regarding the actual urban planning. In return, Chun Wei offered a parcel of land located in the southern suburbs of Magic City, approximately 1,000 square meters, currently under construction. The future development prospects primarily include factories or large warehouses. Many affluent individuals aspiring to enter the industry desired to acquire land in the southern suburbs, with the actual value of this parcel still being appraised, fluctuating between 40 and 50 million. As Wang Song and Chun Wei finalized their wager, Chu Yang's Koenigsegg one arrived. Chu Xiao, have you selected your competitors for the race? Qin Mu inquired of Chu Yang. After taking a leisurely drive, Chu Yang returned, having committed every detail of the track to memory. With a vehicle at his disposal, he was confident he could outperform his opponents. I do not have much time. I can offer you one opportunity to arrange for 2 additional competitors to race against me. The conditions are negotiable. Anything I possess may be wagered, but I will not agree to unequal terms, Chu Yang stated as he stepped out of the car, his demeanor calm and assured, as if victory were already within his grasp. Particularly, His stipulation of 3 competitors ignited a competitive spirit among the affluent heirs present. With the match between Qin Xiao and Chu Xiao established, Wang Song promptly queried the others, "Who among you intends to challenge Chu Xiao?" Ultimately, 2 individuals were selected from the elite circle. One was Meng Xiaobai, the highest-ranked racer among them, renowned for his prowess in overtaking on curves and a champion of the world amateur racing circuit. The other, Zhang Jing, though ranked just below Meng Xiaobai, enjoyed significant fame within the racing community as a well-respected competitor. Chapter 54. Witnessing the birth of a racing legend. Chu Xiao, should I lose? I will offer you a set of Taoshan Epine. If you lose, feel free to request anything you desire. Qin Mu declared boldly before his limited edition Ferrari, publicly stating the terms of his wager with Chu Yang. His proclamation was met with a chorus of jeers from the other young aristocrats. Qin Xiao, that hardly seems fair. You're simply allowing Chu Xiao to choose whatever he wants. Indeed, a full set of Taoshan Epine is worth at least 60 million. Should you not wager a villa or some property in return? I propose you offer him that hot spring hotel instead. Indeed, the hot spring hotel was valued at 60 million, making it a perfect match. But what about Zhang Jing and Meng Xiaobai's stakes against Chu Yang? The elite young gentleman continued to jest, while Su Wenjing's face paled. Initially, she had come, following Chun Fei's suggestion, merely to observe. But she was taken aback by the magnitude of the wager her cousin was involved in. Su Wenjing found herself regretting her lack of assertiveness, wishing she could have steered her cousin away from such a precarious situation. Qin Mu was aware that his statement had been somewhat reckless. He chuckled, "All right, let us wager on the hot spring hotel. However, Chu Xiao, if I lose, would you consider swapping it for another?" With Chu Yang's remarkable memory, he quickly recalled that Qin Mu knew about the Taoshan Epine being located in Huijin International, a detail divulged by Zhou Jiang. Fortunately, Qin Mu had been respectful enough not to disclose his ownership of a Taoshan Epine. "Agreed. If I win, you shall provide me with a Taoshan Epine. If you lose, we will exchange properties." Chu Yang nodded, his nonchalant demeanor prompting a collective gasp from the elite young men. "That's a Taoshan Epine. You're willing to swap it just like that?" "I have been seeking to acquire a unit in Taoshan Epine, but have been unable to secure one." "Do you recall the rumors that circulated about a wealthy individual purchasing an entire Taoshan Epine? Could it be that the affluent individual is none other than Chu Xiao?" The elite young men quickly connected the dots upon hearing Chu Yang's casual agreement to trade a Taoshan Epine. Such a property could be worth billions. Is it truly that easy for him to part with one? How extravagant. They realized that their inability to obtain a unit in Taoshan Epine was due to Chu Yang having acquired one himself. Standing at the starting line of the racing track, Chu Yang remained oblivious to the fact that news of his ownership of a luxurious Thompson Epine had already been revealed amidst a throng of wealthy youths. "Let the games begin. I too wish to test the prowess of Qin Xiao's racing skills." Upon receiving Chu Yang's verbal assurance, Qin Mu instantly beamed with delight and hopped into his vehicle. Chu Yang also took his place in the Koenigsegg 1, preparing to fasten his seatbelt when Su Wenjing, who had been merely a spectator until now, unexpectedly dashed to the passenger seat. "Wenjing, what are you doing?" Chu Yang asked, momentarily taken aback, uncertain of her intentions. "Cousin, it's all my fault. I'll take the risk for you." Su Wenjing opened the car door, her innocent and pure eyes glistening with unshed tears, evoking a deep sense of empathy. "There's no need to take such risks. I can win on my own," Chu Yang replied, somewhat speechless. What had prompted this young girl to insist on taking such a gamble? Chen Fei was equally surprised by Su Wenjing's sudden decision. However, she quickly deduced the reason behind it. The girl must be feeling excessively guilty and wishes to shoulder the burden for Chu Yang. Yet, such an undertaking was far too perilous. Given Su Wenjing's temperament, it was ill-suited for her. With a sigh of resignation, Chen Fei pulled Su Wenjing aside, saying, "Wenjing, as you know, I have a penchant for thrilling endeavors. Why don't you allow me to take the risk instead?" "But Fei," Su Wenjing began to protest, only to see Chen Fei turn to Chu Yang and declare, "Chu Xiao, it's settled then." Chu Yang glanced at the composed Chen Fei and then at the tearful Su Wenjing. He nodded. "All right, come aboard, Wenjing. You can cheer for me from the sidelines." Chen Fei was brave enough and unlikely to frighten her. Seeing her cousin's approval, Su Wenjing reluctantly allowed Chen Fei to take her place in the car. Thus, both the Koenigsegg 1 and the limited edition Ferrari were graced with a beautiful passenger each. Outside the track, the elite young heirs began to stir up excitement, even launching a betting pool. "This time, I bet on Chu Xiao to win, placing 30 million on it at odds of 1-2. "Wow, Chen Xiao. You're betting 30 million just like that? How intimidating." "Indeed, quite daunting, but I'm in. 50 million, I'm backing Qin Xiao. Goodness, why is everyone going so big? I'll wager 40 million, with 20 million on each of Qin Xiao and Chu Xiao." The shunning bends were particularly favored by the affluent youth due to their intricate curves. Starting from the outset, the shunning bends featured 5 sharp turns, each demanding exceptional skill from the racer. Furthermore, the width of the road was just sufficient to accommodate 2 supercars with a mere 30-centimeter gap between them. Should that distance exceed, the trailing car would find it nearly impossible to overtake the one ahead. For if the driver chose to take the risk, the cliff on the right side of the shunning bends could very well spell doom for the supercar. The treacherous nature and the skill required to conquer the shunning bends were the primary reasons for its selection. 3, 2, 1, go. As the judge in the front pulled the trigger, the sound of a gunshot rang in the ears of all present. The 2 top-tier supercars surged towards the finish line. The first to arrive would claim victory. The Koenigsegg won. One lagged slightly behind, allowing the limited edition Ferrari to take the lead. The Ferrari positioned itself centrally, leaving the Koenigsegg one with insufficient space to overtake. Unless Chu Yang could maneuver a drift close to the mountainside adjacent to the shunning bends, executing an overtaking maneuver, victory seemed elusive. However, such an occurrence was highly improbable. Drifting demanded not only exceptional skill, but also the racer's ability to make precise judgments based on the track conditions. Chu Yang had merely been a passenger today, not the one behind the wheel. How could he possibly overtake? What the Koenigsegg one just overtook. Such remarkable driving prowess from Chu Xiao was astonishing. We might have a racing deity emerging from the shunning bends. Suddenly, the young elite collectively gasped in awe. What had once been the Koenigsegg one trailing behind the Ferrari now executed an impressive drift around the bend, tilting to the right and grazing the mountainside, completing a flawless overtaking maneuver. Following this, the Koenigsegg one accelerated with astonishing speed, deftly navigating the remaining 4 bends with rapid drifts. With an overwhelming advantage, it reached the finish line of the shunning bends. Chu Yang's exceptional driving skills left the onlookers utterly speechless. They had just witnessed the birth of a racing god. Chapter 55. Never again will I challenge Chu Xiao to a race. Goodness, that was incredible. A racing deity has emerged. I've never witnessed such an extraordinary racer before. I must ask if Chu Xiao still takes on apprentices. The astonishment at Chu Yang's remarkable driving skills invigorated the wealthy youths. The most formidable racers of the shunning bends had been Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing. Even they had never managed to command the crowd's attention as Chu Yang had. I declare Chu Xiao the victor. The judge's announcement resounded. Chu Yang emerged from the Koenigsegg one, shortly followed by Qin Mu from the Ferrari. Chu Xiao, your driving skills are simply phenomenal. I can't believe I lost at the Hot Spring Hotel. Qin Mu was taken aback by Chu Yang's extraordinary technique. He had never seen anyone dare to drift past the mountainside like that. One Hot Spring Hotel for a godly drift? You've definitely come out ahead. Chu Yang teased with a smile. Qin Mu couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, that is quite the bargain. Outside the track, upon hearing the judge declare Chu Yang the winner, Su Wenjing's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. Cousin truly won. How wonderful. Just moments ago, she had been anxiously watching from the sidelines, her heart racing with fear from his daring maneuvers. Thankfully, Chu Yang triumphed. Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing stared ahead, somewhat dazed. They had just dismissed Chu Yang's skills, only to now be humbled by his extraordinary talent. Had they not been in the racing circuit for long, they might have doubted that Chu Yang was a world-class professional racer. With skills like that, they would undoubtedly lose if they were to compete against him. Yet, having finally found an opportunity to challenge a skilled racer, none of them wished to simply back down. Meng Xiao, what are you planning to do? Zhang Jing inquired. Glancing at Meng Xiaobai had initially considered acquiring shares in Huijin International. Now, however, he was merely hoping to avoid jeopardizing his own assets. I intend to race against Chu Xiao. After some thought, given Huijin International's substantial assets, I'll settle for a 10 stake in Xingtian investment. Now that you mention it, I also feel that investing in Honglinman Club is not ideal. I'll opt for a 5 stake in Banro Manor instead. Both Zhang Jing and Meng Xiaobai altered their original plans. Meanwhile, Chen Wei, who had just made a fortune, was now ready to start collecting his winnings. Oh, today truly feels like luck is on my side. I've just made 30 million in a single turn. When will you be paying up, old Zheng? Zheng Xiao, being called out, rolled his eyes in response. Chen Xiao, do you really think I need your 6 million? ISNT, there's still another round? Are you in or not? Chen Wei savored the thrill and, without hesitation, opted to continue. 60 million. I'll wager it all against Chu Xiao. Zheng Xiao nearly erupted with expletives. What the hell? Are we even opening a bet here? If we keep this up, I might as well risk my underwear. With Chu Xiao's driving skills, how could I possibly win? No more bets. No more. Zheng Xiao suddenly backtracked, provoking laughter among the other wealthy young men present. At that moment, Chu Yang returned to the starting line. Driving a Koenigsegg one. Upon seeing him emerge from the car, Tang Xinran promptly approached with a bottle of mineral water and, in a sycophantic manner, even brought a small fan to cool him down. Brother Yang, your driving skills are simply extraordinary. Even professional racers might not match your caliber, Tang Xinran exclaimed, echoing the sentiments of the affluent onlookers. Listening to Tang Xinran's fawning words, Chu Yang chuckled and replied, Tang Xinran, you flatter me. It was merely a fun race. Nothing to take too seriously. After hearing Chu Yang's words, the young elite felt he was being overly modest, yet they found comfort in his humility. Truly, Chu Xiao has a way with words. I see it's getting late, and I must escort my cousin home. Let us do this. The remaining two competitors will race together, and if either of them wins against me, I shall honor both their wagers. Chu Yang glanced at his watch. It was nearly 6:30. He looked back at Chen Fei, who, still exhilarated from the recent thrilling race, had taken out her phone to snap countless pictures of the Koenigsegg 1, seemingly in no hurry to leave. Zhang Jing and Meng Xiaobai prepared themselves for a one-on-one showdown against a formidable opponent, only to find Chu Yang challenging both at once. 666. Chu Xiao is truly impressive. Suddenly, envy bubbled up for Zhang Xiao and Meng Xiao. If you wish, you may exchange places with them. Never mind. I don't want to experience the terror of being bested by a racing god. Wang Song and Chen Wei were equally astonished by Chu Yang's boldness. One person against two, and on the shunning bin no less. Was it truly possible to secure victory? The wealthy youths watched eagerly as the three cars lined up at the starting line, anticipation mounting for the impending race. 3, 2, 1, go. The judge's gunshot rang out once more. To everyone's astonishment, the Koenigsegg 1 surged ahead, claiming the lead on the track. What the? Did Chu Xiao conceal his true prowess during the race against Qin Xiao? Was I the only one thinking that Chu Xiao was driving so fast simply to get his cousin home sooner? Be more confident, Song Xiao. Forget the doubts. Chu Xiao genuinely wants to finish quickly to take his cousin home. Look quickly at Chu Xiao's Koenigsegg 1, an inner drift completed in under 5 seconds. What kind of divine driving skill is this? He's already at the third turn. Zhang Xiao and Meng Xiao were still at the first turn. In less than a minute since the race began, Chu Yang's Koenigsegg 1 had elevated the competition to a fever pitch. At 1 minute and 30 seconds, Chu Yang reached the fourth turn. Zhang Xiao and Meng Xiao, in their top-tier sports cars, were still struggling at the second turn. The stark contrast made it evident just how superior Chu Yang's driving skills were. 30 seconds later, Chu Yang crossed the finish line, his dazzling performance leaving the spectators speechless. Judge, how long did it take for Chu Xiao to reach the finish line? Zheng Xiao, who had initiated the betting, stammered. The judge, almost in a daze, glanced at the time. 2 minutes. Completing the entire shunning bend course in merely 2 minutes. He shattered the previous record for the fastest time in shunning racing. Was this truly Chu Xiao's first time at shunning bend? Upon hearing the judge announce the time, everyone was taken aback. Even Zhang Xiao and his companions, whose best times were over 3 minutes, could hardly comprehend that not only had Chu Yang taken less time, but he had also achieved a greater speed. The wealthy youths exchanged glances, silently vowing never to challenge Chu Xiao to a race again. I concede, Chu Xiao. My wager is an 800 million beauty company. I too concede, Chu Xiao. My wager is a 600 million computer city. Zhang Xiao and Meng Xiao emerged from their cars, smiling as they disclosed their stakes. It's no wonder they say there's always someone greater out there. In comparison to Chu Yang, they realized that their once prized racing skills were utterly insignificant. The driving prowess displayed by Chu Xiao today was truly legendary. Chapter 56. Is this the sort of thing that vexes my elder brother? Cousin, when did you learn to race? Su Wenjing inquired of Chu Yang, her excitement palpable. The moment she spoke, she captivated the attention of everyone present. Among those who understood Chu Yang best, Su Wenjing surely ranked at the top. According to her, Chu Yang had never known how to race before. The mere thought of this possibility caused many wealthy youths, skilled in racing, to gasp in disbelief. Just moments ago, Chu Yang's maneuvers had been nothing short of divine. To them, he appeared to possess at least a decade of experience. Yet now, it seemed they might have misjudged. I just recently learned. I made a bit of money and, while watching, picked it up. It's quite interesting, Chu Yang replied with a cheerful smile. His nonchalant demeanor only fueled the frustration of many who had invested countless hours to master racing techniques, only to find themselves outclassed by Chu Yang's casual observation. Is the gap between individuals truly so vast? Heavens, Wenjing, your cousin's driving skills are simply astounding. That execution, I can't believe someone can achieve such mastery. Chen Fei finally emerged from her daze, rushing to Su Wenjing and enveloping her in a bear hug. The contrast between the two strikingly different beauties and their distinct vehicles drew the eyes of onlookers. Unbeknownst to Chen Fei, her words only deepened the envy and resentment of the wealthy youths. Merely by watching, she had managed to grasp the techniques flawlessly. What kind of learning ability is this? It's getting late. I should escort my cousin home. Tang Xinran, could you drive my car back later? Chu Yang tossed the keys to the Koenigsegg one to Tang Xinran, then proceeded to his Mercedes G-Class. If Zhang Xiao and Meng Xiao remained oblivious as to why they had lost so swiftly, they would truly be foolish. Suddenly, I found myself envying Chu Xiao's cousin. I wonder if Chu Xiao needs any younger siblings. Am I the only one who noticed the keys to the Koenigsegg one in Tang Xiao's hand? Envying the fact that he could drive a supercar worth 120 million. Once Chu Yang departed, Tang Xinran, now in possession of Chu Yang's Koenigsegg one, became the center of attention among the wealthy elite. Tang Xinran was in no hurry to leave. He intended to seize this opportunity to network with the affluent youths. The racing event had concluded on a high note. After escorting Su Wenjing and Chen Fei home, Chu Yang returned to the villa to rest. Meanwhile, in room 2032 of the Deping community, Sang Biao, accompanied by 50 well-built brothers wielding baseball bats and wooden sticks, squatted in the cramped space. Big brother, it's already 3 in the morning. Why hasn't anyone shown up yet? A loyal underling of Sang Biao curiously inquired. Today, Sang Biao and his followers had been lying in wait since 3 in the afternoon, enduring until 3 in the morning. The weather was somewhat stifling. And even with the narrow confines of room 2032 being ventilated, the group was rendered unbearably hot. The oppressive stench of sweat pervaded the air, making the atmosphere intolerable. As the clock approached 3, it was likely that a skilled adversary would attempt a surprise attack on the master of this domain, prompting the brothers to steel themselves. Sang Biao himself was uncertain as to when this formidable opponent would arrive. However, as the elder brother, he felt the need to maintain some authority, didn't he? He fabricated a rationale that was immediately embraced by his subordinates, who recognized the gravity of the situation. After all, in a clash between experts, victory or defeat could be decided in a mere second. They needed to remain vigilant. The brethren of Sang Biao tensed. Their senses heightened as they focused on the movements beyond the door. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the air. The small group of vigilant underlings displayed expressions of exhilaration. The formidable opponent had arrived. The sentry at the door promptly swung it open. Outside room 2032 stood a man clad in a white tank top and black shorts, his feet adorned with flip-flops, locking eyes with the doorman. Realization dawned on the guard, and a surge of anger welled within him. After a day of waiting, they had been confronted by this. The man in flip-flops sensed the precariousness of the situation as well. Hadn't he, the employer, claimed that 2 beautiful women resided within? How had it transformed into a den of burly men? As he cast his gaze within, he felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight of at least 30 imposing figures, each exuding an air of menace. The man in flip-flops nearly lost control of his bladder. What a farce! 2 beautiful women indeed. He mentally cursed his employer's lineage and prepared to flee. Meanwhile, Sang Biao, poised to unleash his wrath, felt an intense surge of animosity the moment he locked eyes with the man in flip-flops. Seize him, Sang Biao commanded. Instantly, 50 burly men surged forward, delivering a flurry of kicks as a means of venting their frustration. After enduring an entire day of sweat, only to be confronted by this farcical intrusion, had it not been for Sang Biao's intent to interrogate the man, they would have surely dispatched him without hesitation. Following a brutal beating, the man in flip-flops was dragged before Sang Biao like a captured chick. As an underground godfather, Sang Biao exuded an aura of menace that struck terror into the heart of the man in flip-flops, nearly causing him to lose his composure. The foul odor that permeated the air threatened to make Sang Biao, who had missed dinner and been subjected to the stench of sweat, retch. Is this what you bring to my elder brother's doorstep? Sang Biao fumed, raising a baseball bat and striking the man in flip-flops. In the next moment, another wave of nauseating odor filled room 2032. Several of Sang Biao's underlings, overwhelmed by the stench, felt their stomachs churn. Sang Biao, equally disturbed, resolved to take the man away for a thorough interrogation to uncover which unscrupulous individual had devised this scheme. Cursing under his breath, Sang Biao exited room 2032, leaving a portion of his brothers seething with hatred for the man in flip-flops. Had it not been for this fool, they would have long been at home, peacefully asleep. Instead, they were out in the dead of night disposing of trash. Why didn't he just ascend to the heavens? The more they contemplated, the angrier they became, insisting that the man in flip-flops be cleaned up before they took turns beating him senseless. The man in flip-flops yelped in pain, utterly bewildered as to why he had been paid $1,000 to frighten 2 lovely women in the dead of night, only to be confronted by a horde of burly men. He had no idea why he had drawn their ire. Who sent you to vex my elder brother's elder brother? The underlings bound the man in flip-flops to a chair, their words resonating with authority, leaving him utterly confounded. He didn't even know who his elder brother was, let alone how he could have offended his elder brother's elder brother. Oh, you're quite defiant, aren't you? After taking such a beating, you still refuse to speak. Brothers, give him another round. The man in flip-flops was taken aback. What the hell? You aren't even telling me who this so-called elder brother is. How am I supposed to know how I vexed him? He attempted to voice his protests, but was met with another blow. It wasn't until after 6 in the morning that the man in flip-flops finally grasped the situation. Woe is me, elder brother. I merely accepted 1,000 yuan from this person to frighten the lovely women in that room. Please, cease your beating. He sobbed, collapsing in a faint, before losing consciousness. The singular thought that consumed him was, he must never encounter that detestable employer again. He would do anything to exact revenge on that employer. Chapter 57. What the hell? Yue, don't do that. As the sun shone brightly at 9 in the morning, Chu Yang, seated on the sofa watching television, received a call from Sang Biao. Xiao Biao, what's the matter? No sooner had Chu Yang's words left his lips than a series of loud thuds sounded. Qin Mu, Meng Xiaobai, and Zhang Jing tumbled into the villa, startled by Chu Yang's exclamation. Qin Mu was frightened by Chu Yang's words, for he understood that the only person Chu Yang referred to as Xiao Biao was none other than Sang Biao, the underground godfather of Modu. However, Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing were unaware, assuming it was simply a customary practice of the villa, and followed suit in their stumble. Upon recognizing Qin Mu and his companions, Chu Yang gestured for Bai Yue to attend to them. On the other end of the line, Sang Biao was equally thrilled to hear his elder brother's voice. Elder brother, I've discovered the identity of the individual targeting room 2032. Her name is Song Lana, and she paid 1,000 yuan to have someone frighten the homeowner by throwing out trash at 3 in the morning. As he spoke, Sang Biao couldn't help but recall the incident with the man in flip-flops. He was uncertain if the homeowner had been frightened by the man, but Song Lana had certainly succeeded in causing him considerable distress. Understood. That Song Lana should be under Tang Xinran's purview. Please arrange for her accordingly. Upon hearing that it was Song Lana, Chu Yang lost interest in pursuing the matter further. After all, she was merely a minor character, not worth expending too much effort on. All right, elder brother. Sang Biao was elated to hear Chu Yang's willingness to hand over the matter to him. After hanging up, he immediately instructed his men to contact Tang Xinran. So it's Tang Xiao, right? This is Sang Biao. Please hand over Song Lana to me. Upon receiving the call, Tang Xinran was utterly dumbfounded. The underground godfather Sang Biao was calling him? This was beyond shocking. Song Lana has fled, and we are currently organizing a pursuit. Tang Xinran stammered, still in disbelief. He had just dispatched men to capture Song Lana when Sang Biao came knocking, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Fled? When did she escape? Sang Biao hadn't anticipated such ill timing. Just now. She shouldn't have left Modu yet. All right, you needn't concern yourself with Song Lana. I'll handle it from here. Tang Xinran hung up the phone. Still in a daze. Was Sang Biao merely inquiring about Song Lana? What heinous deeds has Song Lana committed to provoke such wrath and attract the attention of Sang Biao? At this moment, fleeing from Yuan's residence, Song Lana was devising her escape from the city of demons. She had lost her job and endured a night of brutal beatings. If she lingered any longer, her very life might be at stake. Returning to her hometown seemed the wisest course. With the money she had surreptitiously acquired from Yuan, she made her way to the bus station to purchase the earliest ticket for her escape. However, as soon as she boarded, 2 burly men suddenly appeared and forcibly dragged her off, taking her to an opulent villa. Who are you? Why have you captured me? Song Lana, her face bruised and battered, inquired in a trembling voice. Is it you who sent someone to trouble the homeowner in 2032? Did you dare to trespass at 3 in the morning to litter on their property? Sang Biao, upon seeing her disfigured visage, immediately recalled his encounter from the previous night. Had it not been for her, would he have been forced to loiter until the break of dawn? So, you're here to defend Song Wenjing again? I didn't do it on purpose. Song Lana, upon realizing she was once more embroiled in matters concerning Su Wenjing, felt utterly defeated. Had she known, she would never have fled from Yuan. The individuals pursuing her now were far more menacing. Oh, you possess the audacity to cause trouble, yet lack the fortitude to face the consequences? I, Sang Biao, have cultivated my reputation, and no one has ever successfully thwarted me. Little girl, you've certainly made quite an impression. Sang Biao's countenance darkened, leaving Song Lana so terrified that she forgot to weep. She merely wished to comprehend how she had managed to provoke Sang Biao. Take her away and treat her well. Once you've completed your task, throw her out of the city of demons. And the other man, dispose of him as well. Sang Biao, irritated by Song Lana's presence, opted to have her removed. Meanwhile, Tang Xinran, having received a call from Sang Biao, pondered for an extended period but could not decipher the purpose behind Sang Biao's inquiry about Song Lana. Unsure of how to proceed, he decided to call Chu Yang, seeking his counsel. At that moment, Chu Yang was engaged in fulfilling the wager from the previous day's car race alongside Qin Mu, Zhang Jing, and Meng Xiaobai. The process was not particularly complex, but required personal signatures for consent. Bai Yue, with her background in economics and legal matters, had no trouble verifying the straightforward contract terms. Soon, Chu Yang secured the acquisition of Qin Mu's Lanshan Hot Springs Hotel valued at 60 million, Zhang Jing's Yi-Run, Mei Cosmetics Company worth 80 million, and Meng Xiaobai's Changning Computer City, also valued at 60 million. Notably, Qin Mu, amidst the envious gazes of Zhang Jing and Meng Xiaobai, purchased a suite at the prestigious Taochun Yi-Pin for 60 million from Chu Yang. After signing the contracts, Chu Yang received a call from Tang Xinran. Brother Yang, the underground lord of the city, Sang Biao, just called me asking about Song Lana's whereabouts. What should I do? Tang Xinran's voice bore an anxious tone, reflecting the imminent danger he sensed. It then dawned on Chu Yang that he had neglected to inform Tang Xinran that Sang Biao was one of his subordinates. Oh, it's nothing. I instructed Xiao Biao to contact you. Is there anything else? After Chu Yang spoke, Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing, having overheard their conversation, inadvertently fell to the ground. They finally comprehended why Qin Mu had stumbled in the villa. Wait, you mean the so-called Xiao Biao that Brother Yang mentioned is Sang Biao? This revelation was overwhelming. And no, nothing else, Tang Xinran stammered, his legs buckling beneath him as he collapsed to the ground. Damn it, after all this time. It was Brother Yang who had Sang Biao contact me. Thankfully, he is not here to settle a score with me. Suddenly, Tang Xinran sprang to his feet, exclaiming, why did Brother Yang have Sang Biao contact me? And what is this Xiao Biao about? In shock, he held his phone, coming to a horrifying realization. Sang Biao was also one of Brother Yang's subordinates. After Chu Yang hung up, he was drawn to the commotion caused by Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing. Yue, what is going on? Are the stools in your house so unstable? Chu Yang furrowed his brow, admonishing Bai Yue. She cast a dispassionate glance at Zhang Jing and Meng Xiaobai, then lowered her head and replied softly, young master. If you had not mentioned Sang Biao as your subordinate, those two young masters wouldn't have fallen. Damn it, Yue, don't say that. You've just confirmed young Master Chu's identity. Will we still be able to leave the villa? Zhang Jing and Meng Xiaobai suddenly felt a wave of panic wash over them. They seemed to have stumbled upon a monumental secret. Chapter 58. So handsome it leaves one weak need. Bai Yue appeared indifferent to Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing, while Qin Mu, having experienced terror himself, couldn't he help but chuckle at their predicament. At last, someone was experiencing a similar situation to his own. When Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing were escorted out by the servants, they felt as though they were walking on clouds. Young master, did I hear incorrectly? That Sang Biao is actually young Master Chu's subordinate? Indeed, how could it be? Sang Biao has been renowned for so long. It's utterly unbelievable. Upon exiting the villa, Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing immediately sought Qin Mu's assistance. Qin Mu understood that Chu Yang was not overly concerned about the exposure of his relationship with Sang Biao. Yet he couldn't resist offering a word of caution. Young Master Chu is no ordinary wealthy heir. Anything he does could easily be justified. You'll need to get accustomed to it. After all, he is a man of influence. What is truly impossible? If you provoke him, it won't be as simple as dealing with just Sang Biao. Rest assured, young Master Qin, we will not disclose anything. Yes, young Master Qin, you can trust us. Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing nodded vigorously. They couldn't even compare to Qin Mu, let alone dare to expose Chu Yang. Pleased with their response, Qin Mu invited Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing to visit his villa. Under normal circumstances, they would have been overjoyed to befriend Qin Mu. However, they now realized that young Master Qin was using this invitation as a means of consolation for himself. Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing wanted to express their gratitude, but they felt no comfort at all. After the trio was ushered out of the villa, Chu Yang received a message from Tang Xinran. Although there were still several hours until the concert, the spirited girl, Jinyu, could hardly contain her excitement. She instructed Tang Xinran to inform Chu Yang that Zhou Lunjia's concert was set for 7:30, urging him to arrive punctually. She even provided the address. Tang Xinran quietly added, this girl, Jinyu, is quite whimsical and talkative. She can be challenging to handle. Chu Yang chuckled and replied to Tang Xinran. Tell Jinyu that I will arrange a car to pick her up at 7. Just have her wait quietly. Upon hearing Chu Yang's instructions, Tang Xinran nearly leaped with excitement. Jinyu was a relentless little spirit, and no one knew the burden she had been carrying alone these past few days. After concluding his conversation with Tang Xinran, Chu Yang summoned Bai Yue. Prepare 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. Around 6 o'clock, send one to this address to pick up 2 young ladies named Jinyu and Surian. Additionally, arrange another vehicle to go to Taochun Yi-Pin to collect my cousin and her friend. Bai Yue noted down the details and recalled something significant. Young master, the new energy company you instructed me to establish has been successfully set up. What name do you wish to bestow upon it? At that moment, Chu Yang realized that he had indeed neglected to name the company. Let it be called Jinyang New Energy, he decided. Bai Yue duly noted the name and respectfully withdrew. After giving his instructions, Chu Yang began to relax in the villa. It was a rare day of leisure, and indulging in a bit of extravagance seemed to be the key to greater happiness. Young master, it is 6:30. The driver is en route to meet you. It is time for you to depart, Bai Yue softly reminded Chu Yang. He acknowledged her with a slight nod, rising to select a suit from the expansive wardrobe, and set off in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Ever since Bai Yue took charge of the villa, all aspects of Chu Yang's life had been meticulously managed by her. The wardrobe was filled with understatedly luxurious garments, all personally purchased by Bai Yue. While the brands were not immediately recognizable, each piece was bespoke and exceedingly costly. Half an hour later, 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms converged, racing towards Zhou Luanjia's concert. The orderly procession of the Phantoms drew envious glances from many passers-by. Good heavens, I have just seen 3 Rolls-Royces worth millions, exclaimed one onlooker, brimming with excitement. 30 million. How envious. When will I ever possess such wealth? Another chimed in. Uft. I see you dreaming. Even if I had a Rolls-Royce Phantom, I would wake up smiling from the dream, retorted a friend. Just make sure you don't wake up and find yourself still a struggling pauper, crying into your sheets, laughed another as they watched the Phantoms glide past. The sight of the Rolls-Royce Phantoms inspired a flurry of daydreams among the crowd. Little did anyone suspect that Zhou Luanjia's concert would draw such immense attention that the 3 Phantoms would become ensnared in traffic as they approached the venue. Oh, how frustrating. Just to attend a concert, and now we're stuck in traffic, complained a young couple in a Baojun vehicle. The girl, dissatisfied, received gentle reassurances from her partner. Don't be upset, sweetheart. The traffic indicates that the concert we are about to see is quite popular. Your beloved Luanjia is quite famous, isn't he? She glanced at him, conceding his point. As she looked around, she noticed a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked behind them. Spotting the luxurious vehicle brought a smile to her face. Now I feel balanced. Look, darling, even the wealthy are caught in traffic like us, she exclaimed. However, her amusement was soon interrupted as a remarkably handsome man emerged from the Phantom, followed by 4 strikingly beautiful women and a man clad in designer attire, all heading towards the concert entrance. Curiosity piqued within her. Who could be driving? A glance at the Phantom revealed a chauffeur still seated inside. The audacity of the wealthy. She huffed indignantly. Her boyfriend, bemused by her reaction, turned to observe the group descending from the Rolls-Royce. To his astonishment, he watched as staff personally escorted them through the VIP entrance. Wow, that is incredibly extravagant. Not only do they arrive in 3 Rolls-Royces, but they also gain access to the VIP section of Luanjia's concert. He felt a pang of envy, knowing he would still have to contend with traffic and queues. Brother, don't be jealous. I just checked my phone, and the striking gentleman at the front is none other than Chu Yang, the CEO of Huanqing Entertainment. His previous vehicle was a Koenigsegg 1, valued at a staggering 120 million. What do 3 Rolls-Royces even matter in comparison? Wait, what? A 120 million Koenigsegg 1? I could never afford that. The girl squealed, overwhelmed by admiration. Oh my gosh, my husband is so handsome that it's hard to contain my excitement. She felt elated at the prospect of seeing her idol at the concert and quickly snapped a photo to share on social media. Wow, my husband's physique and looks are simply unbeatable. I can never get enough of this. Chu Yang's striking visage and the trio of glamorous Rolls-Royce Phantoms captivated many onlookers. Had it not been for the congestion, several admirers would have rushed forward to seek his autograph or a photograph. Alas, the wretched traffic forced them to watch helplessly as Chu Yang entered the VIP area, unable to bask in his charm any longer. Once he vanished from sight, his fans frantically began to rally their friends to share the news of his appearance at the concert. Chapter 59. I suspect Chu Yang is here to cause trouble. Unbeknownst to Chu Yang, his mere presence had driven his fans into a frenzy, leading them to compete for tickets from scalpers, resulting in an unprecedented sellout of tickets just before Zhou Luanjia's concert was set to begin. Zhou Luanjia was indeed a king of the music industry. As Chu Yang escorted Tang Xinran and the others to their front row seats, he was greeted by a sea of waving glow sticks and LED signs proclaiming messages like "I love you, Luanjia," and "Luanjia is amazing, Jinyu." Accompanying Chu Yang to the front row, couldn't help but marvel, "Mr. Chu, you are truly impressive. How did you manage to secure such VIP seats?" Tang Xinran chuckled softly at her astonishment. He thought to himself, "Is this what impresses you? Just wait until I reveal that my brother is the CEO of Huanqing Entertainment. You will be utterly astonished." Tang Xinran, what are you laughing at? Jinyu snapped, sitting down in a huff before turning to take selfies, showcasing her presence at Luanjia's concert. having come to understand the girl's temperament over the past few days. Tang Xinran chose not to dwell on it and settled into his seat as well. Before long, it was 7:30 p.m. The concert commenced, and Zhou Luanjie took the stage, instantly igniting a chorus of screams from his fans. Luanjie, Luanjie, Luanjie. Standing on stage, Zhou Luanjie quickly spotted Chu Yang, suppressing his excitement. He listened to the cheers from the audience, smiling as he addressed them. I am thrilled to see so many fans at my concert today. Thank you all. Tonight, I would like to start by performing a song from my new collection, titled Wuling. It is a martial arts-themed piece, and I hope you enjoy it. As Zhou Luanjie finished speaking, the crowd erupted into cheers once more. The music began, and his unique voice resonated, filling the venue with energy. Fans waved their glow sticks in unison, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Jin Yu howled in excitement for her idol, while Su Ruiyun busied herself capturing handsome photos of him. Su Wenjing seized the opportunity to record videos. Enshin Fei was also intent on documenting the event on her phone. Only Chu Yang and Tang Xinran remained unaffected. They were genuinely there to enjoy the music. As the first song concluded, Zhou Luanjie took the microphone once again, expressing gratitude to his fans. Thank you. Thank you all. Your support is the greatest motivation for my songwriting. However, the inspiration for this piece came from my idol, a name you may all recognize. He is none other than Chu Yang. As Zhou Luanjie spoke, the lighting crew illuminated Chu Yang in the front row. His strikingly handsome face and distinctive aura instantly provoked cheers from his admirers. Ah, my husband is so handsome. Every angle is perfect. He embodies charisma. My husband's physique is simply magnificent. I yearn to close my legs around him. Step aside, for it is I who shall do the closing. And what do you possess in terms of allure compared to my voluptuous form? What use is fullness if you lack my beauty? Depart from my presence. Zhou Luanjie never anticipated that a mere introduction of his idol would nearly incite a brawl among Chu Yang's fans. Ladies, please calm yourselves. The illustrious Chu God is an idol I have painstakingly invited, and he serves as the very muse for our creation of martial arts world. Let us pursue our admiration with reason and allow other fans their moment. Zhou Luanjie advised calmly from the stage. However, his words only elicited laughter from his own fans. Luanjie, for heaven's sake, embody the aura of a king. We shall not compete with you for our idol's affection. Luanjie, forgive me. I am utterly enamored with Chu God's looks. I am ready to switch allegiances. Luanjie, though my heart belongs to you, I wish for my body to be with Chu God. Fear not, Luanjie, we have loyal fans here. Let us relinquish the beauty fans over there. A fervent group of fans created an atmosphere of heightened excitement. Chu Yang could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. He had simply wished to attend a concert. Why must beauty fans attempt to steal him away from Zhou Luanjie? Beauty is innate, and he cannot alter that. Oh, how I envy those 4 girls over there. I too wish to sit beside my husband. A simple exchange would suffice. I long to cuddle with my husband while I sleep. Who do you think you are? I am the eldest at home. Moreover, I aspire to become Chu God's wife. Step aside. This place is filled with those wishing to be Chu God's wife. Those lacking in figure should go away. Chu Yang's striking features and the presence of Su Ruiyun and others immediately captured the attention of the female fans. The photographer was quite adept, swiftly shifting the camera to capture Chu Yang after Zhou Luanjie's introduction. His breathtaking visage seemed even more captivating under the high-definition lens. The photographer felt momentarily breathless from the sheer handsomeness. Zhou Luanjie, listening to the fans, found himself at a loss for words. His idol was so formidable that merely possessing unparalleled beauty nearly caused the concert to spiral out of control. With no other recourse, Zhou Luanjie continued to sing, striving to regain the fans' attention and quell their restlessness. The concert lasted approximately 1 to 2 hours before concluding. Although Chu Yang's appearance in the fans' recordings lasted no more than 3 to 5 minutes, his extraordinary looks catapulted him into trending status. Luanjie implores fans to pursue their idols rationally. Beauty enthusiasts online are fawning over Chu God's unparalleled looks, in their fervor to secure the position of Chu God's wife. These fans nearly came to blows. This dashing Chu God possesses wealth, charm, and strength, though perhaps he steals too much of the spotlight. Zhou Luanjie's idol is Chu God. As soon as the concert concluded, both Chu Yang and Zhou Luanjie ascended to trending topics. Zhou Luanjie declared himself a fan of the culinary god and urged fans to chase their idols rationally. The image of him helplessly singing under the weight of Chu Yang's beauty swiftly circulated online, eliciting laughter from numerous netizens. Is Chu God truly attending the concert? I suspect he is there to steal the show. While others rely on skills to steal the spotlight, Chu God does it effortlessly with just his appearance. Speaking of talents, dear upstairs, would you care to learn about mine? Alas, am I the only one envious of Chu God's talents? You mundane humans are all the same. I wish for Chu God to comprehend my depths. Zhou Luanjie faced a dilemma. He merely wished to introduce his idol, What was wrong with that? Chu Yang and Tang Xinran nearly escaped before the concert's conclusion, yet they still found themselves pursued by fans. Su Wenjing and the other women trailed behind Chu Yang, recalling the earlier scene, and could not help but burst into laughter. It's all Chu God's fault for being so handsome and charismatic. Even Luanjia's heavenly voice couldn't quell their excitement. If there's nothing else, let us return swiftly, Chu Yang said, clearing his throat and lowering his voice. Cousin, it seems I need not worry about my sister-in-law's prospects, Su Wenjing chuckled. Just as she finished speaking, Zhou Luanjia hurried over from backstage. Chu God, do you have any upcoming events? Can I join? Chapter 60, on the magnanimity of Chu God. Today, Chu Yang felt somewhat betrayed by Zhou Luanjia's antics and was not particularly trusting of him. I have no events. Didn't your concert just conclude? Don't you have other matters to attend to? Zhou Luanjia was indeed busy. How could he not be after just finishing a concert? However, no amount of busyness could dampen Zhou Luanjia's fervent passion for idol worship. Moreover, he had important matters to discuss with Chu Yang. Chu God, if you wish to return, it would be wise to take another exit. I overheard the staff mention that several hundred of your fans are waiting outside. Zhou Luanjia whispered, recalling the fervent scene of fans chasing Chu Yang for a mere touch. After witnessing the previous commotion, Zhou Luanjia now understood the extent of the female fans' desires for his idol. Cough. Yang Gu, shall we take another route? Tang Xinran thought of those fervent fans who seemed intent on undressing Yang Gu. Jin Yu and Chun Fei reminisced about the scene, laughing heartily without restraint. Though Su Wenjing and Su Ryun laughed less overtly, one could still see their shoulders shaking in mirth. Very well, let us choose another path, Chu Yang said, casting a glance at Jin Yu and Chun Fei, who quickly composed themselves. Although Chu Yang did not voice it, his demeanor was quite clear. He truly wished to avoid confronting those overly enthusiastic female fans. All right, idol, follow me this way. Zhou Luanjia, elated by Chu Yang's agreement, eagerly led him in another direction. Jin Yu suddenly realized this was a prime opportunity for autographs and photos. She approached Zhou Luanjia, her bright eyes filled with hope. Luanjia, could I possibly take a photo with you and get an autograph? Had it been anyone else, Zhou Luanjia might not have found the time to accommodate a fan at that moment. However, given his eagerness to cultivate a good relationship with Chu Yang, how could he refuse Jin Yu? Thus, with Chu Yang's tacit approval, Jin Yu not only took a photo with her beloved idol, but also captured several unique moments alongside Su Ryun and the others, complete with Zhou Luanjia's one-of-a-kind autograph. Chu God, do you have any places you wish to visit lately? Having benefited from Zhou Luanjia's kindness, Jin Yu promptly began to extract information for her idol. Chu Yang glanced at Jin Yu, who seemed to be angling for something, then at Zhou Luanjia's pleading face, and could only respond helplessly, indeed. I recently acquired a suite at a hot spring hotel. I plan to indulge in a bath in the coming days. Jin Yu's eyes sparkled at the mention of the hot spring, as she had long desired to visit one. Jin Yu initially intended to join the hot spring excursion. Unfortunately, this plan was ruthlessly quashed by Su Ryun. Jin Yu, do not forget we are graduating soon. We must begin reviewing from tomorrow. In Jin Yu's eyes, the little stars of hope instantly shattered. Su Wenjing and Chun Fei, noticing the sudden despondence on Jin Yu's delicate face, could not help but stifle their laughter. However, the two, caught up in their merriment, completely forgot that they too had work the following day. Led by Zhou Luanjia, Chu Yang and his companions arrived at the back entrance of the concert venue. The concert hall was vast, although the back door lacked fans. It was swarmed with paparazzi, hoping to capture some newsworthy moment. Zhou Luanjia paid no heed to the sensationalist scribblings of these photographers. Chu Yang, even less so, as he was not entrenched in the entertainment circle. Thus, Zhou Luanjia, in full view of the paparazzi, escorted Chu Yang and his party to the rear entrance. Shortly thereafter, 3 opulent Rolls-Royce Phantoms arrived to whisk them away. This audacious and extravagant spectacle set the paparazzi into a frenzy as they snapped photos with fervor. The close-ups of the 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, coupled with Chu Yang's unparalleled beauty, were indeed a feast for the eyes. Regrettably, the Phantoms lingered for but a brief moment. The paparazzi, lamenting this fleeting encounter, hastily edited their articles and rushed to publish them on their platforms. Upon returning to his villa, Chu Yang reclined comfortably to rest, blissfully unaware that he had once again ascended to trending topics, due to Zhou Luanjia personally escorting him from the concert. Headlines such as King Zhou personally sees off his idol, the magnificence of Chu Yang, and a face so stunning even the Rolls-Royce Phantom cannot conceal it filled the feeds, alongside the audacity of Chu Yang's fans. The next morning, Chu Yang awoke to find himself dominating the top 4 trending topics. Zhou Luanjia, you lack ambition. After all the effort of a concert, you still couldn't overshadow me, he sighed, summoning by Yue. Yue, I plan to indulge in a hot spring today. Please make the arrangements. After having breakfast, he lazily stretched his limbs, His handsome visage and visible muscle definition provided a striking visual impact that was nothing short of exhilarating. Yes, young master, I shall attend to it immediately. Soon after, Bai Yue returned to report, young master. Zhou Luanjia and young master Tang have already gathered at the Lushan Hot Spring Hotel. Chu Yang, taken aback by the time, glanced at the clock. It was only 9 o'clock, and they had made remarkable time. Then let us prepare to depart, he replied calmly. Bai Yue manipulated her phone, continuing her report. Understood. Young master, the vehicle arranged for your outing is a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. The basic information and contact details of the Lushan Hot Spring Hotel's manager have been sent to your phone, and your room is V1011. Very well, Chu Yang acknowledged, and, surrounded by attendants, he traveled to the Lushan Hot Spring Hotel in the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Today, the Lushan Hot Spring Hotel seemed unusually lively. Before Chu Yang could reunite with Tang Xinran and the others, he was drawn by the voice of a beauty and found himself near the hotel's sole public bath. Our skincare company has recently developed an exceptionally effective beauty product. I assure you, our product is a revolutionary whitening solution. After just 1 week of use, you will achieve remarkable results. Just look at my skin, so fair and supple. In front of the public bath, a lovely woman clad in a bathrobe extolled the virtues of the beauty cream she held, praising its remarkable effects. Her exquisite features, flawless skin, and alluring figure undeniably captivated a multitude of female customers. Detected Chun Jingting boasting. System rewards with a prescription for Shui Ji beauty cream. Is this woman merely boasting? Chu Yang raised an eyebrow, sensing that the management of the Lushan Hot Spring Hotel was lacking. Manager Luo, please come to the public bath area, he called, dialing the hotel manager's number. Chapter 61. Handsome guy, may I add you on WeChat? Manager Luo had originally planned to impress the new owner with his management skills today. Little did he expect that the new owner would deviate from the norm and begin inspecting the hotel's operations, leading him to Chen Jingting. Chen Jingting, present at the public bath, happened to be the niece of his wife. While she was indeed beautiful, her ambition was somewhat overwhelming. Chen Jingting's abilities were commendable. Her sales performance had already made her the champion at the Yuqing beauty store. Yet, she remained dissatisfied and, leveraging Manager Luo's connections, sought to promote products at the Lushan Hot Spring Hotel. This hotel catered to high-end clientele. Those who frequented it were not short of wealth. Chen Jingting, perceptive as she was, understood what women desired, which fueled her relentless promotion of her products. Unfortunately, Manager Luo, in a moment of oversight, neglected to remind Chen Jingting that today was the day of the new owner's inspection. Consequently, before Manager Luo could even meet Chu Yang, he had already encountered a mishap. Not to mention, he had commented on how lovely the young lady's hands were, so fair and delicate. Miss, is your beauty cream truly that effective? How long will it take for my skin to regain its fairness? That's fantastic. I just got back from sunbathing at the beach and tanned quite a bit. Please, give me a bottle. I've been out on business every day and have tanned several shades. I'll take 3 bottles. Many women were clearly swayed by Chun Jingting's enthusiastic description of the beauty cream. Our beauty cream works wonders in just a week, dear lady. For someone like you, 1 bottle used consistently for 3 weeks will restore your fairness. For 3 bottles, you would be even fairer than me. I suggest you purchase just 2. Your tanning situation is quite severe. I recommend you also buy 2. Chun Jingting responded to the customers with a bright smile and an effortless demeanor. Clearly a person adept at reading others' desires. Indeed, after hearing Chun Jingting's words, the female customers were eager to reach for their wallets. Seeing this, Chu Yang stepped forward and casually declared, my cousin is in need of some beauty products. Why not sell them all to me? I will spend 10,000 to buy every jar of beauty cream you have. Chu Yang's handsome looks and ethereal charm rendered the eager customers momentarily speechless. Oh my, what a handsome young man. The female customers suddenly swooned, and Chun Jingting was equally astonished to have such a significant client emerge from her promotion. She cast a hesitant glance at the women who had expressed interest in purchasing, then at Chu Yang, finally gritting her teeth and saying, young master, isn't it customary to respect the order of arrivals? If you truly wish to purchase, I can have someone deliver them to you later. How does that sound? Chu Yang had no intention of allowing her to sell the products. There was no way he would agree to that arrangement. I earn millions every minute. Can you compensate for my loss? His assertion was no exaggeration. Just from a single deal with Huijin International, Chu Yang could easily earn millions in a minute. Not to mention his other ventures, making it plausible to claim he earned over 10 million in that span. That seems a bit difficult. Chen Jingting swallowed hard. Not only was this handsome man striking, but he was also quite wealthy. Well, we can wait. How considerate of you to buy beauty products for your cousin. Indeed, how enviable it is to be the cousin of such a handsome man. Would it be too much trouble to add you on WeChat? I'm free tonight. As Chun Jingting finished, a throng of admiring women were captivated by Chu Yang's beauty, all vying for his attention. The speed at which Chun Jingtian was driving left her utterly unprepared. As for that enchanting lady who wished to exchange WeChat contacts, could you possibly bring your legs together a tad? I implore you, show some decorum. They all acquiesced, so what reason do you have to refuse? However, does this beauty cream truly possess such remarkable efficacy? It claims to show results within a week. Chu Yang pointed at the beauty cream in Chun Jingtian's hand, and his handsome face mirrored the curiosity of the female customers regarding its medicinal properties. Upon mentioning her own beauty cream, Chun Jingtian immediately launched into an enthusiastic discourse about its benefits. Of course, handsome, our beauty cream is a revolutionary whitening product. Results can be seen in just a week. It is even a leading product domestically. If it weren't for our company's recent promotional activities, I might not have even come here. Chun Jingtian, recognizing that this could be a significant client, secretly hoped to persuade Chu Yang to purchase her product. Manager Luo had just arrived at the public bath and was taken aback by what he witnessed. What on earth was happening? Chun Jingtian was actually marketing her beauty cream to the new owner of the Lingshan Hot Spring Hotel. The hotel itself is worth over 60 million. What does its owner need with your beauty cream? Chun Jingtian, you need to be quiet. Manager Luo could hardly fathom the thoughts and attitudes of the new owner toward him. The numerous plans he had prepared to deal with the new owner were abruptly thwarted by Chun Jingtian's antics. It was indeed an unfortunate predicament. Uncle, what brings you here? Chun Jingtian was momentarily stunned by Manager Luo's outburst, her mind faltering and inadvertently revealing their familial connection. Manager Luo, upon hearing Chun Jingtian refer to him as uncle, nearly lost his composure. What nonsense are you spouting? Who is your uncle? How did you even get in here? And you dare to promote products to Mr. Chu, the new owner of Lingshan Hot Spring Hotel? The entire hotel belongs to him. Does he need your beauty cream? Get out of here now. Manager Luo bellowed at Chun Jingtian. Chun Jingtian glanced at Chu Yang, her heart sinking. The Lingshan Hot Spring Hotel had a new owner? This could spell disaster for her sales. I apologize. I was momentarily blinded by foolishness. I'll leave right away. Realizing her predicament, Chun Jingtian hastily decided to make her exit. The surrounding customers had now directed their attention toward Chu Yang. Heavens! This handsome man is not only attractive, but also the owner of Lingshan Hot Spring Hotel. Judging by his age, he must be in his 20s, young, wealthy, and strikingly handsome. One wonders if he has a girlfriend. I too wish to know if he has a girlfriend. I would love to pursue him. Chu Yang is so dashing. He has now become my idol. If I were 10 years younger, I would chase after him right now. Chu Yang initially intended to handle the situation with care. However, upon hearing the women's remarks, he was instantly reminded of the enthusiastic scenes from yesterday's concert with female fans. When out and about, a young man must protect himself. Ahem. Manager Luo, please attend to the customers. Chun Jingtian, bring your beauty cream and follow me. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Chu Yang instructed Manager Luo before promptly departing the scene. Manager Luo watched Chu Yang leave, internally lamenting. The boss is clearly upset. Chapter 62. Is this how the youth today behave? Chu Yang led Chun Jingtian into room V1011. Next door was Tang Xinran's room, and adjacent to that was Zhou Luanjia's room. As Chu Yang's subordinate, Tang Xinran had the authority to facilitate room transfers. Noticing the commotion next door, Tang Xinran dashed to Chu Yang's room, eager to establish his presence as a competent subordinate. With exuberance, Tang Xinran flung open the door, only to find Chu Yang seated at a chair, with a stunning beauty clad in a snow-white bathrobe standing opposite him. Oh no, this is a disaster. Tang Xinran had not anticipated stumbling upon his brother's intimate moment. Instinctively, he prepared to retreat. But Chu Yang, being no ordinary individual, heard the commotion outside and caught sight of Tang Xinran attempting to flee. Tang Xinran, where do you think you're going? Come in here. Chu Yang called out to Tang Xinran's retreating figure. Zhou Luanjia, who had been eagerly awaiting his idol's summons, also heard Chu Yang's voice. Upon noticing the door to V1011 closing, he, like Tang Xinran, boldly entered. What he found was Chu Yang seated in a chair, with a beautiful woman in a snow-white bathrobe standing across from him, and a flustered Tang Xinran at her side. Is this how today's youth behave? Should I pretend I don't see this? Zhou Luanjia quietly closed the door. While Chu Yang was deep in thought, he remained oblivious to Zhou Luanjia's presence at the door. However, Tang Xinran noticed Zhou Luanjia's shocked expression and his hesitation. It was clear to Tang Xinran. Zhou Luanjia had misunderstood. Wait, Zhou Luanjia, don't leave. It's not what you think. Come back. Tang Xinran called out, watching the door close behind Zhou Luanjia, feeling as if he had jumped into the Yellow River and could not cleanse himself of this mess. Zhou Luanjia stood outside, contemplating how Chu Yang might avoid embarrassment. As he pondered, the hurried footsteps of Manager Luo alarmed him. Fearing he might be discovered standing outside, he retreated to his room to observe. Yet, From his vantage point, Zhou Luanjie was even more astonished by the scene unfolding before him. Another man had entered Chu Yang's room. His feelings were complex, yet curiosity overcame him. Ultimately, Zhou Luanjie decided to eavesdrop before making any decisions. Inside room V1011, Chu Yang sat calmly, his demeanor betraying no sign of anger. Manager Luo, please explain why your niece is openly selling these beauty creams at the public bath? Manager Luo, suddenly called out by Chu Yang, felt a wave of panic wash over him. His abuse of power stemmed from his wife, but could he possibly sell his wife? He was at a loss for words in the face of this complicated situation. Tang Xinran had initially thought he had ruined his brother's moment, but with Manager Luo's arrival, he began to envision a dramatic family saga. However, when Chu Yang spoke, Tang Xinran nearly stumbled to the floor. This girl, dressed in a bathrobe, was leveraging her connection with her uncle to sell her beauty cream at the public bath of Lingshan Hot Spring Hotel. Could there be a more audacious individual? Boss Chu, this is entirely my fault. Please do not hold my uncle accountable. I am Chun Jingtian, an employee of Yuqing Cosmetic Company, and also the company's top salesperson. It was my own ambition to develop my business potential that led me to persuade my uncle to use his influence. Chun Jingtian quickly gathered her wits and succinctly took full responsibility for the situation. Manager Luo had initially harbored some resentment toward Chun Jingtian. However, upon hearing her claim the entire matter for herself, he found himself at a loss for words. You are indeed a person of great sentiment and loyalty. Given your earnestness, I am not averse to granting you an opportunity. Initially, Chu Yang intended to have Manager Luo and Chun Jingtian dismissed without hesitation. Yet it was Chun Jingtian's words that swayed him. Recently, Chu Yang has acquired a beauty store and now possesses the exquisite formula from Xueji. Thus, it is imperative to commence production. However, this raises a pressing question. Whom shall Chu Yang assign to oversee this endeavor? Chun Jingtian is a commendable talent. Provided she has a suitable avenue for development, her potential is boundless. Nevertheless, her character requires further scrutiny. What does Boss Chu wish for me to do? Chun Jingtian, being astute, posed her inquiry in a manner that pleased Chu Yang immensely. Your sales are profiting from the foundation of my hotel. Manager Luo has abused his authority, causing certain financial detriments to my establishment. If you insist on retaining your uncle's position in the hotel, you must compensate me for the losses incurred, amounting to 100,000. Chu Yang's words drew a sharp intake of breath from Manager Luo, who stood nearby. 100,000. Even with Chun Jingtian's outstanding monthly sales performance, it barely amounted to a few thousand. Chu Yang's demand for such an exorbitant sum seemed to corner Chun Jingtian into a dire predicament. Very well. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Jingtian acquiesced. Chu Yang was taken aback by her swift agreement. Do you possess 100,000? Chun Jingtian hesitated, her hands instinctively tightening into fists. No. But I can engage in sales. Grant me a month, and I assure you I will earn 100,000. However, it shall not be solely from Yuqing. Good. Since you are so confident, let us reduce the 3-month timeline to 1 month. I have a beauty company under my purview. I shall permit you to promote the products. Within a month, deliver to me the cost plus 100,000. Is that agreeable? Chu Yang nodded appreciatively at Chun Jingtian, his commendation eliciting a desire for self-reprimand from her. Why did she hastily declare a month? Would it not have been more prudent to say 3? No issues. Chun Jingtian responded, though internally, she felt a twinge of regret. It was truly disheartening to dig her own grave like this. Since there are no objections, Tang Xinran, escort Manager Luo and Chun Jingtian downstairs. Procure the contact information for the pharmaceutical beauty store from Bai Yue. Chu Yang instructed Tang Xinran. For now, Chun Jingtian's character seemed acceptable. However, her capabilities would only be assessed after 1 month. Understood, Brother Yang. Tang Xinran recognized that Chu Yang aimed to recruit Chun Jingtian. Correspondingly, the 100,000 was merely a test for her. Eager to complete the task assigned by Chu Yang, Tang Xinran promptly opened the door, only to hear a thud as Zhou Luanjie fell to the ground. Chapter 63, I did not, do not speak recklessly. Zhou Luanjie, your hobby is rather peculiar. Tang Xinran regarded the sprawled Zhou Luanjie with a bemused expression, unable to articulate his thoughts. Zhou Luanjie awkwardly rose, immediately launching into a series of denials. I did not, do not speak recklessly. A glance from Tang Xinran, filled with skepticism, pierced Zhou Luanjie's heart. Zhou Luanjie Chun Jingtian, upon recognizing Zhou Luanjie, was taken aback, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. The illustrious star, harboring such peculiar inclinations. Upon hearing Chun Jingtian call his name, Zhou Luanjie felt an overwhelming urge to cover his face. He was merely concerned for Chu Shan. How had such an irretrievable misunderstanding arisen? Zhou Luanjie, what are you doing at the door? Chu Yang also noticed the commotion at the entrance, his words deepening Zhou Luanjie's sense of embarrassment. This was difficult. He simply wished to be a devoted fan of his idol. It is nothing, Chu Shen. I came to discuss a matter with Tang Xiao. Zhou Luanjie initially intended to explain, but realized that doing so would only exacerbate the situation, so he chose silence instead. Tang Xinran, bewildered, was dragged away by Zhou Luanjie. Chun Jingtian trailed behind the two men, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and intrigue. What could possibly be the reason for the illustrious star to be at the door? Did Tang Xiao and Zhou Tianwang share some special secret? The fact that Chu Boss was referred to as Chu Shun by Zhou Tianwang. What could their relationship entail? Having distanced themselves from V1011, Zhou Luanjie and Tang Xinran began to bicker. Tang Xiao, what exactly were you doing with Chu Shin inside? I merely wished to rescue my idol. Why did you suddenly open the door? Zhou Luanjie preemptively launched into a well-reasoned retort, leaving Tang Xinran exasperated. Did you not previously assume that I was playing cards with Brother Yang? Now you speak of rescuing an idol while eavesdropping? Do not think I did not notice you closing the door. Tang Xinran retorted defiantly. Chun Jingtian quietly savored the drama, feeling exhilarated by the unfolding spectacle. The reason Zhou Tianwang was eavesdropping at the door was due to a misunderstanding regarding his relationship with Chu Boss. Moreover, what was the deal with closing the door? Was Zhou Tianwang truly this capable of showcasing his charm? After I closed the door, did another man not enter? I feared that if you two were to quarrel, I would be unable to assist. Zhou Luanjie felt equally wronged, leaving Tang Xinran momentarily speechless. According to typical narrative arcs, Zhou Luanjie had indeed not miscalculated the script. The key, however, was that the situation was not as it appeared. Tang Xinran pulled Chun Jingtian aside. This woman is promoting her beauty products at Brother Yang's Hot Spring Hotel, and she was caught by him. I was tasked with resolving the matter. As for the man you just saw, he is her uncle and the hotel manager. Upon hearing Tang Xinran's explanation, Zhou Luanjie was left speechless. Promoting products while clad in a bathrobe at a hot spring hotel is indeed a precarious situation. Had Chun Jingtian donned more appropriate attire, would he have suffered such humiliation? Ahem, I see now. We have both misjudged one another, thus we are even. Zhou Luanjie awkwardly cleared his throat. Chun Jingtian, having grasped the unfolding narrative amidst their banter, was surprised to discover how endearing Zhou Tianwang was in private. Uffed, Chun Jingtian could not suppress a laugh. Zhou Luanjie and Tang Xinran turned their heads in unison. Chun Jingtian, slightly embarrassed, coughed a couple of times and formally introduced herself. Zhou Tianwang, Tang Xiao, greetings. My name is Chun Jingtian, and I merely felt that the rapport between the two of you was exceptionally amicable, exuding a palpable sense of chemistry. Chun Jingtian's words were indeed a testament to her discerning eye for coupling. A sales champion could utter such candid remarks. Chemistry, chemistry, quickly come with me. Can you repay the 100,000 you owe Brother Yang? Tang Xinran shot back at Chun Jingtian, dragging her downstairs, aware that it was time to address serious matters. Chun Jingtian waved goodbye to Zhou Luanjie and obediently followed Tang Xinran down the stairs. Zhou Luanjie watched them depart before re-entering the V1011 room. With Tang Xinran, the sycophant, absent, an opportunity to shine had presented itself. Zhou Luanjie delightedly mused, wishing fervently that Tang Xinran and Chun Jingtian would remain occupied for a while longer. Unfortunately, Tang Xinran, eager to present himself more favorably before Chu Yang, had already embarked on taking Chun Jingtian to resign from Yuqing. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly delegate the matter to his subordinate, Yi Yuan, while he himself exerted effort to enhance his presence before Chu Yang. Young Master Tang, what are you looking at? Chun Jingtian inquired as she settled into Tang Xinran's BMW, still clad in her bathrobe. With Chu Yang's intimidating presence absent, Tang Xinran could casually glance and behold Chun Jingyi's alabaster long legs and delicate hands. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Tang Xinran felt a disquieting stir within at the sight. To alleviate this emotion, he opted to tease by Yu Wei. By butler, Brother Yang has asked me to request the contact information and details of the cosmetic store. Just as Tang Xinran heard Chun Jingtian's inquiry, he received by Yu Wei's prompt reply, and he casually remarked, I just asked by butler for the information about the cosmetic store. However, I truly did not anticipate that young Master Zhang would hand over the Iran-made beauty company to Brother Yang. TSK. Tang Xinran, startled by the astonishing news on his phone, could hardly fathom that Zhang Jing would relinquish the relatively prosperous Iran-made to Brother Yang. It seemed he harbored intentions to curry favor with Brother Yang. The Iran-made you mentioned, is it the Iran-made cosmetics under the Aurora Company? Chun Jingtian was equally taken aback by her own casual inquiry, which unveiled such shocking information. Who exactly is Boss Chu? How did he manage to secure the 80 million Iran-made from the affluent young Master Zhang? Chun Jingtian gazed at Tang Xinran in astonishment. Just as she prepared to inquire further, Tang Xinran pointed outside and said, Yu Qing has arrived. You should hasten to complete your task so I can return and report. It was then that Chun Jingtian realized how swiftly they had reached the company. All right, I shall resign from the boss and then accompany you to report to Ren Mei. Chun Jingtian understood that further inquiries were futile. Nevertheless, it mattered not. For in the future, she would have ample opportunity to delve into Chu Yang's financial prowess. With her confidence soaring, Chun Jingtian completely disregarded the fact that she was still clad in the bathrobe sold at the Longjing Hot Springs Hotel. Upon seeing Chun Jingtian disembark from Tang Xinran's BMW, the staff at Yuqing immediately transformed their initial respect into sharp, scornful mockery. Look here, the sales champion Chun has evidently attained her status through such connections. Still wearing her bathrobe out in public. How shameless, a complete vixen. Indeed, it seems only the boss values her for her ability to generate profit. That's all she's capable of, sales champion? I see her as nothing but a nuisance. Sisterly, why do you speak so? If it weren't for Chun Jingtian, how would we have earned so abundantly? True, if she's coming in, let us all get busy. The woman referred to as Sisterly chided her colleagues before donning a smile to greet the entering Chun Jingtian. Jingtian, what brings you here? Didn't the boss grant you a leave? I need to see the boss about something. Sisterly, could you please notify him? Despite her relentless dedication to her career, Chun Jingtian was aware of the undercurrents between Sister Li and Boss Zhao. All right, take a seat. I shall inform him. Sister Li had no affection for Chun Jingtian. Her beauty and competence rendered the other women mere background figures. Even Boss Zhao, whom Sister Li was attempting to woo, could not shake his fascination with Chun Jingtian. Thus, upon witnessing Chun Jingtian emerge from the BMW, Sister Li felt entirely reassured. While the owner of Yuqing might be lecherous, he was not one to pursue just any woman. At present, Chun Jingtian posed no threat. Once seated in the store, Chun Jingtian realized she was still adorned in the hotel bathrobe. She turned to survey her surroundings, and the disdain and contempt in her colleagues' eyes caused her heart to sink. Previously, she believed her rapport with these colleagues was reasonably good, but it now appeared she had been deluding herself. The staff at Yuqing were unaware that their derision only intensified Chun Jingtian's resolve to resign. Just then, her phone, nestled closely, vibrated unexpectedly. Upon opening it, she discovered a stranger's message that read simply, "You have 10 minutes to handle matters." Although the sender's identity remained unknown, Chun Jingtian recognized it to be Tang Xiao. Suddenly pressed by Tang Xinran, she reluctantly made her way to the boss's office to resign. Upon entering, the unmistakable sounds of flirtation between a man and a woman reached her ears. "Oh, Boss Zhao, please refrain from being so indiscreet. Chun Jingtian is still outside." Boss Zhao chuckled, and what of it? If not for her, Yuqing would not have flourished to this extent. Just moments ago, we secured a $50,000 order. However, Chun Jingtian is oblivious to it. Hold on, I'll charge it to your account. Boss Zhao, you are truly kind. If you hadn't had the foresight to recognize Chun Jingtian, where would a girl with barely a middle school education find such a good job? Sisterly, your flattery knows no bounds. Come, let me reward you with a kiss. Boss Zhao, intoxicated by Sister Li's compliments, remained blissfully unaware that their illicit activities were already known to the rightful party. Chun Jingtian clenched her fists, her internal fury erupting like a volcano. She could endure the mockery and disdain from her colleagues, even tolerate Boss Zhao's harassment, but she could not abide being deceived and treated like a fool. Bam! Chun Jingtian flung the door open, her calm demeanor betraying none of her indignation. Chun Jingtian, are you attempting a rebellion? Boss Zhao was startled by the sudden noise and hastily released Sister Li. The disheveled state of the two presented a particularly embarrassing sight. Boss Zhao, I am here to resign. Chun Jingtian stood at the doorway in her bathrobe, a chilling aura emanating from her that revealed the fury within. Boss Zhao had never before seen Chun Jingtian in a bathrobe, and he found himself momentarily captivated. Upon hearing that Chun Jingtian intended to resign, Sister Li couldn't help but feel a surge of triumph. Boss Zhao, it seems Chun Jingtian has found someone outside and wishes to leave Yuqing. Perhaps you should allow her to resign. Upon learning that Chun Jingtian had found a suitor, Boss Zhao was filled with both rage and frustration. Had he known earlier that Chun Jingtian was such a woman, he would have acted sooner to possess her. No, Chun Jingtian cannot be allowed to resign. After a moment of anger, Boss Zhao regained his composure. Others might be unaware, but Boss Zhao had built his fortune through his wife. Had it not been for his wife, a fierce and unattractive woman, Sister Li would never have caught his eye. Furthermore, Boss Zhao was acutely aware that if not for Chun Jingtian's exceptional work capabilities, Yuqing would not have achieved its current valuation of several million. Nor would he be able to brazenly indulge in extramarital affairs. Chun Jingtian was Boss Zhao's treasure trove, the very foundation of his reckless endeavors. Without her, Yuqing's decline would be inevitable. Boss Zhao, whether I resign or not is no longer your decision. To be frank, I have offended someone outside. And the owner of that BMW is none other than the new proprietor of the Longjing Hot Springs Hotel. Are you certain you wish to deny my resignation? Having overheard boss Zhao and sister Li's conversation, Chun Jingtian now understood why her relentless efforts yielded a salary of less than 10,000. It turned out these individuals were conspiring behind the scenes, lining their own pockets. Humph, Chun Jingtian, let me tell you. Even if the king of heaven himself were to come, you shall not leave my employment. Mr. Zhao was utterly incredulous of Chun Jingtian's words. If she had truly offended the new owner of the Lanshan Hot Springs Hotel, how could she possibly remain unscathed? No sooner had Mr. Zhao finished speaking than Tang Xinran's voice drew near. 10 minutes have elapsed. Chun Jingtian. My time is worth millions per minute. Can you afford that? Tang Xinran had not intended to involve himself in Chun Jingtian's affairs, yet the ostentatious behavior of the staff had compelled him to intervene in this seemingly trifling matter. Young Master Tang, since Mr. Zhao refuses to allow my resignation, you might as well address him directly. Chun Jingtian retorted, redirecting the focus towards Mr. Zhao. She discerned no trace of anger in Tang Xinran's words and was quite certain that she had not exceeded the 10-minute threshold they had agreed upon. Thus, the sole reason for Tang Xinran's appearance must be to defend her honor. Initially, Mr. Zhao was convinced that Chun Jingtian was fabricating her story, but upon seeing Tang Xinran, he began to believe her claims. Tang Xinran had recently emerged as a prominent figure among the wealthy elite, rumored to be the protege of the enigmatic and affluent Xu Xiao, and maintaining close ties with other affluent individuals such as Qin Xiao and Zhang Xiao. If he had indeed offended Tang Xinran, it was highly likely that his establishment, Yuqing, would face dire consequences. Mr. Zhao, Chun Jingtian has crossed paths with my esteemed friend. Chu Yang, are you certain you wish to protect her? Tang Xinran's statement left Mr. Zhao in a state of shock. Protect Chun Jingtian? Absolutely not. He had no desire to antagonize Chu Yang. Young Master Tang, you must have misunderstood. What I meant to convey is that Chun Jingtian's refusal to resign is utterly unfathomable. Chun Jingtian, you are hereby dismissed. Within a minute, Mr. Zhao contradicted himself and terminated Chun Jingtian's employment. The stark contrast of events elicited a laugh from Chun Jingtian. How had she spent 5 years laboring under such an incompetent? Mr. Zhao, it is not you who has dismissed me. Rather, I have terminated your association with me. Remember this. It is Yuqing that cannot afford someone of my caliber. With a serene smile, Chun Jingtian exuded a pride that Mr. Zhao found exceedingly irksome. Yuqing could not afford a single Chun Jingtian? Huh, having offended Chu Xiao, could she not rise again? Mr. Zhao longed to retort, but ultimately refrained. As he could not afford to cross Tang Xinran. Tang Xinran had not anticipated the situation would escalate to such an extent and contemplated suggesting to Mr. Zhao that he change the dismissal to a resignation. However, he was interrupted by Chun Jingtian's calm voice. Young Master Tang, shall we take our leave? Chapter 65. Young Master Tang, I appreciate your assistance earlier. Inside Tang Xinran's BMW, Chun Jingtian maintained a subdued demeanor since departing Yuqing, leaving Tang Xinran somewhat uneasy. It was the first time he had encountered a woman who remained so composed in the face of Mr. Zhao's egregious behavior. You are too kind. What do you intend to do next? Tang Xinran inquired with genuine curiosity. Chun Jingtian appeared oblivious to the underlying implications of his question. Of course, I must repay my debts. I still owe Boss Chu over 100,000. Noticing her reluctance to elaborate, Tang Xinran ceased his inquiries. The driver, old Nyo, quietly accelerated the vehicle, eager to dissolve the awkward atmosphere. Soon, they arrived at Yarenmai. Manager Han, I trust you are aware that Yarenmai has been taken over by my esteemed friend, Chu Yang. This is Chun Jingtian. She requires a month of study here due to certain special circumstances, and you are to provide her with products valued at 100,000. The rest is none of your concern. Tang Xinran personally briefed Manager Han on the situation, unaware that Chun Jingtian's beautiful eyes sparkled with an imperceptible excitement as she gazed at him. Understood, young Master Tang. Manager Han, fully aware of Tang Xinran's elevated status, treated him with great respect. Tang Xinran departed Yarenmai with a personal send-off from Manager Han. Unconsciously, he glanced back at Chun Jingtian, who was engrossed in her work, before returning to the Lanshan Hot Springs Hotel. In room V1011 of the Lanshan Hot Springs Hotel, Chu Yang enjoyed a leisurely bath before scrolling through his social media feed. Zhou Luanjia had initially intended to deepen his bond with Chu Yang while Tang Xinran was absent. Unfortunately, his manager, a formidable character, had swooped in and whisked him away from the hotel. With no distractions, Chu Yang continued scrolling until he noticed an intriguing post from Chen Fei. My best friend's computer is broken. We're sharing one now. Crying like a storm. Chu Yang had added Chen Fei on WeChat after a group photo with Zhou Luanjia, along with several others, including Jin Yu. Although Jin Yu was quirky, she was also quite astute. which explained why she dared to tease Tang Xinran, but refrained from provoking Chu Yang. Reflecting on Su Wenjing and Chun Fei's current predicaments, Chu Yang decided to visit Changning Computer City to purchase 2 computers for them. Brother Yang, where are you headed? As Chu Yang exited room V1011, he encountered Tang Xinran returning. I'm off to Changning Computer City. Would you care to join me? At this, Tang Xinran's eyes lit up with excitement. Let us go? Brother Yang, shall we depart now? Chu Yang hesitated, suddenly reluctant to have Tang Xinran accompany him. They arrived at Changning Computer City in a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Being a weekend, the foot traffic was substantial and the bustling atmosphere of the expansive computer city was lively. Given their striking appearances and distinguished demeanor, they were soon accorded special attention by the sales staff. Good day, gentlemen. What type of computer are you looking to purchase? A desktop, a laptop, or perhaps an all-in-one? The salesman was cordial, yet exuded an air of cunning. Chu Yang glanced at Tang Xinran, who was already prepared to take the lead. Let us buy 2 laptops. The highest specifications, the most expensive models, Tang Xinran stated calmly. The salesman's eyes gleamed with excitement at the prospect of 2 affluent customers. Certainly, gentlemen. Please follow me. I must inform you that we carry only the finest computers in Shanghai. Allow me to introduce this model. As the salesman enthusiastically detailed the products, Chu Yang remained silent, observing the surroundings. The foot traffic at Changning Computer City was reasonably robust, with a sales conversion rate exceeding 60%. However, a notable issue arose. The establishment seemed oblivious to the diverse needs of its clientele, often engaging in duplicitous practices that took advantage of customers. Young man, the computer I purchased from you previously is hardly worth 3,000 yuan. How could you deceive an elderly person like me? A gray-haired elder, clad in tattered clothing, confronted the salesman, his wrinkled face etched with indignation. The salesman, recognizing the elder, regarded him as an easy target, believing that senior citizens were the easiest to deceive, especially since he had sold him a computer valued at over 1,000 yuan. Sir, how could a reputable establishment like Changning Computer City ever deceive you? At that time, you mentioned requiring a computer priced over 2,000, yet you only provided one priced at just over 1,000. I even discounted the 2,000 plus computer down to just over 1,000 for you. Now, you dare to claim it's not worth 3,000? Is this an attempt to swindle us at Changning Computer City? It is evident that Xiao Xiao has engaged in such deceitful practices before, and his ability to turn the tables has convinced numerous customers of his fabricated narrative. Elderly sir, could it be that your age has clouded your memory? This computer is only worth around 1,000 yuan. Indeed, dear elder, considering your advanced age, it would be wise to refrain from causing a ruckus. The individuals behind Changning Computer City are not to be trifled with. This elder has lost all respect for his age, attempting to deceive others at such an advanced stage of life. Only this kind-hearted salesperson would show compassion. Had it been me, I would have expelled him long ago. The uninformed crowd began to murmur and point fingers at the elderly man. An elderly gentleman who has toiled his entire life knows little about the intricacies of computers. He merely wished to bring joy to his grandson with a purchase made from years of savings. Not only was he deceived, but he was also subjected to a counter-accusation. The elderly man never anticipated encountering such a lack of morality in his twilight years. Furious, he trembled and exclaimed, "Young man, one must possess a conscience. You have swindled the hard-earned money of an old man and now dare to turn the tables on me. You shall inevitably face retribution." The salesperson, displeased at being insulted so brazenly, called for security. "Security, please escort this disruptive elder out." Tang Xinran, having caught Chu Yang's hint, decided to step in rather than merely observe the commotion. He advanced a step, a veneer of politeness masking his disdain, and remarked, "Is Changning Computer City now so audacious? Not only do you engage in price gouging, but you also have the audacity to summon security to expel a customer? Who grants you such audacity?" The salesperson, taken aback by Tang Xinran's sudden intervention and mindful of his potential as a future customer, softened his tone. "Sir, I have been quite clear. This elder attempted to defraud us at Changning Computer City first, and after cursing at me, I had no choice but to summon security." Turning back to the elder, he continued, "Elder, since this gentleman has stepped in on your behalf, might you please present the receipt from Changning Computer City? If you indeed purchased a computer from us, there must be a receipt." Chapter 66. Service fees exceeding 200,000. Indeed, as this young man rightly states, "Elder, simply produce the receipt. It will confirm your purchase from Changning Computer City." "Elder, where is your receipt?" The male salesperson's argument held some validity, and the surrounding customers began to inquire about the elder's receipt. No one noticed the smug smile that appeared on the salesperson's face after he spoke. Chu Yang recognized the salesperson's arrogance, fully aware that the elder likely possessed no such receipt, prompting a frown of concern. "What receipt? The old man only took the computer home at the time. There was no such receipt as you claim." The elderly man was on the verge of tears. That was his savings accumulated over several years, earning a mere 1,000 yuan a year from laboring in the fields. He saved for 3 years to buy a computer for his grandson, only to encounter such unscrupulous individuals. Chongqing Computer City always issues receipts for computer sales. Elder, did you perhaps leave it at home? Elder, could it be that you didn't buy the computer from here? Elder, think carefully about where you purchased the computer. The customers still sided with the elderly man, their supportive words warming the heart. Alas, the male salesperson had indeed failed to provide the elder with a receipt. The elderly man couldn't even produce a fake one if he wanted to. I may be old, but my memory serves me well. I came here 3 days ago around 6 in the evening to purchase the computer. I cannot be mistaken. The elder spoke with clarity, clearly not speaking without basis. Tang Xinran perceived the situation accurately. The male salesperson was bullying the customer, taking advantage of Chongqing Computer City's stature. Had Chu Yang not unexpectedly come to buy a computer, this issue might have gone unnoticed. In light of this, let us check the surveillance footage. Chongqing Computer City has always prided itself on integrity, and the footage from 3 days prior should still be available. Tang Xinran received a nod from Chu Yang and immediately executed a decisive move. Indeed, we can check the surveillance, since it is within 10 days. Why not take a look? Reviewing the footage will not take long and will clear Chongqing Computer City of any wrongdoing. The customers, prompted by Tang Xinran, began to agree that checking the surveillance was the most reasonable course of action. This approach, however, was decidedly unfavorable for the male salesperson. After all, he had intentionally deceived the elderly man. How could he allow the elder to review the footage? I apologize, everyone, but the surveillance system at Chongqing has been down since yesterday and is currently under repair. If the cameras were functioning, we could certainly check. The male salesperson stated without a moment's hesitation, dismissing the possibility of reviewing the footage. Tang Xinran had never encountered such shamelessness. The cameras were clearly operational. Yet this individual claimed they were broken. Since the cameras are down, let your manager come out. We came to purchase a computer for security. Should the elder's computer be without issue, I will buy 100 of your most expensive computers. Chu Yang stated calmly, his lofty proposal causing gasps among the onlookers. A single computer from Chongqing costs no less than 20 to 30,000. If he were to purchase 100, that would amount to several million. Who would have thought this handsome young man was a wealthy patron? How impressive, such opulence. I find myself captivated. I've never encountered someone so formidable. The male salesperson was taken aback that an elderly man's plight could attract a wealthy patron willing to spend millions. However, he was not in a position to make decisions. After pondering briefly, the male salesperson quickly replied, "Please hold on, sir. I will consult with our manager." Before long, a fit man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of sophistication approached. "Good day, sir. I am the manager here, Su. I have personally reviewed the records and found the situation regarding this elder to be rather special. Therefore, we at Chongqing Computer City are willing to exchange the elder's computer, valued at just over 1,000, for one worth 3,000. How does that sound?" Manager Su's words were delivered with poise, never admitting fault. Upon his declaration, he even garnered praise from the customers present. Manager Su is a good person. He is making a replacement. "Elder, your computer can now be exchanged for one worth over 3,000. Your grandson will no longer find it lacking." "Elder, you are indeed fortunate to have such a gallant young man standing up for you." The customers continued to praise Chu Yang. The elderly man, hearing their words, immediately bowed in gratitude to Chu Yang. "Young man, thank you. If it weren't for you, this old man would have truly despaired." Chu Yang sidestepped the elderly man's bow, while Tang Xinran promptly assisted him to his feet, smiling as he said, "Elder, we merely possess a bit of spare change, and we're looking to buy something. You have matters to attend to, so please take the computer home." With that, Tang Xinran took the bag the male salesperson had offered, ensuring it contained the computer worth over 3,000 before handing it to the elderly man. The elderly man expressed his gratitude to Chu Yang repeatedly before slowly exiting Chongqing Computer City. Outside, Tang Xinran's associates were discreetly following the elderly man, monitoring the unfolding situation. "Manager Su, since the computer has been exchanged, please prepare 100 of your most expensive computers for delivery to Villa Number 9 at Dongjiao Number 1. Chu Yang intended to spend a bit of money to test Manager Su and his team, curious to see if they were genuinely connected to significant players. Villa Number 9. That is a top-tier mansion, valued at over $1 billion. $1 billion. I have never encountered such a vast sum of money in my lifetime. How enviable it is. Surely, these individuals must be the secretaries or assistants of the villa. Have secretaries become so strikingly handsome these days? Is it now a prerequisite for secretaries to possess remarkable looks?" The customers, upon hearing Chu Yang's words, were once again taken aback. "Very well, sir." Manager Su was equally astonished by Chu Yang's statement. It turned out that these two individuals hailed from Villa Number 9 in Dongjiao Yuan. No wonder they could afford to spend 2 to 3 million on computers. Manager Su, contemplating the 2 to 3 million in Chu Yang's possession, promptly arranged for the computer purchase to be expedited. When Chu Yang handed over his bank card for the transaction, it wasn't long before he received a notification of expenditure exceeding 3,200,000. Manager Su, this amount seems incorrect. I only purchased 100 top-of-the-line computers at 30,000 each. Why is the total over 3 million? Chu Yang raised the receipt in his hand, and upon hearing this, Manager Su's expression immediately changed. He had assumed that someone from a luxurious residence like Villa Number 9 would not scrutinize an amount of a mere 20,000 or so. Yet someone had noticed. However, Su quickly composed himself, smiling as he replied, "Sir, that 20,000 is our service fee." No sooner had Manager Su spoken than a voice, resonant and tinged with anger, approached from outside the computer city. "Manager Su, do enlighten me. What service fee could possibly warrant 20,000? Manager Su, upon hearing the voice and looking forward, instantly paled. "Young Master Meng, how did you arrive here?" Chapter 67. Young Master Chu, how shall we handle these individuals? Meng Xiaobai approached Manager Su, a cold smirk gracing his lips, instilling a sense of dread in Su. He could not fathom how a top-tier rich second generation like Meng Xiaobai would suddenly appear at Changning Computer City. "Young Master, what brings you here?" "About the service fee." Manager Su's mind raced as he sought a strategy. His audacity in Changning Computer City stemmed from a distant familial connection to a subordinate of Sang Biao. As the saying goes, it is good to bask in the shade of a great tree. Previously, when faced with some ungrateful customers, it was that subordinate who had diffused the situations. Through these encounters, Manager Su honed his skills in profit-making, and his appetite for greed grew ever larger. Even when he became aware that the ownership had changed, he merely proceeded with caution. Alas, he had never anticipated that Chu Yang would come to Changning Computer City as a customer due to Chun Fei's computer malfunction. The service fee is requested by the service provider, we. Manager Su understood that no matter how formidable that subordinate of Sang Biao might be, he could not compare to a top-tier rich heir like Meng Xiaobai, so he decided to shift the blame to the service provider. This fool dares to spin such a tale. Meng Xiaobai couldn't help but laugh in anger upon hearing Manager Su's words. "The service provider is my brother. Do you mean to suggest he would dare to swindle me, Meng Xiaobai?" Upon hearing this, Manager Su was left dumbfounded. He had no idea of the close ties between the service provider and Meng Xiaobai. It was over. All was lost. Just as Manager Su was about to speak, two men suddenly burst in from the doorway, one on each side, restraining him. Tang Xinran regarded his bodyguards with curiosity. "Young Master Meng, these two are my men. I sent them to inspect the elderly gentleman's computer, and they discovered that these two were exchanging a broken 3,000 yuan computer for my brother Yang's 320,000. Quite a clever scheme indeed." Tang Xinran had just received news from his subordinates and was equally shocked by Manager Su's unscrupulousness. The fact that Manager Su was clandestinely taking a cut was one thing, but to allow Sang Biao's subordinate to threaten customers seeking their rights was utterly brazen, demonstrating a complete disregard for the law. Meng Xiaobai had rushed over after receiving Tang Xinran's information. He never expected that the shop he had purposely gifted to Chu Yang would not only fail to ease tensions, but would actually exacerbate them due to Manager Su's actions. Had it not been for Tang Xinran's timely contact, he would have remained oblivious to the treachery within his former company. 320,000. How audacious of Su Guang. Meng Xiaobai was genuinely furious now. He called his bodyguards outside, and in an instant, the vast computer city was cleared. "Young Master Meng, please, spare me. This is not my doing. It was Long Gu who forced my hand." Upon realizing the area had been cleared, Manager Su understood that Meng Xiaobai was serious. He began to frantically shift the blame onto Long Gu. Meng Xiaobai frowned at this, having no knowledge of the so-called Long Gu that Su Guang spoke of. "My men have just discovered that Manager Su has connections with the underground godfather of Modu, a well-known figure in this area called Long Gu, and according to my information, Manager Su is related to him." Tang Xinran interjected at the right moment, raising an eyebrow at Chu Yang. After Lu Feng, yet another subordinate of Sang Biao attempting to exploit his power had crossed paths with Chu Yang. Manager Su's complexion turned pale. His ties to Long Gu were very discreet. How had Tang Xinran uncovered them? How intriguing. It appears he also knows about colluding with Sang Biao to bully customers. Meng Xiaobai smirked coldly, kicking Manager Su to the ground. Su Guang was suddenly knocked down by Meng Xiaobai's kick, collapsing to the ground and spitting blood, clearly injured. "Young Master Chu, how shall we deal with these individuals next?" Meng Xiaobai suppressed his anger and turned to Chu Yang. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and made a call to Sang Biao. "Little Biao, is there someone named Long Gu responsible in Changning Computer City?" "Yes, that's him. Have someone bring him here. I have some questions for him." Meng Xiaobai, initially seething with anger, felt a significant portion of his rage extinguished upon hearing Chu Yang's words. That little Biao mentioned by Chu Yang. Could it be the one he was thinking of? Meng Xiaobai swallowed hard, momentarily rendered motionless. He glanced at Tang Xinran, who appeared equally stunned. Tang Xinran, too, was beginning to question whether the little Biao referred to by Chu Yang was indeed the one he had in mind. If they were correct, then the relationship between Chu Yang and Sang Biao, while not strictly hierarchical, was certainly not far apart. Sang Biao was known as the underground godfather of Modu due to his ruthlessness and the fear he instilled in others. If such a person bowed to Chu Yang, how formidable must Chu Yang be? The wait was agonizing. Manager Su's inner turmoil was immense. He never anticipated that such a modest computer city would gather three formidable figures today. Brother Yang, Long Gu has arrived for you. Shortly thereafter, a burly man with floral tattoos on his bald head entered Changning Computer City. This bald man, named Zheng Guang, was the head of this area. Upon hearing that Long Gu had offended Brother Biao, he wasted no time in bringing him in. As he spoke, two more muscular men dragged the limp Long Gu and threw him onto the ground. Well done, there rest nothing more to discuss. Chu Yang was quite pleased with Zheng Guang's promptness. Zheng Guang beamed at the praise from Chu Yang. He chuckled awkwardly. It is my honor to serve you, Brother Yang. Here is my business card. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. Zheng Guang was a perceptive individual. After leaving his card, he swiftly retreated with his subordinates. Such rapidity made one wonder, had anyone been here before him, were it not for the presence of Long Gu. Zheng Guang's demeanor astonished Meng Xiaobai and Tang Xinran. Who, exactly, was Chu Yang to command such deference from Zheng Guang? Long Gu regained consciousness just as he locked eyes with Manager Su. He was utterly bewildered about how he had offended Zheng Guang. Only to be beaten and unceremoniously dumped at Changning Computer City, his mind in a fog. Upon seeing Manager Su, he inquired, Su Guang, did you say something to them? Long Gu was not foolish. He quickly grasped the essence of the situation. Tang Xinran, reveling in the chaos, stoked the flames. So, Long Gu, you guessed correctly. Manager Su claimed that the 200,000 service fee was entirely your idea. By the heavens, Su Guang, are you trying to pin the blame for your greed on me? Long Gu erupted with rage, storming towards Su Guang without a second thought. Had it not been for Su Guang, he would not have endured Zheng Guang's wrath, nor would he be struggling to maintain his standing. Long Gu, hold on. 10 out of the 200,000 is yours. Su Guang, terrified by Long Ji's fury, tried to reason with him. Long Gu was further incensed. Hearing Su Guang speak only fueled his anger. He struck Su Guang squarely in the face, cursing vehemently, 10,000? You dare offer me a mere 10 out of 200? Do you think I'm a beggar? I agreed to a 50-50 split. Having risen from a life of petty crime, Long Gu was particularly avaricious, which was why he colluded with Su Guang in the first place. Despite their partnership, he held Su Guang in contempt for his hypocritical nature. Thus, when Su Guang proposed 10,000, Long Ji's fury reached new heights. How dare you think you are worthy of a 50-50 split with me? Chu Yang observed the escalating conflict between Long Gu and Su Guang with a smile, while Meng Xiaobai and Tang Xinran exchanged uneasy glances. Spare me, Long Gu. Calling you Brother Long is already a stretch. Without Biao Gu, you are nothing but a petty thug. Su Guang, having taken a beating, was now emboldened to retaliate. Long Gu, seeing Su Guang dare to fight back, became even more ferocious. You dare accuse me? Who's the real scoundrel here, pocketing service fees and evading taxes, while mocking Meng Xiao? Get lost. If it weren't for your 2080 split, would I have had to come up with ideas for this? You nearly ruined that 70-year-old man's life. Were it not for me, how could you have been so arrogant for this long? Huh, why don't you mention how you scared the old man into submission, threatening his children? Tang Xinran's underlings listened in disbelief as Long Gu and Su Guang aired each other's dirty laundry, inadvertently revealing their past misdeeds in front of Chu Xiao and Meng Xiao. Look at Meng Xiao. His face was turning as dark as coal. Manager Su, you're in deep trouble now. Chu Xiao, I ask you to leave this matter regarding Su Guang to me. Meng Xiaobai interjected, requesting custody of Su Guang. This statement jolted the two brawling men back to reality. Who am I? Where am I? What have I just said? Long Gu and Su Guang were momentarily stunned. Meng Xiaobai paid them no heed. He turned to Tang Xinran and said, Tang Xiao, lend me 2 of your men, and I shall return them later. Tang Xinran nodded, and promptly 2 men dragged Su Guang away. Meng Xiaobai's gaze was solemn as he watched Su Guang being taken away. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Chu Xiao. The situation with Su Guang stems from my negligence, leading to the current predicament. I will handle it and apologize to you properly on another occasion. With that, Meng Xiaobai strode out of Changning Computer City. Meng Xiaobai's apology astonished the employees of Changning Computer City, who were privy to Su Guang's misdeeds. Meng Xiao, such a prominent second-generation rich kid, is apologizing to Chu Xiao. Wait, you don't realize? Chu Xiao is the rising top-tier second-generation rich kid. Am I the only one who noticed that the person Chu Xiao summoned is a big shot under the underground godfather? Wow, now that you mention it, I suddenly find Chu Xiao incredibly impressive. Have some confidence. Just say he is impressive. The employees pieced together the events, concluding with a single phrase. Chu Xiao is truly impressive. At this moment, Tang Xinran spoke up. Ahem, from now on, Changning Computer City will be under Chu Xiao's domain. I urge everyone to work diligently and refrain from engaging in any disorderly conduct. Chu Xiao is not short on money and will not tolerate any nonsense. As he spoke, he waved his right hand, summoning two burly men. The male salesperson who had previously been enthusiastically promoting products to Tang Xinran was seized by the two men as if he were a mere chicken. Chu Xiao. Everything I've done was under Manager Su's threat. The male salesperson immediately attempted to shift the blame onto Su Guang. Tang Xinran chuckled. You've committed your misdeeds. And now that you're caught, you suddenly feel wronged? Take him away. The two men complied, escorting the male salesperson out. In the vast Changning Computer City, only Long Gu remained, still unaddressed. Tang Xinran, unsure of Chu Yang's relationship with Sang Biao, approached him and quietly inquired, Brother Yang, how should we handle this Long Gu? Chu Yang was pleased with Tang Xinran's handling of the situation. You will personally take him to Xiao Biao. Tang Xinran, initially pondering how Chu Yang would deal with the matter, nearly buckled at the knees upon hearing his words. Brother Yang, what do we call the underground godfather? Xiao Biao. My goodness, what kind of stature must one have to refer to him as Xiao Biao? All right, understood. Tang Xinran realized, and a wave of joy washed over him. The more powerful Chu Yang's identity, the more his own status would rise. In that moment, Tang Xinran resolved to be the most formidable subordinate among the ranks. What of being a follower? How many could reach the heights he had, becoming well acquainted with a top-tier rich kid? Suddenly, Tang Xinran ordered his men to bind Long Gu and lead him away, strutting with an air of audacity that seemed almost provocative. Chu Yang exhaled a breath of relief. Glad he had restrained himself. After all, this subordinate belonged to him and deserved no punishment. Chu Xiao, what shall we do next? Shun Heezy mustered his courage to cautiously inquire of Chu Yang. Chu Yang appreciated those who were both bold and meticulous in their tasks. And Shun Heezy's sudden interjection distinguished him from the rest. What is your name? Chu Yang turned to Shun Heezy. It was over for Shun Heezy. He felt a chill run down his spine. At this juncture, he inquired about Chu Xiao's activities, suspecting that Chu Xiao was still in a fit of anger. I too believe that Shun Heezy's prospects have come to an end. TSK, I have long held a disfavor towards Shun Heezy, with his complexion resembling that of a pretty boy, always smiling cheerfully. Upon hearing Chu Yang's inquiry about Shun Heezy, many began to express their pessimism regarding his future. Not only others, but even Shun Heezy himself felt that his time was up. I called Shun Heezy. After a moment of trepidation, Shun Heezy straightened his chest and responded to Chu Yang's question. Fortune favors the bold. What if he succeeds? If one lacks dreams, how is he different from a salted fish? Shun Heezy, indeed, is a fine name. And from this day forth, you shall be the manager of Changning Computer City. Chapter 69. Rest assured, Chu Xiao, I shall not disappoint you. Wait, what? Shun Heezy has become a manager? Had I known, I would have asked too. Oh no. Did Shun Heezy overhear my earlier comments? Shun Heezy is quite handsome. I suddenly feel that we are quite compatible. Compatible, you say? With your looks? Perhaps you should take a good look in the mirror before coming back. Shun Heezy's unexpected promotion left the employees of Changning Computer City astounded. No one anticipated that Chu Yang's assignment would be so casual, and many regretted not having inquired themselves. Thank you, Chu Xiao. After a brief moment of astonishment, Shun Heezy could not contain his elation. He had made the right gamble. Observing the joy on Shun Heezy's face, Chu Yang's lips curled into a slight smile. Don't be too hasty with your joy. First tell me your plans for taking over Changning Computer City, or rather, what vision do you have for it? Upon hearing Chu Yang's question, a confident smile graced Shun Heezy's face. I am confident that I can make Changning Computer City the premier computer hub in the metropolis. Anyone purchasing a computer in the city will know of Changning Computer City. This was Shun Heezy's ambition, and it was indeed within his reach. Very well, then. Do your utmost. Chu Yang was somewhat astonished to not hear the system's prompt regarding Shun Heezy's boastfulness. This Shun Heezy possesses quite the potential. Rest assured, Chu Xiao, Shun Heezy, will certainly not emulate Manager Su's situation. I will treat customers with utmost integrity, be sincere in my dealings, and rectify all that Manager Su has done, ensuring that Changning Computer City garners the finest reputation in the metropolis. Shun Heezy was not entirely oblivious to Manager Su's underhanded tactics. However, as a mere junior employee, he understood the necessity of maintaining a prudent distance. Otherwise, he would have long since become Manager Su's lackey, much like the male sales staff. I grant you 1 month. During this period, you will have the authority to mobilize all resources at Changning Computer City. I hope to see one of your proposed outcomes in a month's time. Chu Yang was indifferent to the specific direction Changning Computer City would take. Rest assured, Shun Heezy will not let you down. Shun Heezy joyfully escorted Chu Yang out while silently vowing to create a computer city that would astonish the metropolis. As Chu Yang exited Changning Computer City, he suddenly remembered that he had neglected to request Shun Heezy to deliver computers to the Thompson Riviera. Xiaozheng, have Shun Heezy deliver 2 of the most expensive computers to the 42nd floor of Building A at Thompson Riviera. Recipient named Su Wenjing. Chu Yang instructed the person stationed outside Changning Computer City. Possessing an exceptional memory, Chu Yang could recall the names of individuals he had met only once. Xiao Zheng was one of Tang Xinran's subordinates, occasionally running errands for him, and he was surprised that Chu Yang remembered a minor figure like himself. Understood, Chu Xiao. The luxurious Mercedes-Benz G-Class roared to life and sped away. Xiao Zheng watched the vehicle depart before promptly returning to Changning Computer City to inform Shun Heezy of the situation. Shortly thereafter, a dedicated vehicle from Changning Computer City set off, arriving at the 42nd floor of Building A at Thompson Riviera. Ding ding. The electromagnetic doorbell rang outside as Chun Fei, responding, hurried to the door. Peering through the peephole, she was momentarily taken aback by the sight of a man in Changning Computer City's uniform. She opened the door and inquired with curiosity, "Hello, how may I assist you?" The delivery man from Changning Computer City was surprised to find that the occupant was such an attractive young woman. He hesitated for a moment, somewhat embarrassed, and said, "Hello, I apologize for the intrusion. This is a computer that Chu Xiao instructed us to deliver. May I ask if you are Miss Su Wenjing?" Chen Fei suddenly remembered that she had exchanged WeChat contacts with Chu Yang. Connecting the dots with the computer, she deduced that Chu Yang must have seen her moments on social media and sent the computers over. Oh dear, what should I do? I want to pursue Chu Xiao even more. At this moment, Chen Fei was unaware that a single WeChat message from her had led to Su Guang long ago, and the mail sales staff being completely outmaneuvered. Yes, Su Wenjing is my roommate. Please come in. She joyfully ushered the delivery man inside. The delivery man set the 2 most expensive computers on the table in the living room. These 2 were the finest laptops available, equipped with top-tier specifications. Valued at 30,000 yuan. Fei, what is going on? Did you buy a computer? Su Wenjing, hearing the commotion, emerged from her room and was taken aback by the sight of the 2 expensive computers on the table. They were sent by your cousin. Remember I added him on WeChat after attending Wang Zhou's concert yesterday? I forgot about adding him and just posted a moment, so he must have seen it. Chen Fei explained, shrugging her shoulders. What could she do? Su Wenjing's cousin was simply too wealthy. Naturally, she would graciously accept and further pursue her interest in Chu Xiao. Fei, you really ought to be more cautious. You didn't think to shield my cousin from your posts. He finally earned some money. Su Wenjing's face flushed with indignation upon hearing Chen Fei's words, and she turned to the delivery man, asking, "Excuse me, sir, how much do these computers cost?" The delivery man from Changning Computer City was left bewildered by Su Wenjing's question. He couldn't shake the feeling that she was not the same person he had heard referred to as Chu Xiao. Even the top-tier rich second-generation Meng Xiao had apologized to Chu Xiao, while the wealthy Tang Xinran remained Chu Xiao's subordinate, not to mention the involvement of Sang Biao today. Since Shun Heezy's promotion to manager, these events had been circulating fervently within Changning Computer City. Such an extraordinary individual, and yet, to Su Wenjing, he was merely someone who had earned a bit of money. Miss Su, I acknowledge my own educational limitations, but surely you cannot belittle someone who is less educated. Seeing the delivery man's expression shift in response to Su Wenjing's words, Chen Fei realized that trouble was brewing. She quickly nodded, "Next time, I will definitely shield your cousin. He meant well. You stay here with the computers. I'll take this gentleman out." With that, Chen Fei hurriedly led the delivery man out. The delivery man, pushed along by Chen Fei, found his earlier thoughts vanishing in an instant. Chen Fei, glancing back at the closed door, quickly pulled the delivery man aside. "Listen, you should head back. Wenjing doesn't yet know that her cousin is a top-tier rich second generation. You must keep it a secret from her in the future, understand?" The delivery man nodded stiffly. He was at a loss for words regarding the unfolding situation. Chu Xiao was so remarkable, yet it seemed he couldn't quite measure up in front of Su Wenjing. The youth of today certainly know how to play their cards. By the way, how much is this computer? Chen Fei suddenly remembered to inquire about the price from the delivery man. To her surprise, the delivery man was well informed about the cost, holding up 3 fingers and stating, 30,000. 30,000. Goodness, how impressive, young Master Chu. Chen Fei couldn't contain her excitement and let out a joyful exclamation. Quickly regaining her composure, she instructed the delivery man, "Next time, if Su Wenjing asks you, Just tell her it was purchased at a discount from the company for only 3,000. The delivery man replied, that price would require a catastrophic fracture to achieve. Chapter 70. When young Master Chu is enraged, no one in the Magic City dares to provoke him. Chen Fei paid no mind to the delivery man's thoughts and hurriedly escorted him to the elevator before returning. At that moment, Su Wenjing was engrossed in studying the computer. Chen Fei approached her with a buoyant stride, feigning delight. Wenjing, I just asked the delivery man, and he said this computer was heavily discounted at Changning Computer City. Practically a giveaway, for only 3,000. 3,000? Wow, that's so cool. I thought it would cost several 10,000. Su Wenjing, upon hearing it was discounted, didn't ponder further and murmured something before retreating with the computer. Chen Fei's smile froze upon hearing her words. She watched Su Wenjing enter the room, allowing herself a moment to steady her racing heart. She nearly feared that Su Wenjing had seen through her deception. After a brief moment of suspense, Chen Fei clutched the computer, suppressing her unease, and jogged back to her own room. Once inside, she promptly posted on her social media, a brand new computer, delivered at a discount for 3,000. So happy. Image. At that moment, Chu Yang had returned to the villa. Upon seeing Chen Fei's latest post, he expressed his satisfaction with Shun Heezy's efficiency. Just then, Yi Yuan's sudden like on the post caught Chu Yang's attention. Since Yi Yuan had previously flirted with Su Wenjing, Chu Yang hadn't followed the subsequent developments concerning Song Lana closely. It was worth noting that Yi Yuan's approach was quite reminiscent of Tang Xinran's. Those recognized by Tang Xinran usually possessed commendable capabilities. Perhaps he should visit Zhongqing Company tomorrow. After taking a brief run outside, Chu Yang felt a slight sheen of sweat on his body. Young master, I've prepared hot water for you. Would you like to head upstairs or to the swimming pool? Bai Yue appeared beside him, ever poised and ready. Just upstairs will suffice. I intend to take a short nap. Please wake me at 3 in the afternoon. Chu Yang replied, planning to freshen up and rest for a while. Understood, young master, Bai Yue acknowledged, watching him ascend before returning to her duties. Meanwhile, in Sang Biao's villa, Zhang Long, you certainly have some audacity, conspiring with a mere manager to engage in such despicable acts. Sang Biao sat on the sofa. Having reviewed the documents provided by his subordinates, his eyes ablaze with fury and coldness. Opposite him, Long Gu knelt, feeling a chill run down his spine as he absorbed Sang Biao's words. He had initially thought that, regardless of the gravity of his actions, he would merely be handed over to Zheng Guang. To his shock, Chu Yang's interference had led him directly to Sang Biao. Just the thought of it made Long Gu seethe with anger towards Su Guang. If it weren't for his foolish suggestions and flattery, he wouldn't have landed in such a predicament. Biao Gu, it's all Su Guang's fault. If it weren't for him. Long Gu was about to cast blame on the absent Su Guang when a figure emerged from behind Sang Biao, swiftly dislocating his arm. Long Gu was caught off guard, the excruciating pain contorting his face. Once he regained his composure, he didn't dare kneel. Instead, he staggered backward, clutching his limp arm. Terror etched on his features. This person was one of Sang Biao's trusted confidants, known as the Viper. Rumor had it that the Viper hailed from an extraordinary background. Although few, aside from Sang Biao, knew the specifics. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that the Viper had played an integral role in Sang Biao's rise as the underground godfather of the Magic City. You would do well to confess your deeds. Biao Ji's time is not to be squandered by scum like you, the Viper stated coolly, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He detested those who babbled incessantly. Should Sang Biao issue the command, the Viper would not hesitate to end Long Ji's life. Aye. Long Gu trembled at the thought of the Viper. He had witnessed the Viper's ruthlessness firsthand. Suddenly, Long Ji's expression shifted. Did I just fall victim to the bone-splitting technique? A cruel smile curled the Viper's lips. You're somewhat astute. It's best you confess any further conspirators. Otherwise, I shall introduce you to methods beyond the bone-splitting technique. Long Gu felt beads of sweat cascading down his forehead at the Viper's words. The Viper's alternatives were undoubtedly torturous enough to make life unbearable. I will speak, I will. Long Gu, having orchestrated such a grand scheme, was certainly not alone. He divulged that he had colluded with a subordinate of Zheng Guang, who, in turn, was linked to a gang leader from another area. It must be said, the intricacies of organized crime were akin to nested dolls. Long Gu named only a few individuals. Yet it wasn't long before Sang Biao's subordinates uncovered no fewer than 20 names. Well, I never anticipated that my subordinates would be so mired in corruption, Sang Biao remarked, taking the list from his subordinate, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Throughout his career, he had rarely displayed such a terrifying grin. Viper, since you're back, you shall take care of these individuals. The tiger has dozed off, leading others to forget its ferocity. Sang Biao handed the list to the Viper, knowing full well that none of those named would meet a favorable fate. Long Gu swallowed hard, a shiver coursing through him. Biao Gu, I was wrong. Please forgive me. He disregarded the pain in his arm, fervently bowing his head, quickly staining the pristine floor with a faint crimson hue. Sang Biao waved his hand, and his subordinate swiftly dragged Long Gu away. That very day, the Viper acted with remarkable efficiency. All 20 individuals on the list were swiftly eliminated by Sang Biao's decree. The scale of the operation was so grand that even those outside the circle of influence heard whispers about it. Have you heard? The Viper has eliminated over 20 subordinates at the regional level. Indeed, but I wonder what provoked Biao Ji's wrath so profoundly. Rumor had it that the Viper's actions were sparked by a mere computer. What on earth? A computer? The wealthy youths gathered, their expressions dumbfounded as one of them recounted the unfolding events. What kind of absurd plot is this? A wealthy individual attempted to buy a computer, and as a result, Long Gu and his associates were all wiped out by the Viper. What sort of computer wielded such power? The incident unfolded at Changning Computer City, and henceforth, those brothers shopping there should tread carefully. The wealthy youth offered this caution before departing. As news of Sang Biao's fury spread subtly throughout the Magic City, the remaining subordinates, fearful of their leader's wrath, began to scrutinize their own underlings for any misdeeds. Consequently, in the wake of Long Ji's downfall, the atmosphere in the Magic City reverted to a state of uneasy harmony. When Biao Gu was enraged, no one in the Magic City dared defy him. Chapter 71. A small favor to ask of young Master Chu in the bustling metropolis of Mo City. Yuan had heard the news of Sang Biao's wrath. However, what weighed more heavily on his mind was the turmoil within his own family. To his utter disbelief, Yuan discovered that his father had been involved with another woman for nearly 19 years. Frankly, the mere sight of his so-called younger brother, who was hardly younger than himself, ignited a volcanic fury within him that he could not conceal. Looking at his mother, Huang Liwen, whose well-maintained visage was marred by tears and profound sorrow, he felt a surge of protective instinct. "Ah, Yuan, your father has long been prepared to abandon us," she lamented. "You must ensure he does not attain the position of president at Zhongqing." After a brief emotional breakdown, Huang Liwen steeled herself, determined to think of Yuan. The thought of the illegitimate son brought back by Yuan's father only fueled her resentment. "Do not worry, mother. I shall not allow Yi Qing to seize the presidency of Zhongqing. My elder brother and young Master Chu are like brothers. I shall seek my brother's assistance," Yuan assured Huang Liwen, before promptly calling Tang Xinran for help. When Tang Xinran received the call, he had just emerged from Sang Biao's villa. Having learned Sang Biao's true identity, he felt somewhat elated. He had never anticipated that Chu Yang was actually Sang Biao's elder brother. Merely being on the same level as the underground godfather of Mo City was enough to make the hard pavement beneath him feel remarkably soft. "What can I do for you, Yuan?" Tang Xinran inquired, his voice imbued with pleasure as he settled into the driver's seat. Yuan glanced back at his sorrowful mother as he stepped outside, replying, "Rangu, could you help me acquire Zhongqing?" "Acquire Zhongqing?" Tang Xinran's face registered surprise at Yuan's request. Zhongqing was not among the top-tier enterprises in Mo City, but was nonetheless a notable player in the second tier. Why would Yuan suddenly wish to buy it? In a somber tone, Yuan explained, "My father has had an illegitimate son for 19 years. A mere 4 years my junior, who has returned from abroad after receiving elite education. Yesterday, my father eagerly brought him home, announcing that he would inherit the position of president at Zhongqing." Tang Xinran was momentarily at a loss for words, shocked by this revelation. Yuan's father was truly despicable, having built Zhongqing through his marriage to Huang Liwen over 2 decades ago. He had maintained a facade of marital bliss while engaging in an affair that resulted in a 19-year-old illegitimate child 4 years after their marriage. How well he had concealed this scandal. "Hold on, don't rush. I'll visit Yang Gu and see if he can devise a solution," Tang Xinran decided, leaving the vicinity of Sang Biao's villa and driving toward Chu Yang's residence. Upon his arrival, Bai Yue, seeing Tang Xinran, approached him with curiosity. "Tang Xiao, is there something you need from the young master?" Tang Xinran glanced at the clock. It was only 3 in the afternoon. Was Yang resting? Having interacted with Bai Yue for some time, he understood that she would only inquire if Chu Yang were not present. "It's just a minor matter I wish to discuss with Yang Gu," he replied, scratching his head. He found it challenging to discuss Yuan's predicament with Bai Yue. Just then, Chu Yang, having awakened and intending to descend the stairs, called out, "What matter do you wish to discuss with me?" Bai Yue, seeing Chu Yang awake, promptly summoned a servant to bring him water. Chu Yang, seated on the sofa, took a sip from the glass handed to him, his expression neutral, betraying no emotion. Tang Xinran chose his words carefully. "Yang Gu, I wish to acquire Zhongqing. Could you possibly lend me some funds?" Chu Yang was taken aback. "Why would you want to buy Zhongqing?" Tang Xinran explained, "My younger brother Yuan has an illegitimate sibling who is vying for the presidential position. Yuan has always been dutiful and avoids confrontation, but I suspect his mother cannot accept this situation and wishes for him to compete. Though Yi Yuan had not explicitly stated much, Tang Xinran had forged a long enough rapport with him to infer the circumstances. Chu Yang quickly grasped the situation. Yi Yuan's father had indeed brought the illegitimate son back, creating chaos within the Yi family that forced Yi Yuan to seek Tang Xinran's help. You need not borrow money. I have already acquired Zhongqing. Yu Wei, provide Yi Yuan with the contact details for Zhongqing so he can reach out, Chu Yang commanded. Tang Xinran's jaw nearly dropped at this revelation. Yang Gu, you truly are remarkable. To acquire a company valued at over 100 million without a whisper of gossip, if it weren't for you revealing your identity, I would have had no idea Zhongqing had changed hands. Very well, young master, Bai Yue acknowledged, swiftly operating her phone. Tang Xinran's phone vibrated as a text message containing the contact information arrived, filling him with excitement. He was eager to witness the expression on Yi Yuan's father's face upon discovering that he had lost his company. Attend to your matters. Tomorrow, accompany me to inspect Zhongqing. Chu Yang instructed, casting a glance at the delighted Tang Xinran. It seemed he had correctly assessed his character. Absolutely, Yang Gu. I will be there promptly at 8 tomorrow. Tang Xinran replied, excitement evident in his voice as he hurried away, likely eager to confront Yi Yuan's father. Yu Wei, inform the Human Resources Department at Zhongqing to appoint Yi Yuan as the executive president. Let him know I am giving him 6 months to improve the company's performance. Otherwise, he will have to step aside, Chu Yang instructed Bai Yue before heading toward the swimming pool. As Bai Yue watched Chu Yang depart, a subtle smile graced her lips. Her young master was indeed tough on the outside but soft-hearted within. He had not only aided Tang Xiao in confronting Zhongqing's president, but had also elevated Yi Yuan to the role of executive president, a dual triumph. As Tang Xinran exited the villa, he promptly dialed the contact information provided by Bai Yue. Hello, this is Chu Yang's assistant. Tomorrow, our president will be visiting Zhongqing for an inspection. I would like to inquire why the previous president and shareholders were not informed of the ownership transition. Tang Xinran's tone was somewhat brusque. The person on the other end of the line wore a look of exasperation. The news of the acquisition had circulated for several days, yet they had been unable to reach the former president. Apologies, we have not been able to contact President Yi during these past few days, but please rest assured. We will handle this matter properly, the representative replied, their tone conciliatory. Tang Xinran's anger began to dissipate. Then please expedite the resolution of this issue. We are scheduled to inspect tomorrow, he concluded, hanging up the phone. The representative, feeling unjustly rebuked, decided to contact the former president Yi without a second thought. Chapter 72. Never betray young Master Chu Manager Zhao. What brings you to call unexpectedly? The former president Yi inquired, as he basked in the recent success and satisfaction. He had always felt somewhat inferior for having risen to prominence through Huang Liwen. Yet, after that fateful night 19 years ago, when he and Yi Qing's mother had surrendered to their desires, he finally felt like a true man. In order to ensure that his beloved son inherits Zhongqing, Mr. He has devoted substantial financial resources and energy over the years to nurture his illegitimate child, patiently awaiting the day he matures and completes his studies abroad, ready to return and directly assume control of the family fortune. As for Huang Liwen, Mr. Yi has entirely dismissed her from his considerations. In his view, apart from the initial efforts of Huang Liwen's family, it has been he alone who has tirelessly fought for Zhongqing. With his son poised to inherit Zhongqing, what concern does he have for Huang Liwen's potential upheaval regarding the position of president? Mr. Yi, I am here to inform you that the company's shares have been reallocated. Aside from your 1 billion in equity profits, you are no longer associated with Zhongqing. Lu Ming spoke through gritted teeth, struggling to contain his frustration. Had it not been for the fact that this individual had not answered his calls in recent days, he would not have been subjected to such disdain from Tang Xinran. What? Share reallocation? Why was I not notified of this? Mr. Yi leapt from the sofa in shock. The two individuals, Yi Qing and his mother, who were relaxing and playing games on the sofa, were startled by his sudden outburst. Upon hearing Mr. Yi's words, they exchanged glances that he failed to notice. I have been trying to reach you for days, only to find that you've inexplicably blacklisted me. Lu Ming, having whimsically used a different phone number to contact Mr. Yi, was astonished to find it connected immediately. Manager Zhao, who held a lower rank than Lu Ming, could reach Mr. Yi, yet his own attempts had been in vain. It was evident that his number had been blacklisted. Manager Zhao, I advise you to speak respectfully. Even if I am not the president of Zhongqing, it would be a mere trifle to replace you, a mere manager. Mr. Yi was displeased by Lu Ming's coarse language. Lu Ming, nearly laughing in exasperation, could not fathom how Mr. Yi could fail to recognize his voice. I'll tell you this. I, Lu Ming, challenge you to dismiss me. Lu Ming hung up the phone and turned to report his progress to Tang Xinran, asserting that he had notified the former president, and any ensuing issues were solely the president's concern, not that of his subordinates. To substantiate his claims, Lu Ming sent over a pre-recorded audio file of their conversation. Listening to the recording, Tang Xinran was nearly overcome with laughter, nearly choking with amusement. If it weren't for Yi Yuan's confirmation of the man's paternity, he would have been thoroughly entertained by Mr. Yi's antics. After receiving the news, Tang Xinran leisurely sent a WeChat message to Yi Yuan. Zhongqing has been acquired by young Master Yang. He will inspect the company tomorrow. Your father's schemes are destined to fail. Yi Yuan, who had been anxiously awaiting the outcome at home, felt a tremendous weight lift from his heart upon reading Tang Xinran's message. He joyfully sought out Huang Liwen. Mom, Zhongqing has been acquired by young Master Chu. Even if I cannot inherit Zhongqing, neither can Yi Qing. Huang Liwen felt a tumult of emotions upon hearing Yi Yuan's words. Over the years, she and Mr. Yi had diligently managed Zhongqing, and she was acutely aware of his growing disdain for her. She had resigned herself to the notion that if he disregarded her, so be it. Who would have guessed that Mr. Yi had long strayed from their union and intended for that illegitimate child to inherit the family wealth? Very well. If Zhongqing is lost, so be it. With me around, we shall not go hungry. I will call your uncle and have him assist with the divorce proceedings. Huang Liwen, being decisive, was not one to falter. Otherwise, she would not have raised a son like Yi Yuan. She promptly sought out someone to handle the division of marital assets. Exuding an air of the formidable businesswoman she once was during Zhongqing's early struggles. If given a second chance, I would choose Li Bai. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's phone rang, and upon seeing the call was from Zhongqing, he quickly answered. Is this Yi Yuan? A sweet voice on the other end inquired. Yes, how can I assist you? Yi Yuan, already aware of Mr. Yi's loss of shares, could not fathom what business Zhongqing could have with him. Hello, young Master Yi, I am Xiao Xiao, the HR manager of Zhongqing. I have just received a notification from the president's office that you have been appointed as the executive president of Zhongqing. Please bring your identification to the company for onboarding tomorrow at 8 a.m. Xiao Xiao's words nearly caused Yi Yuan to drop his phone. The executive president of Zhongqing? All right, thank you. Yi Yuan was momentarily stunned but quickly responded affirmatively. Xiao Xiao hung up, and upon seeing her son's beaming smile, Huang Liwen felt a pang of anxiety. Son, what has happened? Just as she had enlisted Yi Yuan's uncle to handle the divorce, how could he be so elated so suddenly? Mom, it's young Master Chu. He has made me the executive president of Zhongqing. Even if Dad's shares are gone, I am still the president. Yi Yuan joyfully embraced Huang Liwen, and her heart swelled with tears of joy. Young Master Chu is truly a wonderful person, Huang Liwen exclaimed, overwhelmed with happiness, while Yi Yuan's excitement soared. He longed to see the expression on Mr. Yi's face when he learned of his son's new title. Son, you must work diligently to grow Zhongqing and repay young Master Chu for his kindness. Huang Liwen earnestly advised Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan solemnly replied, Mom, rest assured. I will work hard and will never betray young Master Chu. Very well. With your word, I can relax. Huang Liwen concluded, just as Yi Yuan's phone vibrated once more. It was a WeChat message from HR manager Xiao Xiao. Appointment notification JPG. I have just received a notification from the president's office. Please ensure you achieve performance results within 6 months. Should you fail to meet young Master Chu's requirements after this period, he will seek another candidate. Yi Yuan read the message and smiled broadly. He was determined not to allow young Master Chu to replace him. Within 6 months, he was confident he would elevate Zhongqing to new heights. Huang Liwen also noticed the message on Yi Yuan's phone and said excitedly, Son, please send me the appointment notification. I want to share it. Yi Yuan, seeing his mother's delight, willingly obliged. Shortly thereafter, Huang Liwen posted on her social media, My son has grown up and is starting to support the family. What a joyous day. Appointment notification JPG. Chapter 73. This is truly a matter of killing the heart. Huang Liwen's post immediately infuriated Mr. Yi. The previous call must have been a ruse. How dare they conspire with Lu Ming to deceive him? Enraged, Mr. Yi prepared to confront Huang Liwen. As Yi Qing's mother was already planning to flee, she overheard Mr. Yi dismissing the news of Zhongqing's change of ownership as a falsehood and quickly approached him with a suggestion. Darling, Yuan only assumes his post tomorrow. Even if you go today, there won't be enough time. Why not go before 8 a.m. tomorrow, before Yuan enters Zhongqing, and have him give the executive president position to Xiaoqing? Mr. Yi, considering her advice, found it to be a sound plan. Zhongqing rightfully belonged to him. It was merely a matter of allowing Yi Yuan to occupy the position temporarily, without needing to enter Zhongqing at all. Then it's settled. I shall go tomorrow. Mr. Yi agreed cheerfully and retired for the night. In the middle of the night, Yi Qing's mother sent a message to paparazzi Xiao Yu. Tomorrow, at Zhongqing Tower, there will be significant news. Having sent the message, she swiftly deleted it and returned to her room to rest. The following morning, at 8 o'clock, Yi Yuan appeared in front of the Zhongqing building, impeccably dressed in formal attire, drawing the attention of numerous employees hurrying to work. Why is the young master so formally dressed for work today? A Yuan halt. Upon arriving at the Zhongqing building and spotting Yuan about to enter, Yizong's anger flared instantly. Nearby, a persistent paparazzo, having waited for a long time, crouched at a distance, feverishly snapping photos at a speed honed by years of solitude. Simultaneously, a stunning female streamer captivated passers-by with her beauty. Hello, fans of Chi-Chi's livestream. Welcome back to our street interview segment. Chi-Chi conducted her routine livestream on the street. Momentarily taken aback by the barrage of comments on the screen, Chi-Chi, quickly look behind you. It seems two big shots are having a quarrel. Remove the seams, Chi-Chi. Zoom in a bit so I can see who it is, the all-knowing of Magic City. Goodness, how audacious. Claiming to be the all-knowing? Brothers, take note of the coordinates. This is the Zhongqing building. Chi-Chi adjusted the camera to focus on the confrontation between Yuan and his father, moving closer to the Zhongqing building. Eager to witness the spectacle unfold. Yuan, how dare you come to work at Zhongqing? I command you to vacate the position of president for Qing. Yizong. Seeing Yuan pause, rushed to stand before him, issuing his decree. Yuan, uninterested in Yizong's words, waved dismissively at the security guards, who had already received prior notice and had no reason to fear Yizong. He was intent on performing his duties without engaging in pointless disputes. What do you think you're doing? I am the president of Zhongqing, and I could have you dismissed in an instant. Do you believe me? Let go of me. The two robust security guards effortlessly restrained Yizong. One of them, undeterred by Yizong's threats, delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head, exclaiming, "You think you can get me fired? I scoff at that. The president of Zhongqing was replaced days ago. Do you think I, a mere security guard, am uninformed and can be bullied?" The small guard's voice resonated clearly in Chi-Chi's livestream, leaving the audience in shock. What on earth is happening? It feels like there's an abundance of drama today. The all-knowing has emerged. Didn't you claim to be the all-knowing of Magic City? How could you not know about the change in the president of Zhongqing? Indeed. And what is going on between Yizong and Yishao? The viewers of Chi-Chi's livestream were left in a frenzy of curiosity. The change in the presidency at Zhongqing, the apparent rift between Yizong and Yuan, and that mysterious Qing, whom they had never heard of before. Was he Yizong's illegitimate son? As the fans of Chi-Chi's livestream anxiously speculated, Chu Yang and Tang Xinran strolled up to the Zhongqing building. Upon seeing Yizong, Tang Xinran couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He had anticipated that Yizong would return to stir up trouble. So he had visited Chu Yang's villa earlier that day and uncovered some news that would surely infuriate Yizong. How could my idol appear at Zhongqing? 666. Chi-Chi is amazing, capturing Chu Shin again. Here is a rocket for you. I concede. Chi-Chi's luck should be spent on the lottery. I'll send a yacht as a token of respect. I'm curious as to why Chu Shin is at Zhongqing, connecting it with the change in leadership. I have a grand speculation. The audience in Chi-Chi's livestream was fervently sending comments. Meanwhile, the streamer, Chi-Chi, fixated her gaze on the figure of Chu Yang in the distance, her beautiful eyes brimming with shyness. This time, she wouldn't be made aware of his talents again, would she? Chu Yang, observing the restrained Yizong, instructed Tang Xinran. Contact the senior management of Zhongqing and have them personally explain the situation to Yizong. Tang Xinran promptly agreed and swiftly called Lu Ming. Upon hearing Tang Xinran's words, Lu Ming felt an overwhelming urge to rush downstairs and confront Yizong. However, he was acutely aware that both the newly appointed president and the executive president were likely to be present that day. After a moment's contemplation, he called for a group of senior executives to accompany him downstairs. As Lu Ming arrived, he witnessed Yizong threatening Chu Yang. "Kid, since you know the higher-ups at Zhongqing, you should know who I am. I am the president of Zhongqing." Yizong's proclamation was cleverly interrupted by Lu Ming. "Greetings, President Chu. Welcome to Zhongqing for your inspection." Following Lu Ming's words, the group of senior executives behind him also greeted Chu Yang, Tang Xinran, and Yuan. The sight of the executives bowing respectfully to Chu Yang left the audience in utter astonishment. Goodness, Chu Shun is actually the trusted president of Zhongqing. Isn't it obvious? The all-knowing must have been living under a rock. Chu Shun drives a Koenigsegg 1, a top-tier supercar worth over 120 million. What is Zhongqing compared to that? Exactly. What is Zhongqing compared to that? Yizong, hearing Lu Ming and the others, was utterly bewildered. "Director Lu, you've made a mistake. I am the president of Zhongqing." Lu Ming's exasperation with Yizong peaked. "I called you yesterday. Zhongqing has changed hands." With that, Lu Ming turned to Chu Yang with a charming smile. "President Chu." "President young Master Tang, please, after you." "Halt. You all stop right there." Yizong, undeterred, shouted at Chu Yang and the executives. Tang Xinran had reached his limit of patience and retorted, "Yizong, instead of squabbling with us, why not check whether your illegitimate son is actually your blood? I, Tang Xinran, have yet to meet someone who spent heavily for 19 years to raise a son. As he spoke, Tang Xinran produced a casually folded A4 paper from his coat and tossed it to the ground, signaling the security guards to release Yizong. Uncontrollably, Yizong collapsed to the ground, and upon opening the paper, his face twisted in rage at its contents. That wretched. Suddenly, a camera flash caught everyone's attention. The paparazzo, sensing trouble, hastily fled, inadvertently revealing Chi-Chi's presence. Yizong, seeing Chi-Chi live streaming, could only think, "It's over, the entire world knows I've been cuckolded." Chapter 74, My Billionaire Figure Exposed by an Internet Celebrity. Chi-Chi had not anticipated that indulging in gossip would lead to her own exposure. Embarrassed, she stepped forward to greet Chu Yang. "Hi, Chu Shun." The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter at Chi-Chi's words. Uft. This unexpected twist made me laugh out loud. Where did this greeting come from? "Hi, Chu Shun. I doubt Chu Shun wants to see you at all." Chu Shun quipped. "If it weren't for you, would my identity as president of Zhongqing have been exposed?" The drama surrounding Zhongqing was indeed enticing, as Yizong's infidelity and betrayal became fodder for public ridicule. "You're quite the clever one. I, Zhong-san, shall lend you a hand. I'll share this too." Netizens enthusiastically contributed to Yizong's newfound notoriety. Chi-Chi, observing the lively comments, felt on the verge of tears. She was equally embarrassed. Chu Yang, unfazed by his own exposure as president of Zhongqing, casually teased Chi-Chi as if they were old friends. "Beautiful Chi-Chi, did you come to learn about my talents this time?" Chu Shun's jest caused the viewers to gasp, unable to suppress their laughter. Although his response alleviated Chi-Chi's embarrassment, the pace was a bit too fast for comfort. "Let me go. This isn't a kindergarten bus." As the upper echelon attempted to escape, the doors were securely locked, leaving no chance of departure. Mother inquired about my choice to recline while watching, to which I replied that my back ached. Amused, she promptly handed me 2 bottles of kidney supplements, likely under the impression that my ailment was of a more intimate nature. Glancing at the jovial atmosphere in the live stream, Chi-Chi felt her embarrassment dissipate significantly. She quickly waved her hands, clarifying, No, I merely wish to conduct street interviews. By the way, Chu Shun, are you now the president of Zhongqing?" Chu Yang nodded noncommittally, stating, "Zhongqing is merely one of my ventures. In the future, it will be entirely managed by Yi Yuan, the executive president." His casual introduction not only solidified Yi Yuan's position at Zhongqing, but also rendered the senior executives hesitant to even breathe audibly. While Chi-Chi, as a small streamer, might not grasp the weight of the name Chu Yang, the executives at Zhongqing recognized upon seeing Tang Xinran that their new president was none other than the enigmatic and affluent scion, young Master Chu. "Rest assured, Mr. Chu, we shall diligently support Executive Yi's endeavors," they proclaimed in unison. Indeed, under Executive Yi's leadership, Zhongqing will surely ascend to new heights. A young prodigy, he is destined to lead us toward greatness. The senior executives, seasoned in the corporate trenches, quickly professed their loyalty before Chu Yang, while the elusive executive remained a mere afterthought. Viewers in Chi-Chi's livestream couldn't help but laugh heartily at the sight of these high-ranking individuals, typically unseen, fervently pledging their allegiance. One could only wonder how the former executive felt witnessing such a spectacle. "By the way, I just encountered the former Green General, Executive waiting at a traffic light," someone chimed in. I nearly died laughing. The name fits perfectly. As the resident know-it-all, I had just uncovered a juicy tidbit. The former Green General had reportedly spent hundreds of thousands abroad to raise an illegitimate son named Yi Qing, who is now 19 and a graduate of this wave of gossip only intensified the lively ambience of the livestream. "Brother Yang, are you heading up now?" Tang Xinran asked. Observing the camaraderie between Chu Yang and Chi-Chi, he was keen to gauge Chu Yang's intentions. After all, with Zhongqing's assets barely surpassing 1 billion, how could it hold any significance for him, let alone for Chu Yang? If not for Zhongqing's ties to Yi Yuan, Tang Xinran wouldn't have given it a second glance. "Why don't you and Yi Yuan take care of it?" Chu Yang contemplated, realizing there was no need for him to oversee the matter personally. With a decisive wave of his hand, he delegated the responsibility to Tang Xinran. "All right, Brother Yang, I'll take my leave." Tang Xinran acquiesced, eager to comply. The senior executives watched wistfully as their opportunity to curry favor with Chu Yang slipped away, settling instead to flatter Tang Xinran. The security personnel, witnessing the dynamics, also discreetly made their exit. Soon enough, the first floor of Zhongqing's building was left with only Chu Yang and Chi-Chi. As Chi-Chi found herself alone with Chu Yang, her cheeks flushed slightly, momentarily forgetting to maintain distance between them. The visage of Chu Yang, magnified by the phone screen, made him a sight to behold, captivating the attention of numerous admirers. "Oh, he is so handsome," one exclaimed. "This will be my new screensaver." I couldn't help but wear a smitten smile, even toying with the idea of removing my pants to reveal my prized possession. Please, could you refrain from such outrageous behavior? Another interjected. You're the one being outrageous. Can't I even eat a banana in peace? Chi-Chi suddenly realized she had inadvertently shared a treat with the fans, hastily distancing herself from Chu Yang. Unaware of the live stream's unfolding drama, Chu Yang thought her awkwardness warranted a change of subject. So, what do you plan to interview about this time? As soon as he spoke, the chat erupted once more. Chi-Chi asked Chu Shun how long his special talents are. Another chimed in. I'm not asking for much. I just want to know how many girlfriends he has had. Seriously? What nonsensical questions are these? Chi-Chi replied, exasperated. You all are so superficial. Chi-Chi, please tell Chu Shun that I'm a businessman too, and I have a multi-million project I'd like to discuss with him. Multi-million? Do you not believe I could summon hundreds of billions with a mere wave of my hand? Chi-Chi felt her legs weaken under the torrent of their exuberance. What outrageous claims. Cough, cough. Well, I intended to ask, after becoming president of Zhongqing, what has been your most profound experience? Chi-Chi, choosing to overlook Chu Yang's earlier clarification about Zhongqing being merely one of his enterprises, felt compelled to treat the inquiry as genuine. Gazing deeply into Chi-Chi's eyes, Chu Yang replied in a low voice, if I were to articulate my most profound sentiment, it would be the ability to effortlessly negotiate a project worth hundreds of billions. The audience within Chi-Chi's live stream was once again taken aback by this unexpected revelation. Mr. Chu, are you referring to the same hundreds of billions project that we understand? Chi-Chi felt compelled to apologize. I'm so sorry. Chu Shen, it seems you are the true master of speed. Cough, cough. I have other matters to attend to. So I must take my leave. Chi-Chi, feeling overwhelmed, decided to make her escape, muttering apologies. After her hasty retreat, she didn't forget to end the live stream, as her team had proven too burdensome for her to handle at the moment. The fans watching Chi-Chi's abrupt departure erupted into laughter, unconcerned by her hurried exit. They had feasted on enough gossip for one day. Before long, the online buzz surrounding Chu Yang surged once more, with headlines declaring, Chu Shun, my identity as Zhongqing's president was revealed by Chi-Chi, an executive the king of green hats in Modu. Chu Shun, my profound sentiment is the ability to casually negotiate a project worth hundreds of billions. Unbeknownst to Chu Yang, a fresh wave of discussion had ignited online. He was indifferent to the developments at Zhongqing and, having concluded that his day was devoid of further obligations, decided to have the driver take him back to his villa. Upon his return, a servant presented him with an impeccably brewed cup of premium Longjing tea, its aromatic fragrance wafting delicately. This exquisite tea was a rare find, priced exceedingly high at nearly 10,000 per tael, and indeed, it was delightful to savor. Sir, we've just air-freighted some fresh fruit. Would you care to try some? Bai Yue inquired, immediately summoning the servants to bring forth fruit platters, meticulously cleaned and artfully sliced. The vibrant fruits were irresistibly enticing. Then I shall indulge a little. Chu Yang acquiesced, nodding in approval, as a lovely servant approached to feed him. Ding! As he savored a bite of dragon fruit, a new message pinged on WeChat. It was an invitation to a group chat from Qin Mu, Moda's young master. Quite intriguing, Chu Yang mused, swallowing the fruit and accepting the invitation while enjoying a piece of mango. His WeChat name read Chu Men San Shao. In the elite circles of Moda's affluent youth, there was but one with the surname Chu, Chu Yang. Welcome, young Master Chu, to Moda's elite circle. The circle of elite second-generation wealthy individuals has finally gathered. Qin Shao 6666 and Chu Shao have both been drawn in by your invitation. Welcome, Chu Shao. As soon as Chu Yang made his appearance, 20 or so individuals in the group began to chime in one after another. It wasn't long before Chu Yang received friend requests from everyone except for Qin Mu. Thank you all for the warm welcome. Please continue with your errands. Let us keep in touch when time permits, Chu Yang remarked with a casual tone. Though brief, his words brought a sense of comfort to the young elites in the group. See how well Chu Shao understands us. As the foremost heirs of Shanghai, these individuals are burdened with the inheritance of vast fortunes. Just as Chu Yang stated, they truly are occupied. Even Wang Song has been dispatched to run a company, let alone the other young masters who pale in comparison to him. Thus, the daily leisure of gaming and cruising in a Ferrari, as Qin Mu does, has become a source of envy for many. Now, a new object of admiration has emerged in their midst, Chu Yang. After joining the group, Chu Yang turned to Weibo and was astonished to find his name trending. He curiously clicked on one of the top 10 trending links. National husband worships the pig-killing girl. If memory serves, Wang Song was nicknamed the national husband. Intrigued, he clicked on it and was met with a sensational revelation. The pig-killing girl is a popular online streamer named Sun Ningning, who, with her striking beauty, has made a name for herself on the platform. Her audacity is notable. even using pig-killing girl as her ID, capturing attention on the internet with her antics. She even caught the eye of Wang Xiao, who, drawn by her looks and status as a celebrity, showered her with gifts and subsequently met her offline. However, it turns out that during their years together, she remained indifferent to him. A prominent Weibo influencer exposed this saga in a lengthy post that, despite its extensive detail, seemed astonishingly authentic. The specifics of the situation eluded Chu Yang, yet the influencer's clarity lent a semblance of credibility. It appears that Wang Song, the national husband, is indeed embroiled with this online celebrity, and their conflict has escalated dramatically, complete with shared chat logs that looked quite thrilling. Feeling a rare urge to indulge in gossip, Chu Yang continued scrolling. I got vaccinated today. What a shot it was, thinking of you every second. Darling, if only you were here. Even abalone and lobster pale in comparison to your flavor. I'll take care of you, silly. I've been thinking of you every day, longing for you to the point of insomnia. Chu Yang savored the cheesy love declarations within the chat logs, relishing the drama. It was unexpected that while Wang Xiao usually played the role of the aggressor in matters of romance, it was his partner who seemed to have taken the upper hand. After perusing Wang Song's Weibo updates, he then clicked on the posts of Yizong, the so-called king of green hats in Shanghai. Though this gossip diverged significantly from Wang Xiao's situation, Yizong's title had been corroborated across the internet. Chu Yang found himself somewhat admiring Yizong, whose plight was nothing short of tragic. His once thriving enterprise has crumbled, his wife and son have turned against him, and even his illegitimate child has been revealed to belong to another, all after 19 years of deceit. This sequence of events could only be described as a human tragedy. Despite Yizong's current misfortunes, the absurdity of it all almost provoked a laugh. How could one not realize for 20 years that his son wasn't truly his? All while wanting the illegitimate child to inherit the company? Had the ownership of Zhongqing not changed, Yizong might have remained oblivious to the fact that he had been deceived his entire life. The sensation of that revelation, one could only imagine, was beyond words. Having indulged in the latest gossip, Chu Yang shut down Weibo and shifted his attention to WeChat, scrolling through his moments, where he spotted Wang Song's latest update. So infuriating. Damn it, I'm not a lapdog. This reminded Chu Yang of how Wang Xiao had been labeled a lapdog due to the situation with the pig-killing girl. Oh, romance is indeed a complicated affair. How much simpler it is to remain single. Just as Chu Yang mused this, the group of young elites erupted in fervor once more, excitedly sharing the latest gossip. I got vaccinated today. What a shot it was, thinking of you every second. Darling, if only you were here. Even abalone and lobster pale in comparison to your flavor. I'll take care of you, silly. I've been thinking of you every day, longing for you to the point of insomnia. A group of young masters, who should have been preoccupied with their own affairs, converged in the chat to join the commotion following Wang Song's post. Qin Mu eagerly engaged. You all are unbearable. Is this how you treat someone who cares for you? The tone was playful, yet the implication was clear. Qin Xiao, aren't you afraid of being bundled up in a sack tomorrow? Wang Song, already simmering with anger from his recent post, was incensed further by Qin Mu's comment. Get lost. Wang Xiao's fury seemed genuine. Sensing the escalating tension, the other young masters decided to retreat after their lighthearted teasing. The final message in the Shanghai elite group was once again Qin Mu's. Is this how you treat someone who cares for you? Regardless of the perspective. It appeared that Qin Mu was the one most swiftly left out in the cold. Qin Mu tagged Chu Yang. Chu Xiao, our power is out at home. I was wondering if I could stay at your place for a few days. The on-looking young masters erupted in laughter at Qin Mu's desperate plea for survival. What do you mean your power is out? With his family's wealth, surely they aren't lacking for utilities. Chapter 76. Please give Chu Xiao a chance. Chu Yang chose not to respond to Qin Mu's attempt at salvaging the situation. After all, he couldn't very well stop him from coming over. So let him stay as he wished. With Chu Yang's silence, the group of elite youngsters fell into yet another lull. Noticing that it was still early, Chu Yang decided to swim a few laps before heading to the villa's gym. The gym in the villa was outfitted with the finest equipment, ensuring the ultimate fitness experience. After sweating profusely for the morning, Chu Yang enjoyed another refreshing swim before being invited by Yue Wei to have lunch. In the expansive dining room, 8 chefs from Tianhai Catering, representing 8 distinct culinary styles, were meticulously presenting their delicacies to Chu Yang. Soon, the table was adorned with a dozen exquisite dishes, each a feast for the senses, enticing with their aroma. Chu Yang casually picked up a piece of meat and sampled it. The texture was tender and flavorful, perfectly balanced in sweetness and saltiness, with a delightful chewiness that released savory juices upon biting. An unforgettable experience. Not bad, he praised. The chef, elated by Chu Yang's commendation, expressed his gratitude before retreating to the kitchen. The remaining 7 chefs watched intently, anxious for Chu Yang's approval of their creations. After a tense yet sumptuous meal, Chu Yang decided to take a stroll around the villa to aid digestion. Once he finished dining, Bai Yue handed Chu Yang his phone. "Young master, someone named Zhou Luanjie was looking for you." Zhou Luanjie? Chu Yang was taken aback. Hadn't Zhou Luanjie just been retrieved by his manager? Why was he seeking him now? "All right, you may go about your business," Chu Yang replied, taking the phone and dialing back. Zhou Luanjie answered immediately. "Chu Shun, I just wrapped up my matters. Are you free soon? I'd like to come over and hang out." Zhou Luanjie remained preoccupied with the fact that he had not had the opportunity to soak in a hot spring with his idol, and his resentment towards his manager deepened. Had it not been for his manager's abrupt intervention, he would not have been forcefully deprived of the chance to share a bath with his idol. Today appeared to be devoid of time, but tomorrow I could visit Huanqing. Recently, Chu Yang had also contemplated inspecting Huanqing Entertainment. However, that plan was now thwarted. The arrival of Tang Xinran, accompanied by an unexpected guest, Chen Jingting, altered the course of his day. Upon reflection, it seemed that the month Chu Yang had agreed upon with Chen Jingting had barely seen 3 days pass. Yet she had already accomplished the impressive feat of generating 100,000 in revenue. After arriving at the villa, Chen Jingting's understanding of Chu Yang's financial prowess was further elevated. By today, she had come to realize that Chu Yang was the newly emergent, enigmatic wealthy heir, known as Young Master Chu, which prompted her to adopt an even more respectful demeanor towards him. "Young Master Chu, here is the agreed sum of 100,000 along with the principal, totaling 200,000. Chen Jingting produced a bank card, confidently standing before Chu Yang, her eyes shimmering with determination. Chen Jingting was a woman of remarkable ambition and intellect, fully aware of how to leverage her advantages and those around her to achieve her goals. Most importantly, she was deeply loyal, bold yet meticulous, and possessed an astute business acumen. "Well done," Tang Xinran remarked, accepting the bank card from Chen Jingting, who promptly sent a servant to verify the card's balance. Shortly thereafter, the servant returned with the information, 200,000. "Now, tell me how you acquired this 200,000, Chu Yang inquired, his eyes gleaming with keen interest. As she spoke of her business ventures, Chen Jingting's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Clearly, she possessed a genuine passion for her work. "Yairemai is one of the most renowned brands in the metropolis. My task was to establish a reliable sales channel. Given the saturation of domestic channels, the optimal solution was to penetrate foreign markets or expand beyond the metropolis. While my resources were limited, I successfully identified 3 viable channels outside the metropolis and, with the brand effect of Yairemai, sold 1 million worth of products within 2 days, earning nearly 300,000 in commission." Chen Jingting succinctly recounted her recent experiences. It must be said that Chen Jingting's capabilities were indeed impressive. Achieving sales of 1 million in merely 3 days was a testament to her prowess. Chu Yang nodded in approval, expressing his satisfaction. "Excellent, you have exceeded my expectations." Chen Jingting, upon hearing Chu Yang's praise, could not suppress her radiant smile. In the next breath, she eagerly proposed, "Thank you for your kind words, young Master Chu. I hope to continue working with you. Please grant me an opportunity." Chu Yang was not surprised by her eagerness, as he had also intended to recruit Chen Jingting. "I can offer you an opportunity, but your development will not be within Yairemai. I possess a new product that requires your comprehensive development from the ground up. Do you have the confidence to succeed with this product?" Chu Yang resolved to entrust the Snow Princess project to Chen Jingting. "Yes." Chen Jingting, unaware of the product's nature, was nonetheless brimming with confidence in her ability to excel. "The product I have in mind is a beauty cream called Snow Princess, primarily designed for skin whitening. Most importantly, it can achieve noticeable results within a week without any side effects." Chu Yang provided a brief overview of Snow Princess, while Chen Jingting listened in disbelief. During her promotions at the Lanyan Hot Spring Hotel, she had merely sought to entice customers into purchasing. Little did she realize she was now in the presence of the product as creator. "Young Master Chu, are you truly considering allowing me to manage this product?" Chen Jingting's expression was tinged with excitement. If she were indeed to oversee Snow Princess, she was confident it could achieve national, and even international, recognition. "If you require anything, do not hesitate to communicate with Tang Xinran. From the storefront to the factory and the selection of staff, all decisions will be yours to make. I will allocate 100 million as operational capital for the company. You will be the store manager and president, responsible for overseeing Snow Princess." Chu Yang's words left Chen Jingting nearly speechless with joy. "Rest assured, young Master Chu, I will undoubtedly make Snow Princess a leading brand, both nationally and internationally." With exuberance, she followed Tang Xinran out of the villa. Upon exiting, a sudden spark lit up her beautiful eyes. "By the way, Tang Xiao, did young Master Chu not mention that I could select any storefront I desire and have the authority to manage everything?" Tang Xinran halted at her words, nodding affirmatively. "Indeed. That is correct. Then, Tang Xiao, would you kindly accompany me to Yuqing? Chen Jingting cheerfully suggested. Chapter 77, Refund? Listening to Chen Jingting, Tang Xinran silently lit a candle for the owner of Yuqing in his heart. Ding dong, you have a new message. The alert from Chen Jingting's phone announced, prompting her to check. It was a bank notification. Your savings card ending in 6868 has been credited with 100,000,000 yuan on June 17th at 9:30, with a remaining balance of 10,000,000 yuan. Bai Youwei's efficiency was commendable, as the 100 million swiftly appeared in Chen Jingting's bank account. Counting the funds, she felt an exhilarating rush. My goodness, 100 million. Is my glorious era about to commence? Despite having secured several million in sales recently, her mindset had not fully stabilized. With the sudden influx of wealth, Chen Jingting could hardly contain her elation. Tang Xinran, observing her jubilance, chuckled softly. Congratulations, Miss Chen. You've emerged victorious. Encountering a top-tier heir like Chu Yang, even someone as prominent as Tang Xinran could soar to new heights. How much more so for Chen Jingting, who was poised to take the reins of Snow Princess. Let us take that as a good omen, Tang Xiao. Come, let us visit Yuqing and secure the storefront. With her newfound wealth, Chen Jingting concentrated wholeheartedly on her burgeoning career. The location of Yuqing's storefront was considered prime real estate within the metropolis, boasting excellent positioning, decor, and design. Moreover, Chen Jingting had established a strong reputation in the beauty industry. Unfortunately, General Manager Zhao had been unscrupulous, tampering with her records and leading the sales champion to doubt her own capabilities. This mismanagement inadvertently granted Chu Yang an exceptionally loyal business talent at no cost. Arriving once more at the Yuqing beauty store in Tang Xinran's BMW, Chen Jingting noted the throngs of people gathered outside the store. A cacophony of voices indicating trouble was afoot. She was not surprised to see the current predicament of General Manager Zhao. With her public relations skills, she could resolve the situation within 3 minutes. Regrettably, Yuqing lacked anyone comparable to Chen Jingting's caliber. Ladies and gentlemen, let us investigate the product's situation. If it is indeed subpar, we shall adopt a policy of tenfold compensation for every defective item. Li Jia engaged with a group of women outside the store. Meanwhile, General Manager Zhao lurked in the office, peering out nervously as he awaited the outcome. Tenfold compensation? What use do we have for 10 fakes? Indeed, we spend a fortune merely to acquire solitude. Let us hasten to reclaim our funds. Without Manager Chen, the quality at Yuqing has evidently deteriorated, and you are passing off inferior products as adequate. How despicable. It is true. Had I not encountered Manager Chen at Yirenmai, I would have remained oblivious to her departure from Yuqing. I too saw Manager Chen at Yirenmai, initially thinking nothing of it, but after applying the beauty cream yesterday, lo and behold, my face has broken out in an allergic reaction. A chorus of irate women erupted at Li Jia's words. Under the supervision of Chen Jingting, the standards were personally upheld. Although the efficacy of Yuqing's beauty cream was not extraordinary, it undeniably had a whitening effect. Yet, in the hands of Li Jia and General Manager Zhao, they sacrificed reputation for profit, truly a case of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Li Jia, inherently envious, seethed with rage as she listened to customers comparing her to Chen Jingting. Her ire intensified upon witnessing Chen Jingting and Tang Xinran alighting from a BMW. Chen Jingting, what are you doing standing there? These customers were drawn in by you. So you best come over and handle this situation promptly. Despite Chen Jingting's departure from Yuqing, she had left a plethora of issues for Li Jia to contend with. Manager Chen has arrived. Do come and arbitrate. Sister Lu pulled Chen Jingting towards the storefront. Her impression of Chen Jingting remained favorable, especially since many were outraged at the injustice of her forced departure from Yuqing. Fortunately, Chen Jingting now held a managerial position at Yirenmai, a status that surpassed her previous one at Yuqing significantly. Sister Lu, could you please allow me to smell the beauty cream? Chen Jingting requested, and Sister Lu promptly handed it over. Chen Jingting skillfully opened the cream, and the pungent odor that wafted forth caused her brow to furrow. Li Jia, you would do well to refund our money immediately. Otherwise, this matter will escalate beyond mere refunds. The once refreshing fragrance of the cream had morphed into something cheap and unappealing, and the previously discernible translucent milky color had notably changed, not to mention the product's effectiveness. Indeed, you are passing off inferior goods. Refund my money at once. I no longer want this product. I too refuse to accept it. Refund my money immediately. And mine as well. If we do not receive our refunds, we shall expose you to the media. The customers clamored, on the verge of causing a scene. Li Jia, observing the uproar, felt a surge of anger but had no choice but to comply with Chen Jingting's directive. After the tumult, tens of thousands of yuan were refunded. Manager Chen, thank you for your assistance in this matter. Without you, I doubt I would have received my money back. Indeed. Thank you, Manager Chen, for your suggestion. Thank you, Manager Chen. Following the refunds, it was ironic that the money originated from Li Jie, yet the gratitude was directed towards Chen Jingting, which left Li Jie seething. However, after a brief spell of anger, she dared not express her frustration in front of Tang Xinran and had to suppress her emotions. General Manager Zhao had already warned her that Tang Xinran held a distinguished position, now allied with a formidable individual. One that a small establishment like theirs could not afford to offend. Concealed within his office, General Manager Zhao waited until the customers departed before he dared to emerge. Young Master Tang, is there a matter you wish to discuss today? General Manager Zhao's countenance was far from pleasant, his eyelids tinged with dark circles, evidently reflecting a period of discontent. Tang Xinran raised his hands in a gesture of indifference, gesturing towards Chen Jingting. I am here to support Chen Jingting today. Young Master Chu holds her in high regard and intends to assign her a significant project. The company is currently scouting locations, and your establishment was under consideration. However, it seems we may have to opt for another. Zhao's face turned pale upon hearing this. What does we may have to opt for another imply? Yet, he could not muster the courage to retort, for the company's survival was precarious. His wife had been causing an uproar at home, threatening divorce, and somehow, his affair with Li Jie had been leaked, leading to a series of disturbances from irate customers at Yuqing. Since Chen Jingting's resignation 3 days prior, he had not enjoyed a single night of undisturbed sleep. Acquiring the store? Chen Jingting, how much are you willing to pay for my establishment? After his initial fury subsided, Zhao revealed a glimmer of hope. If this money fell into his hands, perhaps he could indeed manage a divorce from his tiger of a wife. Chen Jingting, I have shown you kindness. How about offering 5 million? Seeing Chen Jingting remain silent, he quickly adopted a more conciliatory tone. Chen Jingting, upon hearing Zhao's shameless proposal, could hardly contain her laughter. Given the state to which they had reduced Yuqing, she deemed even 3 million exorbitant, and yet Zhao audaciously sought 5 million. His dreams were indeed grand, but 5 million was beyond my means. I could offer no more than 1 million. Should you be unwilling, I can discuss alternatives with young Master Tang. Chen Jingting forced a smile, utterly uninterested in engaging in negotiations with Zhao. Zhao was left dumbfounded by Chen Jingting's offer. If he were to accept a mere 1 million, he would not even recover his principal. Yet, if he could secure that 1 million, Zhao's mind was racing with possibilities when a robust female voice forcefully interjected. All right, I shall sell for 1 million. Young lady, thank you for revealing this information, otherwise, I would have remained unaware of that vixen's daily antics. Zhao shivered at the realization. His formidable tiger of a wife had arrived. Chen Jingting greeted Madame Zhao with a warm smile. Madame Zhao, you are too kind. Please attend to your matters. I will arrange for someone to come over shortly to sign the contract. Madame Zhao acknowledged with a nod and signaled to the dozen or so individuals behind her, swiftly closing the store's entrance. Soon, anguished cries echoed from within the sealed store. Listening to the distressing sounds, Chen Jingting wore an enchanting smile as she nonchalantly returned to the BMW with Tang Xinran. Tang Xinran swallowed hard, suddenly grasping the unfolding events. Did you summon today as customers? Chen Jingting smiled. What are you suggesting, young Master Tang? How could I possibly orchestrate such a thing? I merely offered the customers a suggestion. Then, the Madame Zhao who visited the store today was indeed summoned by you, correct? Chen Jingting's smile widened. Not quite. I simply mentioned my desire to acquire the store, but inadvertently sent the wrong message, resulting in this situation. Tang Xinran began to comprehend that while the downfall of Yuqing largely stemmed from their own actions, Chen Jingting's influence was undeniably significant. Chapter 78. An unexpected turn of events. As the vehicle roared to life, Tang Xinran gazed back at the receding Yuqing storefront, resolutely deciding not to provoke Chen Jingting any further. The horror of witnessing someone like Zhao, continually tormented by his tiger of a wife, was simply too daunting. What? Is that an ambulance passing by? Tang Xinran mused, intrigued by the wailing siren heading towards the direction of Yuqing. Chen Jingting displayed an innocent smile. It appears young Master Tang is unaware. General Zhao's wife is related to the local big shot, and they have been close friends since childhood. Young Master, if your sister were to be bullied, how would you respond? Tang Xinran fell silent. If anyone were to bully his sister, he would undoubtedly break their legs. Ah, breaking news. Chen Jingting exclaimed, opening a photo. Tang Xinran leaned closer to inspect, and his eyes widened in shock. Goodness, General Zhao has truly suffered a broken leg. Gazing upon the photograph of the once unrecognizable Zhao, whose legs dangled like strands of noodles as he was hoisted onto a stretcher, one cannot help but feel an inexplicable urge to laugh, despite the tragic sight. It seems that a CEO suffering such a grievous fate due to infidelity is indeed a rarity. Yet, The one who suffers more from the betrayal is none other than General Manager Yi. It is said that after his divorce from Huang Liwen, Yi immediately took Yi Qing for a paternity test, only to discover that the mother and child had vanished shortly thereafter. The circles are now abuzz with laughter at Yi's plight of being spurned by his own son, who is instead being raised by another. In contrast, Yi Yuan, his other son, is proving to be far more promising, flourishing in the thriving enterprise of Zhongqing and securing multiple projects worth over $1 billion. Presently, both online reviews and evaluations within the business community are overwhelmingly favorable towards him. Of course, the most praise is directed at the discerning Chu Yang. Speaking of accolades, Tang Xinran noted that the tweet had originated from a prominent influencer. Regardless of perspective, the events surrounding Yu Qing appear to have been orchestrated by Chen Jingtian. It seems that there is no longer a need to worry about being taken advantage of. Initially, Tang Xinran felt a shiver at Chen Jingtian's actions, but upon reflection, he considered it might not be entirely negative. Chu Yang's associates require individuals with a steely resolve, and Chen Jingtian is undoubtedly capable of transforming Xue Ji into the strongest entity in the nation, if not the world. Chen Jingtian chuckled heartily, assuring, "Rest easy, Tang Xiao. My previous misfortunes stemmed from a lack of vigilance, but that will not be the case going forward. I shall ensure Xue Ji becomes the most formidable in the country." And even internationally, Tang Xinran remained non-committal, stating, "I eagerly anticipate the outcome you propose. Where do we head next? I was assigned by Yang Ge to assist you in resolving matters." It is an open secret that Tang Xinran is a subordinate of Chu Yang, his presence having effectively made him the ambassador of Chu within the circles. With Tang Xinran's involvement, his efficacy far outweighs that of Chen Jingtian managing matters on her own. "I still need to visit the factory site and consider supply issues," Tang Xinran continued. Upon hearing that it pertained to work, Chen Jingtian's eyes brightened with enthusiasm. She was eager to expedite the resolution of all matters concerning Xue Ji's storefront and supply chain. "Then let us set off," she declared. Tang Xinran relayed the address to the driver, and their BMW changed course, embarking on their journey anew. Before long, afternoon descended upon them. As Chu Yang observed Tang Xinran returning from outside, he suddenly recalled his appointment with Zhou Luanjie regarding their visit to Huanqing Entertainment. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was precisely 2 o'clock. "Yue, prepare yourself. I must make a trip to Huanqing Entertainment." Upon hearing Chu Yang's directive, Bai Yue promptly arranged for the driver to prepare for their outing. In a short while, Chu Yang's Mercedes-Benz G-Class arrived at Huanqing Entertainment, where Zhou Luanjie had been waiting eagerly. "Chu Xin, you have finally arrived. Come, let me show you to my office." Zhou Luanjie, brimming with excitement, led Chu Yang upstairs, his idol-like demeanor leaving the employees of Huanqing Entertainment in awe. King Zhou is indeed a fan of Chu Shun. Chu Shun is so handsome. His looks are absolutely breathtaking. I feel as though I might suffocate from his stunning visage. I too wish I could draw closer. Chu Shun, I adore you. The appearance of Chu Yang elicited a chorus of shouts and declarations of affection from numerous employees. Hearing the clamoring outside, Chu Yang found himself somewhat unsettled. What was meant to be an inspection of his business had transformed into a fan frenzy, and he was the object of their adoration. Zhou Luanjie, reveling in the attention, mused, "Chu Shun, your charm is undeniable. Those expressing their affection will undoubtedly face penalties later." Huanqing Entertainment maintains strict regulations, forbidding such displays of affection among employees. This is hardly surprising, considering it is a major talent agency. If the staff were to constantly moon over their own stars, chaos would surely ensue. With a sigh, Chu Yang expressed his exasperation. He and Zhou Luanjie arrived on the 18th floor, where Zhou's workspace was located. Most of the well-known and emerging stars could be found on this floor. "Shen Liang, when will you make our relationship public? My family has begun to pressure me." A soft, plaintive voice echoed from the stairwell. The tone was so sorrowful that it tugged at the heartstrings. Zhou Luanjie felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. It seemed he had encountered an unfortunate situation at an inopportune time. "It can't be made public just yet. I am currently in a period of career advancement. Please, grant me some time." The male voice, Shen Liang, clearly expressed his reluctance to disclose their relationship prematurely. Upon hearing this, the woman, named in Jing, began to weep softly. "But I am already carrying your child. If we wait much longer, we won't be able to conceal it." At that moment, Chu Yang truly grasped the chaos that permeates the entertainment industry. He cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Luanjie, who dutifully introduced, "The male is Shen Liang, a rising star within our company who has recently gained popularity. He is quite handsome and possesses commendable singing and dancing skills." Zhou Luanjie refrained from commenting on the personal lives of others, merely providing a brief overview of Shen Liang's credentials. As for the identity of the woman, Zhou Luanjie chose not to reveal it. Judging by her stage name, she appeared to be an obscure actress in an industry where newcomers emerge daily. Some achieve sudden fame, while others toil in obscurity for years. Success often hinges on both luck and talent. It is not uncommon for individuals within the same agency to remain unfamiliar with one another. Is this a frequent occurrence? Chu Yang inquired, his brow furrowing in dissatisfaction at the situation. Not particularly. The company has explicit contractual stipulations prohibiting relationships during peak popularity periods. It seems they have become entangled privately, unbeknownst to their manager. Launching Entertainment is quite stringent in comparison to other agencies. Even so, many individuals still breach the established rules for various reasons. That is somewhat reassuring. Chu Yang nodded, deciding not to address the matter personally, yet acknowledging the necessity of understanding the situation. Let us continue our tour. Chu Yang spoke in a calm tone, prompting Zhou Luanjia's face to light up with joy. This was an opportunity to walk alongside his idol. Without hesitation, Zhou Luanjia guided Chu Yang on a tour. Chu Shun, Launching Entertainment is among the better companies in the industry. We generally do not have issues with unspoken rules. Zhou Luanjia expressed his satisfaction with the current state of affairs, when suddenly, he spotted a stunning woman entwined with a portly middle-aged man in the hallway. President Han, you are so annoying. I recently set my sights on an endorsement. Could you lend me a hand? Hearing the woman's flirtatious tone felt like an invisible slap to Zhou Luanjia's face. Just as he had remarked, he stumbled upon the company's President Han engaging in such conduct with a female star. Ahem, Chu Shun, this is an unforeseen circumstance, Zhou Luanjia stammered, hastily ushering Chu Yang into the elevator to the next floor. As the elevator doors opened, they encountered two stunningly beautiful women, evenly matched, facing off with a throng of assistants nearby. Xiao, you are quite bold. How dare you steal my resources? Am I the one seizing your resources? Clearly, it is your incompetence that led to your selection as a spokesperson over me. And what about my roles in film and television? Were they not taken from me? The two female celebrities engaged in a fierce altercation before Chu Yang. The spectacle of their mutual insults was indeed a novel sight. Chu God, shall we descend to the next level? Zhou Luanjia, his face flushed with embarrassment, hastily closed the elevator doors, feeling exceedingly unlucky. Why must he encounter both hidden rules and celebrity squabbles today? Could there not be a more mundane occurrence? As Zhou Luanjia observed the unfolding drama, he felt as though he might weep. Chu Yang, aware that he was merely witnessing the tip of the iceberg, resolved to take it upon himself to reform Launching Entertainment. With ample financial resources, Chu Yang was equally disinterested in chaos within his company. He had no need for underhanded dealings. His enterprise should rely solely on strength and capability. Chapter 79 President Chu, everyone has arrived. Chu God, how about we retire to my workspace for a moment? Zhou Luanjia, having escorted Chu Yang for a while, decisively opted not to prolong the tour. If they continued, he feared his face would be bruised. After this excursion, Chu Yang too had gained significant insights. He smiled and replied, no need. Please take me to the president's office of Launching. Zhou Luanjia's expression lit up with excitement as he processed this request. Chu God, what kind of collaboration do you intend to discuss with Launching? What type? Do you think I'm capable? It was no secret that Chu Yang owned a Koenigsegg one in the metropolis, and many were aware of his considerable wealth. The exact extent of his riches, however, remained a mystery. No rush. Your matters can be set aside for now. I have other priorities. Chu Yang casually waved his hand. The entirety of Launching Entertainment belonged to him. Facilitating Zhou Luanjia's access to superior resources was merely a matter of words. All right then, this way, Chu God. Zhou Luanjia navigated the path to the president's office with ease. He knocked on the door upon arrival. Come in. The second secretary had already informed Lu Lishuan of Zhou Luanjia's visit, and he was engrossed in his work. As Zhou Luanjia entered, Lu Lishuan looked up and inquired, Luanjia, what brings you here? The moment Lu Lishuan noticed Chu Yang, he promptly rose to greet him. President, what brings you here? President? Zhou Luanjia watched as Lu Lishuan ushered Chu Yang to the desk with an air of utmost respect, resembling a dutiful subordinate. Chu God is the newly appointed president of Launching Entertainment? Zhou Luanjia was taken aback. Following the equity restructuring at Launching Entertainment, Lu Lishuan had become the executive president overseeing the company, while the elusive new president had been a topic of speculation among employees. Who could have anticipated that their enigmatic benefactor would be none other than Chu Yang? Reflecting on the various debacles he had witnessed today, Zhou Luanjia began to grasp Chu Yang's purpose for meeting Lu Lishuan. I am preparing to convene a high-level meeting. I have important announcements to make. Chu Yang issued the instruction with a calm demeanor, and Lu Lishuan promptly complied. Soon, news of the new president's high-level meeting spread like wildfire, igniting curiosity among employees regarding their new leader's identity. Who do you think our new president really is? I may not know who he is, but I wonder if he is handsome, how tall he is, and how old he is. I also want to know about his special skills. It's broad daylight. Stop daydreaming. Oh, come on. If only he were as exceptionally talented as Chu God, it could be a daytime fantasy. You can go away now. Employees watched the senior executives ascend the stairs, once again igniting fervent discussions about their mysterious new president. In the high-level conference room of Huanqing, Chu Yang had just sent a message to Liang Yuan, instructing him to conduct a thorough investigation of the senior executives and forward the findings to Tang Xinran. Before long, the executives began to arrive in succession. A middle-aged man with a rotund figure, upon seeing Chu Yang, was immediately struck with panic. Why, you are the new president? The middle-aged man was dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he had been brazenly flirting with female employees in front of Chu Yang, and now the latter had transformed into their new president. Please have a seat. Chu Yang, possessing an eidetic memory, instantly recognized the man. The middle-aged executive complied, feeling as if he were seated on a bed of nails. Chu, everyone is present. Lu Lixuan had a clear understanding of his role and was diligently fulfilling the responsibilities of a subordinate. Chu Yang nodded, surveying the gathered executives, and remarked, "Today, I felt inclined to inspect the company and was pleasantly surprised by the abundance of revelations." His words instilled a sense of unease among several executives harboring unsavory practices. However, upon reflection, they consoled themselves with the thought that Chu Yang might not uncover their misdeeds. Chu Yang noted the expressions of the executives and dialed Tang Xinran. The familiar ringtone echoed from outside. The executives exchanged glances, puzzled by who might arrive at such a moment. Tang Xinran entered, his visage well known in affluent circles, leaving an impression on even those of slightly elevated status. Young Master Tang is a favored companion of the newly ascended, most enigmatic scion, they thought. What brings him to Huanqing Entertainment? The executives, connecting the dots between President Chu and Tang Xinran, felt a chill run down their spines. The new president of Huanqing, Chu Yang, was none other than the elite heir. With Chu Yang's capabilities, there was no information he could not unearth. Brother Yang, here are the documents you requested. Tang Xinran handed the printed materials to Chu Yang. In the conference room, hosting a dozen individuals, silence enveloped them, broken only by the sound of Chu Yang flipping through the documents. I have reviewed the materials. Let us now proceed to the main agenda. Chu Yang placed the documents aside, his casual manner causing alarm among the attending executives, many of whom felt their positions were precarious. Executives involved in underhanded dealings or misappropriation of funds should resign voluntarily. I can overlook past transgressions, but you must return the amount you have misappropriated. I will arrange for Lu Lixuan to follow up. Chu Yang had only glanced at the executives' profiles. Matters regarding artists and agents would be entrusted entirely to Lu Lixuan. As soon as he finished speaking, several executives rose to their feet, voluntarily resigning. President, after some contemplation, I believe I am of an age where I should resign. President, my wife is about to give birth. I wish to resign. President, I have not been feeling well lately and need to seek medical attention. I wish to resign. Chu Yang listened to these varied pleas for resignation and nodded in acceptance. Among them was the previously rotund middle-aged man. The remaining two executives, however, remained seated, evidently still clinging to hope. Lu Lixuan, I leave the rest to you. What I desire is a Huanqing that thrives on merit. Can you achieve this? Chu Yang tossed the documents to Lu Lixuan and stood up, preparing to exit. The remaining two executives, seeing the documents now in Lu Lixuan's hands, collectively exhaled in relief. As long as the matter does not rest in Chu Yang's hands, they truly harbor no fear of Lu Lixuan causing any disturbances. If Lu Lixuan possessed any real capability, he would have apprehended them long ago. Why would he wait until now? Very well, President Chu. Lu Lixuan picked up the documents handed to him by Chu Yang, casting a brief glance before his gaze deepened, reflecting a profound intensity as he regarded the two senior executives. The high-level meeting dispersed in the wake of Chu Yang's departure. The two executives, seeing that the room was now empty, gradually rose to exit the conference room. If the documents were in young Master Chu's possession, I would have been a tad apprehensive, but Lu Lixuan is merely an executive president. What could he possibly do? Indeed, isn't that so? Let's move downstairs. Just outside the conference room, as the two executives reached the door, they were suddenly subdued. Qi Wenrui, Ren Mingjia, you are suspected of tax evasion. Please accompany us. The men who restrained them were clad in police uniforms, and several other executives who had not yet left bore witness to the scene. Qi Wenrui and Ren Mingjia were taken aback by Lu Lixuan's ruthlessness. They looked towards him, and Lu Lixuan loosened his tie, speaking to them in a calm tone. Qi Wenrui, Ren Mingjia, it matters not if you look down upon me, but do not forget. Huanqing now belongs to young Master Chu. Reflect upon your actions while you are within. Perhaps you will emerge as better individuals. As Qi Wenrui and Ren Mingjia absorbed Lu Lixuan's demeanor, they suddenly realized that he was not the meek figure they had presumed, but rather someone whose previous environment had constrained him. Young Master Chu had provided Lu Lishuan with a platform for growth. From this moment forth, under Lu Lishuan's stewardship, Huanqing would soar to new heights. It was lamentable that they had failed to see through Lu Lishuan's true nature, mistakenly believing him to be a timid and unassertive executive president. They failed to consider that someone capable of attaining the position of executive president could hardly be an ordinary individual. Qi Wenrui and Ren Mingjie, filled with regret, were led away by the police, and soon the news of the executive shakeup began to circulate within Huanqing Entertainment. Chapter 80. How did young Master Chu acquire a stalled project? The newly appointed president is formidable indeed. He has already dismissed several high-ranking officials upon his arrival and even incarcerated 2 of them. I just snapped a photo, and it's already going viral online. Who exactly is our new president? I too am curious about this formidable figure. Several prominent artists in the company are clamoring for contract terminations. Termination? Has President Lu agreed? Not only has he agreed, but he also stated that those wishing to terminate their contracts should do so swiftly, so he can arrange for legal proceedings. My heavens! The employees of Huanqing unmistakably sensed Lu Lishuan's distinct approach towards Huanqing Entertainment. Many harbored a premonition that after today, Huanqing Entertainment would undergo a complete transformation, perhaps even a significant overhaul. In the private group of the Huanqing Public Relations Department, the self-proclaimed Huanqing informant, Xiao Ku, shared explosive news. Sisters, I have discovered who our company's new president is. Who? Xiao Ku. As expected of the Huanqing informant, please enlighten us. My curiosity is piqued. Indeed, the new president has just arrived and already dismissed a third of the executives. I was quite alarmed. As Xiao Ku listened to the chatter in the group, a triumphant expression adorned her face at the computer. I just overheard the dismissed executives saying they never expected that President Chu was young Master Chu. Sisters, ponder upon that. Oh my goodness, it turns out to be the top-tier heir, young Master Chu. No wonder I saw Tang Xiao in the corridor just now. Is Huanqing destined for greatness? It's no wonder President Lu acted decisively in letting them go. Do you think young Master Chu is in need of money? Ha. I suddenly recall those artists wishing to terminate their contracts. If they knew young Master Chu was at the helm of Huanqing, they would likely be begging to return. Humph. Young Master Chu would not want such inferior talents. Upon learning that young Master Chu was in charge of Huanqing, the young women in the public relations department immediately began to boast to their colleagues. Soon, all employees of Huanqing were aware of the news regarding Chu Yang's control over Huanqing Entertainment. Unbeknownst to Chu Yang, his identity had once again been revealed. As the news of the share changes within Huanqing Entertainment broke, the revelation of the new president being Chu Yang trended on social media. Shocking. Another enterprise of the top-tier heir, young Master Chu, regarding the extravagance of the top-tier heir. It all began with the dismissal of executives. Huanqing Entertainment undergoes a major overhaul. Several prominent artists terminate contracts. Although the situation was still in the realm of speculation, the media's sensational coverage drew the attention of numerous wealthy individuals and entertainment moguls, including Chen Wei. He had been secretly investigating everything about Chu Yang and was taken aback when the media broke the news about Huanqing Entertainment just as he had begun to uncover some leads. What is going on? Why has Jiyun received no information? Chen Wei scrolled through the latest news, his frustration mounting. Jiyun is the foremost information conglomerate in the country. How could they not have received any news regarding the changes in Huanqing Entertainment shares? It was utterly frustrating. Next to Chen Wei, Chen Tao operated the computer, casting a sympathetic glance at him. Ever since Chen Wei ascended to the position of the family's eldest son, he could typically acquire any information with a mere wave of his hand. However, Chu Yang was the exception. Not only did he have the elite hacking alliance, Chishiming, at his disposal, but even his own enterprises remained an enigma. Young Master, do not be disheartened. After all, young Master Chu has Chishiming. No matter how formidable Jiyun is, it cannot be compared to Chishiming. Chen Tao bluntly offered words of consolation. Chen Wei, already feeling quite vexed, found his frustration intensifying further. I want an alliance as powerful as Chishiming, but alas, I do not have one. Chen Tao observed his master's increasingly sorrowful demeanor and quickly attempted to shift the topic. Young Master, I have some amusing news to share. Global International has recently been acquired by someone. Global International? Chen Wei looked at Chen Tao in shock. What happened? Which wealthy heir in Modu has been duped? Global International was originally a company valued at hundreds of billions, but due to poor investments and failed projects, it faced a severe liquidity crisis. Chen Wei had contemplated acquiring it, but the asking price set by Global International CEO was exorbitant, leading to a breakdown in negotiations. Not only Chen Wei, but it was likely that Global International CEO had cast a wide net, querying nearly every top-tier heir, yet no deals materialized. However, despite his estimates, Chen Wei's curiosity was piqued. He sent a message in the Modu Wealthy Heirs group. I just heard from my subordinates that Global International has been acquired. Which of our wealthy heirs was behind this? What? Global International has been acquired? No way. With a company like that, how could it possibly be bought? I checked. And indeed, Global International has changed hands, but I couldn't uncover who it was. You all wouldn't happen to know if someone negotiated a partnership with Global International, would you? I wouldn't even want that dilapidated project, let alone discuss a partnership. Is that even feasible? Most of the top-tier heirs were well aware of Global International's situation. Who would be foolish enough to purchase it? Wang Song and Qin Mu remained silent, yet the wealthy heirs grew increasingly intrigued about the identity of Global International's buyer. Chen Xiao, is there any way you can find out who purchased Global International? Chen Wei suddenly found himself bombarded with questions, leaving him feeling quite disconcerted. He had just asked Chen Tao to investigate, but had uncovered nothing useful. Global International is my enterprise. After departing from Huanqing Entertainment, Chu Yang discovered an animated discussion within his WeChat group. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the topic at hand was the affairs of Global International. It had been quite some time since he acquired Global International, yet he had been far too occupied to delve into its details. To his astonishment, the news of Global International being purchased by Chu Xiao had ignited a flurry of skepticism among his peers. They questioned whether he had been deceived, pointing out the company's severed financial chain and a troublesome unfinished building, an undeniable financial pit that would require at least 10 billion to rectify. The top-tier second-generation wealthy elite were convinced that Chu Yang had fallen victim to a trap. However, upon further reflection, considering Chu Yang's current financial standing, it was plausible that 10 billion might merely seem to him like a casual expenditure on a bottle of water. This realization left them feeling both envious and disheartened. They were all elite heirs, yet how did Chu Xiao manage to outshine them so effortlessly? Chen Wei was equally distressed. How could he possibly endure another enterprise belonging to Chu Xiao? Clutching his heart, he collapsed onto the sofa, contemplating how just a minute had passed since he mocked Global International, only for Chu Yang to proclaim it as his own. No wonder he couldn't find any news regarding the changes in Global International's equity. It was yet another asset of Chu Xiao. Hearing Chen Wei's lament, Chen Tao discreetly gathered his laptop and retreated, having already blacklisted Chu Xiao. Anything associated with him was off limits. Chapter 81. Old friends seeking collaboration must be given face. Suddenly, Zhang Jing's response captured everyone's attention. What was happening? How could they suddenly be making a fortune? Was it truly possible for a troubled building to stage a comeback? The elite young heirs were bewildered, unable to fathom how a property deemed undesirable could turn into a lucrative opportunity. I'll share some news that will clarify everything, Zhang Jing announced, posting a link in the group. The renowned institution was set to relocate to the vicinity of Global International. As soon as Zhang Jing's link was shared, it left everyone in the group utterly astonished. Just moments ago, they had dismissed the unfinished structure as worthless, convinced that Chu Yang had been duped and Wu Ti accepted even if it were given to him for free. Yet now, the previously undesirable building had transformed overnight into a coveted asset. If renovations were carried out, the unfinished structure could become a sought-after property in a prestigious school district. At the very least, it could yield profits in the tens of billions. Chu Xiao was indeed remarkable. When he chose to act, he did so with great impact. The admiration for him grew as it became evident that he had anticipated this news and secured the acquisition beforehand. They envied him. He was bound to rake in at least 10 billion from this venture. Not to mention, Global International had other lucrative assets. The total profit was likely to reach astronomical figures. After the initial shock, the elite heirs regarded Chu Yang's insight and decisiveness with even greater respect. Given the previous circumstances surrounding Global International, it was clear that he had invested over 10 billion to acquire it. While no other affluent individuals in the city had taken the plunge, Chu Yang did. What extraordinary courage it must have taken to commit such a sum. As Chu Yang observed the flood of admiration and respect pouring in, he felt somewhat bewildered. Had he merely delayed his acquisition for a few days, only for the unfinished building to be on the brink of becoming a prestigious property? He had simply stumbled upon this opportunity without spending exorbitant amounts of money. The members of the group, however, interpreted his modesty as a sign of humility. 10 billion is hardly a trivial amount, they thought. Recognizing that Chu Xiao drove a Koenigsegg 1. You're too humble, Chu Xiao, they chimed, as he realized there was no way for him to clarify his position. Thus, he allowed them to continue their exaltation. Meanwhile, the conversation in the elite circle of Shanghai continued to glorify Chu Yang's keen insight, prompting him to ponder the follow-up construction issues surrounding the unfinished building. He instructed by Yao Wei, please inform the executive president of Global International to engage a construction team to complete the unfinished building. Additionally, transfer 5 billion to Global International's corporate account. Bai Yao Wei promptly dialed the number of President Gu Hang. Chu Yang planned to visit Global International the following day. Having learned from his experiences at Huanqing Entertainment, he discovered that undercover inspections could often reveal more than those conducted with his identity exposed. Sir, an employee named Chun Jingting wishes to report on her work progress. By Yao relayed. Chu Yang was taken aback by the arrival of Chun Jingting once more. Had she already resolved the company matters? Following Bai Yao into the villa, Chun Jingting exuded confidence in her black OL suit and form-fitting skirt, her ensemble polished and professional. Mr. Chu, based on the formula and funding you provided, I arranged for workers to commence production overnight. We've already created 1,000 samples, which have been delivered to the affluent women of Shanghai. I believe that within 3 days, Xueji will attract a wave of major clients, she reported, having efficiently organized everything with the help of Tang Xinran. Your pace is impressive, Chu Yang remarked, surprised at her swiftness. He had anticipated it would take her at least half a month. Yet she had managed to distribute samples in less than 3 days. Thank you for your praise, Mr. Chu. However, we are currently facing some operational challenges that require your assistance, Chun Jingting noted. Having observed the air of mystery surrounding her CEO since discovering that he was the same person behind the online culinary persona. Operational challenges? What do you mean? Chu Yang inquired, intrigued by her forthcoming plans. I would like to request your assistance in arranging for several beautiful celebrities to promote Xueji, ensuring that our advertisements saturate the city and establish our reputation within half a month. Naturally, our target demographic is the high-end market, with each bottle priced at 600 yuan. Xueji will offer 3 tiers, basic, advanced, and premium, each with varying prices and efficacy in skin whitening. Chun Jingting had meticulously prepared her pitch before arriving, clearly having invested considerable effort into understanding Xueji and its potential for growth. Well arranged. What is the goal behind saturating the advertisements? Chu Yang smiled, tossing another question her way. Before Chun Jingting could respond, her phone rang. Miss Dai was calling. Her eyes widened in delight and disbelief as she gazed at the name on her screen. Chu Yang recognized that there were not many prominent figures in Shanghai with the surname Dai. Could it be Dai Shanshan? Answer the call, he encouraged, eager to witness her reaction as she connected the call. Soon, Dai Shanshan's voice resonated through the receiver. Hello, Manager Chun. This is Dai Shanshan. Chu Yang gestured for Chun Jingtian to continue conversing with Dai Shanshan, as he suspected that her call was likely regarding a collaboration with Xueji. Hello, Miss Dai. How do you find the sample of Xueji? Are you satisfied with the results? Chun Jingtian playfully teased, striking a balance that felt relaxed yet not abrupt. Dai Shanshan seemed to be in good spirits as she replied with a light laugh. The effects of Xueji are exceptionally good. I would like to discuss a collaboration with your esteemed company. Chun Jingtian glanced at Chu Yang, her beautiful eyes seeking his approval. Chu Yang nodded, and Chun Jingtian politely responded, When would you be available, Miss Dai? I will make the arrangements. Dai Shanshan, taken aback by Chun Jingtian's swift agreement, paused before saying, How about the day after tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon? I will come to your company to discuss. All right, Chun Jingtian confirmed, and with that, Dai Shanshan hung up the phone. Chun Jingtian then inquired, perplexed, Chu Xiao, given Xueji's current standing, there is no need for collaboration. Why did you agree to work with Miss Dai? Chu Yang shrugged and replied nonchalantly, A former classmate seeks collaboration, one must extend a courtesy. Chapter 82. Do you have any secrets to share? Chun Jingtian was momentarily left speechless by Chu Yang's words. Indeed, exceptional individuals tend to associate with others of equal caliber. The recently enigmatic second-generation wealthy individual was, astonishingly, a classmate of the heiress of the Dai Group. Well, I will also be present the day after tomorrow, and I might as well catch up with her. If there is nothing pressing, you may proceed at your own pace, Chu Yang stated. With a wealth of money and assets at his disposal, he was indifferent to financial matters, yet no one would ever complain about having more. Understood, Mr. Chu. Chun Jingtian replied with a bright smile, clearly pleased with Chu Yang's laissez-faire attitude. In recent days, she had leveraged her connections through Tang Xinran to fully secure the channels for Xueji's samples. If all went as expected, a modest profit of several million in the short term seemed assured. Yue, please transfer 5 billion to Chun Jingtian as working capital for the company. Chu Yang instructed by Yue, who promptly began the transaction. Moments later, Chun Jingtian, witnessing the sudden influx of 5 billion into the company account, felt an exhilarating rush of excitement. With this sum, she could set a modest target to earn her first billion. With newfound funds at her disposal, Chun Jingtian promptly took her leave. Having no pressing matters that afternoon, Chu Yang decided to hit the gym again. Meanwhile, Xueji's reputation and acclaim steadily spread within the circles of the affluent. In a lavish villa, wealthy ladies gathered around a mahjong table, engaging in light banter, expressing envy towards one lady with fair skin and striking features. Oh, Mrs. Chun, Your complexion looks so much fairer lately. You appear to have regained 10 years. Indeed, Mrs. Chen, what has been your skincare regimen? It's utterly enviable. Do share any secrets. Mrs. Chen, basking in the compliments, felt a surge of joy within. Mr. Chen had collaborated with Tang Xinran's company, fostering a positive business relationship between them. A few days prior, someone from Tang Xinran's team had mentioned a product called Shueji, claiming impressive results in just a week, and had gifted Mr. Chen a sample. Who was Tang Xinran? A prominent figure closely associated with the illustrious Chu Xiao. Surely, anything he endorsed would be of high caliber. Consequently, Mr. Chen had Mrs. Chen use it, and within 3 days, her skin transformed dramatically, radiating health and vitality. Her complexion was so luminous, it felt as though she had turned back the clock by a decade, leading Mr. Chen to attend fewer social engagements and return home more often. Well, I won't hide it from you. You all know about Chu Xiao, right? Mrs. Chen, buoyed by the praise, spoke with pride glimmering in her eyes. She had never been deemed worthy to sit among these affluent ladies. But thanks to Tang Xinran's unexpected association with Chu Yang and their family's collaboration with the Tang family, she found herself welcomed into their circle. Of course we know about Chu Xiao, but he is so shrouded in mystery. I just heard from the servants that he possesses 2 assets valued at over 10 billion each. Indeed, I've heard that too. It's truly remarkable. I heard he is only in his 20s. How does he manage all this? As the ladies chatted about Chu Yang's recently revealed ventures, the conversation flowed with enthusiasm. Their sons, all in their 20s, were nowhere near Chu Yang's level of achievement. But I digress. What does this have to do with Chu Xiao? Once the wealthy ladies had indulged in their gossip, they swiftly redirected the topic. The Shueji I've been using was sent to me by Tang Xiao. Just look at this sample. I've used it for 3 days, and my skin is astonishingly transformed. Mrs. Chen exclaimed, pulling out her phone to showcase her radiant complexion. The ladies gasped in astonishment. They had never heard of the Shueji brand, yet its efficacy was undeniable. In just 3 days, look at how fair and vibrant Mrs. Chen's skin is. She appears a decade younger. Mrs. Chen, could you find out where Shueji is sourced from? I would gladly pay for it. I would too. This sample seems small, but the results are incredible. The ladies were envious of Mrs. Chen. They had endured countless trials and spent vast sums on beauty. They never anticipated that such an effective cream as Shueji existed. This is merely a sample. Imagine if they purchased the full product. The prospect alone sent them into a frenzy of excitement. Though there are no collaborations at the moment, I did manage to get my husband to secure the phone number of the Shueji store manager. I've already placed an order for 100,000. Mrs. Chen said, pulling out her phone. The wealthy ladies eagerly retrieved their phones to jot down Chun Jingtian's contact information. They were determined to secure their own supply of Shueji without delay. Returning to the store after her visit to the villa, Chun Jingtian was immediately engulfed in a whirlwind of work. She was exceedingly busy, with inquiries pouring in about Shueji, and many were pressuring for orders. Each day, she fielded dozens of calls, and her clientele consisted solely of affluent ladies, each with ample resources. Oh, what a headache. There are already orders exceeding 1 million here. With a steady stream of buyers, Shueji is currently in high demand. Chun Jingtian reveled in the agony of her endless orders, feeling both overwhelmed and exhilarated. She decided to call Tang Xinran. Tang Xiao, could you help me find a factory? We are unable to meet the demand for orders, and I need to gather a few beautiful celebrities for a promotion later. I'm counting on you for this. Tang Xinran was not surprised by Chun Jingtian's situation, as he had also received numerous inquiries from various CEOs regarding Shueji. To comprehend the formidable desire for beauty harbored by women is indeed a daunting endeavor. In pursuit of aesthetics, one might even persuade their own husband to inquire about Shueji. A minor issue. I shall promptly arrange for someone to seek a location. By the way, I will also assign a secretary to assist you. Tang Xinran could already envision Chun Jingting's bustling state, yet there was no alternative. Shueji was merely in its nascent stages, necessitating Chun Jingting's personal involvement in every aspect. Nonetheless, arranging for a secretary was within reach. Of course, this was not a decision Tang Xinran could unilaterally make. In matters of personnel allocation, Chu Yang held the most authoritative voice. Thank you immensely, young Master Tang. I am indeed overwhelmed with tasks. Chun Jingting concluded the call and immediately drove towards Huanqing Entertainment to prepare for the selection of stars. Chapter 83, Mr. Chun. May our collaboration be fruitful. Mr. Liu, the person in charge of Shueji, has called, wishing to arrange several female stars for endorsement promotions through Huanqing, and notably, this individual was assigned by young Master Chu. The news of Chun Jingting's collaboration with Huanqing was swiftly reported to Lu Lishuan by his secretary. Once the person in charge of Shueji arrives, please escort her to the conference room. I shall personally attend to her. Upon learning that the representative from Shueji was designated by Chu Yang, Lu took Chun Jingting's matter with heightened seriousness. Another factor contributing to this attention was Xue Ji's meteoric rise in the affluent circles. Despite only having emerged for a mere 2 to 3 days, Xue Ji's standing among the wealthy elite was unassailable. Several female stars from Huanqing had also garnered gifts of Xue Ji samples from wealthy patrons, further igniting their popularity. Understood. The secretary promptly contacted the front desk. Shortly thereafter, Chun Jingting arrived at Huanqing Entertainment for her initial meeting with Lu Lixuan. "Hello, Mr. Lu, I am Chun Jingting, the representative of Xue Ji." Dressed in a sleek black casual professional suit and towering at nearly 6 feet with long legs, she exuded an aura of elegance and competence. "Greetings, Ms. Chun. What type of star does your esteemed self wish to select for Xue Ji?" Lu Lixuan greeted Chun Jingting warmly with a handshake. Chun Jingting was quite impressed by Lu Lixuan. Following Chu Yang's directive to revamp Huanqing, the establishment underwent a significant transformation in just 2 to 3 days. It was evident that Lu Lixuan was a decisive individual with remarkable capabilities. "I would prefer to personally assess the female stars, if that is permissible." Chun Jingting had considered enlisting a popular star for endorsement. However, in contrast to the allure of well-known celebrities, those with potential deserved nurturing. "Certainly, Xiao Chao, please accompany Ms. Chen to explore the options." Lu Lixuan instructed his secretary. Upon arrival on the 17th floor, where a plethora of uniquely attractive starlets congregated, each radiated a commendable charm. Among them, a girl with striking features and a vibrant demeanor stood out, albeit with slightly darker skin. Her beaming smile and lively actions suggested she was a candid and forthright young lady. Her name was Lu Jiejia, a recently signed starlet with modest fame but a solid reputation within the company. She had recently portrayed supporting roles in 2 to 3 productions, earning acclaim from directors for her acting skills, marking her as a promising talent. Xiao Chao filtered through Lu Jiejia's profile, providing an objective assessment. "Well then, she is the one." Chun Jingting felt quite pleased with Lu Jiejia. The darker complexion posed no issue for Xue Ji. What mattered was her striking features. With a touch of makeup to enhance her beauty, she could undoubtedly elevate Xue Ji's appeal. "All right, good." Xiao Chao was taken aback by Chun Jingting's swift decision on the spokesperson. Yet, her prompt selection was undoubtedly advantageous for Huanqing Entertainment, and Xiao Chao held no objections. She approached Lu Jiejia and said, "Lu Jiejia, please bring your manager and accompany me to sign the endorsement contract for Xue Ji." Lu Jiejia, upon hearing Xiao Chao's words, was utterly bewildered. "What is happening? Endorsing Xue Ji? I have never even heard of it." Beside her, a strikingly beautiful woman gasped in disbelief. "Xiao Chao, are you certain Lu Jiejia is the one to endorse Xue Ji? That product is all the rage among the affluent ladies. Please, ask if I might have a chance to try out for it." As the alluring beauty spoke, the other female stars also began to react. "Yes, Xiao Chao. We can also do it." "Indeed, Xiao Chao, I am willing to do anything if the representative of Xue Ji is amenable." "Xiao Chao, if I am chosen by the representative, I will certainly give it my all." The enthusiasm of the female stars was palpable. And soon the news of Lu Jiejia becoming the face of Xue Ji spread throughout the 17th floor of Huanqing Entertainment. The excitement among the female stars and staff was palpable, for Xue Ji was renowned for its miraculous whitening effects. No beauty cream in existence could rival Xue Ji's efficacy. The incredulity that such a significant endorsement opportunity fell to a rookie starlet with barely a year or 2 of experience only fueled their envy. "If I could secure the endorsement for Xue Ji, young Master Zhang would surely date me. How envious I am, with my acne-prone skin relying on cosmetics for salvation. And yet Lu Jiejia has effortlessly become the spokesperson for Xue Ji. I wish I could procure Xue Ji, but I have no connections. Yet here is Lu Jiejia, suddenly the spokesperson. How utterly jealous. Indeed, how envious." A young assistant quietly articulated the truth, leaving a group of fair-skinned and beautiful stars speechless. In terms of complexion, who among them could rival Lu Jiejia? Her skin was a healthy, sun-kissed hue. Were they unworthy of such an opportunity? Even being overly fair was a flaw in this context. Lu Jiejia was led before Chun Jingtian by Xiao Chao, still in a state of bewilderment. She stared at Chun Jingtian in disbelief and asked, "President Chun, are you truly making me the spokesperson for Xue Ji?" Observing her expression, Chun Jingtian couldn't help but chuckle. "Indeed. I hope you maintain your best condition throughout this month for a delightful collaboration." On the way, Lu Jiejia had already learned about the nature of Xue Ji as a product. Overwhelmed with excitement, she signed the endorsement contract, her cheeks flushed with joy. She could hardly believe her fortune, having suddenly transformed into the envy of everyone at Huanqing Entertainment. President Chun, here's to a fruitful collaboration. Chapter 84. Just how many enterprises does Chu Xin possess? The matter of Xue Ji became a sensational topic following Chun Jingtian's choice of spokesperson. Chu, an unparalleled beauty cream, had captured the attention of affluent ladies, and to everyone's astonishment, recently popular female celebrities were also using it. The miraculous whitening effects of Chu spread like wildfire across the internet. Remarkably, Chu was the only beauty product in Shanghai that sparked fervent discussions among netizens even before mass production commenced. The allure of Chu's beauty effects was irresistible. It's like my savior after a day at the beach. But really, can any product achieve such results in just a week? It must be mere marketing hype. Online discussions about Chu revealed a stark divide. One faction believed it to be an extraordinary whitening product, while the other dismissed it as an exaggerated gimmick. Until the product's launch, neither side voiced their opinions. Conversely, the affluent ladies of Shanghai fervently began to promote Chu. Chu is truly effective. Look at the difference before and after. I only discovered Mrs. Chin's newfound beauty while playing mahjong. It's all thanks to Chu. I hope they ramp up production. I've placed an order for 100,000. What a coincidence, I ordered the same amount. Such remarks circulated wildly among the social elite, catapulting Chu to overnight fame in the beauty industry. The next day dawned bright and sunny as Chu Yang arrived at the unfinished building of Global International. The company's general manager, Gu, had spent 2 days arranging for a construction crew to resume work overnight, and today they were prepared to commence operations once more. This news quickly attracted media attention and a crowd of onlookers. Following the announcement of the prestigious school's relocation, every move made by Global International was keenly observed by parents of students, with many nearby residents eager to purchase homes in the area once it was transformed into a school district. Upon his arrival, Chu Yang witnessed the scene of General Manager Gu surrounded by media reporters. In an effort to maintain order, Global International had even deployed security personnel, creating quite a spectacle. General Manager Gu, congratulations on the resumption of work at Global International. May I inquire what motivates you to serve as the executive president of Global International? General Manager. It is rumored that Global International was recently acquired. Could you share any information about the new president? Why have you chosen to resume work so swiftly? General Manager. There have been reports of a 500 million fund movement. Is this related to the new president? The reporters posed incisive questions as Chu Yang watched Gu hang with keen interest, eager to hear his responses. Firstly, Global International has indeed been acquired. As for the new president, I am unable to provide any details at this moment. The swift resumption of work is at the behest of our president. And regarding the company's financial matters, that is an internal issue, and I have no further comments. Gu Hang's responses were straightforward and brusque, revealing little beyond the fact that the decisions were made by the new president. The reporters were left dumbfounded. They had never encountered such an unyielding interviewee. To their dismay, Gu Hang finished his statements and walked away, rendering their efforts seemingly futile. Hey, where is General Manager Gu going? Alas, it seems there is no hope for an interview. I might as well approach a passerby. The reporters, astonished by Gu Hang's abrupt departure, reluctantly shifted their focus to the crowd. With construction ongoing at the site, they had no choice but to seek information from onlookers. Good day, sir. I'm a reporter from the Chinese Daily. May I ask for your thoughts on the establishment of school district housing at Global International? One reporter approached a seemingly unassuming middle-aged man in the crowd. This is a good thing. With the school district housing, it will be more convenient for us to bring our children. The middle-aged man replied earnestly, earning nods of agreement from nearby onlookers. Yes, with school district housing, our children will be closer to school, which puts our minds at ease. As soon as I heard General Manager Gu arranged for construction, I came to see. The new president of Global International must be a remarkable person. My son recently achieved first place in the city and is about to win a national painting competition. It's a shame the school is relocating. My granddaughter also recently won first place in a city calligraphy competition. As Chu Yang stood amidst the crowd, he suddenly heard two boastful claims, leaving him momentarily speechless. Detected that Pang Feiyu is bragging with the host. The system grants the skill of master-level painter. Detected that Zhu Tianlu is bragging with the host. The system grants the skill of master-level calligrapher. Amidst the crowd's boasting, several media reporters noted the striking figure of Chu Yang. The video of him slapping a Korean person had circulated widely, and nearly all the reporters had a vivid impression of him. Furthermore, as the president of Zhongqing and Huaxing, they were curious about his presence at Global International. Quick-witted reporters began live streaming, titling it, Live Capture of Chu Shun at Global International. Before long, the viewer count skyrocketed from 0 to over 100,000 and continued to rise. Hello, Chu Shun. May I ask why you are at Global International? Chu Shun. Are you planning to buy property here? Chu Shin. What prompted your acquisition of Zhongqing? Chu Shun over here. Caught off guard by the impromptu interview, Chu Yang felt somewhat resigned. He took one of the microphones and replied with a hint of exasperation. The reason I came to Global International is that the entire building belongs to me. I intended to conduct an inspection, but it seems I was unexpectedly interviewed. What? Did they just hear that correctly? Global International is Chu Shin's property. Not only the reporters interviewing Chu Yang, but even the viewers in the live stream were astounded. Goodness, just how many enterprises does Chu Shin possess? I'm curious too, how many enterprises does Chu Shin actually have? Chu Shin remarked, "You may not believe it, but I didn't buy Global International for profit. I did it for the thrill." He continued, "In truth, I envy you ordinary people because, though you may lack wealth, you possess freedom and happiness." Chapter 85. Desiring to remain low-key, yet talent prohibits it. Upon the revelation of Chu Yang's identity, the security personnel at Global International promptly contacted the upper management. When Sister Hui, the secretary of the president's office, received the news, she was utterly flabbergasted. No one had anticipated that their president would maintain such a low profile, only to be exposed by the press. "President Gu, it has come to light that Chu, the newly appointed president of Global International, has been uncovered by reporters and is currently downstairs. The security team is striving to maintain order." Sister Hui swiftly reported to Gu Hang, who was inundated with an avalanche of contracts. Upon hearing Sister Hui's report, he was nearly rendered speechless. What on earth was Chu doing? Did he not realize how prominent he had become? To be exposed while incognito was simply outrageous. He urgently directed the security to restore order, declaring, "I shall descend immediately." Gu Hang hastily relayed instructions and notified all senior executives to descend and welcome Chu Yang. Currently, Chu Yang was not only a sensation online, but also possessed known assets, including a Koenigsegg won in stakes in businesses like Zhongqing and Huanqing Entertainment, worth billions. Such an illustrious president warranted utmost respect from President Gu. Thus, amidst the watchful eyes of numerous cameras, President Gu, accompanied by the senior management of Global International, approached Chu Yang with great ceremony. "Mr. Chu, welcome to Global International for your inspection. I am Gu Hang, currently serving as the executive president of Global. This is..." As Gu Hang respectfully welcomed Chu Yang, he introduced him to the company's executives. This scene, captured on camera, elicited a wave of satisfaction among reporters. Particularly in the live stream, fans erupted into a frenzy, typing furiously. "Chu God 666, Chu God is amazing. Am I the only one reveling in this? Just moments ago, President Gu was so formidable, and now he is groveling. I wish to become Chu God. I want President Gu to bow to me. My husband's enterprise has been exposed again. You people are insufferable. My husband merely wishes to remain low-key. Is that too much to ask?" Exactly. Chu God has been forced to publicly declare himself as the president of Global International. This is truly arduous. I too wish to be remembered for my struggles while wealthy, but alas, I just woke up and cannot do that. Another wave of envy towards Chu God unfolded in the live stream, with the journalists present quietly joining the ranks of those admiring Chu Yang. There was no escaping it. Everyone is merely human, yearning to witness President Gu bowing down. "All right, let us proceed. I wish to inspect the premises," Chu Yang remarked. Having gathered some understanding of the executive situation, addressing Gu Hang with a nonchalant tone. "Certainly, Mr. Chu, this way please." Upon hearing this, Gu Hang immediately ushered Chu Yang inside with utmost respect. The viewers in the live stream watched with delight as President Gu respectfully led Chu Yang into the building. "See that? This is my husband." Even the proud President Gu, who said so much without saying anything, must heed him. Those upstairs can take a back seat. He is my husband. President Gu is merely his subordinate. Why all the commotion? I exclaim, "Goodness, you all are Chu Goddess wives. What am I? The rightful consort?" "Consort, my foot. We are all Chu Goddess wives. You're showing off. I merely wish to see how President Gu serves my husband tea." A multitude of Chu Yang's admirers began to indulge in their fantasies, envisioning President Gu attending to Chu Yang, oblivious to the myriad scenarios being concocted by netizens. Chu Yang followed President Gu as he inspected Global International. "Mr. Chu, the new building is currently under construction, expected to be completed in approximately 3 months. We have engaged the most reputable construction team in the city and enlisted a renowned domestic designer. Perhaps you could name the new building?" President Gu was introducing the situation at Global International, providing an overview of the unfinished building. Chu Yang, satisfied with President Gu's efficiency, pondered for a moment before proclaiming, "Let us name the new building Xiangxin Garden." Gu Hang found the name agreeable and immediately instructed Secretary Hui to take note. Gu Hang then proceeded to show Chu Yang around the office environment of Global International. The employees, transfixed by the dashing and charismatic Chu Yang, could hardly contain their excitement. "I have always been enamored with Chu God. Never did I imagine he would become my superior one day. So handsome, so handsome. My legs are a bit weak. What should I do? You weakling, and you're already weak in the knees. Learn to be more composed." Silence. You've spilled my drink all over my desk. Originally, President Gu intended to provide a thorough tour of Global International, yet he underestimated his own boss's allure. Observing the starry-eyed female employees, he began to regret bringing Chu Yang along for the tour. How reckless. Ahem, Mr. Chu, please follow me this way. President Gu hurriedly guided Chu Yang to another office area, confident that a section primarily occupied by male employees would not succumb to the same fate. However, he was mistaken. He witnessed the elite employees gazing at Chu Yang like starry-eyed admirers. Mr. Chu, would you be so kind as to sign an autograph for me? I am your fan and have joined your fan club. Mr. Chu, I too have joined your fan club. Your martial arts skills are simply magnificent. Mr. Chu, you are truly the epitome of our aspirations as men. Mr. Chu, as President Gu observed the employees' fervent admiration for Chu Yang and reflected upon his own interactions with the staff, he felt a pang of envy. Both he and Chu Yang held the title of president. How could the disparity in treatment be so stark? Ahem, Mr. Chu. Allow me to show you more of the company. Having entirely relinquished hope for his own employees' admiration, President Gu spoke as he prepared to guide Chu Yang to other areas. Chu Yang was relatively satisfied with the state of Global International. Shaking his head, he replied, "There is no need. I am entirely pleased with your arrangements. You may handle Global International at your discretion, and should any matters arise, please contact my personal assistant." With that, Chu Yang provided Gu Hang with the phone number of Bai Yue before taking his leave. The entire Global International, along with the online community, buzzed once more due to Chu Yang's presence. Chu God, the newly appointed president of Global International. Chu God, I merely came to inspect. I did not anticipate being interviewed by you all. Chu God claims he wishes to remain low-key, yet his talents do not permit it. The entire building belongs to Chu God. Chu Yang's news once again topped the trending searches online. Goodness, I nearly died laughing at Chu God's helpless smile. Remaining low-key is an arduous task. Next time, Chu God should cover his handsome face. In the future, when others dine and swipe cards, he can reveal his face for direct recognition. 666. Those above are incredible. Chu God finds it so difficult to remain low-key. His talents simply do not allow it. Haha. The employees at Global International had gone wild, creating a dedicated thread simply stating, "I am an employee of Global International. I'm envious. Is Global International hiring? I wish to switch jobs." Forget it. The neighboring Zhongqing and Huanqing Entertainment are currently experiencing a surge in employees, compelled to announce they are not hiring. Chapter 86. I shall have my husband invest 100 million. Unbeknownst to Chu Yang, he had once again become a trending topic due to his inspection. Chen Jingtian had just reported on the progress of Xueji, stating that everything was proceeding smoothly. Shortly thereafter, Chu Yang received a notification. The spokesperson for Xueji, Lu Jiejia, is the most notorious star in the city. Chu Yang was aware of Xueji's popularity in the city. All matters pertaining to Xueji were under Chen Jingtian's purview. However, what on earth was the issue with the spokesperson being infamous and unattractive? Curiosity stirred within Chu Yang as he clicked on the message to peruse its contents. Since Lu Jiejia became the spokesperson for Xueji, she had been taken under Chen Jingting's wing at her company. The meteoric rise of Xueji had become a thorn in the side of many, prompting several beauty companies to launch a smear campaign against Lu Jiejia, seeking to undermine Xueji. Lu Jiejia was, in my opinion, the most maligned star. Her appearance, dark as coal, left me baffled as to what Xueji saw in her. I was astounded by Xueji's inexplicable confidence, continuing to endorse someone so tarnished. Lu Jiejia should exit the entertainment industry and cease to tarnish Xueji's image. If they do not change their spokesperson, we shall boycott Xueji. Indeed, a full-fledged boycott across the internet. The fervent online comments flooded in alongside Lu Jiejia's unfiltered photos, brimming with negativity, accompanying Chen Jingting at the original Yuqing. Now the Xueji flagship store, Lu Jiejia gazed at her fair complexion in the mirror, contrasting it with the barrage of criticism online, secretly reveling in her situation. Chen Jingting had just informed her that, due to Xueji's popularity and the envy it incited, numerous individuals were plotting against it, and a smear campaign against her was already underway. Yet, Lu Jiejia held the most authority to speak on Xueji's strength. Her skin was gradually becoming flawless, a striking transformation from her previous appearance. As Xueji's sole spokesperson, Lu Jiejia vowed to make a resounding impact at the upcoming Xueji press conference in just a few days. Sister Jingting, what shall we do next? Lu Jiejia, only partially grasping the intricacies of promotion, had recently switched to a top-tier manager, Yi Sini, from Huaxing Entertainment. Like Chen Jingting, Yi Sini was overwhelmed by a surge of collaborations stemming from Xueji's success. Chen Jingting was faring somewhat better. She had nearly filled her recruitment needs, especially after Chu Yang arranged for a premier secretary, Li Qiangshi, to assist her. Overall, She had ample time to address the smear campaign. Let them prance about. I just got my Weibo account approved, so do wait a moment, Chen Jingting remarked with a smile, her calm demeanor further soothing Lu Jiejia's nerves. Moments later, Lu Jiejia received a mention from Xueji's official website. Congratulations to Lu Jiejia for becoming the spokesperson for Xueji. In 3 days, Xueji will hold a press conference and invite Lu Jiejia to attend. The eagerly anticipated product launch date will be announced on the same day. Without a second thought, Lu Jiejia reposted Xueji's announcement, adding, "Thank you for Xueji's generous support. See you all at the press conference in 3 days." Aware of her current online backlash, she even opened the comments section for detractors to voice their opinions. Aren't you concerned about the comments? Chen Jingting was taken aback by Lu Jiejia's bold actions. With a radiant smile, Lu Jiejia replied, "As the saying goes, a slap to the face must be balanced. Let them criticize for now, and then it will be my turn to counter." As she spoke, she caressed her now fair complexion. It must be said that since Lu Jiejia's skin had brightened, her overall demeanor exuded an elegant and commanding presence. With a different outfit and hairstyle, she could undoubtedly become the object of admiration for many young men. Excellent. It seems I have not made an erroneous choice. You may arrange for some counterattacks as well, Chen Jingting remarked with satisfaction. Lu Jiejia promptly followed her instructions. However, to Chen Jingting's surprise, before she could act, the affluent ladies who had sampled Xueji products were already displeased. They recognized Xueji's efficacy and were unwilling to accept a boycott. I can personally attest to Xueji's quality. What does it matter if the spokesperson is criticized? She will certainly regain her luster within a week. If I find out which company orchestrated this smear, I will ensure your downfall. Having experienced the benefits of Xueji, they were not swayed by alternative products. If you don't wish to buy, then don't. The orders are here, and you may choose not to purchase. Xueji, do you need investors? I can put in 100 million. Xueji, I can also invest 100 million. Choose me, Xueji, I will invest 300 million. The affluent ladies, eager for beauty, began to openly challenge the smear campaign, disregarding the opinions of internet users and calling for investments in Xueji. This sudden influx of monetary pledges left the beauty companies behind the smear campaign reeling, as they realized they had miscalculated their opponents. They had never encountered a situation where their attempts to defame someone resulted in increased investment interest. The comments section of Xueji's Weibo exploded with reactions from onlookers, all astounded by the affluent lady's unexpected show of support. Xueji is the most remarkable company I have seen. Even when faced with a smear campaign, it inadvertently attracted investment. Mrs. Chen's assertive display of order was awe-inspiring. I admire it. The affluent ladies were terrified, fearing that Xueji might cease operations altogether. Not only the casual observers, but also several influential Weibo personalities began to disseminate the dramatic developments surrounding Xueji's situation. Xueji faces a boycott, yet unexpectedly garners investment from affluent ladies. The testimonials regarding Xueji's efficacy from the affluent ladies were compelling. Chen Jingting, observing the online comments, found this turn of events to be a delightful surprise. Originally, she intended for the affluent ladies to experience Xueji's benefits and secure prestigious clients. However, after distributing samples, not only did Xueji's order volume soar, but the affluent ladies also transformed into staunch advocates for the brand, with the affluent ladies voicing their support. The tide of criticism began to recede without Chen Jingting needing to intervene directly. The beauty companies behind the smear campaign were left dumbfounded upon receiving refund requests from their detractors. Apologies, boss. You should find someone else for the smear campaign against Xueji. We cannot afford to cross those affluent ladies. Boss, after all my disparagement, Xueji remains the one product I cannot afford to criticize. Please accept my refund. Dear benefactor, I have been a critic for so long, and never once have I experienced such a backlash. I have issued a refund and will take my leave. Hello, boss. I cannot continue with this job. I just made a remark and have already been banned. Please find someone else. Chapter 87. Mr. Chu, are you truly the owner of Xueji? The unexpected reversal of Xueji's online backlash left everyone taken aback, especially the executives of the beauty companies that had targeted Lu Jiejia, feeling as though they had suffered a grievous defeat. Their attempts to undermine Xueji had backfired spectacularly, leaving them without recourse for explanation. Compounding their despair was the realization that they could not replace the critics targeting Xueji, as it had entered the blacklist of potential detractors. Anyone who spoke ill of Xueji, regardless of the compensation offered, simply refused to participate. The executives who had previously paid for negative publicity now watched helplessly as Xueji's reputation soared, their frustration mounting as they smashed their expensive computers and phones in the office. Observing the glowing comments praising Xueji on Weibo, many beauty companies found their office furniture similarly destroyed. Mrs. Chen appears rejuvenated, looking a decade younger. I am envious. My mother asked why I was saving money. and I told her I wanted to buy Shueji. She replied she would check if my father's secret stash was sufficient. It seems my household has been robbed. Nothing was taken except for my mother's secret savings. Upstairs, I am in the same predicament. My girlfriend has threatened that if I do not save up to buy her the Snow Princess, I shall be relegated to the sofa. With the meteoric rise in popularity of the Snow Princess, it has become a source of both agony and joy for many of my male counterparts. Numerous young men boast that possessing a miniature version of the Snow Princess has granted them beautiful and ethereal girlfriends. Most married men, having surrendered their discretionary funds, find their pockets empty, while a select few single gentlemen, in pursuit of romance, have suddenly taken to diligent study and hard work to afford the Snow Princess. Chun Jingtian observes this spirited enthusiasm with great satisfaction. She turns to Lu Jiejia and says, "Jiejia, you have about 2 days to prepare. I will arrange for an etiquette and body language instructor to provide you with urgent lessons, so that you may dazzle at the press conference 3 days hence." Lu Jiejia, pleased by Chun Jingtian's consideration, nods enthusiastically, saying, "Sister Jingtian, rest assured, I shall not disappoint you." Just as Lu Jiejia finishes her statement, Chun Jingtian's phone abruptly rings. Upon glancing at the caller ID, a look of surprise crosses her face. Why is Miss Dai calling all of a sudden? "Hello, Miss Dai. How may I assist you?" Chun Jingtian answers the call with a hint of curiosity. "It's nothing urgent. I would like to discuss the agency rights for the Snow Princess with General Manager Chun. Would you be available this afternoon?" Dai Shanshan had initially planned to negotiate the agency rights tomorrow, but the backlash against Lu Jiejia had only served to amplify the Snow Princess's popularity. Recognizing the potential and opportunity that lay before her, Dai Shanshan was eager to expedite the finalization of the agency rights. "Very well, let me check if our president is available." Chun Jingtian, recalling that Chu Yang and Dai Shanshan were classmates, inadvertently overlooks Lu Jiejia's presence. Behind the Snow Princess, there is a president? Dai Shanshan quickly realizes that Chun Jingtian is merely a figurehead, with an investor backing her. Lu Jiejia stares at Chun Jingtian in shock, never having anticipated she would uncover such clandestine information. "All right, I appreciate your assistance." After hanging up, Dai Shanshan, while Lu Jiejia feigns distraction with her phone, pretends not to have overheard anything. Chun Jingtian, unfazed by Lu Jiejia, turns to call Chu Yang. "President Chu, Miss Dai wishes to discuss the agency rights for the Snow Princess with you. Are you available to come to the office this afternoon?" Lu Jiejia, quietly observing, feels as though she has stumbled upon a momentous revelation. If her memory serves her correctly, the new president of their company is indeed surnamed Chu. If President Chu is also the figure behind the Snow Princess, Lu Jiejia swallows hard, realizing she may have just uncovered significant insider information. "Miss Dai? Let's say around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I have no prior commitments, so please have the contract prepared." After issuing his instructions, Chu Yang hangs up. After sending the Snow Princess's address to Chu Yang, Chun Jingtian contacts Dai Shanshan to invite her to the office at 2 o'clock for discussions. Lu Jiejia, listening to Chu Yang's voice, becomes increasingly convinced that the new president of Huaxing and the figure behind the Snow Princess are one and the same. Oh my, just how many enterprises does President Chu possess? Unable to resist, Lu Jiejia clicks on the viral video of President Chu slapping a Korean national, confirming the voice. It indeed belongs to her own President Chu. "Sister Jingtian, how long until I can book my body language instructor?" Lu Jiejia inquires, feigning ignorance. Chun Jingtian glances at her phone and casually replies, "Around 2:30. You may want to stay until 2 today." After issuing her instructions, Chun Jingtian busies herself with other matters. Lu Jiejia strives to steady her racing heart and trembling hands, then opens her secondary account to join President Chu's fan club. From this day forth, she is officially a member. After joining the fan club, Lu Jiejia begins to delve into President Chu's related events as time swiftly passes. Before long, it is 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Dai Shanshan arrives at the Snow Princess venue 10 minutes early and encounters the infamous Lu Jiejia. "You are Lu Jiejia?" Dai Shanshan, having perused social media, is somewhat aware of Lu Jiejia's notoriety. Yet, the woman before her, with her fair skin and poised demeanor, is hard to reconcile with the Lu Jiejia who had been the subject of ridicule just 3 days prior. Had the images she saw that morning been misleading? "Hello, Miss Dai, I am Lu Jiejia." Aware of her online reputation, Lu Jiejia offers a friendly smile, clearly unfazed by Dai Shanshan's astonishment. It appears that securing the agency rights for the Snow Princess today is imperative. Dai Shanshan smiles back, although she too uses the Snow Princess. The results are less pronounced on her fair skin. In contrast, the dramatic transformation of the previously dusky Lu Jiejia into a radiant beauty presents a striking visual impact. It is indeed an honor for the Snow Princess to collaborate with Miss Dai, as the Dai Group represents an unattainable pinnacle for the fledgling Snow Princess. "I suppose I am fortunate to be associated with you," she remarks. Chen Jingtian had deliberately allowed Dai Shanshan to see the results of her own use of the Snow Princess to bolster Dai Shanshan's desire to become an agent. You jest, General Manager Chun, Dai Shanshan replies with a smile. The three stunning women, each with a beauty score of 90, sit together in the office, their laughter creating a delightful atmosphere. When Chu Yang enters the Snow Princess office, he is greeted by this charming scene. It seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment, interrupting the delightful conversation among these three lovely ladies. Chu Yang's sudden appearance stuns both Dai Shanshan and Lu Jiejia. Chu Yang, you are the president of the Snow Princess? President Chu, you truly are the president of the Snow Princess? Chapter 88, A Sudden Show of Power. Chen Jingtian, observing the astonishment of the two women, can't help but chuckle inwardly. The more one interacts with President Chu, the more enigmatic he appears, as one can never predict when he will unveil another venture. Recently, President Chu had his identity as the president of Zhongqing revealed by a female streamer. While inspecting Huaxing Entertainment, his identity as the president of Huaxing was also disclosed. And in a bid to maintain a low profile during an interview with Global International, he ended up being interviewed by reporters. Now, his former classmate discovers that he is also the figure behind the Snow Princess, and it is no surprise that they are taken aback. Yes, the Snow Princess is my venture. However, the collaboration is not the primary focus. I wish to catch up with an old classmate. After all, my former classmate is the daughter of the Dai Group, and given my current status, scheduling an appointment can be somewhat challenging. Chu Yang teases as he pulls out a chair to sit opposite Dai Shanshan. This light banter eases the tension for Dai Shanshan. She finally comprehends why the Snow Princess chose to collaborate with the Dai Group. With Chu Yang's current financial resources, he could easily opt not to partner with the Dai Group, had it not been for their shared history as classmates. Perhaps the Dai Group would not have been afforded such an opportunity. If I were to secure the agency rights for the Snow Princess, would I then have to treat President Chu to a meal? Dai Shanshan replies with a smile. Meanwhile, Lu Jiejia, enjoying the gossip, feels immense joy. She never imagined that her own President Chu, in addition to his numerous enterprises, would also have such illustrious classmates. The Dai Group, after all, is a top-tier company worth nearly $1 trillion. The fact that such an exceptional heiress is a classmate of President Chu is indeed remarkable. It is evident that outstanding individuals are destined to associate with one another. Miss Dai, if you invite me to dinner, I would have to relinquish a bit of advantage. How about this? If you are willing to treat me to a meal, the exclusive agency for Xueji will be granted to the Dai family. Chu Yang remarked with a smile. Dai Shanshan was taken aback by Chu Yang's proposition. She chuckled and replied, exchanging a meal for an exclusive agency sounds like quite the bargain. However, it seems I will need to schedule appointments with you in the future. Let me calculate. Zhongqing, Huanxing, Global, and Xueji. That must be worth at least 100 billion, right? As she spoke, Dai Shanshan produced the prepared contract. Lu Jiejia, noticing that both parties were ready to engage in formal negotiations, promptly excused herself. The ensuing discussion was not something for an onlooker like her to interfere with. Chu Yang shrugged, a hint of amusement in his brow as he remarked, I do not choose my friends based on wealth. Your comment feels a bit distant. Dai Shanshan rolled her eyes in rare exasperation. You may not consider money in friendship, but that is only because your friends cannot possibly match your wealth. She had not forgotten Chu Yang's Koenigsegg 1. With a gentle laugh, Chu Yang glanced at the contract before delving into the details with Dai Shanshan. While collaboration was essential, he would not compromise on the profits due to him. Indeed, the alliance between Xueji and the Dai Group was a formidable partnership. Beyond the favor owed to Dai Shanshan, the Dai Group's vast resources and channels made them an attractive choice for Xueji. Soon enough, the contract between Xueji and the Dai Group was signed. Now that the agreement was in place, I wonder when Mr. Chu will have time? With the contract finalized, Dai Shanshan felt buoyant, teasing Chu Yang while she tucked away the document. With Xueji's channels at her disposal, the path ahead for the Dai Group would undoubtedly become smoother. Whenever a beautiful lady invites me, I will always find time. However, perhaps in a few days. Xueji is quite popular at the moment. You focus on your tasks and call me when you are free. I am always available for an invitation, Chu Yang replied, spreading his hands in a relaxed manner that elicited a touch of envy from Dai Shanshan. Since graduating, she had taken over the Dai Group's internal affairs and was now quite busy. As fellow executives, comparing herself to Chu Yang was somewhat disheartening. Thank you, dear old classmate. I will finalize the follow-up and be in touch, Dai Shanshan said, flashing a rare playful smile as she left with the contract. All right, Chen Jingtian. Please arrange for the subsequent matters. I will take my leave, Chu Yang said, noticing Dai Shanshan was departing. He decided to accompany her out. In the office, Chen Jingtian, who had been a passive observer, felt a pang of disappointment watching the striking duo of Dai Shanshan and Chu Yang. The heiress of the Dai Group seemed perfectly matched with the illustrious Mr. Chu. and she felt she paled in comparison. Nevertheless, this only added to the challenge. Chun Jingtian steeled herself and immersed herself back into her busy work. Shortly, the official Xueji website announced the partnership with the Dai Group, inciting a flurry of excitement on Weibo. Wow, Xueji is becoming increasingly impressive, unleashing big moves at every turn. The Dai Group is a top 500 company nationwide. Oh my goodness, can I now boast about collaborating with a top 500 company? Haha, the person above is mistaken. I have partnerships with over a dozen top 500 companies. My heavens, if the Dai Group is collaborating with Xueji, what reason do we have not to buy? After the announcement of the collaboration between Xueji and the Dai Group, Dai Shanshan, who had been following the news, swiftly retweeted it, adding, "Thanks to my old classmate for this opportunity. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration with Xueji." Dai Shanshan's title as the executive president of the Dai Group caused a stir among netizens. Wait, the heiress of the Dai Group is a classmate of Xueji's president? Unbelievable. Although President Chun of Xueji is a sales champion, there was no prior connection with the Dai heiress. Hold on, if it isn't President Chun, then who facilitated the collaboration between Xueji and the Dai Group? Wow, the person above raises a good point. This mysterious individual certainly piques my curiosity. So, who could this classmate of the Dai heiress be? Analyzing the current situation, Xueji does not actually require an agent. Why then has the Dai Group become the exclusive agent? Dai Shanshan's retweet ignited a nationwide discussion, with all netizens eager to uncover the identity of the enigmatic figure behind the Xueji and Dai Group partnership. Chu Yang, observing the online comments, sighed in resignation. Dai Shanshan was being rather mischievous. It seemed he needed to maintain a lower profile for the time being. Moments later, he felt his phone vibrate. He opened WeChat to find a private message from Dai Shanshan, complete with a playful emoji and a message stating, "This is a punishment for not disclosing your identity as the president of Xueji." Chu Yang, feeling a bit exasperated, thought about the numerous assets and ventures he possessed. If he were to reveal them all, it would likely fill half a page. The latest news from Global International. Awakens will commence construction in 3 months. Before he could respond to the new message, his phone pinged again with another update from Global International. Chapter 89. Is it really this troublesome? Kudos to Global International for their initiative. A wave of parents, burdened with housing loans to provide their children with education, is about to arrive at Global International. It's a tough situation. The property prices at Global International have begun to rise even before construction has commenced, now standing at 15,000 per square meter. I'm envious. My monthly salary doesn't even reach 15,000. Puffing on a cigar, I glanced at my Swiss watch, picked up my iPhone, and saw a notification of another 10 billion deposited. Earning money seems so easy. Wait, the person who casually spends 10 billion, are they not worried about backlash? If I discover the identity of this 10 billion person, I will surely rally dozens of friends to teach them a lesson. The construction progress of Global International has garnered significant attention from netizens, as it directly relates to whether children can attend school nearby. Following the announcement of construction progress, property prices became the focal point of heated discussions. After finishing the updates, Chu Yang checked the current price for Xinjiang, which had escalated to 21,000 per square meter. Given the ongoing situation, it appeared that prices would continue to rise. After closing the notifications, he resolved to purchase some traditional writing supplies to take back home. This way, during moments of leisure, he could indulge in writing and painting for relaxation. Old Chun, take me to the best place in Magic City for traditional writing supplies. Chu Yang instructed his driver, Old Chun. Obliging, Old Chun arranged a visit to the renowned Meixiang study in Magic City. As Chu Yang's Mercedes-Benz G-Class sped through the streets of Magic City, another sensational message exploded across Weibo. Jingyang Energy. Charge for 1 minute. Enjoy for 24 hours. A certain influential Weibo user revealed news about Jingyang Energy, quickly propelling it to the trending list. I've never seen such an impressive battery. Charge for 1 minute and enjoy for 24 hours. Even power banks pale in comparison. I have seen so many false advertisements, but Jingyang has the most audacious one. 66,666. Jingyang Energy is incredible. It just delivers 24 hours without a hitch. My mom always said that things on the internet are unreliable. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. As I sat in my Maserati, glancing at the news, I couldn't help but chuckle. If Jingyang Energy could remain operational for 24 hours, I would gladly smash my Maserati. Come, someone, there's a pretentious individual who needs to be dealt with. The comments section beneath the news regarding Jingyang Energy's battery was nearly inundated with ridicule. What was even more astonishing was that Jingyang Mobile's official Weibo account audaciously shared a post from a prominent influencer. The Jingyang Mobile launch event was scheduled for July 7th, with a pre-sale of 5,000 units. As netizens flocked to Jingyang Energy's Weibo, they discovered that Yang Energy had pinned the announcement about Yang Mobile's press conference. Goodness, Yang Energy is boldly confronting them head-on. Yang Mobile is quite the spectacle. Not only is it claiming to provide 24 hours of enjoyment, but it is also priced at an astonishing $999. Those without substantial means would find it impossible to purchase such a device. Incredible, Yang. I commend you fervently. Anyone who buys your phone must be quite foolish. A phone priced at nearly $10,000, charging for just a minute? Ridiculous. After reading the news, I was nearly overwhelmed with laughter at the absurdity of Yang Mobile. With a product like that, I wouldn't accept it even if it were offered to me for free, let alone at $999. Oh, brothers, don't miss out on this. Yang offers $999, promising to elevate you for a full 24 hours in just 1 minute. The person upstairs must be a shill for Yang, in my opinion. Anyone who buys from them is simply doomed. As the news about Yang Mobile, shared by Yang Energy, faced an onslaught of criticism from netizens, the situation escalated dramatically. When Chu Yang next opened his phone interface, he was met with the chaotic uproar online. Throughout the turmoil regarding Yang Energy, Chu Yang had left matters in the capable hands of Baiyue. As he scrolled through the news, he realized that Baiyue had integrated the new energy battery developed by Yang Energy into the Yang Mobile, setting the price at $999 and preparing for the launch event. However, given that Baiyue was his housekeeper, it felt somewhat inappropriate for her to handle Yang Energy. After some contemplation, he decided to call Tang Xinran. Brother, how may I assist you? Tang Xinran, half-seated on the hood of his newly acquired Rolls-Royce, was chatting with a group of wealthy peers. Upon receiving Chu Yang's call, he immediately switched to a sycophantic tone, eager for instructions. You are to take charge of Yang Energy. From this moment onward, you shall be the new president. Upon hearing Chu Yang's words, Tang Xinran was taken aback. The price of Yang Mobile alone is set at $999, and it claims to provide 24 hours of fun in just 1 minute. Now the entire internet is disparaging Yang. Had he barely managed to learn about the situation only to become the new president of Yang? How unfair. Brother Yang, is Yang Energy also under your purview? Tang Xinran inquired, somewhat bewildered. Chu Yang merely acknowledged him with a sound, wishing him well before ending the call. As Tang Xinran listened to the busy signal on the other end, he found himself momentarily stunned. Had he really just become the president of Yang Energy? Young Master Tang, is Yang Energy also a venture of young Master Chu? One of the wealthy peers, familiar with Tang Xinran, asked in astonishment. They were aware that young Master Chu had numerous enterprises, but they had not anticipated that the much-mocked Yang Energy would also be among them. Just moments ago, they had been criticizing Yang. Now, in a blink, Tang Xinran had been appointed as its new president. The awkwardness of the situation was palpable. After collecting his thoughts in response to his peers' remarks, Tang Xinran stepped out of the car and addressed the group. Well, brothers, I apologize, but starting tomorrow, I likely won't have time to indulge with you. Should you wish to find me, do come visit me at Yang Energy. With that, Tang Xinran departed in his Rolls-Royce Phantom. Although initially taken aback by Chu Yang's arrangement, he soon regained his composure. Young Master Chu is the most enigmatic and elite of the wealthy heirs in the Magic City. Could the Yang he owns truly be as poor as rumored online? Tang Xinran resolved to visit Yang and see for himself. Oblivious to Tang Xinran's intentions, his wealthy peers watched him leave, their expressions filled with pity. They say young Master Tang and young Master Chu are quite close. I think it's overrated. Indeed, if they were truly that close, why would he be put in charge of Yang? Yang is currently under fire from the entire internet, and with the launch event on July 7th. I'm curious to see how young Master Tang will manage the situation. TSK, perhaps I should just stay home and inherit my billion-dollar fortune. The prestige of a top-tier heir pales in comparison to my wealth. Alas, I'll also be heading to the company my father assigned me to tomorrow, at the very least. I won't be subject to online ridicule. The wealthy heirs continued to speculate about Chu Yang's decision, and soon, the news of Tang Xinran's appointment at Yang Energy spread far and wide.